Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gon' win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Half a milli, mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal, the hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live. We own it, cause that we love the thrill. We know it, it's just the way we live. We're grown up kids.
Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. tonight. Listen when there's no sound. Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. Oh, my head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me.
Faced myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars without forgetting who I was or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than
They're looking at us in audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gon' win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'ma getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on, half a milli mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. 'Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We know it, it's just
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Coinbase, US Air Force, and CSGO Hub, powered by Coin.
Where's the camera?
Well, the Intel Extreme Masters, not quite to the World Championship stage just yet. The Spodek is getting primed and prepared and just about ready to accept some bright faces throughout the course of the next week or two as we move on in to the group stages. Not to confuse with anything else, but of course for us, a lot of things to unpack. Yesterday was the first day of the play-ins, and now we begin the second day where we're going to see some of these teams get the chance to go home early. Now, for us, we have a very special guest here, Maniac.
That's not me. I'm not a special guest.
And Prof, okay, special guest. Prof, introduce yourself. Tell everybody about your whole life.
That's the worst thing to do as an interviewer. Like, you can't let other people introduce themselves.
Say what you like in life.
Not an interview.
I like bananas,
Do some sports.
Well, let's
sunshine, walks on
change
the
it up a little
beach,
bit.
all of these other things that people enjoy.
change it up here a little bit. How about a State of the Union address for the state of the HLTV.org forums?
Look, I can say that in the last 4 months, we had 200,000 actions in terms of like deleted comments
Oh my
or
God.
removed forum posts or bans. So
Oh, no.
take of that what you want. I think I think that shows the direction that we're taking.
Moderation is key.
Yes, that is.
You got to keep them in check.
Yeah.
Got to. Okay, so yeah, anyway, Prof, I'm glad to have you on the desk with us. This is going to be a fun time, all things
will.
considered. 3 best of 3s coming your way today, and that is going to bring up our schedule. I think that's going to be the best protocol talking point right out of the gate. Maniac, say anything you want to about the schedule.
About the schedule, I was going to talk about life, but I guess we stick
Okay, that
with
works.
the schedule. Look, we'll kick things off with Entropic versus Renegades. We have Big versus Fnatic right behind, and then it's going to be a to be decided because Mouse don't know yet who they will be facing. But could be spicy anyway. I think Mouse have surprised a lot of people already.
Yeah, and of course that doesn't conclude all the matches. We have a B stream as well. The B stream packed with some action as well. We're talking about Movistar Riders versus MIBR, a little bit of Ints and Godsent action, and then NIP, who have do or die time as the tweet of the day, I think, up against either that of Movistar or MIBR at the end of the day, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, pretty exciting game, pretty exciting games, pretty exciting day overall, especially some of these big names that could go out early, talking about NIP mainly. But yeah, even the starting game, Entropic Renegades, feels like there could be something on the cards there.
So Entropic, a lot of heads turned there. Renegades even yesterday,
I know.
What did you see from the Renegades yesterday?
Honestly, I watched the game again against OG, and I have to say they were so close to closing it, but I saw some jitters. I saw some doubts. I saw second-guessing themselves, right? Some players, when we say it takes a lot of experience to know how to close a game, then I guess you rewatch that match, that VOD, and you realize what it means. Renegades had all they needed to close that game. I hope they won't regret it in the end, but sometimes Counter-Strike can be cruel. If you don't, pass on these opportunities, that's it. You're out.
So the Renegades more so lost than OG won, I guess. I don't know. There's some sort of math
Technically,
there. Yeah.
both is correct.
Both, right. Yeah, nonetheless, so the Renegades, an L in the first day, they do get a chance to bounce back, Prof.
Yeah, but I mean, having watched them across the last 2 years or something, it feels like a very similar story repeating every time they go into these big tournaments. They qualify because they dominate everything locally. They won the last 10 tournaments, I think, in Oceania. Then they come here and they have a slow start. Like the first half is kind of bad. Then they come back and they're like, oh, there's so much potential. And then they just crash out in the next game. Maybe they sneak in a win, but it feels they make it super hard on themselves. Just like having all of these bad starts. If you're the underdog, maybe just get a good start once, and then you can get the win, and everything starts rolling, right?
Yeah, I mean, as for the Renegades, their hopes are not out by any stretch.
Yeah.
They still have a very plausible path on into that group stage, and that's basically what we're going to be talking about now is the teams that have advanced up to this point. Yesterday, we locked a few of them in. We're talking about the Copenhagen Flames, who turned a lot of heads, FaZe Clan, OG, Astralis pulling one out of the bag. Any of those 4 names right out of the top that are really sticking out to you guys?
I feel like Copenhagen Flames are living up to the meme, like the LAN Flames. Honestly, I didn't expect them to be right out the gate like this. Oh my God, like they destroyed Fnatic and then they make NIP look like fools, absolute fools and clowns. They seem to be hyped up. They seem to be all individually very much invested in what's happening right now. They're having a good time. And we almost start to dream again. Are we seeing a major run once more? Are we getting too romantic? Is it the Cinderella story? It just might be.
Ints like 2.0 from like a couple years back here in the same place.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Be an interesting time frame. So we could go with the remaining teams. There's a whole slew of those. Obviously, we're going to say goodbye to Wizla and Sprout. So Sprout, Wizla, did you have expectations coming?
I guess kind of expected, yeah. I mean, Wisla, the domestic team, they probably hoped for more, but you know, when you look at the rest of the field, it wasn't a big surprise. And similarly with Sprout, maybe you could have seen them upset a couple of teams. They had a bit of a decent form in the online season, but it's different when you put them against teams here.
Not everyone is supposed to win. If we're looking for the 16 best teams in the world, but that's like a basic concept.
Man.
It's a basic concept. We're looking for the 16 best teams in the world to compete here. So unfortunately, some of these people already very happy, probably, and satisfied to play in the planes, to get the experience, to gather some moments to keep with them in their careers. But that's just it. Like, they're tourists. They're having a good time. They're probably enjoying the hotel bar. And now we get to actually see the
they're
concert.
from Poland, so it's not like amazing
not like-
tourism
I mean,
coming to
I would do
Katowice
inland tourism in Switzerland.
Personally,
for one day.
I love the city of Katowice.
Okay.
My favorite
Will
city.
do.
But it's also up there on the list of things that we should not be discussing right now. Perhaps we just kind of curve away from that one. Top 5 players of the tournament, guys.
See what
Why
I'm
are they
talking
all
about?
Copenhagen Flames?
You see what I'm talking about?
All of
4
them.
of them.
So Nikodos definitely put on a clinic yesterday. Talk to me about what the Flames look like with Nikodos.
I didn't see any of the games. I was
Perfect.
working on the other
Outstanding.
stream. I just saw the scores, and the scores were insane. So that's really nice. But maybe Maniac can help out with our friends here.
He ain't helping.
Honesty is never rewarded on the desk. What she
Okay.
said is, yeah, I had good at on them. They were so
Atmosphere.
impressive. Oh my God, the atmosphere. No, I'm with you. Torzy, though, is a name that we have to talk about.
Does stick out, yeah.
A lot of these rookies that we're keeping an eye on. Monis is obviously a category. And Torzy, oh my God, yes.
Yeah, this is a guy I actually watched
Now
yesterday.
we can get excited.
I
Tell
can
me
get
about
it.
Torzy.
Look, he was really, really good. Like, even after the first game, he even did an interview saying like, I having a bit of shivers, you know, shaking a bit. It's not really amazing. Then I talked to my coach. He's helping me out. And then he goes and plays against FaZe, and I'm like, if he's shaking against, I don't know, Godsend, then it's not going to be good. Then he just destroys. I mean, he didn't get the win, but he did as much as you can practically, like top fragging 2 maps, like carrying 2 maps, another map doing pretty well, having a very important late round clutch. Like, there's not much more that he could have done.
Nah, not for his side at least. For the side, you know, with Torzy and company, as well as Copenhagen Flames being our top 5, we move on. We talk a little bit about Mao's FaZe. We can keep the ball rolling here. FaZe clan seemingly doing it again, or what's up with that?
I think FaZe did exactly what we expected them to do, which is they survived these planes, right? You have to remember,
True.
yes, Robs isn't here, and that's a big blow for them, but they've been used to play with stand-ins. They had all of in and out for a while. And no, but we shouldn't just give them a pass just because Robs isn't here.
Yeah.
I think we know that there is enough talent in the other 4 players to be actually doing great. I think JK's had a couple of maps where he was great. Mirage is a good example right here. So had FaZe not made it to the group stage, that would have been an absolute disaster. Doesn't matter if Robs isn't here or not. So for them, the name of the game is survive, play the time, play the clock, give time to Robs to be here, and then we can have different expectations.
So usually we talk about like Rops, Maus, but now we'll just talk about Maus and MBK because it's 2022, Prof, and that's what's going on around here.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, he even was rumored to join at some point. I think when Sticko was going out, that was like 2018, 19, and like 3 years later, and it's a completely different story of him joining the team, right? You don't really, it's not the same expectations on him, but he did deliver in the first game. The second game, he did okay, I'd say, for the expectations for someone that didn't play top tier CS for a year almost, or even more, dabbled with the other game that we don't talk about, right? And
What you talking about, mate?
I don't know, Wordle, I think that's the name.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
The V-
New York
the
Times
V
shout
game.
out. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's exciting to see him back. It's always nice to have him back. But yeah, Maus need a little bit more, and they almost delivered with all of these kind of question marks around them.
Yeah. Mouse Sports, put a pin in them. What do you think?
I think that we're seeing great signs from them. Honestly, Torzy is definitely a reason to be excited. It's a reason to dream for them, which we hadn't had with Acor for as long as he was in the lineup, precisely.
Unfortunately.
And then for NBK, you hear him from in the interview. I know that individually he's going to need a little bit of time to get up to speed, and which is great, but I truly think he can help them know how to be professionals and how to perform. He talked to Heku. He said, I'm trying to help them know how to prepare, what kind of mindset to have, what kind of, I guess, perspective to have on the official games. And this is something that he can bring to the table. He's got more experience than everyone else combined on this roster. So there needs to be a byproduct of him being here, more so than just frags, which he also in the first game kind of did.
Well, the veterancy is a leadership quality of its own, right? In that
Absolutely.
regard.
I mean, if not, I wouldn't be here, you know. At some point, age has to have some value. Otherwise, why are we even doing what we're doing?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's bring some 20-year-olds here up there.
Yeah.
But both you and I will
in
out.
with the Zoomers, I think it is. Speaking of which, got 2 of those ready to go right here. One used to be a ginger, and now he's not. It's Harry and Hugo who are ready to talk a little bit of counter. Guys, welcome to the A stream.
Thank you very much, Trace. Happy to be here. We're actually in the player lounge right now, so we've got all the teams moving through at the moment. Bit of pinball on the side, some air hockey. Vibes are good right now. Everyone's on the go, and obviously with the last day of the play-in, looking for the final teams to advance to groups. We have some pretty banging games today, Harry.
Yeah, mate. Renegades yesterday really impressed me, if I'm honest. Like, I think in terms of the fundamentals, they were looking really, really sound, right? Liaz as well. Great to have him back in the server. He certainly made a bit of a splash with his debut. You know, I hope he can keep that up. But the guys they're up against in Tropic, you know, we just got to see them over at FunSpark Ulti, and they looked really clinical. The Ents loss kind of surprised me, if I'm honest, right? Yeah. So I think Renegades are going to have their work cut out for them today, Hugo.
Yeah, and then following up, obviously, here on the mainstream, we got Big versus Fnatic, a bit of a grudge match between Smooya and Tabson. Always exciting. And then, yeah, some fighting words maybe from the boys later on. But it's good to be here. It's good to be back at Kato. We've got everyone on the move right now. And we're going to go and get ready for our games, guys. But best of luck on the desk, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Harry and Hugo. They are, well, they're quite the duo. Any words about these guys?
Amazing guys. Not much to add.
Yeah, they're not so bad, are they? In fact, you might even say they put the fun in fundamentals, as they were just talking about, right? So, moving swiftly away from all of that nonsense. Yeah, it is. It is definitely. We have a break coming up because we have a game coming up. It's going to be in Tropic versus the Renegades. We're looking at a best of 3, and we're looking to see who's walking out of here with a boo-boo face. We'll be right back after this break.
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated. Kablamo! Ho, with the breach, holy moly!
Hey guys, how to breach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him, he's like on the coast down here. Oh, 2.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. Get through this though. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh!
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see 2.
Nice. Did you get the gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one now.
This guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gun. 2.
Okay, 2 spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
Hey Future Pros, passing on another overpass smoke for you gamers today. This is an easy heaven smoke for T-side to help you get out of B. To perform this one, nestle yourself into this corner. Aim along the railing until you find this power line. Then throw it, and bam, you have a heavenly heaven smoke.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
It's the Intel Extreme Masters plans. It's the year of 2022, and Lias is back. And that is where we're going to start this. We got Renegades versus Entropic is our first matchup of the day. Renegades' 5th time playing in Katowice. Last year, they failed to make it past the group or the play-in stage. And now, they're looking for a little bit of vengeance. Prof and Maniac on the case with me as we start to walk you into this first best of 3. Prof, give me some thoughts off the top of your head.
An exciting game, potentially. If Renegades can deliver and if they can play like they played against OG yesterday, I feel like it can be a very good game. At the same time, Entropic, top 10 team, good run at the major, almost made the playoffs, then had a decent form like after that in the online tournaments that they played. So I feel like they should be overwhelming favorites, but maybe Renegades can make it interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the key. I think the key here is that we have two teams in completely different situations. On one hand, you have Renegades very much accustomed to being at this phase of the tournament. They are the best in the regions, as you rightfully mentioned. And on the other, you have Entropic, who's trying to get some credibility as a top team, if I can put it this way. An elimination here would destroy almost everything they have built up to that moment. Obviously, they had a good 2021. Then they had the major, they were decent. But if you come here and you don't make it past the play-ins, then Dow starts creeping in.
But Lias, guys, he's back. Lias, what makes Lias so fundamental to this, or important, intricate to this process?
I mean, it's interesting because he comes in as a 5th now. When in the past he was kind of the star player in some of these teams, and Order, which in 2020 maybe was essentially almost the same lineup that Renegades are right now. He was pretty amazing. Then he goes over to the 100 Thieves combination, right? Plays over there, but more as a support player, and never really lives up to that, like the potential that he had back home. But now the first game that we saw, that is the old Lias that we had, right? The 1.23 rating, I think 1.21 in the first game against OG. So that's pretty good.
Do you think that's what he's been brought in for? Like, is he brought in to be the star? That's what he's supposed to be doing now. No more any support role, just more taking space and making plays.
Well, I'm pretty sure, truth be told, as the Renegades go about this, Lias is the only one that's played in the Katowice arena, right? So thinking about that along those lines, maybe that helps him in the long run, Prof?
I mean, if we get to that point,
yeah, I mean, so
it might, right? but yeah, even just getting to that point, having some more experience being a winning team. Of course, they didn't win a lot of titles. I don't know if they won a single title, but they were a top 5 team at some points back with 100 Thieves, right? So has that kind of experience, maybe some confidence to instill in the rest of the team.
And he's talking about experience. Just to quickly know, that game against OG as well, 15-14, Renegades up. They have the opening kill, 5v4. It's a minute to play with. They should be winning, right? But then you see them trying to get into fakes, and what happens at the end? They cannot even plant the bomb because they have no time. And that's a symptom. That's a symptom of a team that is on the verge of accomplishing something great, and then suddenly they're not exactly sure how they're supposed to get there. That's where Lias could actually come in and say, listen, that's what's happening. That's how you win. Because none of these players in their past actually really knew how to do that in this stage.
Check this out. Here is Lias, and you should listen because he's got some words for us.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Lias for a short interview before the game against Entropic. Lias, you are the only person on your team who actually has experience of playing in Spodek, but you were announced only a few days ago that you are actually going to play with Renegades. What did it take so much time for this to happen?
Just contract garbage behind the scenes, it's never easy. Like, I think it was sort of in the works for about like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. But yeah, it only really got finalized only a few days ago. So, it's just behind the scenes garbage.
I see. Well, today you're going to play against Entropic, and the CIS region is dominating right now, and they're basically the 4th best team in their region. Yeah. How do you feel about your odds?
I don't know. I have like personally a bit of experience against Entropic. Been playing them on and off for like the last year and a half. So, you know, I sort of know what to expect with them. Like that alien kid is just a freak, and I mean Forrest is also like showing his face this event too. So we have a lot to look out for. But at the same time, like, you know, I think OG at this time are a better team than them, and you saw what we did against OG. So I'm still confident coming into the game.
Okay, then good luck.
Just.
So a couple of key takeaways there. Let's start with some of the words.
Don't like that last part.
Oh, but the contract garbage was pretty cool.
Contract garbage is cool, but we're going to straight up get away from something right here. Just because you had a good map against OG and you think OG is a better team than Entropic, we know how transactional mathematics in Counter-Strike works. That's a myth. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't guarantee anything. Just because they made it competitive against OG, let's not just believe that suddenly it's going to happen against Entropic.
I'm not even sold that OG is a better team than Entropic at this point. It's like a lot of things. Yeah.
No, that's the way it goes. Speaking of Entropic, we should probably focus on them a little bit, as this is a team that doesn't necessarily have the pedigree that we've seen with some of the other lineups going on around here at the play-ins. So with Entropic, what is it that makes them special, Maniac?
Alien. Alien is the one. Alien is the name. I guess. I don't know the guy. You know, we're not very intimate, so I couldn't say. But on Counter-Strike, at least, he is an absolute machine, that's for sure. He had an absolutely beautiful 2021, very great high numbers. He came to the major, and he proved himself there in that context. So he's the one to look for. He's on track to becoming a star and getting that credibility.
And definitely, he's probably thought about this moment for a long time here for Alien. In fact, what did he say?
I think we have a good pair this year, and now we need to work more, because now every team what we facing with, they're just preparing for us, and that's why we need to focus more for some anti-shots and have new tactics, because we just can't play our Pearls game, because everyone is ready for us now. So we need to work more, and I think gonna be good.
So many teams have tried to answer that question, like how do we stay ahead of the curve? And well, if they figured it out, then more props to them, Maniac.
Yes, they absolutely have to. I think that preparing anti-strats is probably the first step on that road, but the second step, which actually the greatest teams have, is just they have a baggage of strategies that they overall can use, which are hard to read. That's what you want to do. That's what should be your aim. Not to tailor a plan for every single game, because I don't think it's viable. I think you're going to lose your mind after a couple of weeks. But just have a game that is a smoke screen enough to allow you to play your game without being anti-stratted too hard.
So for Alien's intent, when we look at the year of 2021, how did that go for him?
I mean, a really good year. I think some people expected them maybe to be in the top 20 for that year based on the stats. Maybe if you just look at the stats.
You're responsible for all that, right?
They look pretty good. But the problem is that he didn't really play that many big events, and he wasn't in the mix against the best teams enough to be like considered in the same category where you look at the Brokey and all of these other players, right?
I agree with you, but look, you look at these numbers, and to me, this is the eye test I needed from Elian. 2021 online, an absolute beast. He comes to the major, everyone is looking at him. He's one of these players that has to prove everything, that he's not an onliner. And sure, Entropic didn't make it to the last stage of the major. Sure, they couldn't barely make it to the playoffs, but every time he was playing, he was actually holding his own. He was having the impact. He was becoming a star in the making as we could see him. So that's why I'm excited for Elian, because all of these new rookies, they have key moments in their career where they need to show up. I personally think the major was a success for him on an individual level, and now I'm looking for same kind of performance here in Katowice.
Which, you know, can be replicated, but will it? You know, that's always the day-old question is like, what can you do here on LAN? For both sides here, we talked a little bit about, you know, his performance at the major. Does that indicate any sort of ceiling with this guy?
I mean, I don't think we saw his ceiling yet.
Yeah.
Definitely there is more for him to develop. But as Maniac said, what he got offered in terms of the big tournaments and the playing against good teams, he delivered quite well. And Entropic as a team did as well. I think the part where he says about other teams anti-stratting them, I think that's kind of interesting. I ran into some of the Ents guys yesterday. Asked them like, how did the game go? How it was like, looked like a very one-sided one from the scoreline. They said they played their own game. That was a classic
Did they
one.
now?
They
Of
did
course.
say that. But then I was like,
Trying on a
please,
limb.
please don't say that. Please give me something more. And they said that they did have like some things prepared for their like a T side, I think, which they used, and then after that they played their own game. So just saying that maybe the issue with Entropic is people preparing for them a bit more, and they need a bit of a deeper playbook.
Right, they need some
for
more
these big
depth
tournaments.
to what
Yeah.
they're going on over there. I mean, it's a pretty big process to get through. Also, like the map vetoes, because in a best of 3, a little bit different than the best of 1 now, isn't it?
Is it?
Indeed.
I think so. There's like usually 3 maps played, about 30 rounds a map.
You're pretty good at this.
Okay.
Been here for a while. Another game.
What happens in a best of 1 though?
So in a best of 1, like 2 teams, okay, there'll be 5 players on each team.
Okay.
It'll be 5 versus
back to the
5,
roots.
Okay.
Counter-Strike. In a best of 1 scenario, you just got to win once. And it's
Okay.
that easy, Prof. Like, I don't know, you're trying to hit me with some hard-hitting journalism, but let me tell you about these maps.
Putting you on the spot right here.
I'm a little
you
bit
can't
surprised. I think I'm seeing an overpass being removed in the first ban wave. I thought that it could be potentially Ancient and Dust 2 being removed. Now, we have a nuke pick coming in. That is Renegades. I'm not exactly sure how that qualifies for Entropic, I believe. Now, if you're Entropic, you have a lot of different possibilities you can go there.
Ooh,
Ancient coming in.
There we go. That's why I was talking about potential Ancient ban. I thought that Renegades wouldn't allow it because it's one of the most played maps for Entropic. They also have a very high win rate on it. Not exactly sure if Renegades going to be ready, but that would have been a punish in any case if that was left visible on the dot.
Are the map vetoes also nuke and Ancient, or what is going on?
No. So
the
those
map
are the
being
2
played.
maps
So
being
here,
played.
if we look behind us,
Oh, okay, now I
what's
see
flying over
everything.
there?
that, right?
Okay,
That's the
okay.
map we are playing, right?
Just the wrong names on the things. Okay. So nuke Ancient Vertigo for the. This is such a weird.
Talk about a nightmare Faceit day to
Did
play
you?
Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Or amazing for Chad, I feel like.
You think Chad would be very happy with that map
he'll
pool?
enjoy this map pool. Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
you got
But
all the
why not,
lineups
right?
and everything.
You get Vertigo and Ancient in the
Vertigo
same
Global,
series.
yeah.
Hot damn, what is it, Christmas? No, that's way over with. So just to kind of, we talked a little bit about the idea of flipping a coin, but, you know, in this sense, you know, where would you put your eggs in the basket, Maniac?
I don't think it'd be fair to say flip a coin. As I said, we have 2 teams in different situations. Renegades just trying to, for once, making it to the next step, whereas Entropic is looking for credibility. They're looking for validation. They're looking for approval. If you're Entropic, it has to be a no-brainer. You have to win this game. You can't lose to Renegades.
Yeah, I completely agree. Entropic has to be the favorite here.
Okay, well, we can probably run with that. Elliot
you?
is going to try to run with it. Hey, man, don't worry about me. Okay, worry about yourself, guy. I'm cool, because if you're cool, we're all cool. I think I've got to go with the Renegades. They showed a little heart yesterday, right? Even though they dropped the ball a little bit. Honestly, I don't have any idea. And this is not professional advice, and I'm not licensed for that. So, it's the Renegades versus Entropic, and we're ready to jump off with a best of 3 here to start the day. The play-ins coming to a close at the conclusion of today. But first and foremost, we've got to find out who's going through. So we're going to be doing that in this best of 3. That's right, guys. Anything else you want to get out there? You're looking at me like you want
I
to say
think you're
something.
doing an admirable job right now.
Yeah.
It's one of the longest
We're
throw I've
trying,
seen,
bud.
and I'm
Holding
liking
it
this.
down.
Couple more words in there, and if I talk with a rhythm like this, you're going to be excited about this matchup on hand. That's right, Entropic and Renegades, brought to you by Harry and Hugo Byron.
Thank you very much, Trace. And yes, it's all about the tone of voice at the end of the day. And we're going to be bringing our luscious tones, or at least Harry hopefully will, in this BO3 with a very, very sexy veto, may I say myself.
Lovely, lovely map pool, isn't it? Nuke, Ancient, Vertigo. Oh, man, that's like the best 3 maps. Maybe there could have been an overpass in there, but I ain't complaining. As the odds leaning in favor of Entropic. But I don't know, mate. I think Renegades have a good chance to do some damage here. Right, they're going to be starting over on the T side. Bit of a lean towards outside, and Elian here with the USP can't land a shot. It will be Nickelback to open up here. We just got to cast these Entropic boys back at FunSpark recently. I've got to say, they looked really, really good there. Yeah. Nickelback offering up some incredible performances, all the while leading his team, right, being the man calling the shots. Elian as well, always someone worth talking about. I think if you speak to anyone about Entropic, he will be like one of the names at the forefront, right? One of the guys that gets rallied off first. Let's see. Let's see what we're going to have today. Are we going to have the return of the legend Nickelback, the frag in IGL? Is it going to be a bit of a different look? Renegades are man down, grouping and moving in towards ramp. They do have Lackey to get past, and that might be easier said than done, especially as this second player in Nickelback has just slipped under the net, made it into this corner, and now they have this double setup over towards ramp room.
They're in no hurry. Meanwhile, Hats is down lower. Oh, arms spotted. Instas get taken down. Body shots by Lackey, and he will find that opening kill out on the ramp side. They're going to commit. This is awkward now from Hell. Lackey getting another one. Sicko can't stop him, can't take anyone down. Hats has finally made his way out B, but he's now all that remains. One shot. This guy's good with the pistols, but no ammo. Getting run down right now. Someone needs to kill something.
Bloody hell.
And Nickelback will close. Yeah, I think Entropic, I definitely agree. We saw some great showings from them recently at the start of the year. And given post-major, some of the fall-offs that we saw, I think Spirit are definitely one that we can talk about when it comes to those CIS teams. Entropic were not one of those rosters. They kept it together after PGL, and so I think they are definitely one of the hot prospects for this year. Definitely inexperienced on LAN, some of these players, so, you know, I think we need to keep our eye on Elian across this one. It is an elimination matchup. Winner is going to go through to play one more game against Mouse. No easy pickings. Renegades would love to face their previous in-game leader, though. Right now, taps outside. Hats kills his teammate, and Elian will get dropped in Garage, but it should just be fine now with a near full eco for Renegades.
Yeah, it was meant to be clean, and it is. They tried just running out A with the bomb at the final hurdle, hoping that all that outside contact had drawn a bunch of eco-fraggers away. And, you know, good thing it didn't. If Entropic was so hungry thinking of kills, that could have been a little plant in the A site. Never going to happen, though. 2-0, and now we have the investment coming through for the Renegades as a result of taking the full eco there and then. I really want to see what Liaz is able to give us from the get-go. I also think Sicko, definitely worth looking at, right? Like, the other day, him and Liaz were a big part of the firepower behind this Renegade squad.
Yeah, there's still definitely some questions on the pool for Renegades, right? With Liaz being new to this team, we don't know the depth of their map veto, and, you know, if things aren't going to be starting strong here with no Mirage, no Inferno, typically strong Renegades maps, typically easy maps to slot players into. Well, with these three, it's not going to quite be the same case, but this is Renegade's pick. They've got some faith. Coming up from lower, Nickelback looking to drop Alistair on top. But there's no pressure on Entropic to take these outside fights. They deterred Renegades enough to send them back to the lobby, getting the bomb and regrouping for a late yard take. This B player has re-wrapped. Entropic seem to believe this is not going to be a B take, but they might be wrong in that assumption. Sicko with a lovely shot to find Elian. They're fearful of Nickelback in lower, but as said, he's all the way back to Hell now to cover the cross. And Renegades have taken so long that they won't be ready for this reposition.
Yeah, Nickelback going to have a lot of pressure here, right? He's the guy watching this from CT, and that smoke does nullify some of his angles here, right? If they go ahead of it, he's still on the money. He's still all good. But if they go creeping through and try to split main, which looks to be the decision right now, he won't get to play into this outside take whatsoever. Forrester waiting at top heart, and mate, his attention is so divided between door and main. Oh, the timing. He does get back on the angle in the right time, but it doesn't matter. It's Alistair with a double opener. Rotations up to heaven. I mean, this was a bonus round attempt for Entropic. They may as well give it a go. A lineup for Nickelback, and now the man who started this round off with the double kill into the A site, left in the clutch. The nade's done a lot of damage, and with him delaying the plant, now he has to stick it. Nickelback knows this and has him pinned in the site. Oh, this would be a 1v3 on the bonus round, and Nickelback's going to lead Entropic there. 3-0. The defuse comes in, and they owe everything to the in-game leader on the side of Entropic.
He's nuts, isn't he? You know, he's not typically been known as this high-fragging in-game leader. A lot of firepower on this Entropic team. Obviously, the stalwart player, the young gun of Elian, but without a doubt, Nickelback has had a very, very strong start to 2022 already, and now he's doing it on LAN where it matters. That's an awkward fake for Alistair. He hears the nade come in, and it does a lot of damage. He thinks he's going to get pushed with it, and he doesn't. And at that point, you know, with 5 seconds, Alistair's not faking it out. He has to stick. The pressure's going to get to you. And so he gets hounded down, no cover behind the bomb site. Forrester gets team knifed. We all do it from time to time. But ultimately, it is an eco now for Renegades. With a bit of bomb plant money, Alistair's going to save for the ult. Everyone else ready to pump into this A site. Holding lobby early. Forrester wants to get involved, but he's going to give them a gun instead. Now the flash is over the top site. They can grab a gun on the way in.
Yeah, Crad all alone, but they don't check for it. Oh, it's a lineup double. Not really enough. You still wanted more out of this A-hold, and Sicko with the picked up AK goes on a bit of a tear. The double opener provided. will get dealt with by Lackey. You can't afford to let another 3v1 sail on by. You've at least done damage and you're able to duck out, get down the vent and set up for the B plant.
Does Liaz have a pistol or something? Alistair's got a Glock. That's going to seriously hamstring him if things get weird.
Yeah, they've at least got time here to get set up, right? You're aware of your limitations. You've given Alistair a Tech 9 at least. That's way better than the Glock. And he can, you know, you could look to have him play first contact, but right now he's just in the site spotting ramp. They don't know where Lackey's gotten to. If he went decon, maybe he has a chance to win this. But if he goes site and finds Alistair, suddenly he's locked in this 1v1 versus Liaz, and he can try play the time. He can play around the clock. That's if Lackey can get past this Tech 9, which he can't. And so the round is closed out by Renegades. They come back with that force buy, and thanks to the opener provided over on the hut side, they spill out into A, they get the openers on Sicko, and then they commit to that B plant with the vent drop. Very mobile. You know, you didn't really have a lot to lose heading into that round, and so they are able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a confidence showing from Forrester, but it's inevitably what ends up, you know, costing Entropic the round, getting involved in Hut, trying to fight ahead of that Molotov. Not only did he get one tap, but then, as said, Sicko grabs a gun and gets two with it. He is the firepower piece for this team, right? While Liaz is the latest addition, Sicko, long-standing member, and definitely someone you're going to keep your eyes on if you're not familiar with the Renegades today.
You know, I want to say, like, you know, we touched upon how we got to watch Entropic very, very recently coming into the year back at FunSpark Ulti Finals there. Whenever Nuke was in the pool for Entropic, he would push Hut. He would try to take those early advantages in the Hut position, occasionally to the betterment of Entropic, but as the tournament went on, it certainly started to become more of an issue. Teams were very aware that these Hut pushes were going to come through on a bit of a timing. And, you know, I think if you're Renegades, if you've done even the tiniest bit of homework into the map pool, you're going to be more than ready for these Hut pushes out of Forrester. You know, it was so consistent. I really mean, like, it felt like it was 50% of rounds he pushed Hut on the CT side. So that's something to bear in mind as the game goes on. I want to see if Forrester keeps that up, or if we see him maybe taper off a little bit if it becomes a problem. But right now, you know, little tech pause, just sailing on by. Not the end of the world. It kind of gives us a bit of a time to talk this one through. I think for Renegades, you know, winning that round there is very, very important. It means they don't, like, run this risk of having to go 4-0 down, come in with another buy. Oh, no, suddenly the CT side's off to this lights-out start. You know, they're able to bring the goods early. They can even look to bring an AWP out on Alistair right now. And so, you know, that's going to give you a few more options. Right, that same possibility is miles away from Elian. He's not going to have that AWP for a little while. So, you know, nice for Renegades here to hit the ground running. In spite of not being able to convert that last 3-on-1, they do deliver the goods on the partial or the force buy.
Despite the talks about the lobby aggro, I mean, you know, the danger of buying the AWP here is you are up against Entropic on a bit of a force buy, right? Maybe one rifle max on the CT side. So if there were any round to get up in your business and try and be taking map control away, it would be one like this. We'll see what the call is when we get back in. And, you know, the issue, I think one of the hardest things here for Renegades is going to be the inexperience, not just, you know, against, you know, high-tier EU opposition, but even in recent times, like Entropic are grinders. That's the one thing we know about them. They have so many maps logged on pretty much everything in the pool, but they're Instaban of Inferno, and so they've got a myriad of things to fall back on if the game gets weird, if Renegades start to take shape. But Renegades, they're more of a second-half activation team, and that's been a long-standing thing, but we even saw it yesterday in the game v OG. They went 10-5 down on Mirage and even lost the pistol, but it was a force buy on the T side. Suddenly, they pulled things back. Suddenly, it's slipping through OG's fingers, and that game ended in overtime. Renegades could have even won it in reg, man. They hit 15
Yeah,
first.
it was 15-13, right? From an 11-5 scoreline that was in favor of OG. So,
yeah, while it's a respectable scoreline, at the same time, you're kicking yourself after a game like that, thinking, man, we could have won it. We would be up in the you know, the upper quarterfinals up against Ent, again a team that's also got a relatively new addition in Madden. So there were definitely ways for Renegades to make a run here today, and there still are. but I can certainly say there's no easy route to advance to the groups with Maus up next. As much fun as it may be taking on Dexter, we saw Torshi look absolutely lights out yesterday. These Academy League additions, it's not just m0NESY in the fray. We've got so many more players to look out for that are coming from that lower level. And so I think, you know, whoever out of this matchup goes to face Maus is going to be in for some trouble at least.
100%, man. You know, I find myself questioning, like, this whole time, have the Academy League guys just been, you know, this good the whole damn time? Because, man, like, we get them on these teams and, you know, they're always delivering. I figure now might be a good time as well, because obviously there's a good few games going on, right? And while we kind of wait for this one to get back into the swing of things, I figured why not update y'all on what's happening over at the B stream. Over there, we have MIBR taking on the Movistar Riders. And currently, Movistar Riders 5-1 up. That's over on Ancient, so that's pretty cool. By the way, those were spoilers. You should have muted about 10 seconds ago if you didn't want to hear that.
It's also on the screen, you know, so close your eyes, turn off the TV, and run away. But it's obviously tech pauses like this where you can always go and get a drink and get ready to go, as we are doing the same. Just waiting for one player on the Entropic side to reconnect to the server. Some LAN issues, but admins are on the sideline, and it does feel good to be back on LAN.
That's one of the good things about LAN, because whenever you know we were stuck in like the online stages, if there were tech problems, it's like, oh god, this could go anywhere from 5 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how, you know, technologically capable the individual is. You know how it is with some of the boomers, man. You know, they're used to playing on the CRT monitors and XP, you know, Windows XP running it. Suddenly they're like, mate, what even is this? Like, control panel? Never heard of it.
Windows have forced an update. Next thing you know, you're downloading Windows 11. I wouldn't recommend that.
I'll never forget the most unlucky one ever. We were doing NA Pro League, right? And I think it was Fallen, maybe. Like, had to DC, someone from Liquid had to DC, and it was because Windows forced an update to their computer. So it's like, oh, little tech pause, that's fine, just a quick Windows update. And then what actually ended up happening was the moment that they dropped, CS updated, which then made all the servers go out of date. So then everyone had to leave the server, update. ESEA had to get everything updated on their end as well. And, you know, it should have been like a 5-minute tech pause, but it turned into like a 50-minute affair with having to get that many people all updated and set up back in the server.
Liquid pretty cursed. I think even in a Pro League final, a hurricane came to one of their houses.
It did, yeah, that was Nitro.
Had to have a bit of a relocation, didn't we? So no one is safe, but here on LAN, we've got all 5 players back in the server for Entropic, so times are looking good, and hopefully Nuke will continue in just a moment. Just to take stock before we do, it's a 3-1 score. It's a map pick of Renegades. Ancients up next, Vertigo to close. This is just my face at Q pool, really, at this point, so more than happy with that. Got to queue more than one map, don't you? Can't just be a complete one trick.
Oh, dude, if you're watching this and you're someone who just queues Mirage only.
I think they banned it now. I think they stopped you on one map, yeah.
Okay, good, because I hated that, mate. You hit the Q button, it's like, yeah, let's go, let's play some Overpass, let's play some Nuke or something. Oh, it's Mirage, and I didn't even get a choice.
Fist bumps are coming through, comms have continued, and we are live. Folks getting back into the swing of things. 3-1, Entropic on the CT side, bit of a broken situation, and the question of whether Alistair wants to risk it with the AWP. Has he got his calculator out? Yes, he does, and the AWP is in play. Forrester with the 1 gun. Hope to see him put in a strong position to get involved, and hopefully that's not the hut for a change, but we'll see whether the Renegades are ready for it round after round. He wouldn't possibly do it again.
AWP is in play, by the way, for Alistair. We were questioning whether or not we would have it come through, knowing that the money isn't really there for Entropic. You know, it might have put a bit of pause on that, but they've had plenty of time to think this buy through at least, right? So they wanted to bring it into play. They've got Alistair holding down outside, just watching for any aggression. Entropic actually start with like this double lower play out of the gate. They have their ramp player in a position, you know, where he can just look to drop on down. Currently going for the info play at ramp, just waiting to see if anything is coming his way. Lackey as well, holding outside, I guess, like in a sense, right? Waiting to see if they cross secret, get that information ahead of time. But it's a very patient round out of Renegades thus far. Bit of util now going into the A site. No commit immediately on the back of it. Instead, they're hoping that this is going to draw some rotations over.
Oh, that was a lovely smoke. They were going to go fake A and run out ramp, but as soon as they throw in the A util, Entropic smoke the ramp, and suddenly this round is called to a pause, and off that alone, Entropic can call. Yeah, they were trying to go ramp. Now they're scrambling. 30 seconds. This is just a call on the fly. Hat's coming through main. They try and take the A site. Liaz gets low, but he still gets the kill. Forrester dropping in, and the one gun in the right place. Lackey up the vent, and he takes one with him at least. Forrester's low, but he's still here at the back of the bomb site, and they're going to drop on down. They want to avoid this rifle at all costs.
Oh, he just misses the timing on the second player crossing vent. So Inza's gotten down, but this scout is hitting like an AWP. And with 7 seconds, you need the bomb. And just buying enough time is Elian, mate, just by being there, just by being scoped up, forcing the wide jump out of Inz, means the time runs out. And he at least holds on to that AK. That's something for Renegades. The response is immediate out of Entropic. That AWP cut loose at the bare minimum. You know, if you want to look for like some sort of silver lining, at least they didn't get the free AWP, but you know, you're not happy about how that round ends up. Yeah. You're not happy falling apart versus these pistols, and a lot of it, as you correctly pointed out, is down to that smoke just uprooting the game plan at ramp, right? They were hoping to fake the A play, immediate ramp hit, the smoke denied that, and it forced them into like one of these 20-second shambles out into the A side of things. Back versus OG, we saw some of those kind of late round decisions have to get made by Renegades, and it always came back to haunt them. It was a big reason as to why that game went to overtime in the first place. I'm sure we all have haunting memories of round 30 where they tried to go back to A later in the round, try to join up with Hats, and then Nexa denies the bomb plant not once but twice to close it out for OG and take us to an overtime. Already similar starts here. Time running out, time getting the better of them. So maybe something a little bit faster here. Just give yourself a bit of a bigger margin of error.
Yeah, stuff like that is definitely the test of the in-game leader, right? With Malta out and Inz now taking over some of the captain roles. You hope that the players like this have the depth, because when things don't go to plan, and they won't always go to plan, you need to be able to, mid-round, you need to be able to call on the fly and come up with solutions that actually work. It was a nice idea, but a 2-on-2 that will not get converted. And now, little rush out door. It's going to be Hats again on the main split. Renegade's just repeating the round, but it's off the back, and they're all together up the vent again for Nickelback, and it's not going to happen twice, surely, as the round gets shut out. Elian on the ramp rotate, closing in the 1v1. Last time it was Lackey flying up the ladder. This time it's the in-game leader, and Entropic. It's so oppressive. I don't think Renegades are expecting this kind of defense on A. All 5 fights coming in seconds. And that's just so obnoxious for Nickelback, but look at how perfect it is. Players with their back turned, player with nades out. And the one trade to rule it all. 5-1, Entropic getting hyped. Stringing together rounds on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, timeout already being used up by Renegades. They're really not content with how these rounds have gone. And I think justifiably so, you know, like you've been getting openers fairly consistently, but always struggled at actually getting the round over the line and locking it in. You know, Hats, you kind of thought he'd done enough on the main split being real. Like, you know, you get kills like that to invite you into the A site. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge. That's where you have that little rotation from Nickelback, just catching them by surprise with the MP9. Very ballsy, but he often is with how he likes to approach the game. Elian, outside, doesn't have the AWP yet, but that's probably to his betterment in a round like this.
Forrester in the hut. Surely not.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? Inz, is he ready? Is he ready? Yes. Forrester, who would have thunk that the hot push is getting a little predictable now. Nickelback gonna drop the bomb, but it's only good for one. It's Krad having to hold the line. They're out in the site and they're still in the hut, and he's gonna deal with both components of it. Sicko now 1v1. The molly in heaven at least slows this rotation from Lackey, but he will still get into prime position at just the right time. And that bomb is out in the open, in the middle of the A bomb site. Lackey's going to be able to watch it. There's a reroute from Sicko. He's trying to piece together where this last man is. And on the back of not seeing him anywhere else, maybe you're expecting the heaven rotation. Maybe that's in the back of your mind as to whether or not you're ready for him to have dropped sight and now be aggroing hut. I'm not so sure. Sicko, good position. Oh no, the timing, the spot, it goes both ways, and he's going to nail it. Sicko holds his own in the clutch, and we are getting a good game out of this guy to open up for the Renegades.
That was a silent drop for Lackey, by the way. It would have been heard otherwise. He just sneaks down on that pallet, and yeah, very nice try. Would have been cool to see him stay in the rafters, right? Go above hut. He knew he had the bomb the entire time, but I guess you're scared at a certain point that you're getting wrapped. The Sicko's reset outside, that he's going around ramp to heaven. There are so many options, so many anxieties on nuke rotates. And talking of them, Entropic have been playing very different positions in some of these rounds. It's been hard to guess where the CTs are coming from with some of the starting spots. You know, Elian beginning outside this round, but we've had, you know, two different players playing lower at times in this game. So Renegades, this time trying something new, moving away from A, taking that garage control, Nickelback tucked. And with Elian already having fired a shot, Nickelback's not going to get checked. One kill, did enough damage for the scout to one hit, and Elian will do good on the promise. 4 on 3, it's getting awkward now. He's going to watch the cross back, and he hits the headshot. This guy's a scouter, a scope king. Ins doesn't want to get lost in lobby with the bomb. He'll find it below silo and regroup outside. Liaz, if there were any round for him to pop off, this would be it. Only one man's eyes on the hut. There's an option in this A site.
Still going outside. You want to try and best the scout. You want to try and succeed where everyone else failed. And it's not going to happen. Elian is clean. Now getting out with the AK as well. Liaz is like, well, screw it. Everyone else got to give it a go. I'll try it. One by one, they feed the beast that is Elian outside. The scout was clinical with the taps. The AK will fall short. And so Liaz at least gets his hands back on the bomb. 25 seconds, though. If you did want to attempt the round, mate, you're really going to be hard-pressed, especially as he heads down secret. Double setup here for Entropic. Knife out. He doesn't have time to clear all these angles, and Entropic will just swing him together. They only get out of the round with one rifle saved, so I guess, you know, you've at least kept them leaning into the idea of playing bonus here. I'm really curious if the Force by Wars are going to keep up, because Renegades are finally at a point where they can just take another eco, come in with the full buy in the next. I'm imagining that'll be their go-to here. This from Elian was so impressive, man. Like, first two, wild enough, but then he's even there to deal with the third man coming outside late. And so it will just be this aforementioned pistol round now. Maybe a bit of a ramp push, and they're walking it. The flash was meant to set Lackey up, but instead, he's given them an early gun. He's given them an early advantage, and didn't even really get much from that.
Elian, what a confident play as well. Knowing they're on eco, he's going to take a lot of space, keeping them locked in lobby. They want to reset outside, and they do find him. Elian's going to try and back up, get out of dodge, and he just makes it round the corner as the one AK puts a couple of shots in the back. Resetting now, there's a lot of space to gain for Renegades, and we already saw the danger that Elian presents in this position. He's going to spot top main, close shots to ins, but that rifle is getting more and more space out red. Pre-fires for Elian. And he keeps getting baited by this little forehead of ins. Not enough for a killing blow. Liaz tries to cross, and the timing could not be better for Elian. Out of ammo, but he's dropped the one rifle. It's going to have to be retrieved by Hats. No armor at this point. This round is a dumb one for Renegades unless someone can get rid of this rifle. They are not going to be getting any space. Still keeping pressure on ins, and Renegades are wasting time at this point. 30 seconds, and look at the backup. It's perfect. As soon as they take garage, Elian completely resets and drops the bomb, plus the AK in no man's land. Forget this round. It is over and done with, and Elian's going to make sure that's so. Forrester helps from main, and a little hot walk from Alistair. No helmet for Crad. He'll regret it, but it's all under control for Entropic. And yeah, you know, considering we have a lot of eyes on Elian, because ultimately he's got a few LAN maps, but in terms of international LANs with this roster, it's not been, you know, thick and fast. It's not been many more than, you know, V4 and the major. Played one international LAN back in Windstrike, of course, for a short time, but ultimately it has just been, you know, these smaller CIS events in his come up. So still in that territory of proving grounds. And no better place to do it than Katowice. Crossing outside is Lackey. This is what I talked about when I say different players just taking space early. We have the spawn play for Entropic and a lot of aggression net to kill onto Hats. He's been the guy splitting main on these top hits. It might be having to go ramp now for Renegades, and luckily that position is clear with Entropic starting double outside early.
Yeah, this is lovely for Inns, man. He's gotten so much info and he's able to just calm this across. Like, guys, they've left ramp open. Be aware, you know, this outside push could be amounting to something. That's why Alistair's still having to kind of lean back in the lobby and watch for any aggression.
It's all still a bait, though, because Nickelback doesn't want to take this fight, not only because he's not favored with an MP9, but also with a double lower setup from this early outside play. They're welcoming Renegades into B. We haven't seen lower takes in 4-on-4s and 4-on-5s, and so if Renegades walk in, they are going into the Lion's Den.
Yeah, Elian will make first contact here. Has support from Lackey, who swings out from control. Now you get the info, at least, if you're Renegades. The second man's here, but he's dropped the bomb, uprooting the round. And only one man left to actually commit to the B play in hot water as he's wrapped by both Nickelback and Lackey. And in the meantime, Krad was able to win his fight over on the upper side of things. 8-2. This CT side is already stellar out of Entropic. And it's going to be another pause called on through. I think it's pretty safe to assume this is a Renegades tack. I don't know, you've got a lot of problems to solve. So many, in fact. I think the biggest issue is, like, where do you even begin here? You know, this outside aggression has been ruining you. Maybe you look to try and adjust to that, but that's kind of where the mind games set in, right? Entropic are going, okay, they're going to try and switch it up here. They're going to try and adapt to what we've been doing. That's why they've called this timeout. So how do we want to really go against the grain? Maybe they don't pressure outside this round. Maybe they just entrust that to, you know, Elian to hold kind of passively, look to get aggressive elsewhere. We know Forrester loves these hut pushes. We keep talking about it. There's ways you could try to look to get into lobby.
Yeah, opening fights right now in 10 rounds have favored Entropic 6-4, so there have been opportunities for Renegades, but more often than not, these first kills have come from, you know, Hats coming in through main or Inns finding A picks, and even despite that, Entropic, they have such a stellar A hold on this map. Inns has walked through the smoke. Lackey doesn't know, and oh, it's a hard angle on top of the railing, but he can also back out and give it up. The comms are clean. Hell players swing in to mop up kills, and it's a messy spray. He won't recover. Elian drops one in the meantime at least, but they will not be able to get that gun for free. Just look at how mobile Elian is. Always keeps you guessing.
Oh, he just saw the hands. I'm convinced. He
should have.
Maybe not. Could have just got 4x3.
Yeah.
Could have.
Or just focused on his cross.
No, but he hasn't calmed this across. He's left outside. I really don't think he actually did see Hats there. I think, you know, we're on 16/9, but, you know, you lose that little field of view. And it's led to his teammate getting dealt with in main. Hats, another opener in this position, right? He's been fairly good at getting them. And Elian stuck between holding Hell and watching out. This is not a nice position. Sicko will overwhelm him. And Entropic, uh-oh, the Deagles, the little partial investment from Renegades might be about to do it to him. They're wrapping Heaven now, which means Forrester's going to be in the hot seat. There's 20 seconds. A kill in the right place at the right time could win you the round, but he's missed the timing on these Heaven players getting out. That was, you know, one way you could look to have this get out of hand, is if he slowed that bomb plant, was able to buy a bit more time. Now he's left rotating in from hut with one to his name. It's not enough to set Lackey up in the clutch. And this might have to be a save, even though you're 8-2 up. A lot of these rounds, you've still taken losses, right? You've won a bunch of them with 4 spies as well. So I think at this point, you start to think about your own money. You know, your own longevity on this CT side. There's no point inviting Renegades back into the game by attempting a round like this when you can just look to fully invest around the saved gun in the next.
Nice mid-rounding, though, from Renegades, right? Not just getting that space outside and getting a Deagle into Garage, which was ultimately a cause for concern for at least Elian, who was completely trapped back at CT Spawn, but also just, you know, taking it slow and splitting the A site from main and Heaven with that little one-way smoke drop by, I think it was Sicko, as he picked it up. So Renegades came into that round with almost nothing, and they get out with a bunch of guns with a 1 round and forcing Entropic to back out and not even give it a go. Still going to be a scout for Elian, and as long as he has that, he has my attention. Alistair's AWP now in play on the T side yet again, holding back at the door with a nade off. It's always scary with that big smoke. But no one to be seen. Entropic haven't, you know, been keen in offering up picks in gun rounds. Elian's trying to spot outside, but lots of timings to keep in mind. Silo, close main walks. We haven't seen Smoke XX outside for Renegades. It's still something they should go and do late, and right now it looks like they're lining up something, trying to cross heavy down towards Secret would be a nice change of pace here, especially considering Entropic, while they have Nickelback lower, he's also assisting Ramp. He needs to double back into that B-bomb site. There are the wide smokes now. Renegade's going to cross behind them, try and get towards this B-bomb site. And so Nickelback will be that early warning system with a Molotov available. He can call for those rotates. And already you can see Entropic starting to lean heavy ramp. They know that if this is going to be a B play, that is their only safe point of rotation right now.
See, I can imagine Inns felt a little uncomfortable about, like, the smoke's fading and he's just walked across so freely. I think a part of you's going, okay, why aren't they holding this? Why aren't they fighting us out? Oh. And so Nickelback very ready for this lower play. Renegades have got 30 seconds, man. Like, time is a huge problem right now. You don't have the ability to go anywhere else. You don't have the map control. You are full committed to the B play. And Entropic know this. They've started to pull bodies down towards lower. And even though you've blinded Nickelback, he's still going to remove one from play. Still a threat, still a nuisance, and continuing this tear down in B. Only Alistair left, and the odds stacked against him. It's a wonderful hold from Nickelback. 4 kills in the round, 16 and 6 to his name right now. And one of my big questions for Entropic was, can Nickelback keep up these incredible performances that we've been getting out of him very consistently? And yeah, it looks like he's certainly up for the job.
Yeah, it's very stressful right now for Renegades in rounds like that because you just have no map control but the B-bomb site. It's so predictable. And the second they Molotov vent, that's when you see the change up for Entropic. There's 20 seconds and they've mollied the vent rotate. Well, they're definitely coming out through the doors. Lackey moves in off of ramp and Entropic double down on their B hold. That's when you would love a lurker to backstab a ramp player. Oh my goodness, Elian, 3 kills in 2 shots. And there's more where that came from there in the hut. He's going to keep throwing util, but his teammates have their eyes on the prize. This should be a lock-in round. There should be no way back for us to stop Sicko from getting out. And Alistair, you don't want to save with a minute and a half on the clock, and so he'll go elsewhere, but into an off angle, an easy freebie, 5 alive round for Entropic, and they are bringing the big guns today. It is so calm, it is so clean, and at no point have Renegades really ever been in this matchup.
Yeah, it's incredibly dark. I mean, look at this, right? The collateral, like the stars align, and then he's so ready for Hats to try and jump through, try to trade that. Also, it looked like a little nade or a flash went off in the door at the exact same time, so maybe Smokebug even playing into that one with how ready Elian looked. A partial investment again for Renegades, and actually, weirdly enough, these have been the most competitive rounds for the Renegade squad, and that's competitive without the T's.
Yep.
Now this round might be without the T's as well, as they've been dealt with by Lackey and Elian to open up. Hats outside lurk is good for one, as it so often is. And now the question becomes, well, what do you want to do with that? You've at least put a bit more pressure on Entropic, and so you might just look to group at this point back in the lobby. Maybe gonna see a ramp play come out.
Dude, Entropic is so aware. I love the fake out. Hats doubles back after getting the pick outside, and Elian hasn't fallen for it. He dropped vent, he started lower as info that Renegades had after his door kill, but he's already come back up to reinforce the ramp room. Easy kill, and they're wondering, he is everywhere. Why can we not catch a break? There's a kill for Sicko, but it's traded immediately, and these are such smooth rotations on the CT side. Even when Renegades are faking out Entropic, they don't even have info. They're just reading the game better right now. They're not falling for it. They knew that Hats was a lurker. He's been doing it all T side, coming in on main splits. They don't fall for anything. It's not like they even had the outside info at that point. Unbelievable calls coming out of the CT side. And 11-3, Renegades, a last-ditch attempt. They've got everything they need except the AWP. Smokes go in early, nothing wrong with that. There are Molotovs, and that could be cause for concern with some of these smokes getting bloomed in the wrong places. We'll have to see if Entropic have that info. Nickelback spamming the smoke, but not really watching it. He's allowed this round to be more of a default one, with Elian dropping lower. But again, he gets pretty early confirmed that no one is B. Still has to stick around just in case it's a late play, and all that's done is draw one guy out of the top side, but Renegades are announcing their rush.
Yeah, in they go. Forrest is going to be unchecked here. Oh no, this is a disaster. Nickelback and Forrester thin the initial push. And it really does grind to a halt now. Elian even hanging around in the vents, probably never needed. Alistair's going to get out towards ramp, but how deep can he go? Lackey swings him, and it is an incredibly dominant first half for Entropic. 12-3 up at the end of that. Renegades going to have their work cut out for them. Can they pull it back in the second half? We'll find out in just a moment.
We chose Liaz because we knew it fit roles-wise really well, and we wanted to give him a good chance with playing the roles that he used to play back when we used to play in Order and Kings. So we thought that it would work well on the team, and plus we're really good socially as mates and stuff, so we knew it would be a really good fit for us.
Hey Future Pros! Back on Nuke today with a nade set to get you down secret. This is a set piece you will see most pro teams run, with some variants here and there. You'll need 3 Future Pros for this execute and 3 smokes total. Future Pro number 1. You will need to line yourself up with the middle of this part of the truck. Aim just out to the left of the bottom left of the right window. Then jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 2. Jam yourself into the corner of this bollard. Aim above the bracket on the silo and line your crosshair up with the top of this vent. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the close smoke. To throw the smoke, hug the right wall while running and aim just above the first fence post and throw. If done correctly, you will have an easy access to secret, but remember, always have someone watching the flank.
I think now we have CS era and Na'Vi and Gambit, of course, top 1 and top 2 teams in World and also in CS. Third team maybe Virtus Pro, but I think we're on same level with them. So we like third, maybe fourth team in CS. And I think we just need some experience because I feel that we can win Gambit or Na'Vi in good day, but it's so. But sometimes we have struggle on third map, you know, when the pressure is so high. So I think we just need some experience and confidence, and we're gonna win them.
Дальний, два дальний. Пик, Лёх. Красные. Плент.
Nice. Ah, yes, the team comes from Nickelback's 1v3 there to open up. Was a little thing of beauty, man, thing of beauty. And that was really where the domination started for the Entropic squad. I love how much respect they give you in the clutches as well. Full silence, and then the moment it's won, that's when the screaming happens. That's when the shouting happens, and the hype must be real in the Entropic camp right now. A huge lead means that we might barely even have to see the T side. They might barely have to even drop any hints as to what they want to do here, Hugo. A pistol round could just set them up to close it out dominantly, and that be the end of this first map.
Yeah, save it for the next stage, save it for the next matchup. Who knows? They're just going to keep it clean, running out a real fast disrespect, and Hats is dead at the back of the site. They might not be ready for 2 though. Inns needs some nailers and he can't. 3 kills in an instant for Entropic, and a bomb plant coming in as well. And this is, you know, less so on the CT side with a round like that, but in the first half, it just didn't seem like Renegades had the depth, man. Keep in mind, obviously they've got a new player, and officials are all we have to go off for this team, but they haven't touched this map since PGL Major. For Renegades. For Entropic, they've played it 15 times since in officials. It just does not compare when it comes to the experience. And right now, we are seeing that right in front of our very eyes. 5 alive. A flawless pistol round for Entropic, as you say, sets them up for a win right here on Renegades pick. And, you know, this is where we definitely hope to see, regardless of what happens to Renegades in this tournament, I hope players and teams like this from the Oceanic region get some time to boot camp, and you get some time to prac and put some officials on the board. Because we definitely saw what these guys can accomplish yesterday up against OG, bringing them into overtime. But this map pales in comparison. Full rifles.
Yeah, I'm super concerned, mate, with Ancient kind of hovering over your head, as it were, and that being such a staple map for Entropic. Like, you know, they are one of the teams who have kind of lent into the idea of, like, yeah, let's just full on Ancient. You know, it's brand new, maybe we can get ahead of the curve, and they certainly have done it. If past results are anything to go by, they absolutely love it. So with them looking so dominant out of the gate, if Renegade's last hope comes down to having to have some phenomenal Ancient performance, I get very concerned. Now that's nice for Liaz, and this double ramp setup gonna drop the bomb and churn through the 3-man push. Crad picking up pieces is good for one of these trades over towards ramp. That's something. Maybe it gives a little more room to someone like Lackey on this outside lurk, right? Because you kind of want to go play the bomb. And Alistair, you needed to win that, and he will. Lackey could have caught him in rotation. Instead, it's only Crad, but there's timings to be found. There are ways back in, and they're closer than you think. Right around the corner, but he's missed the chance, and the Deagle responds. Beautiful scenes. Renegades, they needed that if they even wanted to play this CT side. And so at least we get to see, you know, what the metal is made of for Renegades in this second half, with a little more room now given over on the back of that 4-spy win coming through.
Is it aluminium, or do they have some steel to show in the CT side? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, you know, Renegades, we often talk about this team as a comeback team, as a second half team, as a slow start team, but this is just up against such insurmountable odds. I'll believe it when I see it. Pistols out, Entropic want to go back to what worked on that A attack. Pressure getting put on early, Renegades forced to use utility. And so at least Entropic get most of the Molotovs out from Renegade's hands early. One player will start B, that's Alistair. But Entropic are not in a hurry outside, and that has been confirmed from Liaz back at Hell. Gonna be late smokes, though. Entropic going back to spawn at minute 15 and running just a standard wall, a close red wall to cross down towards B, and 3 players are going to be making their way as well, but Alistair's found the first. With such wide spacing, he thinks it's a fake right now, and he's doubling back just in case that is the case. So late recommit for Entropic, and Alistair now is at least here, but they're very close. He needs to live. Molly right behind him has given him a chance, and they run right through it. Nothing to lose in a round like this. Alistair will put a stop to it and get the bomb at his feet as well. Careful with that smoke. You never know what gap can be found. Looking through it.
Yeah, but because he's looking through it, he actually only just found the gap. I don't think he knows that Alistair crossed at all. Not that it should really matter. You know, even if you killed Alistair here, the likelihood of going on to win the round on the back of it was few and far between. And so Renegades, they actually managed to keep that one flawless. Something that makes me a little more optimistic here. I mean, admittedly, like, it would have to be an incredible comeback. It would have to be like ridiculous to even consider. The only reason I think I am is because they were able to do something similar in that Mirage game versus OG yesterday when they were 11-5 down. Something that is like a little bit better here is I think T-side, and I know this is like a very surface level observation, but T-side just felt a little slow. I saw Kassad even saying, you know, that like the smokes were always coming super late, like they were taking a long time to throw them. The AWP on Alistair felt like it was slowing them down even further, you know, and not really providing a lot of these openers. Also, CT side, you don't got to worry about that pacing anymore, right? And even though you can, like, you can worry about pacing in the sense of, do we want to fight early? Do we want to play for this control? You know, you're less dependent on, like, having to keep lots of time left. You know, it's Entropic who are the ones on the clock here.
Also, when Renegades run those smokes, the first time they committed for like a full 5 or 4B down lower behind the smokes was like 10, 11 rounds into the half. At that point, it's just so obvious. Nothing else has worked. Your A-pops haven't worked. Your main splits are bad. Your ramp, you're walking into stacks. And so, yeah, it's round 11. You throw full smokes, and then Entropic go, yeah, they're going lower, aren't they? And they stack 3B. So it did feel pretty one-dimensional. But CT side got to be more about keeping your comms clean and keeping your rotates mean. Alistair doesn't know that the player's right above him, but with only a Glock, you'd like to think it wouldn't be a problem. There's still a chance here. Why not go for the knife? Make a bit of money on the way out. Forrester tells his team to hold off. That second player has not turned around. Forrester, that is gnarly.
Oh, the double! Forrester from the heavens has made this a 3-on-3. The main man never spotted him, and now a Glock has dinked Alistair down to 7 outside. Do not lose to the Glock round with a knife in it. The A site now secured.
Oh, dear.
The bomb was dropped down B, but nobody's playing it on the side of Renegades. They're all fighting out. This is weird. This is an oddity. The rounds are not meant to happen like this. Forrester, 2 to his name already, living rent-free in the minds of Renegades. And they will now drop down right on ins to try and defend the bomb. Sicko's holding for event rotation. It's a mixture of holding extremities and playing the bomb. And with Krad knocked out, up the vent comes the MP9. No respect given. Only Nickelback now in the 1v2. And he's going to get wrapped. So Renegades, they do manage to save that. They do manage to get it back under control. But holy hand grenade, man. Have you ever seen something like that with Forrester walking all the way on the rafters? Could have got peeked from main at any point in time. And just no one is considering it. That is wild.
Not just the knife, the immediate AK grab into the follow-up. And look at how much time he had to hit that shot.
I mean,
half a second and Liaz is in cover.
Imagine how it feels if you had to, like, how have I been knifed? I am rafters. I am not even on the ground and they've knifed me. Oh, man.
Okay, Entropic still giving us reason to believe. Here's a gun round. We've had some broken buys, but nice nades into the door, going to force him out of position. Ins will set towards the vent. It's a loud drop, though, and that's something you have to keep in mind. You know Entropic are hearing it. Obviously, that could always be a fake, but it might tempt Entropic into one of these A hits. Krad going back on the roof to line up utility, perhaps. He's already got his teammate there, though, to do the same, and smooth ladder move to wait in the lobby. Alistair has the CT up. He's heaven side though, watching the cross, and we already have ins down B. So a lot of players freed up to watch outside right now for Renegades, but it's all just coming into the A site. Hats, he does get the kill, blinded with a late reaction out of Nickelback. It's still going to be a trade. 4-on-4. One player is deep, and Alistair cannot hit the flick. Suddenly, you're caught out of the A site. They go back for the bomb, and does Sicko know he's got it? Ins doubling back out of B as Liaz smoke spams Forrester. He will go after one, and Krad with a dirty flick to keep Ins trapped in low, and now their pathway to go back for the package is there, and Lackey will move in for the kill. Ins almost spams Krad out, but almost just won't cut it. That's a mad round. I don't know how Entropic win that with some of the positions gained, but it's simply down to how many players are stuck outside for Renegades, right? Not just Alistair and Heaven wide watching the cross, but Ins down B, and even Liaz in main having to care about this split. It did come through. Entropic 14-6 now, and we wanted to believe in the Renegades comeback, but it was just too much cope. 14-6, and Well, the wheels are off, running into lobby, finding Forrester in a corner and chasing him with 4 players. Inns will trade, but at this point, Entropic have so much room outside. Ooh. We need to see Panic rotates down B.
Oh no, going T-Roof, Alien's holding for it. That's a rage-inducing position if you're Hats, mate. Guy can't catch a break. From getting knifed in the rafters to getting held by Silo, he really is getting the rough end of the stick wherever he ends up. Alistair at least dropped down B immediately, so he's able to like cool across. Okay, you know, in response to the lobby aggression, guys, they've tried to go lower, or now, you know, it's gone quiet, and so he's that forward bit of information. He's like your intelligence gatherer down towards B. This allows for the double top side setup. Sicko's smoked off in the lobby. Over in heaven, they're going to start to Molotov out
he's dead.
and he's dead to the Molotov. Tries to thin them out, tries to help his teammate, but ends up perishing in the flames.
He had to stay or go. He had to make up his mind, like drop in or never do that in the first place, because he got shot in the molly and one bullet just stops him to a cruel. And really, Renegade should absolutely savor this position. They shouldn't even be poking their head in. They know that. No reason to go for a round like this, a 2-on-4 with Entropic already set up 2 at the back of the bomb site and the main plant. Simply no way in for Renegades. And, oh, they wanted exits, but Sicko, he's had a very good game, we'll say that much at least. He has been the one knight in shining armor here for the Renegades, but it hasn't made much difference. 15 rounds, and Entropic, you can't take it away from them. They are looking like they want to go right through to those groups.
Yeah, you know, man, I think, like, for the tournament as a whole, that's probably a good thing that, like, Entropic have kind of upped the level, right? They want to make a bit of a statement here. I think falling to ends like they did, you know...
Surprising.
Yeah, you know, it was more so like it was fairly dominant. I think it was 16-9 at the end of things. So, you know, like that's, as far as scorelines go, that's reasonably dominant, right? And that kind of took me aback a little bit, just because of what I've got to see very, very recently from Entropic and what we all got to witness at the Major with this squad. You know, I thought they were going to do a little bit more. So I think maybe, you know, first day nerves, first day jitters get to you. You come into this one and you go, all right, boys, like let's show everyone what we're made of. Let's show that we can do it in the server on LAN. And they're bringing the heat now, aren't they?
No doubt. Yeah, Nickelback also got off to a raring start, right? He was like 8-0, 9-0. He had that 1v3 early as well. And so, really at this point, Renegades been dealt a heavy hand. 15-6, Elian going quick over the silo. And I mean, Entropic can play with so much, you know, disrespect, so much confidence in a game like this with a lead like this that it might not ever matter. Crad kills Sicko, pushing through the ramp smoke.
I can't even blame Sicko for feeling like he has to get involved. Like, you know, he is the kind of glimmer of hope thus far for Renegades. And so there's that part of him that's saying, look, I need to make a play. If we're going to win this, I need to be the guy to try and set us up to win this. Yeah, and instead, all he's done is feed the beast at ramp. Entropic, now that they've been given a free 5-on-4, they feel like they have a huge degree of freedom on the map, right? They're going to use that kill at ramp to take the ramp control away. And even though Hats hits what looked like a good timing on the lobby push, guess what? That T-Roof guy, yeah, he's going to wreck you again, isn't he?
1 health.
Oh, 99. The worst. Alistair wants to get out with the AWP, wants to try and put a stop to the B play, but he can't. He's now pushing back in, recommitting. Missed shot. Oh, does nail it. There's more, though. Alistair dead. And Forrester with the double. It's only Liaz. 1 versus 3, and now getting wrapped from Secret by the 1 health Elian. He could just get shot in the back of the head, never even allowed to attempt the retake. It is a dominant win to kickstart this best of 3. Entropic are fired up, and Renegades have got to dig deep now on Entropic's home map of Ancient in the second.
for sure, because it gets to a point where everyone knows how each other are playing. So it's more about like what you can do differently instead of what's actually good in the moment. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not really about playing like good CS. It's about playing like what they don't know. You know what I mean? So you're always trying to change and evolve when you're playing regionally. But internationally, you can always go back to your really good basics because people don't really know how you play too much. So.
Hey Future Pros! Locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the smoke incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid and make sure to throw your nades fast.
Entropic versus Renegades, there was a match played on Nuke, and for what I can tell, Entropic showed up, but Renegades, on the other hand, probably not the same story at this point. There are some shining lights, but ultimately a dull hue coming out of that camp right now, because that's not the start you want in this best of 3. Is that right, Prof? Is that right, Maniac?
Definitely not. If you're Renegade fans, at least. The Australians, I don't know if they're watching at this point, probably not, but the few of them that are
because of the time or because of the Renegades or
maybe a bit of both. I'm not sure.
Probably a little bit of both.
I think historically they didn't really it always kind of ends up like this. The hopes are up. They have one good game, and then now their own map pick didn't really pan out. Like you said, there was a couple of bright spots. I'm not really sure. Maybe you can tell me which ones.
It's just six bright spots. 6 rounds. Okay, so there's 6 total bright spots. No, it really was rough to watch for the Renegades.
It was pale. It was pale for Renegades, mostly because it was their pick. Then we went to the T side, and as soon as Entropic are in cruise control, you realize that there's nothing Renegades can do. That's it. I don't think they had the weapons, whether individually or tactically, to put Entropic in a bad position. It was smooth sailing. They were having a good time, sipping pina colada, loving life.
Nice, man. The toes in the sand, feet in the water, something like that. Anyway, rough showing here for the Renegades. Don't want to beat around on that, but we could talk a little bit about what comes into the Entropic side. We still getting some glimpses of brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, Elian, we saw that scout round. We saw just him finding impact all over the map. CT side opping. Like if you're good at it, then that's super hard to play against. Building on that, the kind of CT aggression that Entropic likes to pull in, it was just hard to watch. Like Renegades couldn't do anything. It seemed like everyone was whatever they did, Entropic was prepared.
Yeah, look at this photograph.
It was not only about Ilian, exactly. It's also about Nickelback. He had a couple of key moments. Obviously, right here, that's his beautiful 1 versus 3. He's got the quick trade, and then he plays it admirably. It's quite clever how he approaches it. And we have another example of how powerless and helpless Renegades were. See 40 seconds down the clock. They're trying to get towards the lower side, but Entropic is so ready. First kill from Nickelback. He then pulls back, gets to a different positions. The rest of the defense is also coming in to help him. And with about 27 seconds left on the clock, Renegades they just don't have the room. They don't have the possibility to go anywhere else. They will try to attack that B side, but for the defense, it's basically Christmas in advance. I mean, all you got to do is hold an angle. You know you have a crossfire, you have a scout and a rifle on the left-hand side right here. And Nickelback with this nice little camera that gives me vertigo, absolutely wrecking everyone. So this round is a very sad example, a very sad illustration for Renegades. They were figured out every step of the way and individually just couldn't create opportunities.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate it gives you vertigo because I don't know that we're going to get that in this series. Ancient, the next map up.
You tried. I respect that.
I mean, it's true, though. I mean, are we going to vertigo? Because from the looks of it, I don't think so. Ancient next up on the cards, that's kind of strange. All things considered, just because we have to look at Entropic running in here like they run the show. Overall, though, any other tactical highlights that we can point out here, Maniac?
No, I don't think we can because Renegades didn't show too much. They had that second round where they bounced back on their second half. You're thinking maybe that could be it, that could instill some fire, but you quickly realize that actually the strat build from Entropic is deep enough. They can find their way back. We had that sneaky little Forrester moment when he goes up behind Heaven.
It's the knife.
Knife plus
lost the round, but
of course had to lose the round to destroy our package for that. But it's not about us, is it? It's about the show. It's about Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, it looked cool, all things considered. Prof, we're going to Ancient. There's got to be a comfort level here for Entropic.
Entropic 5-map winning streak right now on the map. Renegades, I don't know how much they played it. For the stats I have here, 1 map played. I'm not sure which time frame this is, so I think that kind of paints the picture of what we were expecting here on the second map.
Entropic played it 26 times in the last 3 months. They played 26 map of Ancients. So this is why I thought that they might get banned, right? I thought that Renegades would not allow Ancient to go through. That would have been a certainty pick for Entropic. And I haven't really seen anything from Nuke that gives me hope, that gives me, I guess, a narrative to sell to you that Renegades going to come out. It's going to take something great from them if they want to push us to a third, like something really great.
And I think the unfortunate reality is critical error probably can't even be attributed to the map veto because right now it's just an outclassing by Entropic over Renegades, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, if on Nuke maybe things started differently, if Nickelback doesn't get that clutch, maybe then we can spin something.
I like what you're doing.
You know, even you said it, like a good start for Entropic, then it seemed like there's no way for Renegades to get into the map, especially when the other team's feeling so comfortable to do whatever they want on Nuke on the CT side. So maybe that's kind of an angle that we can hope for.
It's usually what we do when there is such a class differential between two teams. We have to say, it needs a lot of conditions to be lined up in order for Renegade to get the upset and push us to a third. They would need to have the good start on the first half and the second. They need to have the economy.
As well.
Some individuals popping off. Liaz had a very good performance on Mirage. We haven't really seen him too much. It was more about Siko here that was trying to fight back. Maybe 2 or 3 of these individuals at the same time. How great would that be? If they could shine it, then you have a conversation. But that's a long list of conditions.
Well, yeah, variables that need to come into play, right? Like
equations and all of that.
Unfortunate reality. Ancient up on the cards, and I want to build you up to say that Renegades might put up a fight here, but as the story's currently being told, that is not the case. It's 16-6 in the first map of Nuke. We go to Ancient next, where Entropic can put the Renegades away. We'll be right back after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Goals for IEM Katowice is to pretty much do as much damage as possible. We don't have crazy amount of expectations since we're still pretty new lineup and everyone has new roles in the team. So we're still just grinding out the gears. But I think that, yeah, our main goal is just to do what we can at the moment.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid as a T can open so many options while playing Ancient. Throwing mid smokes from spawn is quick, but also means you could be locked out if the CT's utility is on point. So these mid smokes I'll show you will be great for a slightly delayed mid take. For this mini execute you'll need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes and possibly a molly to be safe. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the top mid smoke. To throw the smoke, position yourself so this wall meets the edge of this highlighted brick while crouched. Aim just below this dark spot on the edge of the shadow. Then jump through the smoke. Not too hard, right? Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the donut, Lara, cube, whatever you want to call it, smoke. To throw this, stand against the wall in the middle of this window frame. Find this gap in the trees and aim just to the left of the center of the opening. Then simply throw the smoke. Just like that, mid doorway and donut will be blocked. A note for these nades, it helps greatly if you have a fellow T somewhat holding the B lane so you can't be peeked from the ledge area. Also, if you don't have early info on the cutout position, lob a basic molly in there as a sneaky CT could really ruin your day.
Entropic are dominating the scene right now. They light Renegades up on their map pick of Nuke, and now we head to an Entropic classic in Ancient. To say that the Renegades have got their work cut out for them feels like a bit of an understatement here. This really is a map that Entropic have looked to call home for a long while now. It's one they have a tremendous amount of tenure and history on. And with the performance we just had, it's safe to say that everyone has come into this prepped and ready for the day. I hope those notes pages are going to save the boys over on the side of Renegades. Even if you know what's coming at you, you've still got to dodge the punches and reply with some of your own.
Yeah, going to be easier said than done. No amount of prep can get you ready for this. Renegades, they have been thrown deep in the ocean, and, well, the speedboat's back on land, Harry. Sharks swimming round, and Entropic are ready to lock out Renegades from this tournament, kick them out, and go forth to face Mouse. It would take a miracle for anything else. But we don't see Renegades on this map often, so let's keep that in mind. Let's see what they've prepped for this one. 1xBet odds, more than happy in saying Entropic are the favorites in this game. And I would be inclined to agree. Walking out middle with a loud A take, Molly behind the plat box, and that's nice. Can easily go unchecked. There's far more angles you have to worry about now on this site. Walking out middle, Alistair's going to spot it, but he doesn't know there are players closer. Nice tap for Alistair, but they're really up close now. Doesn't matter. 3 shots to the face of Entropic, and suddenly Renegades have reason to believe.
Yeah, Crad, I mean, to say the odds are against him, that looked, yeah, you know, he just kind of stops moving there for a moment. It's all well and good, you know, 1v5, he wasn't really fancying his chances anyway, and he does just get tapped out at the end of the day. Lovely stuff from Alistair, though. Let's talk about that, right? We often say, like, these AWPers in pistol rounds are often a real threat. They know how to use these sidearms, and bro, like, Alistair just pistol whips 3 guys in the blink of an eye. Beautiful scenes. Gonna need a bit more like that out of any kind of hero player that can emerge here for Renegade. Sicko was trying his best back on Nuke, but he really was the big threat at the end of the day. And if you dealt with him, you suddenly felt very, very comfortable. Entropic, just a little eco round here, a B pop. And while they deal with the first man, it should all start to unravel now. The bomb's going out into A, and hello!
Pick a plan!
Hello! They find him, Sicko comes back.
That's weird. I don't know what info Elian had there, but if you're going to go for the rush B plan A, I think you just stick it. You have to gamble. You're going to be open to something. You know, he might have actually got that money there if he stuck it. But it's not the end of the world. Just means a little less util in the first buy round for Entropic. But, yeah, they are more than comfortable here on Ancient. They have so many maps played, man. I mean, their last game was against an Aussie team of LFO, who are also here in Europe for the time being right now. So they've been around the block. They've done it before. Let's see if they can repeat a very recent history. Little late mid take. Got that donut smoke. Got to run with this one, or walk rather, there it is, and now Entropic taking that mid control. It's going to cut Alistair out, it's going to force him to make his call whether he wants to go or give it up. He gets flashed in, it's a nice flash by Ins, and Nickelback's gone. Alistair swings out for more though. Could have given it up in a 5-on-4 and leaving mid would have been nice, but it shows a bit of confidence from the Renegades, and when their backs up against the wall, it's better to see them play like that than play scared. Sicko going to drop his smoke to keep some time on this A site, and Entropic are wrapping him right now from middle as well. Krad's got a B pick, and this is all over the place right now. Entropic are fragging on every department, so Renegades are going to have to try and get info or make a gamble. They lean back to B. Liaz deleted, even though he looked ready for that angle, and now the rest of Entropic grouping up on the site that is stacked.
But you know, you're feeling so uncertain in whether or not this is the right call. You will just gamble, commit to it at this point, right? You lean into a save, they go anywhere else. And they're starting to walk back towards A. Now they spot Lucky setting up this flash, although it did blind Ins as well. And so he's dealt with. Sicko, they're all around him, and they just clasped down upon him. That was the bomb cut loose, pushing long.
That would have looked really nice if Ins was ready for the flash. I don't know if he called don't throw it. All I saw on the cam is he was looking along down the line at his teammate. Maybe trying to see where he was from another monitor's perspective, but that was very awkward. It would have been a really nice way to deal with a backstab, and then it would have freed Renegades up to actually fight for the bomb site. Instead, they just get collapsed upon through their own making. And 4 pistols in this round as they walk A main with nothing to lose. Ooh, little dink. Forrester barely tagged.
It's a very misleading dink, actually, because you hear it and you see the head go whoop, like back up in the air. And now you might assume, like, okay, he's low, we can try deal with this. The Eagle has found Nickelback, and Forrester's like, okay, I don't want to give them a reason to win this round. They shouldn't have one. And so he repositions for a moment. He's still tapped out after one of his own, and Krad is just about able to flick back in middle. All in all, though, this has been a pretty successful go at, like, the full eco with 1 Deagle in play.
I mean, if Krad dies there, suddenly there are 2 AKs, and there's a reason to retake for Renegades, who will have a buy next round. So, yeah, absolutely could have gone wrong in a myriad of ways, but instead Bomb Plant comes in safe on B, and with CT control taken with a long line taken from Elian,
There's no way back in for Renegades. Alistair can throw himself through this smoke. He's got Mach 10, try and make money. But I would like to see Sicko save this gun. Hats is on 1,400 bucks, so no reason to lose the AK as well. In they come. Alistair wants an exit, and Elian will clear the corner. 2-2 now in Tropic. Very good on this T side, very experienced, and so while Ancient has often led itself to heavy CT-sided games, I'm not sure if this will be one.
Yeah, I will say though, like, you know, from playing this so much, Entropic do have a fair few tells, a fair few tendencies, right? And that's all stuff you can look to use against them if you're Renegades.
Yeah, we saw that in their prep.
Yeah, and well, exactly, right? They've got all those sheets of paper. I'm assuming those aren't just for the cameras, right? Like, they've definitely got an idea of what likes to happen here for Entropic. And like one little detail that I think everyone should keep an eye on is oftentimes when Entropic take this B site, you know, you'll see some teams kind of fall back and play within cave, play towards ramp, play around the bomb denial. Entropic actually quite like taking long away and quite like playing for CT. A lot of times when they launch these B plays, they will just immediately commit to the long angle to try and take that real estate. And so there are ways you can try and use that against them. Over in this round, though, lane control goes the way of Entropic early. That is essential. It opens up so many opportunities for both Ts and CTs. Whoever has it is in a really powerful position, and so Krad will just be the man kind of safeguarding this lane control outside of the B site. Mid getting taken, Forrester back in main. And so at this point in time, like with mid controlled, a bit of presence outside of either bomb site, you have so many options here. You can play very reactively based on the info that these mid players pick up and any picks that they're able to get. That smoke's nice, but you've just heard the dink land, and so they keep spamming it. Liaz, very unlucky, and now they're wrapping CT. Sicko hits a bit of a blinder on the 180, but he can't follow up with anything else. Within's dead right away. It should just be a save at this point in time for the Renegades in Tropic. Even then, they're still taking players out of the ranks.
It's a land peak for Krad on middle, right? Just swinging into the angle a second later than Inns, and on the perfect position, 3-on-1, and Hat's trying to save, but they know where this AWP is. And even though I don't think Entropic are going to take it, they are playing very loose right now. They are all over the place. They are fighting for mid A and B at the same time. So why not just keep it on clean rifles on this T side? Krad, he's not even going too far either. He'll wait for Hats to make the mistake. Flash goes over, Krad hunts, and Hats did dodge it. Double kill would be massive. Now he's getting chased from behind, going for that AWP. Always going to be pretty close. He has to get in cave if he wants this AWP, but no, dead to the flank from Elian, and that's absolutely fine there for Entropic. They don't mind losing players as long as they take everyone for Renegades down with them. Nice little idea there from Renegades to smoke the molly in middle. It diverted attention for a few seconds in that cubby position, but ultimately changes nothing. And Entropic was pretty brutal A-splits right now. Renegades only often having one player there. They need that donut player to live just to stop the split potential on this A site. Mid so far has not been Renegades all game. They've won one gunfight from it, and in that gunfight, Alistair got traded. So again, smoked off our Renegades out of middle. Short molly, not going deep enough. They won't be ready for Liaz, but P250 is precarious, and he won't be able to get away with a kill.
Kind of a shame. It looked like they wanted to try and fight for lane this round, right? Yeah, they only have pistols, so you may as well, right? They set up in cave early. They've got a flashbang on Inns, and he was waiting to throw that in. But now that you've lost Liaz and you've given up cave, you can't actually play to take it like you wanted to coming into this round. And with it, there should be very little chance of getting away with much here. Sicko's in a nice spot over in Temple. Not terribly uncommon to see this mollied, and Nickelback is holding one out right now, so gotta bear that in mind. Instead, it's going to be a backside molly, trying to flush out anyone playing default. Sicko, this means he will get away with a kill. Now onto the AK. Can't find anything else past that point, however. His teammates have moved in, ready to take up arms in Temple. But it's In's leg, shot out from underneath him, leaving it on Alistair. Swinging out first, man. Oh, can't make it a double. Lackey saves his teammate's life, and with it, likely the round is its only Hats, USP, all alone in a world of pain, in a world of Entropic's making. 4-2. Going to be up on the board when that buy comes in next for the Renegades.
But it is super entertaining to watch a team so well versed on Ancient. We heard the Desk talking about this in previous segments, but it just doesn't feel like there's a best team in the world on this map right now. It doesn't feel like anyone is consistent. NIP tried it, and even though they had some good wins at the start, there were definitely some balls dropped, some games lost to teams who hadn't really fielded any officials on it either. So it's so hard to keep it consistent. And only now are teams really starting to figure out the depth of this T side and the options that are provided with it. So, Entropic certainly could be a way in. When we see a new map get added, some top teams like to stray away because they want to sit back on what works, what they know works. But at the same time, if you're an upcoming team, if you're a grinding team like Entropic, playing a lot of these online cups, playing a lot of these matches every day, this is a perfect way in to just have such a huge veto advantage, and also to take down top teams who maybe want to lean away from this one and focus more on the what's comfortable, what they already know. So, yeah, Entropic looking very, very good right now. Renegades with a buy, though. Double AWP, and I'm usually all for it, but I think they might have problems with this mid-control if they want to send an AWP over there. Alistair could take it Donuts. That's an option, but it is still getting smoked off with Entropic have more than one man lurking it. If it's just Crad walking out on his own, then yeah, it's typically just a top mid smoke. Right now, Entropic leaning B, and there couldn't be a worse round to have a double AWP than this.
Well, I mean, you say that, mate. So Sicko had the spawn for like a main peek. Very risky. I thought he was going to do it. That would have been early info, but instead, you are kind of at the full mercy of this B play, and you don't feel a willingness yet to peel Sicko away. You don't want to give up A before you spot that bomb, and now they have Alistair and Inns trying their best. The Molly keeps Alistair very pinned in, and they're even going to deal with Hats running that smoking cave. It's a triple opener by Crad. Just might have extended this lead even further. Sicko's going to be left saving. Didn't even get a chance to fire this AWP. He's going to bring it with him into the next round instead.
That was so bonkers because Renegades had really good util down ramp to start the round, right? They had double molly, they had a nade to follow, and Entropic smoked like 2 Molotovs, but it's one player just running. I think it was Lackey running right up ramp. Complete disrespect. Doesn't even get flashed in, doesn't get set up, doesn't get traded, just runs in and kills the first player in the bomb site. And at that point, it's just a waterfall. And because Renegades have heard all these smokes on the mollies, they know that Entropic can be caved, they're carrying their back, and they're just getting 1v1'd on the bomb site, and Entropic are winning all of them. Nice AWPing attempt from Alistair. He was in the right place, but only 2 kills, and it's going to be a nice triple entry for Crad to get it done. 5-2, and just this saved AWP on Renegades, rather. Bit of this and that if they want to invest, but Crad's keeping it clean right now.
All right, Hats, I see you with the Mag 7. Oh, there's the AWP gone. Elian sees you with that as well. Oh, dear. That was like the one chance to make the round interesting. Just dead immediately in middle. They really want to get the AWP back, and Elian is aware of this. They do manage to snatch it as he throws the Molotov in. Hats trying to get close to ramp, nails the first shot with the mag. Now having to play back in the site. This isn't ideal, but he can look to make it work. Only one as Nickelback provides the opener, provides that trade. Smoke on short has a big gap, a big hole in it, and Inns is Deagle. Gonna take another man out of the round. This isn't over yet because they've got this AWP. Put it in the hands of Alistair with the game he's having. You thought maybe he could give something over, he could give them a chance. But he snuffed out right away. That little glimmer of hope extinguished by Entropic.
Yeah, Crad just moonwalked into the open there, but he didn't even realize there's a gap on the short smoke. And I think because he's just moving so slowly into that angle, Alistair slightly overflicks. And Crad, where you don't get 2 chances against this guy, you miss your first, he will knock you out in the second. 6-2, and nothing to save either for Liaz. It's been smoked in lane, for crying out loud. But going any further would mean he dies to the bomb. So it's kind of lose-lose for Liaz, just trying to save his Deagle armor. And Entropic build some more on this T side. Is there a weapon to grab? He didn't get one in time. He even died right at the end to Elian, actually, with the AWP, who is still long, very sweaty. Entropic have had enough of Renegades in this game, and that much is very clear. Alistair and Sicko both buy up the AWP. But just look at some of these shots from the T perspective. They are not giving you more than a millisecond to react. Individually, Entropic are outclassing Renegades, and definitely in the strategic department as well. And we haven't even really seen that much shown on this T side. They've had some very fast, loose B plays. They've been lurking out middle. I'd like to see Renegades start heavy mid, get some util in, try and get ahead of these smokes early and actually win the middle battle. And they can just cycle smokes and keep Entropic out for as long as possible. It gives you the option to jump up lane as well, fight for B a bit better. Because right now, if you let Entropic continue to run these B rushes, you are in for a world of hurt, especially with the double orb. We've already seen the saves attempted in these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's kind of scary that so many of these rounds have come at you so quickly. Like one of the best ways to try find a way in as a T side on Ancient is to wait for the utility to come out early on. And it's like, whenever we've had these fast rounds, you know, that's not even been a factor. Entropic, like, I don't care if they're smoking. I don't care if they're flashing us or Molotoving these angles. We're going through and we're going to win it. You know, like, even from spawn, so much util is dedicated, usually from the get-go, right? It's not uncommon to see CTs drop a doors smoke out of spawn directly to smoke mid from the start of the round. And so, like, you imagine, you know, the round begins and essentially, like, the CTs have used half their util before you've even made a move in just taking standard map control. Little flash into red. Entropic very keen on working this mid control. Some teams will just kind of let it sail on by, but Entropic have consistently used it to come in on these wraps. And
they don't even know.
Yeah, no one's aware that they're in tempo. Oh, now it's been come across and Sicko's had to reposition. You are screwed and Inns can't get away. The A site falls, and once again, you're looking at this, it should be a save. That is the right call to make on paper, but you don't really want to write this one off. You've had to just concede so many rounds so far.
And Krad's still late lurking mid. There's no way to save, there's no route, you got to go B. But I've got to say, that is beautiful pathing for Entropic. Like, that is such a that is a dry run strat that has gone exactly how they wanted it to. They get top mid, they flash through the smoke as it fades, they throw a smoke on the B side, because, you know, when you hear that mid has been taken like that, you're more so expecting these B wraps through this lane, through this hallway, but that's smoked off. Entropic throw it from bottom middle to smoke off where we are now in CTB, and they just run through temple. And we saw Sicko close orbing A main. It's kind of a nice angle, but I think Inns realizes, he hears them running through temple. He goes, mate, I don't have you. Like, I'm watching CT spawn right now. I don't even have temple. They could run behind you. Sicko turns at the worst timing, though, because the second he leaves the angle, they walk into it, and then he just has to no-scope or he's dead. And, well, turns out both is the other option. Inns is stuck in the middle of the site, traded from main. And if anything, you know, not that Sicko made a bad play, like he's just going off the communication from his teammate, but if he hung on the angle, maybe he goes 1-for-1, Inns goes 1-for-1, and suddenly that's a very different round. But just the panic calm of Renegades of your back is open, you're going to die, and he was enough to wreck the setup. Very, very nice round for Entropic, and now they just go for a full flat BXX from Forrester.
Oh, but a nice detail here. Alistair and Sicko have already pushed A main. You know it's the B play, and they're going to commit to a wrap very, very quickly. Inns is rotating over as well. If these players in the B side even can trade evenly to slow this down, that would be huge. But I can agree with this. They're not facing. They are just tucking, and they're waiting to see what this flank, if anything, can accomplish. Krad deals with one component of it. Are you ready for the other part, though? Sicko over at ramp is going to come as a bit of a surprise, you'd imagine. Might have to play trigger discipline here. Instead, he fires off right away, giving up this wrap round. They know about it now. No longer is it just a big question mark as to where this man is, and the rest of his team have been deleted in the meantime. That is a brutal round to get dealt. You know, you had all the info, you knew it was the B play, but you're just left so far removed from the site. The guys in there not trying to fight, wanting to play the 5v5 with that wrap. And you saw what happened. The moment they lost Alistair, that first component of the flank, the first component from that A main push, it kind of forced gunfights out of the other guys. You know, you didn't want to just have that go 4-on-5. Suddenly Sicko, like, you need him to kind of get 2 or 3 on the wrap round.
And you mentioned this earlier, right, in the CT taking, the long taking for Entropic. It's exactly what they go back to. They don't throw like a BX sec where you double smoke long short, which can be dangerous because you're going to get spammed through. CTs will boost AWPs over. No, they just throw one long molly. They don't throw anything short. And Lucky walks all the way through with a cave smoke where Renegades are trapped. That's twice now they've been trapped in cave on B pops. Lucky just walks through CT and kills the rotates. Like, it's so oppressive, and it's probably not what Renegades are used to as far as a B execute like that goes. Now an AWP playing a little more safe. Alistair back in temple, gets a shot and backs out wisely as he's going to post up for the cross instead. Good follow-up, re-aggresses in temple. He knows Lucky's close. He's keeping the pressure on ins. Nickelback will help out. Alistair needs to pick his angle and stay on it. 3 shots and 3 kills. He's going to run the molly to find Nickelback, but he's trapped in the boxes, and Alistair gets all 4 on the site. Beautiful round out of the AWP, and it's all Renegades needed to get back on the board. It had been some time since. It's been essentially a flawless T-side ever since the second round. But yeah, Entropic lose 1 round to a hero AWP, and they're probably just going to go back to what's been working. I like how even when they get away with murder on these mid takes, on these B executes, they still keep it fresh. They're still trying not to play predictable. This is just more of a standard AWP round, right? Instead of Sicko playing danger close A main, which is a very risky angle, Alistair just has so many different points of contact. But it's not the end of the world for Entropic. They have absolutely blown us out of the water on this T-side already. Anything else is just bonus.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the T-side, the rest of the CT side could get won by Renegades and you'd still be going, oh, well, Entropic have just had a phenomenal T-side. Like, they've already done everything they have to do. Anything else on top of it at this point is just insult to injury. Hat's going to win this fight in cave and now look to escape. Now escapes, that's fine. And now the main push is back in again, only this time much more opportunities for this to do damage. They're going to send Sicko into mid. Elian's dead, back turned, and he falls on the mid lurk. This could lead you to discount Lackey. I don't think there's a point in your brain where you're going, it was probably just one guy middle. There's no chance that there's anyone else, so they will send Hats back to keep an eye on this. Forrest has opened up the B play, and he's pushing solo with the bomb, the madman. Lackey now hits this timing out through middle, and there's the long wrap that we so often talk about. Forrester gonna put us back in a 2-on-2. They don't know about Alistair. They don't know about this deep flank. Are they ready? They still get bested in the head-to-head by the AWP, and it's the IGL. Nickelback left in the clutch. First man falls, and now just Sicko left to beat. Smoke on the bomb, and the bullets connect. The defuse is in, and Renegades, they do manage to find a 4th.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Nickelback knew the plant there either, right? It's not for cave at all. It's way better for the ramp, and not only that, but he also got saw on the death cam going back after he killed Alistair into the cave. So very aware was Sicko, and I think the timing there is super awkward for Renegades because it looked like Hats had called, yeah, mate, I've got CT. I've moved in off of that A site after, you know, they go for the aggressive middle round, and that's when Liaz turns around from watching CT, but he was still open to it. And while Hats technically had the wrap, it's that second that Lackey peeks deep into that CT lane and essentially double kills. Even though it's only 1-for-1, his teammate trades off long with the bomb. You said Forrester was getting aggressive. So it's just constant aggression from Entropic. They never let their foot off the gas.
I mean, you know, like, this is another one of the Entropic tendencies on their T side of this map, right? Not only, you know, like we talk about taking the long control over on the B plays, but whenever they have mid lurks, they'll always do something that's very annoying, right? I say always. We've seen fast mid plays where they take red, they sprint straight to temple, but those are often, you know, there's a very clear idea, a very clear call behind it. If it is just like a solo lurk like we saw there from Lackey, a lot of time they do exactly that. They just get set up over towards red and they wait. And what that does is it just kind of throws all the timings off. You know, there's that part of you that's going, if someone's here, he would have peaked by now. It has to be clear. And it's those little moments where he just delays a play by like 10 more seconds that really throws Renegades through a bit of a loop. This one looks set to be the A play, and with a kill already going the way of Renegades over towards B, maybe there's a chance for them in this round. Sicko at big box. Gonna have to try and swing this as they tiptoe in, as they make their way out, and the first kill found. There's no adjustment yet, but Elian will flick back and find the man in the sight. Now Alistair here with the AWP. Last time he got 4, this time he only needs to get 3. It should be easy, right? Smoke down and in his way. And that means the plant can come in for Entropic.
It's wide as well. They're spamming and nading default. That's not the case. Boost back up for Forrester, and he avoids making wood steps as well. So Renegades might not know about this one. Gonna have to see if they clear it. Very good position for a multi-kill. Elian's tucked in temple, ready to take a shot back out, and there's the shot, but he won't connect. Hats is gaining space. Elian's missing shots. The rifle needs to help out. It's at least chipped away, but Inns has now pushed his way into the site. Elian finishes what he started, not checking the tree, has been their demise. Double up for Forrester, and Alistair running away. That's 9 rounds for Entropic, and they finally get it done on the A site as well. It's not been the typical port of call for this team. It's not been a nice place to be. But with the AWP locked out in Donut by a smoke, that's the difference maker. Renegades don't have anyone to fight for the site. And we have nice post-plant setup for Entropic, who aren't, you know, cordoned off into A main or locked out into Donut where utility can be a problem, right? They have not only the boost player Forrester, but Elian up close, Nickelback still big box. They just have so much room in the bomb site, and it's all Forrester that's being baited for by those 2 players that Renegades try and rush down. 9 rounds, another rebuy for Renegade. They at least save the AWP, but it's got to come in with huge effect.
Yeah, opener secured, right? Finally, I say finally, you started last round in a very similar fashion, right? But winning the mid-fight and Inns taking it one step further, he's decided, I'm going to rein them in a little bit in middle. I'm going to put Entropic back on the leash and make mid ours.
You'll notice just Entropic had no util here. They dumped it all so early in the round that it was easy pickings. It was free 1v1s, and that was more what Renegades wanted. Just a chance to play gunfights. And they've made the read as well.
Oh, Sicko gonna get the info that both players are here. And the fact that he survives is actually massive. Like, now he's just annoying. Trying to get rid of this MP9 is gonna be a real nuisance. And it's like the MP9 isn't even top of your priority list in terms of what's here to ruin your day. It's a full rotate. Part because of the spot from Sicko, but also Hats had fully committed to the wrap through B lane, so you knew that was the A play at that point in time. Renegades, they're saving a bit of face here, right? They're finding some CT rounds, but they are really going to have their work cut out for them. And even a 9-6 T side is monumental with how Ancient often goes. So Entropic are already in a really good spot. And to think it could get even better before this first half closes, it's a worrying sign of the times, all right. Nickel back out into mid, bested by Alistair, who has been the one consistency here throughout all of these rounds. And AWP able to get involved. Find the opener. And now maybe slow Entropic down a little as well.
Oh, this gap. Alice is working with it. They're way wider than he's ready for. Lackey just keeps swinging on each missed shot. And Donut now belongs to Entropic. Its position they've not harbored too often on this T side. Hats is just waiting on that smoke fade. Lackey finishes off inside of the A site. And a 4-on-3 now, with Entropic walking into the 1-free position. That's B. Hats is still tucked here in cave. They should know about a B player. Not only did he throw the smoke earlier in lane, but also every time Entropic have taken B, they've locked players into cave, in a cage. Liaz turns after one, thinking he's getting backstabbed, and you can barely blame him with some of the flanks we've seen in this game. But that's it for Entropic. 10-round half, and it's beautiful. They are ancient kings right now, and they're looking to knock Renegades out of the competition.
getting to the main stage for sure, like Cologne, would be really, really good. Yeah, it would satisfy us to make it to the main stage.
They're out now, they're out now. One donut.
Ready.
I don't see him.
Okay,
I'll kill him,
I'll
stay
kill him.
alive, stay alive. Nice!
Big box dead.
Could be up B.
Last A main, I think.
Don't see him.
I can't see him.
In mid, bro. In under the boxes or something.
Hold donut with
don't
me,
know.
someone. Same line.
Nice, Ali.
Nice, Ali.
Well done. I'll fight long soon. I got one here. That's him.
That was
I'm
a long
gonna flash
guy.
high, okay? I'm mulling him off. He's flank, he's gone cave fast.
Up short.
Oh, that's hype, all right. They're getting loud, and, you know, I think they're going to have to. They're going to have to be hyped up if they do want to pull this one back, right? You might not have got many rounds in that first half, but you still got 5 to your name, and hell, you know, if you're believing, we're believing. Renegades, 5 to their name, and the energy is going to be all that and more if they somehow want to pull this back from the wheelhouse of Entropic. The odds massively in favor of Entropic. Goes without saying, if you know numbers, you'll know that already. Nickelback in the dualies, a tale as old as time. Forrester trying to bait them in, get them close, and then let Nickelback off the leash with the big guns.
Renegade's very patient, though. Poking their head in and out, showing some face at least, and it looks like it does want to end A. They're waiting to see if Entropic are going to bring any aggression, and they have. Renegades just don't know yet. Still about Nickelback. Hoping they get flanked. Finally, the kills are going to come to them. This is exactly what Renegades have been waiting for all around, and Forrester's dead. Nickelback finally set up to succeed. Needs something special. Keep spamming, keep clicking, and keep killing. It's 3 from Nickelback. Swaps out as well. He even has a Molotov. Screw it, let's just fight them up in the face. Molly traps them in. They're going to chase him. It's ring around the rosy, ring around the cave. And finally, Inns will win that fight out, but at what cost? 30 seconds. They have no map to play with. If they want to go back to B, they've got to sprint.
Yeah, they've got to start making noise, and I think this is largely why we're seeing Elian reposition to where he is now. He'll be able to hear these rotations as they're coming in, and at this point, he'll hear it. He should comm this across, that he can hear them setting up outside of the B site as they get closer. He's going to get this info as well on the spot, and there's the first man dead. The bomb dropped. 10 seconds, and you're locked in this fight that you just don't have time for. Even if Elian doesn't get that second kill there, it still would have been an Entropic round all day long. But let's home in on the real hero of that one. Nickelback over in main, over in cave with the dualies, dude, just firing off full spam, full 30 rounds gone out of them.
I love how Forrester so badly wants Nickelback to frag out. He's like peeking and baiting and waiting, and they won't come. So he's like, you know what? I'm just going to die for you, buddy. You have to kill them, though. And Nickelback, he'll live up to the hype right there. 4 Glocks now. And we may have heard Renegades getting pumped, but this might be their tournament life on the line in that next gun round. Entropic have shown quite a nice Ancient today. And we haven't even seen what is often the favored half. I say often, that's because for Entropic, at least off the numbers of the rounds they win, they actually win more T rounds than anything else. So definitely a rarity, but that's the experience showing off.
And, you know, not only that, I think that kind of comes with the territory, right? Like, normally, if Ancient is in a series that Entropic are playing, they're picking it, which normally means their opponent get that CT start, and still they're able to run over them, which is impressive. This should be a clean round. It was always destined to be a clean round. Crad wanting to make some money. And he's in with 1,200 of the big bucks now. Only Sicko left. And would love to do even a bit of damage, but it doesn't happen, does it? Just mauled over in the double doors. This is where the investment's going to come through. And really, if you don't find success immediately, you might not ever find it at all. And that would put Entropic in a really good spot. You know, if they go 13-5 up, it'll be another partial buy at best for Renegades.
It's done. Yeah, it's done if they win the gun round.
Exactly.
Especially with a bonus, especially with 2 SMGs. Like, it's as good as done. You know, we're giving Renegades the respect they deserve in this game, but right now, you know, with Nuke looking so one-sided and this map being an even better one for Entropic and one that we have no data on for Renegades, it was always going to be hard. This is something else, though. They got 6 rounds on their pick. They've yet to reach that mantle here on Ancient. But like I said, bonus round, there's always a way in. And we don't know what Renegades have been prepping behind closed doors in those scrims while in Europe. Let's find out. Leaning back to A. They are going for a mid-take, but already we see a lot of util coming in for Entropic, and like you will deny that space early, so it will just have to be this A-crawl. Crad trying to fight for middle from lane. He's going over the top of a smoke, though. Making sure no one's out at the B-bomb site. And so a lot of information, even though it's a bit of fake, a bit of a ruse. Hats is still waiting behind the doors, but that might not matter if his team get mauled walking out A.
Yeah, minor detail there, but that flash made 2 players have to jump away from main, and so this Donut player just heard 2 guys like stick the landing in main, and he's called, yeah, you don't see anything at B. I just heard 2. It's looking like the A play. So there is like this very early triple lean towards the A side of the map. And Lucky, this MP9 does get caught out lining up nades, just trying to get away with as much damage as he can before they make it into the site. The bomb all alone, and with it dropped to Nickelback over in Donut, problems start to arise now. Hats' wrap has been given up as he misses that one opportunity, and so Inns is really feeling the pressure to make a bit of a stand here. Only 1 kill found. And a 1v2 for the lone Renegade. Nice flick. First man found. Low HP on Elian, but he can't get it over the line. Hats off for the flick to the first man, but sadly can't complete it, and that was the bonus round attempt for Entropic. My worries are sky high for Renegades right about now.
Yeah, what a call for Entropic as well in that 3-on-2. They spot Hats on the flank. Like you said, he needed to get that kill on first contact there, but as soon as they see him, all 3 players swing the A main player just to get rid of him, just to leave Hats in another run, do doable clutch, and you know they don't let Renegades close the net on them. They make sure that they free up so much more room. We also see the danger of Sicko trying to fight Nickelback in Donut. How dark that angle is, how hard it is to see opponents there running through the B smoke. It's desperation right now for Renegades, and a Glock out for Alistair is just delaying the inevitable. He's had a good game. He had that massive 4K round with the AWP on A, but he might not ever get to show it in this half. We'll come out for one round at least, but Entropic are ready to string the noose up right now, 14-5. And even though this is a shame to see Renegades go out in such a fashion after getting such a great game out of them on the opening matchup against OG yesterday, this is also mad reassuring for a team like Entropic, who I think have high expectations of themselves coming into Katowice after such a great ending to the previous year. There are so many teams looking to gain these next 4 spots to the group. 10 teams alive today in the tournament, and only 4 can make it forward to the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, reassuring for Entropic, sure, heartbreaking for Renegades.
They keep doing this as well. The Donut Player has these amazing lineups to lob flashes. Nickelback, even that's the first time he's killed off of it, but every round he's coming in cave and he's going for these deep lane peeks, and Renegades have no warning to dodge these flashes. Entropic have so much stuff, so many little tricky ways to get opening kills on both halves.
Yeah, I mean, it must feel infuriating, right? But this is the nature of the beast. When you're up against a team on their home map, where it's one that, maybe you're not as well versed on, you were always going to get bullied a little bit here.
Lucky just gives them mid. Have it. Ooh, and they'll take it.
Yeah, they seem pretty happy with that trade deal. Alistair locking in the pick to get them to red. The bomb's actually up over towards lane, and so Liaz has had to take the risk of going up to get it, and with Inns holding off cave, he's at least saved the bomb down in middle. Sicko dead, and this is starting to spiral. The double push through Donut drops the bomb. Alistair moving back in, but a double swing. They just count down. That's like a 3, 2, 1. They peek it together, and now only Inns, 15 seconds, needs both kills. First found, but can't connect the second. Once again, it's another one of these clutch attempts that comes down to the wire, but ultimately is closed out by Entropic. Mate, imagine how Renegades must feel. Day one, OG their opponent. They come back from 11-5 down. They make it a 15-13 affair. It goes to OT. They end up losing that 19-16. You're maybe in your head a bit there. You feel like you could have closed that out. You go, don't worry, full focus, still chances, still opportunities. You get bullied on Nuke, your map pick in the series, and now you come to Ancient, and in these last 2-3 rounds, there have been clutches that you could have won out. There's been chances, there's been opportunities, but you are just falling short. And I mean, it's making Katowice more and more out of reach by the second. Just 4 deaths away from elimination from Katowice. And Liaz, well, he's fired up. He doesn't want that to happen just yet. He wants to savor every single second, every single round. And he's at least secured a route into A.
Yeah, smoked out, but Crad, the one position. He runs through and guns down 2. Hats is going to try and stay up. Flashes through the donut smoke. In they come, and in they shut out Renegades. Even more dominant than the first map of the series, and it's no shocker. Entropic, they are looking luscious. They are looking ready to make a run here at Katowice, and they have one more match to separate them from the group stage.
I mean, listen, You already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
Playing international tournaments is completely different to playing regional. Just completely different meta and the way teams play and different styles. And there being so many teams that we have to learn, against different styles as well. So it's just a crazy difference.
Yeah, I've seen him. I'm going for this. There it is. There it is. It's taken a while.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, straight into a Goomba as well. Oh, my lord. I see one guy over here is coming for their drop. I'm just gonna go.
Push late.
One more behind. Towards the tree. Go ahead. Sorry if I bumped you.
Go and screw it.
Alright, I see the last guy.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear. I'm on a tree. Oh, dude, this is good. No. I got him.
I still got 3 breaches here. Ah, nice.
4 enemies remaining.
One below me in the town. That guy's about to bomb down. Oh. Oh. Yeah, one in the road here, Freshie. I might go for this.
Nice.
Oh, the poor guy, man. I was trying to bump mines at it.
Yeah, the boys are on their way home. And I think that's just going to be the easiest way to put this. Renegades can't find the footing that they need on Ancient, and this series goes the way of Entropic. I've got Prof and Maniac on the case. Detectives in their own right, a professor and a scientist, or psychologist. What's the difference, right?
Both work for me.
Doctor?
Both work for me.
So, what happened, Maniac?
Listen, Trace. Ancient is the most CT-sided map we have in the pool currently. Past 3 rounds, about 60% rounds won by the CT side. Entropic 110 on the T side. And that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. They were a league above Renegades. There was never really a nerve in this game. We have 2 teams not competing in the same type of Counter-Strike. which is what we had seen come in. A surprise could have been not happening. Just Entropy much better.
Yes. How can I help you? Sorry, I was on the phone. Raise your hand to me. I'll raise my hand right back at you. Well,
Makes
truth be
sense.
told,
Rest my case.
it is a bit of a heartbreak there for the Renegades. You came a long way, right? Like, it's a long way over here. But for the Renegades, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, a kind of a sad end to the story, especially after the first map that showed some potential, but it was just a matter of time, it seemed like, on Ancient, definitely, before they closed out Entropic, that is. So, a bit of experience. It's kind of the same story repeating, where we're talking about in the green room. It's always they come, they do something okay, but they never really take the next step, and then there's not much left to be excited about.
It's a matter of expectations. That's what this is about for Renegades. They dominate their region. They're the best teams out there, and as such, they qualify for these amazing events where they can grab experience. But from an outside perspective, I don't see what's going to be the element that makes a difference. It's not like they're going to find like this one diamond in the rough, new player just shaking everyone out. They come in with pretty much the same pool of players, and they try and get better, and arguably they improve, but it remains insufficient for the top level of Counter-Strike.
It's just not good enough. And I think that's what we're at. You know who says that?
In the words of Jacob Pimpvinicky.
Yeah, that guy. Look, we are going to have that opportunity. I think Heku is on the line with us right now. And if I saw right, did you have Liaz come in your direction?
Yes, I actually do have Liaz right here with me. I already got to talk with him during the pre-match. And right now, unfortunately, I have you here. And you guys will be out of the tournament for now. We will not see you on the big stage of Sportic, unfortunately. But maybe like next year, you have now like a lot of time to like improve and work on yourself. I would like to talk a bit about Nuke, because you kind of had like a rough time hitting those sites. What do you think went wrong there?
I don't know. They play a pretty unique style, I guess, or something that we're not used to, at least, where it's just real heavy rotations, and we couldn't really find a way to abuse it. Like whenever we were hitting top or faking top or something, they just had 4 there, and by the time we could get anywhere else, they had 4 people there, and it just felt like we were just running into brick walls everywhere we went. It was just hectic. Maybe we could have played slower, like when we exec or something like that, and just wait for them to push us, but overall, yeah, I don't think we really adapted properly to what they were doing. So, yeah, that was like our whole T side gone. It felt like it was 2 minutes and the score was already like 10-1. We were down, so yeah, just cooked.
Well, unfortunately, today the series was pretty one-sided, but like, for example, yesterday you managed to get OG into overtime, so we can always, you know, like maybe also think about that, be like more optimistic, just like a tiny bit. But what is your like actually plan like for the rest of the time? Like, will you like just relax, or are you actually maybe planning to have some scrims here right now in Europe? Because this is right now the best place like to practice.
Yeah, exactly. I think for these guys, like everyone else on the team, like coming to Europe is still like sort of a rare thing. Like every month or every 2 months, maybe you'll get a tournament. So 100%, I think we'll still be practicing. I think we do have to fly back like pretty quick for some tournament in Australia, but yeah, it's invaluable practice, especially considering like we've only done like maybe 2 weeks max of practice. So we have a lot of things to learn. I'm kind of happy with like some of like the more intricate things in CS. It feels like this team's already on top of, and like our mid-rounding and just like making space for other players is good, but the fundamentals are pretty shoddy, so we'll have to work on that for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. Right now, like, I mean, you played against Entropic. They've been together for an extremely long time, and they even managed to show like some really good results at the major. So like, you guys, you just need time. That's all you need. Trust me. Is there anything maybe you would like to say like to your fans, or like the guys that right now like waking up and getting to see the stream like from your motherland?
Sorry, boys. Yeah, I don't know. Like, thank you for supporting. I guess it's fun to be playing CS again, especially in like big events. But I think we need a little bit more time just to get the roster working. It's the easy things to fix. That's what we're doing wrong right now. The harder things we're actually getting right. So I have high hopes for the roster. Yeah.
Okay. Then I wish you good luck in the upcoming tournaments.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's a rough way to go at it, Heku. It's kind of sad, surely, but what can you do? That is the way that the cookie crumbles. Now, he did say they were making space for players, and I have to agree. There is a lot more room in the bracket now for players to continue. I'm just kidding. It's true.
I'll allow it. That was a good one.
Yeah,
now, just to bounce back quickly on something Liaz was mentioning when he says it feels like after 10 minutes, it's already 10-1.
Oh.
I think that's one of the intangible that we're trying to explain to people. When there is such a difference between two teams, you might just feel like everything is going faster for them.
Yeah.
Like you think too slow, you move too slow, they have you figured out every step of the way. Any bombs that you attack, they're already there. Every rotation, they have a step ahead of you. That's because they're not used to play that level. They're not used to play people who think so fast, move so fast, decide so fast. And that is the difference. They're not bad players in Counter-Strike. They're just not as good as Entropic. And on multiple accounts, we see right here how it looks like.
Like in different categories, you know, it's just I don't know, I wouldn't say a bad matchup, but it's not level, you know?
No, definitely. I mean, Renegades now, also a thing with them, like changing an in-game leader after Dexter left, In's coming in as someone that hasn't been an in-game leader in his career, actually kind of a star player for the team that went into this role, so maybe that's an adaptation that needs to happen. And yeah, as Liaz said, they're going back home kind of soon, and the RMR is coming up next.
Talk about mastery. Talk about the difference between
this is
teams.
beautiful.
Look at this. A 3v4 played by Entropic almost to perfection. Look at all the positions they've had. They all have multi-kills position. You have Forrester boosted, you have a player behind the box, you have Elian right here, close quarter combat with the AWP into Temple. And when he misses the shot, he knows he can fall back a couple of meters and he stays alive. He buys time, and then he forces Renegades to try and step into the site, into multiple line of sights. And this is how I see, this is how I perceive that Entropic is a much better team, because a 3v4, they never break a sweat. They knew exactly what they had to do.
They had to force them out into the open, right? You're basically making them
Not
peek,
giving
and
away
that's what they're gonna
kills, trade potential, good angles, close.
And to be honest, the after plan positions actually weren't good for Entropic, and it's a 3v4. That should be around that Renegades wins, right? But yeah, as you said, Elian.
Strictly on trades too, you know.
Yeah, the trades
Make the best out of a
amazing.
bad situation. That's what they do. They don't have a lot of utilities to play with, but they have all positions they can toy with. They can let Renegades come. That's the experience.
So here it is for Entropic, right? They stay alive here. They're going to have another matchup here short.
That's going to be a banger. I think it's Mouse.
Entropic Mouse Ball.
Yeah, that's mind-blowing.
Okay, so is it easy to pick a favorite in that one?
Elian versus Torsi. I don't think it's easy, definitely. We didn't expect much from Mouse Sports. Then on the first day, they showed quite a bit, especially against FaZe, being a couple of rounds away from going to the next stage. So I don't know. I still think Entropic's a really good team. I really rate them highly. So I give the edge to them.
I would too.
Yeah, but it could be a very spicy matchup.
We had almost no expectations when it comes to Mouse coming into this tournament, right? First of all, bringing in Torsi, a lot of questions around him, and then Bimus is not able to attempt, JDC is stepping in. We had no clue, but now against Entropic, and because of how they have played, this is going to turn into an absolute banger.
Yes, bangers continue. And bangers are mandatory around here. That's right, upper bracket, lower bracket in the play-in. Again, the last day of it, because tomorrow we jump over and advance into the group stage, as it is known as. Now, what do you see, Maniac? Anything pique your interest other than Astralis staying alive?
I see that the Movistar Riders versus MIB are still going on. I believe Movistar Riders won the first map and could be on their way to face NIP one step above. That's going to be a heartbreak for MIBR if that's the case. But, you know, they're still fighting. There's still some nerve in it.
Yeah, man. According to this little website right here, known as HLTV.org, says 14-8. So I don't know how much longer they're going to be fighting for, but perhaps
you need 16 to win.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for clarifying that, guys. My God.
And it's a best of 3, so second map is important.
It's true. And also as important as us going to break, because we have another game coming your way right after this. The play-ins for Katowice 2022 continue. We'll be right here to guide you into Big V Fnatic.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
After claiming their second major title earlier in Katowice, the Swedes were now aiming for a third one in Cologne, and for the most part, it seemed almost certain.
Through the smoke, it's going to be one. Can he find a second? He does have time. He's going to find a second. It's the third!
However, on the first map of the grand final against Envious, Fnatic found themselves between a rock and a hard place. Time was running out, but in their time of need, Krim stood up to the challenge and opened his team a path to victory.
You saw MBK, he's going full on. He's just ready to pounce on through, and why would they slow down? There's the flash, that's going to catch Krims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Krims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We both we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for.
Nico, welcome.
Well, thank you.
Today we're going to set up, as you do every day of a tournament, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions while you're doing so. So from desk height to chair height to why you put your keyboard to your in-game settings, we're going to go through all of it right now, and I'm even going to help plug in your gear. So let's start with that. Let's get the gear going.
Part.
Yeah?
That's the part I don't have when I'm plugging my...
What, don't you get Jerome to do it? Doesn't he come out, get the manager in there?
Fortunately not. I have this way that I always plug my mouse in the same port.
Okay. Which port?
It's the one closest to LAN cable.
One closest to LAN cable?
Exactly.
Legitimately?
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that. Do you put this through here or just...
No, just there.
Nice.
Yeah. And
all
then,
right. Always closest to LAN cable. All right, all right. Is that superstition?
I don't know why I'm doing it. I guess it's because before it was just 3.0 next to the internet cable. Yeah. So I think, but nowadays they are all like 3.0, so I guess it doesn't matter nowadays, but still, you know, it's the routines.
So what about desk height, all that jazz? How are we sitting with that?
Desk height, it depends on the chair, obviously. Okay. But it's usually between 70 and 75.
I have a tape measure.
You do?
Yeah, we can actually do that. All right, between 70 and 75. You need to go down, mate. We're at 80 right now. What, top of the desk or bottom of the desk?
Top.
Top, all right, keep going, keep going, keep going.
I'm not that big.
We're at 78 right now. 76. Yeah, that's 75 right there. Up a little bit. Yeah, the bang on, 75.
So I sit pretty low, I think, compared to most of the players.
Yeah.
Some players are sitting even lower. Then the first thing I do is I flip my monitor. It gives me more space with the mousepad.
So that's why you turn the stand?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here I use, I believe, 4.5, the height of the monitor.
Okay, so you're using the knobs on the back?
Yeah.
Okay. 4.5. Everybody does this tilt. Nobody has it bang on like at 90 degrees. Everybody tilts it back. Why do you tilt it back?
This part?
No, the monitor itself, that tilt the monitor back.
Oh, it's because I think people are sitting like, you know, like this, so they look
down on it. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. It makes sense.
If it's like this, then
that's like a Liege. Exactly. A Liege has it like that. Yeah.
But he sits like, you know.
He's in a different room when he's playing. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Mousepad's like. So you put it on the edge of the table.
Yes.
So then base where the monitor is.
Exactly. Okay. So I usually place my monitor not at the end of my mousepad, but a bit before, and it doesn't have to be exact.
Exact
millimeters exactly, but yeah, around there somewhere. Okay. And now I'm good to go.
Okay. What about your seating? Like, do you see how you are right now? When you're playing, are you like real tight up against the desk?
I don't have the right, like, I just sit how I feel.
Okay, so it's different each day.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the chair, it doesn't matter for me. But for example, Amanek, he's also measuring the height of the chair as well.
Okay.
So he's a bit more. Has to be perfect or it's not good. But yeah, for the chair, it's just how I feel and just make myself comfortable, basically.
Okay. Keyboard, that looks pretty standard. You're not doing anything too crazy with it?
Nothing crazy. I'm not like Yakindar.
Yeah, we just had him in here. That's how he was.
Yeah.
It was like 75 degrees or something wild.
Yeah, I don't think that's as comfortable. I don't know if he can like write when
he's committed. Like he's fully under it. Like you should see it. Like his arms back here, man. It's wild.
I always use no first comments, even though they don't work.
Okay, good.
But it's just like bad habits.
Yeah.
Not bad habits, but old habits, rather.
Mate, there's only going to be a couple of people who remember those still, right? Like, I think it's you, me, Yanko, and 2 other people, I think, at this stage.
Exactly.
Tick rate, yeah, that's for the LAN service console. All right, all the standard stuff.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
And when I'm on LAN, I also do this, so I don't get interrupted by friends.
Yeah.
I don't put anything crazy in there. First, I go to the 3D settings. I think what everyone's doing. I restore it to defaults. And I only change 2 things in here. And that's, I put the power on maximum performance.
Okay.
And I put this texture filtering quality on high performance.
Okay.
And digital vibrance, it's on 100. I think most of the players are using it as well.
Yep.
Here I put full screen and I do this. I use GPU. I don't really know what's the difference between GPU and display, but I always use GPU. And that's it when it comes to NVIDIA.
Okay, what about the monitor settings? Do anything crazy there?
I always restore it to default, just in case someone was hitting before. First thing I put the mode, Gamer 1, brightness around 90, contrast 55, sharpness 8, and the color temperature I always use like bluish.
Okay.
I like a lot of colors when I play. It's very colorful. It's like orange and you'll see if you get into the game. So yeah, these are the settings that I use.
It blows my mind, right? Like obviously you've set up at so many LANs now, but just you doing that off the top of your head every single time.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. I used to have to take a little notepad with me just make sure I was doing things similar, but this is just bang off the top of your head, done. Okay?
I feel like I could do this like blindfolded.
In your sleep? Yeah, yeah. Let's jump into CS. And we'll just go through your like in-game graphics settings. So are you still part of the stretch gang?
Yeah, stretched. I tried black bars now, the config's resolution, because he played good at the blast. So I was like, let me try his resolution. But it's very hard to get used to it. 4.3, 1280, 960 is the resolution that I use nowadays. And the advanced video settings, I use them in this order. I don't know exactly like which option is doing what, but this is the order that I use.
Is this just the way you've used it basically forever?
Not forever, but as of recent, like last 2 years, I use these.
Is there a reason you don't like have the shadow quality really high? Like, do you can still see the shadows with medium the same?
Yeah, I can see it. It just takes the most FPS. This. I guess I could use it on high nowadays. Like some players are just using it on low everything.
Okay.
I think most of the players are just using low on pretty much everything. I think that gives you more view above the smoke, like Molotov smoke.
You're not using mouse accel or anything, right? You got raw input on 1.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. That overrides it for everybody playing at home.
First thing I check is sense.
Yeah.
Even though I know it's good, I always have to make sure I use the same always.
1.51.
Yeah.
All right. Any particular reason 1.51?
I don't know. It's because when I go on the map, I do like this turn for like 180.
Okay.
And
0.151.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
Nice. What DPI are we rocking here?
It's 400 DPI.
Wow, you got low sense then. 1.51 on 400 DPI.
I played on 135 for majority of my career.
Okay, so you've gone up a little bit.
Yeah, I did a little bit up.
What about the crosshair? Like that, how often are you changing that? That one right there is tiny. Is that white?
Yeah, it's white.
Okay. It probably stands out the best across all the maps?
It stands out on the best and the most maps, but Nuke, because Nuke has a lot of white textures and it's like silo and all those kind of things. So on Nuke, it's a bit harder, but it doesn't make any issues.
Okay. Yeah,
to
sure.
kill people, unless you're up heaven behind Simple.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I'm glad you can make jokes about it.
I have to.
Okay, so what style is this? Is this 4?
Yeah, it's the style 4, gap -4, size 1, thickness 1, dot 0 obviously, and just the white crosshair, and that's it.
Do you have any like weird binds that you use in here, or
I buy everything on numpad, for example.
Do you have anything bound to like bring out the smoke insta?
I just have a Molotov on C because I feel like it's the most urgent.
Okay.
Like, if you have an off, for example, and you're holding an angle, it's usually like you always pull out the Molotov and you release it under yourself so they cannot push you, right? So I only have the Molotov, and for the smoke and flash, it's very easy.
4.
Yeah.
Okay. What about like your jump throw? Do you have that bound to anything?
Jump throw is on the mouse.
On the mouse.
5.
Ah,
I believe. And on mouse 4, I have like the radar thing where
Bigger and smaller?
Yeah. When I'm in the smoke, I just make it smaller so I can see where I am exactly, so I can pre-fire the position while I'm in the smoke.
What about jump? Mouse wheel? Sounds like mouse wheel.
Mouse wheel it is. Pace bar I don't use for anything.
Nothing.
Literally for anything.
Okay.
I don't understand how can some people jump on this. Like I don't know. I don't get it. Especially like if you come from 1.6 and you use this, like how? How?
Let's have a look. Center of the monitor. Yeah, you got heaps of space, mate. You're like, we're talking 27 centimeters away here.
And there are 5?
Yeah. Like 5. I'll set it to 5 so you can see. From the center of the screen to the start of the tape just here. I'll put it this way so it's even easier to see. That right there is how close he was to his nose. What can he see?
And I think both Jake and Darren Rob, so they're playing on full HD. So how can they see the whole map?
It's wild. Like looking at the radar is like a full-time job.
I see. When I watch Robs, he's like,
yeah.
But maybe it helps, like with the headshots, for example, because all of them.
Yeah. When we're talking about aim, we're going.
A bit has higher percentage of headshots, so I don't know. He's nuts. Maybe it helps when you're closer to the monitor to just like go for headshots. I have no idea.
Well, the three of them, they've all got those like young 18-year-old eyes that they're ruining right now. So maybe that's the difference right there. You ever tempted to go to native res?
Not really.
No?
Not really. I mean, the game feels really good, like the spray and everything, but I think it's very hard to catch everything, all the details, and you could get used to it, but I've been on the 4.3 my whole life, so
sticking with it.
I wouldn't change a thing.
What about mousepad? Do you change that often?
Mousepad, that's the one thing that I change very often, especially during summer. I have like this weird thinking that it gets dry after like 10 days, and I immediately have to change the mousepad. So I have a big stock in my house, and I'm just changing mousepad all the time. I have 2 here with me, just in case.
Nice.
I like the feeling when I use the brand new mousepad. It's fast, and I don't know, it just feels like accurate when I use it. But when it gets a bit used, and with my like low sensitivity, you can feel a difference, and that's the reason why I change mousepads most of the time. I just get better feeling, I guess.
Like some guys, like you're saying with Amanek, they're measuring everything. Your stuff seems
Amanek is another level. He has like mousepad from here to here.
Oh really? The full table mousepad?
Yeah, the full table mousepad. He's like, this has to be like this. This has to be, I don't know, but he's very like centered.
Yeah.
Like everything has to be picture perfect, else he's not feeling comfortable.
Okay.
It's crazy. I just feel like it's too much in your head, because if you don't feel comfortable, then your performance might drop. But if you just go and you set up and you don't care too much about it, I think you are more like ready to play. I don't know.
Not letting it get in your head.
Exactly.
Sweet.
Hi guys, so
today I will show you how to AWP on the CT side does too. Yeah, so let's just get into it, right? Usually your role as an AWPer is in the beginning of the round is helping taking long control, which means you will support your team with flashes, which you either throw in the back when they strafe, or you throw it here in the beginning so they can actually get long control. Those are the two things you kind of start with when you start towards A. And after you gain the long control, you freely move up towards catwalk. Remember to ask your team if the T's can already be here, but the usual peaks are just sitting here, shooting when you get flashed, or dodging the flash, peeking out when you hear the T's flash, right? Playing against executes, there's two different things to do. You either play at the slope, or you play towards car, and currently in the meta it's pretty normal to just play around the car, try to get 1 or 2 shots and retake with your team. Most common way is just to get your long player to sneak up close to this wall and throw a flash over here. I'll show you a few spawn picks that are pretty good to do if you get the spawns. Usually if you spawn here towards long, obviously you want to move all the way to long and just peek here in the beginning. Remember to look into the wall when you're running, because then you won't get blind. Then there's one other spawn that I really love. It's when you spawn here, the best spawn towards B. You can instantly smoke and just run here. Obviously gonna peek towards B. And yeah, just hold this angle if anyone wants to cross. And if you don't see anything, you can just slowly search into upper tunnels and try to kill the opponent lurk. Yeah. I would say that's mainly how I played up on the CT side on Dust 2. It's really useful to play around this area when the T's try to get short control, and try to kill them when they have to cross this area by using flashbangs, or asking for your team to use flashbangs and just try to get some good angles. That's mainly it, and hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, feel free to use it in a match, guys.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
6-7 years ago, we had as many people watching the streams as we have right now inside the stadium.
A dream for every gamer in the world to come here and play in front of you.
The atmosphere is electric. One of those goosebump moments. The nerd chills were definitely out in full force.
This is a moment that every player, every caster, every fan dreams of.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship.
Hero is able to make the recovery. What on earth is going on? He needs to make another building. Oh my God! Alt! He had the money to make another building.
He absolutely played his heart out. You could see how drained he was. We know absolutely what he can do, but I think all of us had no idea that he could win that fourth map.
Who's going home with nothing, and who's going home with $100,000? The champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship is SOS!
A gigantic stadium full of people just to watch League of Legends.
They made history here last year, and they're back this year, and they want to win it all.
Good timbers from Edward. Diamond comes around the backside. Requiem's going to come out there. Cyclone only landing on Edward.
Little rotation coming out for Cloud9 with that inner turret going as well. In fact, Ai's going to dive in there on towards Dinter, and that is the kill. It picks up Edward, but it's going to go down. Piercing arrow goes through two of them.
I don't know if you guys can feel it at home, but I think you can. The crowd is absolutely amazing because today we have the finals of our League of Legends tournament. They didn't drop a single game the entire tournament.
The KT Bullets are the Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Katowice, you are amazing.
This on the final day promises to be nothing short of spectacular.
Virtus Pro, they had to qualify for this tournament and they make it here to the grand final against NIP, some Swedish legend.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of red. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your EMS1 Katowice champions, Virtus Pro!
There is a certain magic here. A magic you can't really replicate. The kind of magic that gives you, the viewers and the players, a chill on their spines. And it is you who made it a dream for all those gamers to walk down this catwalk and lift the trophy.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. The crowd is wild. The teams are ready. We're ready for the League of Legends here in Katowice.
Can they get him with some CC? They already get the flash. He's going to try the Aqua, but that's first blood for Cloud9 Bulls.
They're feeling very confident. They want to prove themselves.
It's the magic of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice.
The Nexus turret's already down here, and SK Gaming are going to finish up the victory.
Gambit Gaming taking on CJ Antis. Wow, Ambition doesn't check it. They're going to turn. There's the Timbers Ambition.
It's time for the World Championship Finals of League of Legends.
We'll find out who our League of Legends Intel Extreme Masters champion is. Will it be Team World Elite or Team Solo Mid?
Let the battle begin!
It's a team that has been always really good at team fighting.
He's still alive to get himself the double, and there is another one! Whoa, he got out! Sanctorium picks up the rampage. Mystic and Spirit both low on the backside as well. They are going to push straight through. There's the surrender. Team Solo Mid and the Intel Extreme Masters World Champions.
Live from Katowice, Poland, it's time for the Intel Extreme Masters Season 9 World Championships for StarCraft 2. 16 players have gathered here to fight for over $170,000 in prize pool and 1,500 WCS points to go to first place. It is time! Are you ready? The World Championship is about to begin. In fact, it already has. This PvP.
But he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win! GG! This is the Intel Extreme Masters 2015 StarCraft 2 World Champion! The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
The world's best Counter-Strike players are now on stage.
I have been casting major events for 10 years. My heart rate has never been this high.
Just hold steady. I don't think he's going to turn this one around. Who will lie?
Running out of patience. Oh, what happened? There it is, unreal.
And he goes down as well. 3 kills. This is NIP looking to win this one and go through to the finals.
Today, we will make history as we crown our first double major champion.
Counter-Strike is back on top the pyramid of esports, and GetRight is in the form of his life. Simply unplayable. Oh, what a nice shot.
There you do it! Ladies and gentlemen, your ESL 1 Katowice champions are Fnatic!
History has been made, records have been broken, and all round an incredible major to be a part of.
esports by now. It's more than esports. It's not just a competition. It's the competition.
This right now in the Spodek Arena is a moment that not just me, every player, every caster waits for the entire season long.
Control rooms, over 50 cameras installed, 15 kilometers of fiber to connect all different venues together. It was quite a challenge.
Really focused on trying to create a platform so that gaming professionals can come and compete and drive that excitement, the enthusiasm, the energy, and just provide the best experience for the competitors and for the fans around the world.
Katowice, for me, and not just me, but the StarCraft scene, is a very special tournament for us. It's the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. We always look forward to it.
With 6 Korean names on the trophy, 2 European players set their sights on stopping number 7 from happening as thousands of gaming fans looked on.
A lot of the units going down here, but Nergio, meanwhile, Pulp is not finished here.
A historic feat was not on the cards for hometown favorite Nergio, as he could not get past Polt, the world's 4th highest earner in StarCraft. The Norwegian snoot would have to play out of his skin to overcome Hydra, one of the best players of 2015.
Look at how many upgraded units here Snoot has. He's going to push the issue now. And the ultimates are just not enough a number here from Hydra. Snoot is going to take game number 3 here.
To the surprise of many, the Team Liquid player delivered the performance to put himself a step away from something historic. And in the way was Polt with plans of his own. In the end, it was not meant to be.
He's going to try to move forward. The files do hit the army, but the Broodlords are being taken down by the Liberators and the Vikings. Pressing forward, there are 4 Broodlords left, just 3 now, and the army continues to advance. Snoot's forces are crumbling.
Polt was in a league of his own the whole week, and with a 4-2 score in the final, rightfully earned his place in Intel Extreme Masters history.
Katowice for me is a congregation of people that share exactly what I love, and there's 11,000 of them, and that's what makes this place so special for me.
So apparently one of the casters is feeling a little sick, so we're going to go up there and help him out, all right? Follow me. See you again. You're going to be the second team to come, all right?
Job's done. I don't know what you guys are all worried about.
Bad thing, isn't it?
Having impressed on day 1, a dominant SK Telecom T1 took to the stage. With grim determination, Team Solo Mid prepared for their toughest challenge yet.
Just about in time. Can he get another step? No, he can't. But the rest of the TSM are now here.
Wow, yeah.
Sven's going with a great kick, but the question is, have they got the damage follow-up? Doublelift arrives, tries to catch on towards flank. He manages to kite the damage beautifully, and Faker arrives.
SK Telecom T1 were frighteningly efficient. The doubters had been silenced, and the North Americans had been sent home. Royal Never Give Up had breezed through the group stages earlier, but Fnatic, the final hope of Europe, stood in their way.
But now from even coming forward, Marta falls. Whoosh might not be far behind as well. Giant growth was used.
With the crowd behind them, Fnatic broke RNG in the 3rd game to cement their place in the finals. Fnatic would come out swinging, but SKT seemed ready for anything.
Anyway, round this one, can they get themselves a kill? There's going to be one. Reckless goes down. The second is for Viven. And now Bang continues on 3. Surrender, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there you have it. The Intel Extreme Masters World Champions are going to be SK Telecom T1. A dominant 3-0 performance.
I mean, especially just the way when you first stand on the stairs,
you kind of just get a glimpse, and everything seems so far away. All the fans seem so far away. And then as soon as you walk down to the stairs, it just opens up, the lights are on. And it really gives you a new feeling about how big it really is. I mean, I'm sure like the fans feel it in a different way because they're sitting looking at the stage. But to stand in the middle of it all and to see everyone and all the lights and all the players, it's breathtaking, really.
It's a special event. It's really a special event. It doesn't matter what prize money it is. It matters that it's the audience, this atmosphere, this venue, this feeling, this rush that they have from playing.
Years of tradition rekindled, it was the return of Counter-Strike to the Intel Extreme Masters stage, with double champions Na'Vi facing Luminosity in the semi-final.
Okay, tags up. One. He's going to get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take and play. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind!
After what was one of the best CSGO matches ever seen, the Brazilians came out on top. On the other side of the bracket, Fnatic fought to have their name carved into the trophy once again. Astralis, however, would not go out without a fight.
Because he can't commit too much. There he goes. He gets the first one. Now he has to plant this bomb here. Actually, he pulls the fake. The mind gets and he wins it!
A grueling 3 maps put the Swedes in the final against Luminosity. If the Brazilians wanted to prove themselves, they could not have found a better opponent in Fnatic. They put in a very strong performance, and somehow they were still outdone by the indomitable Swedes.
Phoenix in the pit. He's going to get the 1 kill in that bombing. Can't be planted inside. Phoenix has to stay up. He gets the triple at Phoenix. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. It's miles away from this action. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still...
After a 6-year wait, Fnatic reclaimed the Intel Extreme Masters trophy.
And I tell you partly why I'm tired. Partly because when you do this job, you feed off the emotions of the room. Yep. And that last match, there was a lot of emotion going on. I mean, fair enough, VP got schooled. I mean, you could tell that they just didn't want to play at the end. And now there's that emotional lull with the audience. You sort of get dragged along with it.
It's time for the quarterfinals, and it's Immortals versus North.
The war starts to raise in the middle, Matthew. It's going to be an excellent game, and we talked about the clash of styles.
Immortals make it further than last year. They went 3 maps with Na'Vi. They go 3, and they outlast North.
We're made of flesh, circuit, and bone. The only world we know. These empty streets, we walk alone. Salvation blocking out the sun. Beneath its shadow cast, I dream with my affiliation. I go, take flight, dreams begin to reignite. So clear, so bright, glowing in the dead of night. Plug in, online, the data stream linking our minds. Circuits entwined, dream of me, so chaos.
Na'Vi's tournament life resting on these next couple of seconds. The bullets fly, and there it is. Astralis make their way to the semi-finals, and with this win, have the pen in hand to write the next chapter of their history.
Five different nationalities. They went unfazed in their group and now in the semi-final. And Immortals. Can they continue to surprise is the question.
They've got a pretty decent defense set up for this.
Yeah, Alu's got to be the one to pinpoint this one down. No, FNX is going to do it. And so far, Immortals dominate B, and it is theirs. Bomb's going to go down any second now. Keo, you have not got a hope in hell. Nico is there instantly in support. Henny, 1v2.
This would be a huge round for Immortals to win. The Molotov spreads.
And Kerrigan, you got to be frustrated.
Spots him, there's one kill.
FaZe are unrelenting, and as is Nico.
Gonna try and catch him off guard with this off angle, and he does. 4 for him. Beautiful round. All of a sudden, this is a 1-on-2. There's 1 minute left, and he's got the bomb as well.
Where will he be? Keo! He has nothing, he only picked up the rifle and all.
Kerrigan shuts down Lucas. These Deagles have done so much work. He goes a one-man army. No one looking his way. The bomb's going down. There's 1. There's 2. He's got it. The spin around from Henny.
FNX will get out. He does get Kerrigan down, but it should be kept in check. And here we go. Keo putting on the show again.
4 kills. He's playing supremely confident.
He can do this now for his side to secure his team into the finals. Chasing down Lucas, and he does it! FaZe make it to the finals here at IEM Katowice. A huge performance from them, looking exceptional.
We get ready to roll in what is our second semi-final.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Astralis. He'll be going to that lower ramp trying to find his first pick, and Bowder will be waiting for him.
What a shot, immediate response from Device. Jumps down right away to find the angle towards the connector, and Nico stays alive above. Nico rains down from above. Device wants it, jumps across, nice, no scope, looks for the other. Device! How sick is that? Yuki's still up and now down, and Zipix again finds all 3.
Zipek trying to get the first frag, and he opens things up in style as well. Takes down Modi.
Now knows he's behind him. He's going to swing around. Snappy's been tagged as well. All in the hands of Zipix. Door shut. They know he's close. No scope. Nailed 1. Yuki does respond. No chance for 2.
Somehow Heroic are keeping themselves alive here in the semi-final.
As they push through radio, it's Kirby there ready and waiting for 1 kill of the 2 they have. Device has the other. Nico, though, does try to push back through. That should be the game. That should be the series. Debris closes it. Boulder goes down.
The aggressive reaction from the CTs there, not meant to be.
And Astralis will book a date with their former in-game leader, Kerrigan. FaZe waits, and I'm sure they'll be licking their lips.
One of the biggest esports events in the world has toured the planet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody on that stage is going to forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Final.
It's going to be Kiabi that pushes up inside of middle. Smoke to go down inside of Z, gives him the wraparound. He's going to go aggressive, so it keeps Rain's attention this direction. They set for a crossfire, but Alu going down and pulls Bayrain back. Alu manages 2 as he gets through the smoke, but he's found by Xyp9x, who gets 2 in return himself, and it leaves it to just Kerrigan in a 1 versus 3.
He still fancies this. He's managed to pick up a kid as well. This is possible for him. 2 players to find.
He's got to be very fast at this point. Spots the first. He's going to hold this. Absolutely. He's going to hold 2 seconds. Oh, he gets off it. And he knows his old teammates. He knows them well. Xyp9x with the Tech 9, pulling back to a 3 versus 3, but Keo's getting closer. Molotov's going to make sure they can't push through the smoke, and Glaive wants to take the fight. 1 versus 3, bomb still down, jumps through! Oh, Glaive! So close, but FaZe go up 1-0 to start off the best of 5 finals on their map. Now the attack is on to B, and Xyp9x will fall back inside a pit instead, but Flash comes through and Keo's able to get 1 before blinded off, spots another, device goes down, bombs dropped on the ramp, he'll swing wide, and it's Xyp9x to drop.
Kiyoshima with no kit, he has to go for it. He starts to walk towards the bomb site, device is not aware.
Good shot. Keo slips in, and he gets both! Silence is everything, and every single clutch is going the way of FaZe. dupreeh could swing back in that direction. Flash thought works though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter. dupreeh! Oh, the 4th as well. He's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on Astralis, and now they're getting pumped. Has to change all of this. Is leaving dupreeh entirely 1 versus 3.
What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, dupreeh. He sells that he's going to decon, goes back in. He's got 2 and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it. Holy hell, dupreeh. That clutch is so unlikely, yet he pulls it off.
So sick. Such an intense moment here. If Astralis pick this map up, they've done it. They take the series 3-1. Oh my god, Kiyoshima gets his head blown off. It's Glaive to open up the bomb site here. And he gets the double as well, make it a triple. That's going to be round done and dusted. FaZe backs to the wall.
What a shot out. He continues to get aggressive inside of middle, makes it pay off very fast. He's coming alive.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn in that side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the 4th as well, looking for the ace. Alu delivers in round number 15.
Skill that these guys have, and there you go. Kerrigan pulls back. He might be the difference maker. He's looking for his 3rd, and he's got that as well. Very impressive.
Device to strike first. Doesn't pull the trigger yet, but there it is. Takes out Kiyoshima.
So good from Device. Everyone in the world would have attempted to take that shot.
1 round will do it for Astralis.
Backs off. That brings Glaive in. Perfect bait. Switch, he finds 2. They've held him off, but dupreeh gets Kiyoshima down. Nico's got to go on his own. He's got Xyp9x. It's going to get planted. Glaive and dupreeh pushing up for Banana. All on the new attack position, and it's all done. Astralis win it. IEM champions. It's Astralis.
are here, they all know what they are playing for. They all know that this stadium makes legends. So when all of us here grow older and our children grow older, we'll tell them about how it all began. We'll tell them a story about how modern Counter-Strike was born in this arena.
Every Counter-Strike fan starts to gather, whether it's at home on the sofa at the PC or here in the Spodek. We are the generation that has seen esports in its humble beginnings. You are the people who found esports, drove esports, and believed in it.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2018. Let's get it on!
Nico has been fantastic. Dreamer him looking for the ace. Headshots all over the place as Nico lights them up.
Skadoodle, your turn. And he's already got the first. He goes. Oh, hits Nico in the smoke as well. He doesn't know it, but he goes back down. He's got the slow. Oh my God, how fast is that? And he's turned to stand up.
Now the spray has to come in. Nico gets two. Back and forth we go.
This is the way to play this. Him solo, and then sneaking out. FaZe finally closed the game. What a match.
Oh man, Katowice, this place gives me all the feels. Let's get it on. It's NIP taking on Team Liquid.
Instantly, NAF responds in kind. That's 3 for him. Team Liquid really heating up here.
NAF again, he's stepped up so many times for Team Liquid, and he's done it all.
That's a good answer from Dennis, though. He is starting to come alive. Oh, the third as well for Dennis.
This is it. This is Team Liquid suffocating NIP in this last round. And there it is, 16-9, Team Liquid. They're going to make their way to the semifinals of IEM Katowice.
We had people who were outside, minus 12 degrees. They were ready to get in here. It is now packed. It is sold out wherever you might be in the world. Today is going to be something special.
And the star-studded rosters are about to butt heads. Lock horns.
The Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice never fails to deliver.
There's so much story on this stage between these players.
JW with the AWP. 3 kills from the ruins.
Oh, what a shot. The run boost through the smoke, and that might be it.
Grim's going to town with the M4A4. He finds 3.
And Fnatic will move on. 2-0 again.
This team seems to be getting better and better.
FaZe, they're going to cinch a spot in the grand finals. Less Device. There's a chance here. A kit on Device, but no. Too many bodies. And there it is. FaZe making it to the grand finals of IEM.
In the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, somebody will take the long walk down this stage. They will come down here with their teammates. They will take a breath knowing the confetti is ready, knowing they're about to pick up this trophy. And then that is when they will be crowned the Intel Extreme Masters Champions 2018.
Down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to peek truck early, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done. He's gotten Crims and Flusha, and it's now down to a one-on-one. He knew where JW was. Nothing. JW could do FaZe hold on and take their 5th.
Good flashback. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far.
Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5. There he is. Good find from JW. They know where he is, but JW's quick.
His third in the round. It's Op versus Op, and Guardian's tapped. It doesn't matter. JW's earned it, and in incredible fashion.
Russia has sneaked in, but of course the bomb's so far away.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much.
No way. No way he wins this.
Not only that, he's caused a full rotation from Ivy. This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing. Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector.
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Flusha, he's not gonna allow that easily. Gets it down to just Guardian, 17 HP. Forced off the angle, and Flusha's got us going the distance. But it's Flusha that can slide up. You said he needed another big one. He's got another big one. JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf. Just Olaf, and Olaf gets paid back by his whole team. Fnatic has done it. And a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top. They've walked this walk before, and for the third time, the first ever three-time champions at IEM, they'll grab the trophy. They've earned it. Fnatic are your IEM Intel Extreme Masters Katowice champions 2018.
The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice for StarCraft 2 continues in the group stage round of 24, and the action is only going to get more fierce. We have 4 groups to get through, A, B, C, and D, and at the end of the next 2 days, only 12 will be making it forward.
Showtime is just holding on. The wall will stand here as these Archons get juggled around with that prism.
He's going to go down anyway. Oh! It slides! It slides! Does it? Oh my lord, Solar is going to be so mad at that SCV. This is a huge attack from Dark.
Oh, he's got the Baelix here. Solar boxed against the wall in. Dark's going to get back a massive connection.
Wow, Dark.
The round of 8 for the Intel Extreme Masters for StarCraft 2 has just concluded, and our top 4 players have been confirmed. You can look forward to Serral, Zest, Rogue, and Maru, and look forward to that action here at the Spodek Arena.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, the final day has descended upon us. 76 players gathered here in Poland for their shot at this beautiful trophy, and today it comes down to the final 4. StarCraft 2 history will be written, as only one player will be crowned and cement their legacy as an Intel Extreme Masters World Champion. Please welcome on stage, Zest and Serral! We have the 2015 Katowice champion fighting to make it back into the grand finals after 5 years, while facing him is the 2018 BlizzCon champion.
So many Zelts. The main base is still under fire. Serral has not been able to deal with that at all. And Zest is looking for the big upset as he will go to the grand finals.
We could not ask for a better second semifinal match here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Get ready, everyone, for Maru and Rogue.
So many Banelings by Rogue just crashing into Maru, and Maru dwindling in supply very, very quickly.
He's currently at half the supply. He's down a ton of orbitals. He's absolutely desperate to make this work on the front lines, but he's on creep. Rogue has plenty of bases to work with, and Maru is forced to tap out. Rogue is going to go to the finals to face Zest.
We have the 2015 champion taking on the 2018 champion. Please welcome on stage Zest and Rogue.
scouting is great, and his sense of weakness is even better. He sniffs blood in the water, he smells it, and he's gone straight for the throat. Zest unable to hang on, the non-stop flood of Lings.
GG! Well played. An incredible series from Rogue, showing the world that he is not just a flash in the pan Zerg. He's not just, here's my moment, and now I fall to the wayside. He has stayed relevant, and he is the champion once again.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I?
You guys have both played on multiple teams. Mezzy, you've been in a couple of UK teams in your time, even pre-Cloud9. How would you say that this majority British team with a couple of Swedes in compares to the culture of other teams you've played in?
I guess it's just the overall like work ethic. Like, as you said, like coming from the UK, a lot of players don't have that motivation or anything. So I think everyone here obviously has experience or has played in big stages and stuff, like in Alex and Freddie and so on. So I think it's just the overall work ethic and motivation to like still want to win and be at the big tournaments is like the overall. It's great to have like that culture in the team, like just gives that extra motivation.
Yeah, and Smooya, you're basically Mr. Worldwide at this point. You've played with Germans, Spanish, Americans, Brits. You've been all over the place, right? So what's it like playing in a majority UK team now that still has an element of European CS?
You don't really like focus on it or notice it. You know, like for example, if you ask Australis, what's it like playing in a Danish team? They're not going to sit and be like, it's really cool because we eat this breakfast together or something. You know, it's just CS, you know what I mean? Like it could be, we could have, I've played in so many teams, as you said, it's like, it doesn't really change so much. The only thing that's different, like not in terms of CS, but like the personalities, the two Swedish people are like quiet, you know, he's also very quiet, but like, he actually might be Swedish now, I think about it, but like, that's the only different dynamic you need to get used to, like being able to speak to someone a certain way. One joke might fly in this country, but it won't fly in this country and stuff like that.
Outside of the server, would you say like culturally, you guys, this mix of Sweden and England is better for you than maybe playing with Germans or playing with majority Spanish or even back in NA and Chaos? Do you fit in better? Do you find yourself being more comfortable?
Oh, not compared to Chaos. Chaos was like, there was just like 5 me's, just 5 idiots. Like it was super funny, but like, it's good. I mean, Movistar's a bit weird because I'm not going to sit and diverse through all my teams because, God, that's a long-ass list. But, I mean, it's fun, yeah. I mean, it's nice. You know, everyone kind of likes each other, good vibes and stuff, so I can't complain.
What's the goal or maybe the expectation for this year here at Kato and for the rest of 2022 for you boys?
I think it's pretty hard, but like I think now with like slowly been getting into the top 15, and we obviously want to solidify like in top 10 or even push that top 5. And I think there's a lot of new rosters this year as well, as everyone's seen. And I think they've still got to spend time on their rosters and see what they want to do and how they're going to work out. So I think we've got some advantage there, and it's just about like, I think here we just want to obviously make playoffs, and for me especially like my first Katowice as well, so it'd be good to like play in front of a crowd or on a big stage and just gain that experience as well.
Are you nervous about that at all, the potential of having 10,000 people in the Spodek shouting while you're playing?
Not really. I think everyone, obviously there's always going to be a bit of nerves and stuff, because I think that comes into almost every single game you play, whether it's online or at LAN. And I think for me it's just like, I'm a pretty calm person anyway, so it's just kind of like, especially with the players we've got around us, like Crims, who has played and won pretty much everything. So it's like when you've got players like that and you see they're pretty calm and stuff, it helps you. And I think if the team environment's like super erratic and you don't know what's going on, I think it can kind of make the nerves worse. But for me, I think it's going to be a good experience.
So you said just a minute ago that, obviously Mezzi's pretty quiet, the Swedes are pretty quiet. Are you and Alex the hype men for the team? Is that, how do Brolin and Crims react to that with you guys being loud personalities?
We'll have to see how it feels this event, but it's nice being the hype man, as I say. Sometimes it can take a toll though when you've done it 5 years and you kind of think, it'd be nice if someone else, cheered me up for once kind of thing. Because if I'm having a rough game and it sounds, I'm like, let's go guys, I'm 5-20, this is nice. It's just not that fun.
Hopefully none of that though.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah,
but I've got it all out in practice, don't you worry.
Oh, great. Okay,
but,
ring rust is off.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, thank you very much for your answers. You guys are great. You did talk today, Owen, so I'm proud of you.
You know who. You know who's watching this. Thanks.
Best of luck at Kato as well.
Thank you very much, though.
Cool.
Different faced Fnatic, but are certainly just trying to stay alive. We're talking about a Fnatic that got washed around by the Copenhagen Flames yesterday, and well, now they find themselves in a rather interesting place. After having beat Wisla, they now have Big in front of them, standing in the way of what legendary stuff the Fnatic brand has done within the Spodek itself. I'm joined by that of Maniac and Yanko to kick off this second best of 3 of the day. What's up, Yanko?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Trace. In that prolonged break, we had a lot of content going on, and you saw some of those previous finals. We saw that FaZe Fnatic final from 2018, that best of 5 flash a crazy moment. Just tells you, Fnatic has a lot of history, especially at IEM Katowice right now, in a bit of a different look, right? But I think the goals are still the same.
Yeah, I think you have two names that are trying to find their way back to glory. That's how I would put it. Obviously, Fnatic as a household name. You have a guy like Crims who's lifted the trophy 3 times in Katowice. It's obviously a brand that we would expect to see in the playoff. They rehold the entire roster. They're now a British team by extent. And then you have someone like Big, who at some point were first in the rankings in online era and now disappeared. And now trying to find back. That's what they're actually trying to do,
So where is the reserve at?
The thing is, though, they were talking in the interview about, they were mentioning Crims. I love Crims. I hated that this online period was so long, right? Because I think he's a player that obviously thrives at LAN and doesn't really care too much about the online play. And I think he was pretty solid for Fnatic even through some of those rough periods, and there were rough periods for Fnatic. But I still think he has it, right? I still think if you get him into an arena, if you put him against the best, I still think Crims can hold his own.
Yeah, Crims is great. Crims is cool. Crims has seen probably every angle of Counter-Strike you can think of. Probably. But then there's the Brits over here, okay? So we talk a little bit about them, right? And they have kind of changed the face of the entire Fnatic project. And in doing so, what about Smooya is going to make him something to stand out on the page at this point, Maniac?
I think Smooya is a very interesting character. Obviously, he's someone that creates a lot of talk. I think he's someone that creates a topic, creates a discussion, I guess. For the longest time, we were wondering why he wasn't more successful than he actually was. I think he had a turbulent past as well as a player. But the talent is undeniable, and now he's got an opportunity with Fnatic to kind of clean his whole rap sheet, so to speak, and start fresh in his career. It is going to be enough. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, so, that's how I walk in a building.
Yeah, usually you do. Character without a doubt, but listen, character doesn't get you far or doesn't get you anywhere really in the scene. You have to prove it on the server, and he's shown us here and there that he has, what it takes, but has to be done consistently, has to be done on LAN, has to be done against the best in the world. And it's all fun and games, great guy, having fun being around, interviewing, whatnot, but you're here to play Counter-Strike and to execute on the server, and it's about time he starts doing so.
So Yanko, we just heard him talking about, he's had a lot of teams, a lot of rosters that he's been a part of, but for Smooya, do you think that's hurt him in some ways? Is it kind of 50-50?
I think it's 50-50. I think it's helped him in a sense that, you know, there's obviously maturity issues before for him, right? Personality issues, which is why he was bounced from some of those teams. And I think in that sense, it has helped him to realize, okay, I can't keep behaving in a certain way if I'm going to break through into the tier 1 scene. It's just, there has to be a level of professionalism, a level of dedication that you need to display if you're going to get a chance at some of the best teams. So I think Fnatic is a perfect fit for him in that sense. It's like right there where they can be competitive, and he, if he's found all that out, if he's kind of found himself a little bit, also can play his best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and in some ways and shapes and forms, Fnatic were bad guys at one point, and like the villains, if you will. Kind of works out for old Smooth, doesn't it? Hey, let's check out our Colex players to watch before we go any further.
Keto, one of the calm pillars of Big, now rejoined with his All-Sprout teammate Afavan. Unlike Sersen, who joined Big at the same time, Keto is still trying to replicate the impressive results that he showcased during his previous journey. Is this, back to an all-German Big, going to push Keto to a new height? Messi, from the other side of the English Channel, is a different kind of player. A player who executes with a smile and brings a spark to the Nordic heritage of Fnatic. Messi has shown greatness in the past, but was let down by outside factors. Can he now, in the reforged Fnatic, bring himself and the team back to the former heights of the banner? Messi with the new international Fnatic against Keto's once again fully German Big. A European battle is on the line.
That much it is, but for us, maybe we take a look at this bout in a way that is relative to timelines, right? Because pretty recently, these guys have played each other.
Yeah, there is a lot of history. I think there's a context between that games. There have been a few amounts of best of 3 between these two teams, 3 very recently, and there's some, I guess, similarities that you can draw from these two games. Obviously, first of all, it's a grud match, and that is what's really interesting. Last time they faced on LAN, we're talking about IEM Winter 2021, and this is when Fnatic kicked Big to the curb, eliminated them from the tournament. So obviously, Fnatic's going to come in fired up. Now, the similarities are even deep into the map pool. Just pay attention to this. In all these best of 3s, both occasions, Fnatic got absolutely wrecked on their map pick. That is something that Alex hasn't figured out quite yet, whether it's Inferno, whether it's Overpass. They only won 7 rounds, which obviously is not enough. But then the reaction. You have the reaction coming in here on Mirage. That's a beautiful triangle. A Mirage reaction coming in from Fnatic. I'm really good at my artistic skill.
Wow.
And then, again, you finish up on Nuke. So far, both these best of 3s have followed a similar pattern, which is Fnatic picking map, losing it, bouncing back on the second, and then handshake on Nuke with a very, very tight map.
And in theory, it shouldn't be as close because natural veto for Fnatic is Dust 2, Big's permaban, and then the other map you really should try and punish Fnatic on is Vertigo, but Big doesn't play it that much themselves. So we'll see this time around if they decide to switch something up. Maybe Big is like, you know, okay, let's actually nail that Vertigo down, try to punish them with that pick.
We could start with those vetoes. I mean, it is a best of 3, right? So just so everyone knows, this has got a lot on the line. You know, everything starts to change. And it starts to look like this. That big first map should be flying up behind me any minute. I'm going to say right up there of Ancient. Okay.
Ooh, okay. Well, that one is a curveball on the side. Wait, hold on. That must be a Fnatic.
Fnatic has the first pick,
yeah, it's Fnatic going for something different. That's what I said. They really never made it work. On their map pick, they changed things up. They picked Ancient. You talk about Vertigo. That's the pick that Big goes.
Yeah, so Big actually goes for it, right? So this is going to be very, very interesting. Overpass as the third. A little bit interesting that Big decides to let it through, right? Fnatic, even from the start, and all Alex's teams have been proficient on Overpass. Yesterday got beaten up by the Lanimals in Copenhagen Flames.
16-7.
We have the playing field, right? We talked a lot about Smuya. We need to talk about Searson. Okay. 1 rating so far in this map. Like, he's actually, out of all the teams, you know, we had Big, Heroic, Gambit, all those players, he's the one who has the moniker of the onliner the most. Yeah, absolutely. And that's absolutely, you know, fair, and he has to start breaking that with some good performances in crunch time. Like, you saw Smuya, you know Smuya online, you remember Flashpoint, he's screaming, come to me, peek me, right? That's his personality, and that's pretty much what you want from your operator. He needs to have a little bit of arrogance, right, and display it on the server. Like, Searson cannot afford, Big cannot afford for him to disappear and hope that Tabsen and, you know, Faven can carry them in this match.
Yeah, and you know, for that, I mean, statement wins and statement games are something that you look to use as that sort of solidifying crutch. I want to appreciate you guys. I want to thank you for joining me here on this pre-match, because we need to get into the damn game. Big versus Fnatic. Oh, let's get it on.
Let's do it.
Strap in and get ready. Fnatic Big, the grudge match. Tabson v Smooya. What's not to love? An Ancient as well. This is an absolute treat, Harry.
Yeah, mate, I couldn't have asked for a better place to start, if I'm being honest. And already straight into the action, mate. Running out mid, that's a lot of damage onto Tizian, and the smoke denies info in middle. This is a fast pistol round. Running through the donut now, but into their demise. The buffer stop is in, and it's a screeching halt on the A play. A flawless pistol for Big to open up. Everything connects, and while it looks like it's going to be speedy, maybe the pace is going to catch Big off guard, they get turned to dust on that A play on the side of Fnatic. So yeah, pretty convincing start as far as they go, Hugo.
Yeah, you can't get much better than that. And a 3K for Keto in the pistol. It's been good to see him here, but he's had a couple of slow starts to maps so far, right? In the BO1 against Movistar Riders, he was a bit of an invisibility, and even in the first map of the Astralis Big Series that they ended up losing, he had a stinker as well. So coming in confident is Keto and climbing his way up with his triple kill. That's one way to, you know, shut down the haters, the naysayers. Maybe even me, but we'll see if Big can keep it up. It was just Glocks and mauled at the banana side. People call it banana. I don't like it. It's lane. Banana, it's the straightest banana I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's real straight, mate. It really is. There's nothing banana-y about it. It's not even yellow. You just don't have a good reason to call it that.
But yeah, good start for Big. And Fnatic coming in with guns. I'm excited to see what kind of style Alex is going to be calling on this T side of Ancient as well. It's not the one that we see all too familiarly for Fnatic. Hello? Mezzi's just standing in the open. They can't see him. The 360 for Tizian. Trick shot. The dust kicked up from that nade almost saved Mezzi, but almost won't cut it. And Searson will cut down one as they cross into A. 2v4 and no util to do it.
Big Smoot dead after one, and only Krim's left standing all alone in the 1v4. Flash over the top, and Krim's good for the double. If there ever was a time for that experience to shine on through, it's now. The nade gonna tickle him even more. He knows about the CT player, and Krim's is on the board with 3. He's getting wrapped through main. Faven gonna blindside him. Wasn't ready for that peek. Wasn't ready for the fast flank. You thought Krim's was going to open up in a very big way here on Ancient, and he just falls short of the clutch.
Damn, nice try. He's going to keep that money soft. That was a bit of a bonus round for Big, but a very costly one at that. Good shots for Krims, and even more stylish for Tizian in middle, who's actually looked like one of the powerhouses for Big so far, right? Faven, the latest addition, is obviously had some very good games. He's got some nice spots on the CT side, special maps like Nuke for Big, but, you know, Tizian, who, you know, is not the guy I expect to see at the top of the board, has been heroic for Big, winning a lot of clutch rounds on Overpass, on Nuke. Definitely been the guy to look out for. And hey, we talk experience on Krims. That much certainly applies to the big boys and Tizian in that box. So Alex walks the smoke. Nothing too shocking there. Searson will pick a forehead out of the B stairs and back out as well, even hitting a collat to Krims. Oh, who snipes headshots with the orb other than Searson? It's not a scout, my friend, but he doesn't care. Close it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the kind of start you want out of Searson, right? Brings the AWP into play. Very, very confident in every one of those fights. And like you say, like, who's peeking angles like that? Like, don't get me wrong. First one, I get it, because, you know, you want to try and get them at the long range. You know, they've only got the pistols. It's a pretty, you know, all right angle to hit. But the constant re-peeking, mate. Look at the angle he's holding, the size of it.
Take what you can get. Very fast rounds right now. Fnatic are going to keep up the pace. A double nade to mid. The smoke coming down. I like that for Big. I imagine they've got the proper lineup. Sometimes you see that by mistake, but Tees can't walk through that smoke as much as Alex wants, and Tabson with a rain spam will rain down death to Brolan. It's Smooya versus Searson in a stare-off into the smoke. But as it fades now, the option to get aggressive opens. Searson. Oh, he's got a lot to watch. Is that Ledge player going to be ready in time? Missed shot. Mezzi can come out and save the entire day, but he's patient. Assist. Oh, missed shot. It's a rare one. Mezzi's going to stop him right there. A huge impact kill to not just get control of mid, but to free Fnatic up to rotate out. They walk inside of A main, and so Keto and Donut doesn't hear this. Not yet, at least. Mezzi might late mid activate if he doesn't regroup with his team. And Fnatic have pulled their way out into the empty A bomb site. The penny should drop for big soon enough. The steps are inevitable at this point.
Yeah, Keto's coming back now, but is he ready for them to be so deep? Oh. Wrestles with the A1S and is only good for the first. Crim's going to be tasked with getting that bomb planted. Donut Smoke is in to keep him alive, keep him kicking. tabseN and Faven moving in together. Oh. They briefly reclaim the 2-on-2, but it is in vain as now it falls to tabseN. The man at the helm of Big, the man who can do it all, now needs to show up big in the clutch. Smooya, been betrayed by his big barrel. Bigger isn't always better. And Mezzi's going to showcase that swings out from Temple. It's what you can do with it that counts. He's going to finish off tabseN in the clutch. And there's Fnatic arriving on the board with their first.
Yeah, I like how Fnatic sneaked this map into the pool, into the series as well. Right, it probably wasn't the expectation of Big to go for this one. It is a weak map for them in the 3 out of 4 games we've seen from them in recent times, having lost it pretty dominantly as well. And for Fnatic, it's not when they play. They Gambit, I think, picked it against them back at Winter and they lost, I think, a couple of times in a BO1 and a BO3 that got them eliminated from the tournament. So clearly been doing some work over the break to get this map ready to play. Alex, yes, he's not going to get checked. It's a half look for Keto, and Alex backs out to safety. Brolin's made his way up on Ledge, does eat that nade. But yeah, some very decisive, some very speedy rounds being called by Alex out of this game. And so as Fnatic pick up their first, they finally decide to slow it down. Lead some util from Big, another smoke down out on the lane side. And Fnatic walk up ramp for Big. Good timing to pull out a cave, but the flash just leaves them high and dry. Blinded is Faven. tabseN throws one right back in, and he doubles up as they line up. Swap to an M4 and getting set up yet again by CSGO, but Fnatic are done with this site. They're bound out and they wait for Brolin in cave.
Yeah, those flashes are brutal. They get harassed off of ramp, and now, you know, on the back of that double, you might want to start to look elsewhere for solutions.
Sick re-aggro from tabseN.
This is massive, right? They are not expecting this. He knows that double's likely sent them away, and now that's kind of confirmed. Like, there is still this cave player in Brolin floating around, but mate, you're not ready for tabseN doing this. Whoop! There's Smooya dead, brought down by tabseN, and he could even follow up and drop the bomb over here in middle. Mate, he's seemingly got the read on Brolin, but it doesn't matter. Brolin's still going to win that side of the fight, and now looks to get that bomb into B. Tizian is pretty far removed from this round, so CSGO needs to keep the pressure applied. Would love to have done some damage there, but the molly forces the reposition. This whole round's been set up around the idea of Tizian getting away with something on this flank. Right now, with CSGO still alive, Tizian may be given a bit more room thanks to this AWP taking the bulk of the attention away. Timing's everything here. Tizian strikes, and there's no swing immediately from Brolin. He's full playing around the bomb, but he's going to have to line up the spam. He does knock them off of it, and CSGO, 4 HP. Brolin's got the ruler out, the protractor. He knows the lineup. CSGO nails the shot, and I think there's just enough time. That is devastating. Brolin wanting to swing, wanting to lay it to rest, was not ready for that fast reaction from CSGO at 4 points of health.
Yeah, the penny could have dropped there, right? He knew the spam lineup. He'd already tried it, and just one bullet would have done it to CSGO, but when he didn't get the kill, still felt the need to swing. And you kind of get it. He tried to bait it out with a jump at the same time, but there's so many ways you can just hide round the corner of this pillar. The bullets just soak into it. It doesn't do anything. And yeah, we see so many times people get let down by calling the fake on the B site because of the cover.
Yeah, I mean, he just fully anticipated one of those, you know, like wider bomb defuse angles, right? He thought he had to stop with like a second left for defuse coming in, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. That's one where when you go back, you know, you already know what's happened. When you go back and rewatch it and you see how close that was, you see how winnable that was, it's going to hit you in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, that's why we see teams like Entropic, who we saw earlier, beat Renegades on this map and knock them out of the competition. You know, when they go for B plays, they often take long and short. They like to take CT and smoke deep by that box because, you know, you want open plants. The problem with B in this map is post plants can be very difficult to hold on to, right? Playing in cave, wall bangs are so random. Going back to ramp, you can easily be isolated or cut out by utility. And so having long and short, taking CT off is really, really nice. Fnatic, though, back to the drawing board. They've got an A exec coming in, 2 smokes, but this is a bit of a fake out while they take mid with 3. And Big have all eyes on the A site right now. They see a jump. Do they expect a boost? It's coming through. Searson looks over the top of the smoke, and that's a lovely shot to Alex. Set up for success. The rest of Fnatic make their way through Donut, and they will be able to plant just about, but surviving in the post is quite doubtful at best. Kito's doubled up, Brolin's given away his position, and Kito almost finds all. It's just Smooya set up for the clutch.
Yeah, the fact that open play probably makes him worried. Like any sort of swing here, if you don't nail every opportunity and you're only going to have like 1 shot at most, you're in for a really rough time. He's just got to spam the smoke. Yeah. He's got to spam and pray, spray and pray, and he does enough damage to get them off. Oh, yeah, more damage, but ultimately it is just luck at that point, right? You're hoping that the shots connect, and there's the defuse held big.
That's the longest defuse wire I've ever seen.
Yeah, mate. I mean, you know, you got to take those defuses wide. I do love how they use Searson there, right? I always look at it as like Tabson's kind of this guy. He's almost like the doctor of Big, right? Calling the shots. Searson would be the scalpel. He's the guy making that first incision, right? They boost him up over the CT smoke. Really nice way to have stripped a player from the cards early. And I mean, you know, Fnatic never saw that coming. I don't even think, even now, they know how they died on getting out through main. So that might be still up the sleeve of Big later in the half.
Beautiful grenade out B. Tags up both these lane players. Fnatic keep trying to take quick lane. The way they do it is with this cave smoke from Crims, and Alex threw the jump molly from spawn to stop a mid player from climbing up. But Fnatic now have that mid control. It wasn't around Big were focused on taking this back. You can't do it every time. Some rounds it has to just be an info play. Oh, the jump timing there is really awkward, and Kito will catch Crims. Kito's looking very confident right now, 12-4. He backs out with his life. Searson re-aggresses, pushes in, drops 2 in the bomb as well. And this round is slipping through Fnatic's fingers. They may have a spawn flank, but really Tabson could go right through this if he wants. And even though he doesn't, he's told his team he's smoked off. Mezzi is working this, and Big are aware of this potential. With the bomb at their feet, Kito needs to pick which side to watch. This should get cleared eventually. Mezzi's hit some timings, but will Searson stop him from crossing any further? Oh, messy spray now, dead. Ooh. So lovely flick. Tabson's activated in CT. The smoke is faded. Mezzi's getting trapped in, and Alex doesn't know about him. Now a 1v4 for the ace, and Tabson just doesn't wait. Complete hunt down, 7-1, and Big are looking so confident.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the timings get so awkward there for Mezzi. You know, there's that part of him that says there's no way Tabson commits to the swing, right? He holds it for the first few seconds and then decides, like, look, I've just got to focus on what's ahead of me. I can't worry about the guy in the back line. Tabson, wonderful round, wonderful rotating through CT. Searson with this double as well. I mean, it feels a little bit worrisome because it's like yesterday, you know, we had some caveats for Big. We had like a kind of slow start from Kito, as you correctly pointed out. Even Tizian, who went on to be a real hero in the series, had like a bit of a slow build-up on Nuke, right? Him and Faven sharing a good deal of responsibility on the T side. At least early on, we saw a lot of like double lobby lurking from them. But then when he switched that up, he became like a big part of entering into these sites with the rest of the pack. So clearly looking to be a very malleable player with the addition of Faven as Tizian. 7-1 right now for Big, and not a quiet man in sight. Everyone's kind of done their job thus far.
Yeah. We're going to go back to B, and Fnatic haven't really run proper XX here, so this is a good round to get a taste test to figure out what the site looks like. Fast mollies, good grenades, and a spray from Tizian to net 2 off the blind. He's going to have to get the pistol out, but luckily his team are here for support, and Tizian is farming right now on this anti-eco. It's a nice read for Big. The last couple of rounds, they've started heavy B in expectation of this kind of play for Fnatic. But it's very hard to rush the B bomb site, as we see the choke point up ramp into those nades, into those mollies, and especially supporting flashes over long side make things very difficult for Fnatic to get any space in the site. going to have to do their due diligence before they run a BXX like that again.
It's really cool as well because like so many teams, even when they know they're only up against pistols like this, they'll throw that double doors smoke from spawn, right? They're like slows down this attempt to take lane, maybe lets you push and prod cave. They go, look, mate, they don't have money. Let's just not throw the smoke, hold on to all of our util, and we'll just rain death down over at ramp. Now we got mid aggression, mate. Big are looking so decisive right now. They're like, yeah, we want middle. We're going to take middle. Look at all the space they've got. They're already up on the lane, but turning for a flash that took too long to arrive is Keto, and that hangs him out to dry. Now Tizian, a chance at the trade frag. Will manage it at least. The full extent to which they've taken middle may be becoming clear now to Fnatic, and they have at least dealt with the point man over at lane.
Yeah, this is a fight we've seen before. Sis and Whiff last time as he got him with a spray. So
this is
any
big.
Supporting utility here. Yeah, this is big Fnatic. But no, you're right. Out in the A site is Smooya with a lot of room, and Searson's been peeled back. Here's the steps, and somehow stops Smooya. What awareness, what reactions. 3-on-2, and he knows they're here. They can start walking, they can go cold, but it is no shocker that Fnatic are trying to cross into this site, and the more they wait, the more space Faven gets, as well as Tabson on the big flank. Crims just trying to hold. They go back for this.
Okay.
What an off angle for Tabson. Like, how often are you checking this? Alex is going to go give it a go. Oh, Tabson's got him dead to rights.
He looked, but he didn't believe. Yeah. Like,
I mean, good luck. Oh, he plugged out of thin air.
I was about to say, like, the best thing for Crims to do might be to just try and jump off the boost to clear it, but Searson's like, yeah, that is the best thing for him to do, and so I will stop that.
We saw what happened to Brolin in the 1v1 when he tried the same play in Cave, and yeah, I'm not, honestly, it's not... Fnatic have ideas. Fnatic are coming in with a very clear game plan in the map control they're trying to take in the early round. When they concede mid, they are taking lane very quickly to try and make up for that. The Shadow gave Searson the info. He didn't even know Crims was boosted. That's upsetting. But big, every round is something new. Now back to the heavy B. Now Keto has a second orb, but the timings might get weird. Mezzi's already out in the site. He's scoped up past Mezzi. Crims is pissed after that, but he will be traded. And for the greater picture, Mezzi is doubled up. This might be what Fnatic needed. More and more control getting taken. Locking out the temple rotate. Searson scoped up. Mezzi wisely not going in any further. Smoke lineup ready for Faven to drop the planter if he can. Fnatic need to find a wider lineup. They don't have any smokes left, and Faven waits for that to fade. Brolin trades. This is still weird. Fnatic have loads of time, though. They can give room to Alex to come in on this big flank. It's so important. No one dies in the meantime.
Brolin with the orb. Gonna get out of there, gonna slip away.
I like this.
He knows they're both dedicated to the A play, right? So Brolin's on a very big mission right now. Brolin's big adventure as he goes all the way through middle, back into the B side. But this means these players in A have got to fight forward. They want to still play around the bomb, and that's actually given the 1v1 over for Mezzi. And now that he's removed, all the pressure is on Alex, who's currently 1-10. He's had a very quiet start to this game. Right now, he needs to hold the line, and finding the first is huge. Searson versus Alex of these pistols, and the Tech-9 comes out ahead. Alex might have been quiet up until that round there, but he will emerge as the hero for Fnatic, cutting the rotations down and leading them to a second.
Yeah, huge. That was so scary as well when Mezzi pushes through and gets killed, because at that point, Big realized, like, yeah, we're probably locked in. If he's making that play, not only is it B, but we're being held. And they went for the 50-50 check. Tabson got it wrong, and Alex recovers off the pickup. Yeah, you can see why Alex doesn't want to flank them there, even though he has really good timing from our perspective. It's because Big have been so aware of backstabs in this game. They've not fallen for them yet. So he'd rather just use the control to set up his teammate for a B pop. Searson, he gets eaten alive by the molly, but it might be worthwhile. Run boosted out mid to the ledge. It's going to get flashed, and it is good.
Yeah, it's pretty big to have forced the AWP away from lane, right? It's such essential control in this map. It just gives so much info if CTs have got free reign over this position. So now that you've taken it, you know, you've got the legwork done to execute into the B site. You've got the real estate you need to have to launch one of these execs. But you still need to get through this boost over the top. Smooya is going to have to flick, and
he hit
it's off the... Oh my God, he did, yeah.
Like 20 damage.
Faven tagged through the wall, mate, and he's very, very thankful. Still alive. still having a chance to play into the round. Tabs just looks away. And so now they've got a route into this B site with damage done earlier on from Smooya onto Faven. The best and really only option might be to save here.
Yeah, nice pacey reaction there for Fnatic. Even though they lose to the boost, they realize at that point, if they're boosting double long, then there's no one in the site, right? And we have all this cave control as well, so Fnatic just sprint in and beat that smoke on the pop. That's the other thing about that smoke that we saw, you know, thrown from long side. It's you know, Fnatic can hear it. It's such an obvious lineup. It's coming in from high. Fnatic knew they could swing before it pops. They get such a warning. So it's a safe way of smoking ramp from long, but it's also, it's a very clear one for Fnatic. A nice bounce into B. Searson like a turret. Couldn't pick which side to hold. Yeah, we are seeing Big consistently throw this little one-way smoke that lands on a lip in middle, and it just means Fnatic, like, you might want to disrespect smokes, especially with flashbangs, but it's so hard when your legs are seen first in that way. And so it's nice that Big have all the sweaty lineups, always a team known for their utility usage.
Plus, like, that one-way smoke is kind of deceptively hard to, like, judge if it's landed, you know, like, because it is on, like, a raised ledge as you go into middle. You kind of, like, take that one step up. If you do try to, like, cross left hand of the smoke like a lot of people do, you're going to get lit up. You're going to get ruined. This time it's a molly in middle to facilitate even more mid-aggression. And dude, like, aggro's been the name of the game for Big so far. They're fighting for lane once again in like the opening 20 seconds of the round. Trying to boost over this smoke. We'll decide against it.
Yeah, you can see the reaction and the realization for Fnatic, right? Every round at the start, it was Brolin or Mezzi running to ledge from B instantly. Now, Brolin mollied it, because, again, Fnatic, we don't have mid. What have Big been doing? They've constantly been climbing up. Tabson, that flash didn't even affect Brolin, really, but he still gets deleted by the spray. Mezzi will have to trade, and he's always been good for that so far this game. Keeping Fnatic in this as they set their sights on B. But again, Big are just so impatient, and for all the right reasons. A huge flank through spawn from Tizian. It will take time, but what it does do is free up the rest of Big and the A player of Searson to set up in the site. Fnatic don't know, this was clear a moment ago, but now it's stacked to the 9s.
Yeah, so many bodies here, and now some in body bags. Mezzi attempting to get the opener on the receiving end of that AWP. All of this just lending more credit to the double flank, and it might not even be needed. You didn't even need to really reveal that this flank was coming in. They just wanted to play into the round. Searson had already done all the work over towards that B site. And so, yeah, you know, they do take a round off, I guess, and then they come right back in with the response. Big are looking good. And well, from the impatience of Big to the impatience on Fnatic, they need a remedy to all these problems right now. They need a doctor.
Absolutely. Run out of prescriptions right now. Whatever they're taking, expiry date was many years ago. And ironically enough, like, it's not a map that either of these two teams have lent on heavy in recent times, but obviously since the addition of it, Big have played it like 8 times, they've only won it once. Fnatic have played like 6 times, they've only lost it once, or something along those lines. Basically, it's been bad for Big, it's been good for Fnatic, so what irony that this is Fnatic's pick and Big are just trashing on them right now. They look very prepped. As much as Fnatic may have had a game plan, Big have got all the utility in the world. The spawn smoke immediately in, but Brolin knows he can run through it. There haven't been lane takes other than from ledge. No one's pushed ramp in these early rounds. So he's got some space. But it's all by design. Big leaning now towards middle with 2. Keto back in the A site has been a rock on this CT half, which again is so reassuring given some of the slower starts this tournament for him. That is a missed molly, but luckily it's all a bit of a ruse right now. It might force Brolin to clear that corner when he doesn't want to, but he's got the room thanks to smokes, and Keto tucked in. Tizian, if he can bait for him right now, they molly though, they're ready. And Tizian, the jump, giving away his close position. Keto burnt out, Tizian only mows down 1, and Alex, he is gonna get a double opener. Searson trades, and in come Fnatic for the commit.
Yeah, Searson's here though, being a nuisance again, and the bomb's planted wide. That's open to Temple. The AWP is fast in how it moves, and Searson catching them unawares, catching them with their pants down is really throwing this round through a loop for Fnatic. Gonna try and plant again. That is still visible from Temple, but this time not punished for it. They're both setting up to play over towards Donut. But look, mate, smoke on Favn. The smoke could really just decide the outcome of the round. And that's if Searson doesn't best them to it. Brolin's left in the clutch. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. They're turned away from Cave. There is nothing he can do. And they run him down before all is said and done.
So hard to get comfortable post plants on this map. Well, I say especially on A, but we've seen the same result on B as well, right? When you don't have that Entropic S long control, when you don't have the CT taken away, it's just, there's nowhere good. Especially when utility is available, tucked into a choke point, and Big just do their best to move as far away from the firing line as they can, with cover as well. Taps and pushes right through. 11-3. Fnatic. This is the last chance saloon. This is their only opportunity in the play-in to make it right now to that next stage. Tizian's doing everything he can to lock Fnatic out of Katowice groups. And he slows it down on lane with the Molotov. Flashed in. Tabson taking matters into his own hands, and he might find the third as well. Flash in, Smooya trades it. Still ready for mid-aggro, but Tizian, who was once up here on ledge, has reset and let the AWP freak instead. It's Searson on Donut with mid, and again, we have a flank off of A. Keto this time on the big wrap all the way through spawn. Now, Alex just flashed spawn to check it, but if only he did it 5 seconds later, Keto might have been trapped in the tunnel. Instead, he is still coming in with no fear. A minute on the clock. And Keto knows with that flash there, Fnatic just cleared the backline. This is devastation right now for Fnatic, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, I mean, they're still fiddling with nades. Like, this is terrifying. Well, this one's guaranteed, and another. How about two? Maybe not the third, but I'll take two. There's Keto lining them up over at ramp, and just Smooya left. They are everywhere, mate. This B site, every corner is thwart with danger, and he can't turn in time. So it's 12-3, Big dominating on the CT half. And even though we say it's a very CT-sided map, a pistol round could set them up for victory here on Ancient in that second half.
My goal for this tournament is make playoffs. I mean, playing in Spodek is an honor, and like have so memories from here. And yeah, the crowd is amazing, and just a lovely experience.
After claiming their second major title earlier in Katowice, the Swedes were now aiming for a third one in Cologne, and for the most part, it seemed almost certain.
Through the smoke, it's going to be one. Can he find the second? He does have time. He's going to find a second. It's the third!
However, on the first map of the grand final against Envious, Fnatic found themselves between a rock and a hard place. Time was running out, but in their time of need, Krim stood up to the challenge and opened his team a path to victory.
You saw MBK, he's going full on. He's just ready to pounce on through, and why would they slow down? There's the flash, that's going to catch Krims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Krims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Hey Future Pros! Locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the smoke incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid and make sure to throw your nades fast.
With a big CT side under their belts, it's going to be no small order here for Fnatic to pull it all the way back. They're 3-12 down. They're in a really rough place. And now they move on to that CT half. The comeback, it would be something extraordinary, I'll tell you that much, right? Big are looking dialed in. And I mean, you know, with the stakes riding on this best of three, you either move on to that next stage, to the group stage of Katowice, or you go home. It's all on the line. The pressure's been applied, and it's turned big into diamonds.
Yeah, 10 teams entered today, or the day 2 of the play, and only 4 will leave with smiles on their faces. And Fnatic may not be one of them if things don't pick up immediately. Big with a pacey take towards middle. They're taking it from the B side of things, and Kito's already lining up util to set them into their sight. Crims, one shot, he swaps off. I don't know what's happened there. He's been run down, maybe only ready for one player. Smooya, he is going to win his A fight, but he needs more than that, and he's already fallen. Brolin moves in, and Fnatic keep up the pressure, keep up the hunt. Kito jumping backwards wins it out, but he shouldn't survive long, and Mezzi, the insurance policy, makes sure that doesn't happen. 4-4 Fnatic. I mean, it's a total mess either way. Don't know what went on for Crims there in Donut, but he is having a bit of a roughie himself.
Yeah, it was almost like, mate, if I don't look at them, they're not real. Like, just bury your head in the sand and, and hope that everything works out.
It's kind of the opposite right now of what we expected and what has been seen in recent times. You know, Yanko was talking on the desk about how for Crims, it was a shame that online period was so long because this guy thrives under LAN, and for Searson, you know, many call him an onliner. He needs to prove himself where it matters on the stages and on LAN as well. It's the opposite. Crims is 5-15, Searson's 18-6. It's an absolute reckoning. Yes, it's only map 1, it's only half 1, but it's still a scary sign of the times. Mezzi, my God, looking into the wall is such danger, but he does have Brolin here to help out. As he swings, good trading of contact there for Fnatic. They just smoke off door, try and keep things clean. You want as many surviving in a round like this. Smooth with a deep smoke in middle, it's going to fade as a double peek perhaps comes in. He's been tagged and he can't escape. Changed his mind too late. Kito low, but high on impact and high on life perhaps as Big try and get these Deegs over the line in A.
Yeah, but everyone's here for Fnatic. They've fully rotated. All these footsteps heard by the Donut player and Alex, and he's swift at calling for that rotation. So collapsing down upon the 4-spy is Fnatic. This is good for their longevity, right? If they were ever going to come back, it hinged on not only winning the pistol, but winning that conversion as well. You know, when you've got the German Deegs in tow, you can anticipate that there was going to be a bit of a 4-spy there, right? Often so proficient in those are Big. So it's a bit of a sigh of relief, a collective sigh of relief for Fnatic as they keep that pretty clean. 4 players staying alive. And now this is one where you hope to make some serious money as well. You know, you're going to need it banked up. The last thing you want in a game that's carrying this much weight, that was this one-sided out of the gate, you don't want to lose just one round and then have that scoreline turn up or turn against you in a really big way. So as mentioned, this is your chance to keep it clean. And Alex farming some kills in mid is good for the triple. Nice. Rolling there to close. It's quick, it's clean, it's concise. It's just what Fnatic needed.
Yeah, but it's only the start. First rifle round now for Big, and they're going to have everything, right? We had some very quick T rounds out of Fnatic, or at least, you know, off the get-go in terms of util into middle, sometimes committing. When they started seeing Big's one-ways come through, that's when they went more to taking mid from lane in tandem with either Brolin or Mezzi coming from the B side. We'll see if Big want to try and play the same pace. double mid. Smooya's got his AWP very early on. Broden's coming aggressive in through cave as well to try and deny that lane control. And while Big are making a bit of a ruckus at B, that bomb is still sat back mid-side in no hurry. Searson conceding the helmet for the AWP means he needs to be quick. But if there's one thing Searson is, it's that. Only mid-info right now is Smooya with the AWP, and Crim's trying to play timings and Donut tucked in now. Smooya tells him that no one can be close, not yet at least, and Brolin is ready to swing. The danger is of course coming from ramp, but he has cover from Mezzy. It's a nice setup right now for Fnatic, but the dink on the jump is very awkward. Crims will try and play off the back of it. Brolin also gets aggressive, and while Crims will fall with a lot of damage, Brolin gets out with one as well. Mezzy's in a precarious position, and Smooya holds on to red.
Yeah, putting a stop to Keto is nice. And Tizian now is just going to pump the brakes, right? We just saw that in Tropic game. This is something they did a lot. When they take red control, they will slow down and try to play off of timings a little bit, try to delay the peak so that hopefully Fnatic will discount this position. But in the 4-on-2, you've got no reason to take a massive gamble. This fight matters a lot, and Brolin winning that out, it really does alleviate a lot of pressure from Fnatic. Mezzy should have tabseN in the bag, and there we go. Turns back around, and tabseN's a dead man. So first rifle round going the way of Fnatic is big as well. Like, you know, if they do want to make this comeback happen, they need all these early ones. They need all the ones where you can get ahead in terms of the money, because once again, it's like another one of these partial investments now for Big. And you would imagine with how it's gone so far that that's good for Fnatic. That's right where they want to be. They haven't fallen down to these pistols yet.
Yeah, good awareness from Mezzy. You know, he was in a high-risk, high-reward position, tucked in the cubby there in the pocket, out on B lane, but he hits two lovely timings on player coming through the door and even reads the fact that tabseN could have just walked past him. Because tabseN, he knew Mezzy was there, he just didn't want to trade. He wanted to take the space and play out the 2v4 with the mid flank, but once that died, heading towards B, it seemed pretty obvious for Fnatic. The call would have come through like, yeah, he was going B. So keep that in mind. And so the flanks are dealt with, and Fnatic find their feet firmly planted early on the CT side. Can it be kept up, though? These rounds can be the hardest to close. A few deagles, a lot of utility. Alex is going to try and drop a smoke to play in front of the red smoke thrown by Big. But a flash over the top, he can at least easily duck back into cover very quickly and still reappear. Ghoulish apparition, but he won't last forever. Lots of pistols spotted, and that's his time to leave. Chase onto Crims, who's had troubles in the donut already. But he's very committed right now. And actually, they've slipped the net right past him, but more will have to make it if they want to commit to red. You won't just send Searson with the bomb alone. Oh, and it jumps back. Crims sees that. So it's just going to be this A reset here, and it's pretty obvious for Fnatic what's going on. They're about to clear middle, which does give a window of opportunity for example, Keto, who's deep in A main. But it could even set Fnatic up for a flank, and Faven is about to throw a smoke.
They really believed that this was shaping up to be a B play by the looks. Like, they lent so heavy into middle, they've left A open for a long while now. Oh. Now that you've heard that smoke go over, the penny's going to drop. It's like, that's an A smoke right there. That's landed in Temple, so everyone starts to shift back over. They still want them to hold the line, and they will. Brolin makes quick work of that play out through main, getting there in the nick of time. And, you know, that one little bit of info gained in mid from the smoke going out really did kind of save them from what was, I don't want to say like a misread, because you still had a presence. You doubled up in mid just to make sure you don't lose Crims pushing, but there were gaps to be exploited there, right? Yeah. There were chances for that to get weird.
As soon as Crims got to the boxes, the player he was with doubled back to A. So yeah, it wasn't completely open, and Fnatic still wanted some numbers at B. There was enough time for Big to have reset spawn, but don't count Fnatic out at this kind of scoreline. Suddenly, this game looks a lot more interesting still. Keto's been double naded in middle to 5 points of health. The rest of Big starting B side. And a weak hold here with only 2 players. Brolin's going to have to re-smoke, but I'll only buy him a bit of time. Smooya even moves into cave as well with the AWP. This means Big could just waltz into the site right now, unbeknownst to Fnatic. But it's also nice with Brolin spamming, and if he swaps with Smooya here, the call for Big is going to be there's an AK in Cave, and now the AWP is next contact. So it's a bit of a ruse pulled over the eyes of Big, but Brolin tries to get back to safety, and he can't escape in front of the Cave smoke. He didn't want to give up the entire site for free. Fnatic are relying on a flank right now. Smooya's still smoked off. Alex backstabs, setting up in the Cave as well. The nade should be able to finish the AWP of Keto, and even though Big get into the bomb site, they still haven't cleared Cave, although they think they have. Crims doubles up, and as the smoke fades, Smooya finds a kill. These rounds are so quick.
Yeah, you know, that one might have had like a bit of a slower build-up in terms of, you know, taking the lane control, kind of trading out that position and denying the info to Fnatic. But then, like, when the go button was hit, it was immediate. Everyone in through ramp, taking fights. And honestly, I think I think Fnatic do quite well to recover that, considering the opener found on Brolin meant there actually wasn't anyone left in the B site to hold on to it. It's that fast double rotate up ledge out of Alex and Mezzi that helps set them up. And Crims finally has a bit of a round himself as well, right? Those 2 kills onto the site players were instrumental. And he hasn't really had many a moment so far where we've looked at it and said, yep, Crims was a real key component of that round there.
Yeah, absolutely necessary for the confidence at this point. Brolin, this was a smoke thrown on the molly by Faven, and Brolin will use it against him. In and out like a bandit. Mezzi's blind, but they're not through the door. And so lane is taken, and this is lovely control for Fnatic, who still have Smooya AWPing mid. They don't need to care about the lane or the ledge jump up either. So Fnatic have so much info. Alex needs to rotate. He's been freed up at this point. Holding util just in case things get weird at B, because again, Mezzi's tucked in, but Smooya's hit his shot, and he leaps out of middle as Brolin trades contact. That's what a lot of these setups are looking really nice for Fnatic. Just the trading of peaks at B from Brolin and Mezzi. In this round, it's Brolin helping Smooya, and Mezzi gets his kill on the lurk out B as well. So right now, the CT setups are very aggressive for Fnatic, and big on being able to break their way through. We might try and see an A execute here for Big, who are getting kind of the rounds decided for them, locked out of B by these aggressive positions. And Smooya is also being given a lot of room on CT to play his spawns, play where he wants. He's been all over the place this half. Crims is even now double AWPing on A. Nothing wrong with that. Can lock in Temple pretty well. Fast into middle for Keto, beating the molly with the smoke. Alex is caught blinded, and Mezzi's going to have to trade. He doesn't want to die in middle, though, and offer a gaping chasm to Big. He will risk going back in, but that's, again, off the contact of Brolin, who has been a beast on this CT side, who has locked Big out of every single part of the map. Crims misses his shot on A. He's kind of tucked in right now. Smooya has killed Tabson. 2 on 4. Searson's trying to take space, and that smoke will give him a bit.
Tizian's helped out a lot, though. Getting deep through Temple and dealing with Crims on that CT rotate, it's a bit of pressure removed. You know you've got one man trapped on the CT side, but it's this double donut setup that really starts to complicate matters. Tizian fighting tooth and nail, but when you're getting collapsed upon like that, you know, you don't even know where Smooya's gotten to, and amongst all this, there were just so many questions racing through his mind, so many things to take into account. You know, the chance to get swung from CT, donut, Temple for all he knows, because that AWP was spotted over towards CT originally. A lot stacked against Tizian, and he will fall short in the clutch. So now the pressure's on, Hugo.
Yeah.
Now, like, coming into this half, after a 12-3 CT side, we were kind of sat here thinking, yeah, it's a CT-sided map and all, but it's something so dominant. This feels done. Fnatic have remained resilient. They've kept a brave face on, and now maybe that confidence, that kind of pendulum of momentum, starting to swing back the other way.
Yeah, you got to give so much of this credit to Brolin as well. It is the setups. It's not a one-man army at all for Fnatic, but like he has been put in such nice trade positions to keep Fnatic in advantageous spots, right? Like when one guy gets a kill, instead of Big trading that kill, that player hides and Brolin takes the next frag. Like Fnatic are getting so many 5-on-3s, and Brolin has been at the forefront of many of them. 5 and 4 in opening duels, but many of them in the second half. Faven fast. I like the pace change, a bit of disrespect for Big. On a low econ round like this, it's a perfect call, but this is the one gun to work with, and it's been an expensive investment as well. Brolin again keeps getting away with it, and once more with his back covered by Mezzi, he's freed up to frag out. Faven only just makes it back with 40 health. Alex needs to talk to Crims here because his back is being wrapped, and right now Crims needs to be very careful. With mid covered, Crims swings, and he will get 1D'd. A beautiful shot by Keto, who has gone a bit stale in the second half. No better time to show up. Tizian follows up.
Dear.
German D's looking to be dominant yet again.
They do not want to give them that equalizer, do they? They don't want to let this game get tied up. Not out of the woods yet, though. The round isn't over till that bomb goes off, and Fnatic are telling themselves the same thing. They believe they're still in with a chance here, waiting for the smoke fade. Tizian's dead out in the open. There is a wrap in middle, right? Searson on a big rotation, all set up for him to try and win the round. And Faven hiding in the smoke. They don't expect it, but he will get spammed out. Searson sees the legs. He's got them off the bomb. But the spam, it doesn't get the kill. It's going to be close. Fnatic just coming in with the defuse.
Wow.
A millisecond worth of difference, but that is the equalizer in the 2-on-3 retake.
He knew exactly what was going on. I love the realization for Searson to double back out of main and full flank the middle area. They called it. Like, these guys got to be sitting in the smoke at this point. They've got to be waiting. They're not showing it anywhere else. So if this is going to be a retake other than a save, it's got to be from Donut, and that's what the bomb was for. Even Brolin, who taps the bomb, immediately changes spot to get on it inside of the smoke instead, and with a second's difference, Fnatic keep this flawless CT side. Unbelievable. Looking for a 10th in a row, and Brolin, of course, starting off. He won't last long. Taps and trades before that smoke blooms. The leader of Big taking matters into his own hands, and middle, for the first time in a while, is completely silent. Not only the AWP out, as Smooya leans back to A, but Crims, he covers the cross for now. He has had trouble in Donut though, so he's going to swap out. Smooya now taking the AWP to mid instead. He still gives them the room to red. Alex is holding that. B is very open, but that's not where Big are ending up.
The setup is nice though. Like if Smooya had swung this wide, he would have been a dead man. Instead,
through the fingers.
Yeah, that's not a nice miss. That's one that's going to hurt.
Oh,
no!
what?
Flicking back. Still only one from that AWP. Crims is blind. Crims is flashed. Still in with the fight. In with the first. A 2-on-2. And Crims is brushed aside by Tizian. Only Mezzi. And the bomb's going on a rotate all the way back to B. This will be a clutch attempt in the retake. It's AWP on Searson versus Mezzi, who is a long way from home. So much time to get set up here for Searson. So much time to make decisions, and he wants to win this round. He wants to take a fight on this long rotation. Mezzi looks to consider that and actually won't go falling for it. He knows who he's up against. He knows the kind of guy that Searson is, and so he's going to look to reroute into the cave.
Uh-oh. This is going to take so much time. Searson has the perfect post plant. He knows he can peek from either angle. Mezzi has no information. By the time he sees the plant, he'll realize where Searson is. And now he knows it's long or short. He's thinking ramp. He doubles back to check the short side, and Searson peeks late for the round for Big. That's all it takes. One man killing Alex on the flank down middle and taking that path to B. Searson will win the round out for Big, and oh my goodness, breaking the streak of Fnatic of 9 in a row on the CT side. Easier said than done. What a chaotic, reckless game this has been. Heart's got to be racing right now. Neither team is safe. It's only the first map. It's only Fnatic's pick, and they call out another timeout just to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the competition, you know, almost don't cut it. You can't almost complete a comeback here. You need to seal the deal. You need to bring the goods. And in this little tag pause, you know, while it gives you a chance to collect your thoughts and try to get back on the same page, this is where you're taking stock of this and you're saying, like, look, we need this round or else this one could end up just skirting by. It'll just be a nice try. And that's not what you want if you're Fnatic. Up in the hands of Smooya. Taking it solo over towards A. Bit of a mid setup for Fnatic as they attempt to deny this control to Big. Alex and Crims in this position.
Brolin, the aggression isn't tapered. They go through on the reload. What a call for Tabson. That's back-to-back rounds that Tabson has been the killer of Brolin. The guy who's been making magic happen at this B-bomb site. And Big, They look interested this time around to commit deep in cave right now. Do they have a boost up? What are they doing? No, it's a bait and switch. It's a anti-flash for Tabson. Fathom will die if Fnatic pop in, but surely a 1-for-1. Bigger happy with it. There's the flash. Bigger waiting for this. Blinded, and Tabson trades. He's very low, though. Mezzi's still deep on the ramp. They could get caught lining up nades. Does Mezzi want to react off the pinball? He'll just get aggressive as he hears the steps up close. Searson with the orb. Mezzi fakes the escape, and Searson still hits the shot. Out on long side, Alex does take Tabson out of cave, but a smoke down very deep. Alex is going to have to wait for his teammate. Smooya rotating out of CT, and Big, they'll do the same.
Oh, it's such a mind game, isn't it? Fnatic fully sold on the B play, but Alex has at least collected this information ahead of time. Smooya, did he hear the footsteps into red? It definitely looks like he did.
Players are scared.
They both concede. They're aware of a player loose in middle, but Alex still goes running to his death. Smooya knows he's got a 1v1 in the sight. Coming through. Missed shot for Searson, but not the second time around. No scope needed as Searson locks in another round for Big.
You could see that realization from both Tizian and Smooya. They both heard each other and both players back down. No one wants to make that mistake. At that point, Smooya's probably calling, he's on me, he's here in red. And because Tizian heard Smooya, he stops and then catches Alex on the flank. They couldn't trap them. Smooya, I like the play as well. He knew he had a 1v1 for the bomb. It was his only bet at winning that round, but no connecting shot. And Big, in back-to-back rounds, opening onto Brolin. And look at the effect that that has had on this CT side for Fnatic. Alex will take lane, try and assist Brolin this time around, but Big, they are going A. Fnatic have that information very early on, and Smooya, every time he's played A, they've not been here. Finally in the right position to win the round, and Big are taking time as smokes roll away. This has to be Smooya's, or this game is Big's.
Oh, well, he's seen Searson first. The Rat King out of position, having to go back in a temple, and they're already past him. The Pied Piper leads him away. Crims has traded it out. Still the advantage lies with Fnatic, but they are getting into the site on the side of Big. Keto working his way up close, has cleared out default, opening a route to a bomb plant, and now holding for anyone trying to get ballsy and looking to come through that CT smoke. All these smokes fading now, and so these sight lines wide open. Big and not budging. The fights are going to have to come to them, and the first one will. Alex there, Faven with a response, and Tabson, the double AWP sight hold, looking good, has brought it back from the brink. Faven can't control the spray, and Crims is able to best Tabson in the head-to-head, so Fnatic get it back under control. A crazy close round. You know, you kind of thought that once Smooya missed that timing on the player getting out main, they're running in, then you have like 2 kills coming out from T-AWPs in the post plant. Big, they were probably looking at that as their opportunity to seal the deal on this game, and now it's still wide open with that one going the way of Fnatic.
Nothing wrong with the weapon swap back for Faven. He's trying to keep it fresh, but it's the spray that misses. If he hits that kill, he's suddenly favored. The time is low. He has a good post-plant position, but yeah, whiffed spray, and it costs Big everything. They also knew, Fnatic, that Big were in the temple with that smoke coming in deep. And yeah, Smooya may have died, but he at least dropped Searson. That's been a head-to-head we haven't seen too often. And Searson has been the guy alongside Keto making magic happen. Tabson at B, though. This is his domain.
I think they're going to try and bait the reload. I think they might.
Oh, no, they're doing a little boosty-woosty down at the B stairs, trying to look over the door smoke. Meanwhile, even if they do go off the reload, Mezzi is here to cover.
Yes, exactly, right? Every single time Brolin's done this now, Tabson's cancelled it by just running him down on reload. Boosting over, spam comes in, and Brolin's dead to it, but it's not clear yet. Mezzi was here the whole damn time. They learn about it now. Oh, the pressure. It's mounting. Alex with a bit of ramp aggression and has caught the bomb. That's info, but he can't follow up with the second man. The bomb's retrieved and the pressure of it getting dropped alleviated. They're going to look to try and make progress elsewhere. Walking past the cave smoke and rejoining Keto in middle. He hears someone rotating. He hears Smooya making his way over to B. And right now, he's hit this godlike timing to milk this for all it's worth. Knives are out. He decides against it. Ball from Keto. And the A site wide open for Big.
That's a heartbreaker. And you can see the pressure. He wants the knife. He also... Yeah, maybe he didn't feel like that was a guaranteed backstab. For a moment it wasn't, but even so, the pressure on every single decision getting made. Keto keeps it clean, and Mezzi's walking to his death, dead in the donut, and that is it. Big take a bite out of Fnatic. It may have been a 9-round comeback, but Big are the first to hit 15 on Fnatic's pick. Tabson's laughing like, yeah, mate, you should have gone for it. Dear, oh dear. What a play from Keto, the space creator in that round, finds the little gap up red, and Smooya pulled out of middle just the wrong time. Oh. Hey, if anything is good, he didn't knife. Quick double up, clears Crims off A. And I like you said, that bait setup with Brolin and Mezzi. Brolin's going like, yo, they're going to rush me. I'm just going to keep spamming and reloading. They're going to rush me. And they wallbang him. But still, Mezzi trades. It's not enough, however. Big, well, they love getting picks at B. They rarely end there.
How devastating is this, though, right? Like, you can put everything in. You can have the best calls. You can have the best ideas. You can have good individuals showing up. But ultimately, sometimes the game can get decided on money and money alone. And look at it. Look at Fnatic. They're coming into this round digging deep in their wallets for whatever they can find. It's a collection of SMGs, Deagles, and a FAMAS. The odds stacked against them, and so plays are going to have to start to get made, and Crims knows that. Up in main, it's a double off the MP9. They've not seen an aggressive Crims yet, and so he shut down the A-Fake component. The other three up at B ramp, now moving in. Mezzi's Deagle waiting here, smoked off. Gonna try and find something around it. Spam from Brolin gets them paranoid about Cave, and he comes running through. They just don't expect the level of aggression, the disrespect out of Fnatic in this round. And hell, they've got nothing to lose in their eyes. They're taking every fight they can, and they've left themselves in a 5-on-2. Favn and Searson, two of these Sprout boys, now on the big stages, and Searson, ooh,
lineup.
With the lineup, they tap it, they bait shots out, even though it connects, they go running through. Favn with a double, but they are on the bomb. He still needs to come in and get them off of it, and they're sticking it. He doesn't know, and that's 14 for Fnatic right there.
What a mess. One bullet, knife out, and no one gets it off. Searson hit a right click off the knife, by the way. It set Favn up for the spray to get one of those kills, and that was a total mess. We see the difficulty that we talked about earlier in these post plants when you don't have deep control, and Big couldn't afford to take it, right? With this double up from Crims, huge impact, with Fnatic flashing their way back in pre-plant and then even smoking ramp. It's just so constricting. Big had no space to play, and you're just gamble spamming at that point. What a messy round. Fnatic given reason to believe yet again. Fighting for overtime now. Big want to cut the head off the beast. They can do it now. Stress-free game if Big managed to take it here. Suddenly they're up a map, moving on to their pick, favored. But is it going to be that easy? Brolin's up to no good again. This is what he was doing early in the half. However, they are holding him.
Oh, mate, it's ballsy to go for that in round 30, and you could see the hesitation. You could see him saying, like, I don't want to peek this and just give it away. But with the game he's having, considering that when Fnatic looked their best, it was on the back of Brolin's openings. He wanted to try and get involved.
And with this reset, it's terrifying as well, because not only does Crims not have a main info off for this boost, he'll only know when they've committed, but Fnatic rarely see Big NB. This is a huge info play for Smooya. If he can just get one and drop off. He's waiting at the right time in the right place, but will he hit the shot? No.
Oh, goes back in, drops the bomb, info gain, but Searson is now on that angle. Suddenly, it's Mezzi alone, a B-hole that he has to win out, and he's good for 3. Might have been blind, but he's left it all on Tabson. The grandfather of German Counter-Strike, the man at the helm of Big, now in a 1v2. Alex, on this flank is locked in, 15-15. We're going to overtime from a 12-3 half in favor of Big. Fnatic piecing 9 rounds in a row together to make it competitive again, and they keep soldiering on right to the very end. We're going to overtime. Stick around. You do not want to miss it.
We didn't really specifically practice something. I think we are still in this phase where everybody has to learn their new assigned roles and have to be, I don't know, just show your best. We have now a new sports psychologist, and we are living really healthy now. We wake up really early, we do gym every day, we eat healthy, and that's our focus right now, to just be healthy, have a healthy mind, and be healthy in game.
Hey Future Pros, during a game I was observing, I saw Astralis pull off a really sick run boost in mid. This run boost allowed Dupree to peek the B alley insanely fast. So fast in fact, he beat the T's ledge molly. An extra note, a fast mid molly or flash would help a lot, as it's possible for T's to catch you out if they are fast enough. To pull off this run boost, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 1 flash, and just a little bit of movement skill. Future Pro number 1. You will be the lower part of the run boost. Run into mid, do a 180 and stand on the mid section of the steps. Time it right and start running backwards just as Future Pro 1 lands on your head. Then just do whatever. Future Pro number 2. You are the movement pro, so run into mid and jump onto Future Pro 1's head. Keep holding W and jump almost instantly. Now you can sprint across the ledge and get a really quick peek into the B alley. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the supported flash, so try to get it right. To throw the flash, stand against this wall. Aim above this ornament on the right side. Then running throw your flash. If you all did everything right, you can get a really quick peek into the B alley and hopefully catch a T fully flashed.
Sweaty palms in this series already as overtime in map 1 comes right through. This felt like a done deal after the first half. Big went 12-3 up on their CT side, and Fnatic pulled a flawless comeback 9 rounds in a row until Big finally resurged and at least locked in the guarantee of bonus play. That's where we find ourselves now on Fnatic's map pick. Even 1 T round you feel like might just be enough to tip the scales, but once you hit overtime, everything goes out the window anyway. How long can Big last? And can Fnatic close their pick before Vertigo? Let's find out.
Yeah, it's going to look like a very different game, you imagine, right from the offset. You know, you hit OT, you kind of breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. You're no longer working with, you know, these 1-round margins. It feels like the world's opened up to you. Aggression from Fnatic over towards B ramp. This is how they elect to take lane this time around. No more Brolin in cave. Instead, he assists Mezzi, locking in this B control. And that little 1-2 punch of Brolin and Mezzi, that is the knockout blow that Fnatic have had reliably in this game. Smooya in middle, nails that shot. If there ever was a time for a Smooya recovery, it's now. And Mezzi set Brolin up to take even more space in middle, adding insult to injury, salt in the wound. And a 3-on-5 for Big out of the gate.
It's everything that has been working for Fnatic, but just done a lot cleaner, right? Not the double cave push. Instead, it's the ramp take to get Mezzi covering and Brolin in that position. And even the flash over the top to actually kill those players holding King. Because Big, you know, we saw by the end of the game, by round 30, they were ready for this Brolin play. You reacted there. That wallbang was sickening. Not just damaging close lane players, but it can even drop the man in middle. Sis has been put to 10. Big, they can't even make up their mind. There's 30 seconds. Sis is going to try and throw Util over top middle, but Big still have that info. Smooya's now been locked out, and this is at least going to free up some attention to CT spawn. This is very scary now for Mezzi, so he has to play inside of cave. Fnatic can't fight for the site. It might be once again a retake round if Big can get utility in. They know cave has been a prolific position for Fnatic. 10 seconds they need to plant. Mezzi could justify running out here just to stop the plant alone. He's killed the first man. Wallbang might just do it. They fake it out, and that was never a way to win a round. That's surrendering before you're even involved, as far as I'm concerned. Tizian had to go for a stick. He was never to know the site was empty, but yeah, and in overtime, the kills don't make a difference. The round does. You can see it's getting to everyone right here.
Yeah, I mean, also, I would love to know, like, what's kind of been spoke about coming into overtime for Fnatic, because I think already from like Smooya there, it was a lot more measured in mid. There's absolutely no, and you know, I'm a big Smooya fan, but there's no denying he's having a really rough go at it right now. You know, when you look at Orpers, it's been CSN leading the way in Impact, second to none. But everything about that play in middle, just getting one and getting out, like you've done your job there. You haven't let them trade you. There's no need for the repeaks. And so he sets Fnatic up really nicely, honestly. Like, it's a big reason why Brolin's flash play works so well, is that their attention was kind of floating around over towards Donut. They're concerned with dealing with Smooya. Alex in mid, Keto's already past that, and a dink goes both ways, but the AK always wins those. Now up through ramp, in they come. Mezzi tucked in, only good for one. Nade finds a bit of chip damage, and the spam so nearly stops that bomb, but nearly isn't good enough at this point in time. A 3-on-3 post-plant. Big easing back into ramp.
We saw what happened last time Big went ramp. That's why they're realizing they need to take more space and play towards cave. They don't have any nades for this one either. One flashbang. And if Fnatic throw this retake smoke that Smooya has available to cut off lane, or to cut off ramp rather, this is a total disaster for Big. Coming in off cave now, CSGO's dropped Brolin. Now things get a bit spicy. Smooya needs to win this AWP battle. He's quick at it. He does get the kill off. They're not on the bomb. Smooya's hit too. He needs to stick, needing the cover from the rifle. Tizian has to run the smoke, and he's dead in the water. Smooya gets the defuse, and Fnatic get the round. That's more like it.
Exactly, mate. That's going to feel so good. Like, if you wanted a recovery arc, for this guy right here, what he needs is a couple of rounds where he can look at it and he goes, yeah, I played that right. I hit my shots. I was one of the reasons that we picked that up, and there wasn't many of them in regulation. When we get to OT, and how does it start? Smooya takes an early 5-on-4 in the first round. Now he steps up with a double to win the second in overtime. Suddenly, it's an entirely different ball game if you get him switched on as well. And Big left clutching at straws as to how they want to get back into this one.
Again, the aggression. Fnatic are relentless, and they jump through the smoke. Faven gets bullied, bruised, battered by Mezzi. With another triple kill, they run right by him, but his job is done, and the rest of Biggs has just begun. It's 2v4. Brolin's found the bomb, and Searson in a surely unwinnable round to lock Fnatic in. A 3-piece in CT's side. Now, I will not get ahead of myself. I will not say this game is done. If there's one thing that was clear, Fnatic had troubles in that first half. But boy, have they set themselves up for what was and what could still be an unbelievable 12-3 comeback. 1 round away, 3 chances to do it, and their map pick is secured. I hope we see a slower T-side. Pace was the name of the game for Fnatic in the first half, and it did not do them wonders.
It wouldn't surprise me, considering they went 3-0, if this is a faster round. Because if there ever was a time to do one, it's right now. And then you can work to reevaluate if needs be. And Tizian's telling us, yeah, needs do be, mate. He's doubled up over towards lane. And Fnatic is suddenly thrown into disarray. Whatever the game plan was, it's out the window. Back to the drawing board now. Crims is working a bit of main control, but this A site isn't one that you can just walk out into. This isn't free. There's 3 leaning back towards A now for Big, entrusting that B hold to Tabson and Faven. And if Crims does try to get out here, he's a dead man. Sneaking on the jiggle. That's an easy shot for Searson. And now the re-smokes at B, knowing if there ever was going to be a play, it's going to happen now. They spot Smooya, but that's not enough. Smooya was never blinded by it.
It just bounced off the top of the cube. It did nothing. It didn't even get close.
Is that a way back in? Is one flashbang, is one flash play going to be the decision you come to regret? Should still be unwinnable, right? That's what you're saying to yourself right now. Bomb now dropped, and Smooya left in the 1v4. Never a nice place to be in. Tap on the bomb, but they don't go peeking, and now they know it's a fake. He's going to go hunting. He's looking for Faven. Oh, dear. Gonna clear the angle. Smooya with a second. There is this wrap from Keto to bear in mind. Smooya's tapped again, hoping that this baits even more peaks, but little does he know it. With each second that this bomb isn't going down, it's only lending more space to Keto, and it's never even needed. Searson on that angle already. Takes the round for Big. And they've still got some fight left in them.
Yeah, great patience for Big. Just to not be hunting that kill would have been very easy to do so, but they had a flank in the cave, so there was just no reason to make a move. Searson, like a turret, just crouched down in the open, and he hits his shot. God, that was very scary after, you know, Faven just completely whiffs the flashbang. He made up for it with this kill through the smoke, stopping the bomb, because Smuyu could have covered and the smokes were still down. Once they fade, Fnatic's hopes fleet. 2 more for Big to run it right back, and the bullying in middle for Quito. He doubles up from afar. Again, another 5-on-3 immediately taken. Fnatic are just sold in for these quick rounds, and they are getting churned up by grenade sis. And he didn't fall for Crim's jiggles last time. This time he'll have to reposition. Quito's calling for help. Searson's been mollied out, but there's still angles to be found behind the Molotov. Fnatic have boosted up, but they've been flanked out. Tizian's pushed all the way around as Smooth's a dead man. He can reset as well. Quito is just sickening. And 4 kills to find 32 kills from Quito. The one guy who started all these games quiet so far here at Katowice. The BO1, the start of the Astralis game. He did recover by the end of the series, but right now Quito, from the get-go in this matchup, has been lights out.
He's just been a terribly consistent point man, you know, like constantly harassing you no matter where you end up. It feels like Quito's getting involved and finding a way to have that impact. Yeah, it is really nice to see, because I really don't think those first few games from him did him justice from what we've come to expect from this guy. Over in mid, the aggression, a signature move for Big as they take all this control. But that molly will force Quito's hand. He's got to take these fights, and he might win them both. Quito, judge, jury, and executioner up on the lane. Alex gets fancy with it over in middle to reclaim some ground, to take a 3-on-4.
We see the only way to get through that smoke is just Alex's bonkers jump over the little one-way. But keep in mind, all 3 of these CT rounds have been 5-on-3 within seconds. And why would the confidence stop flowing? Quito all the way round the spawn, and Alex checks it. That's a turnaround. Fnatic in a 3-on-5 double back. They slow it down. They suddenly feel the need to win this one rather than let this game go on longer than should be.
It's devastating as well, because like you've still only seen Alex mid, right? And even though you push all the way through B, now it kind of falls into a big question mark. You know, you kind of pieced it together that, yeah, it looked like an alien, looked like this was destined to end over towards A because I've got all this B control. But now with so much time left and you only knowing where Alex was, with all this silence from Fnatic as they just pull the brakes in a 3-on-3, it's going to put a seed of doubt in the minds of Big. They've had to just split up and play 2-1 between the B site and A site, and it's the A site that's less defended. Tabson over at Big Box, the man at the helm of this Big squad, playing it tucked, playing the long game. He's going to wait till they fully discount it and then try to get away with murder, trying to strip any hopes from Fnatic. They've gone around him, and Crim shoots him in the back. No reaction from Tabson. Searson catches one crossing, and it's still even odds. Big, everything they've got going into this round, but is it enough? Crim's the veteran on LAN, a chance to win this for Fnatic. 1v1, and Faven, it's the new boy that's cut down by the veteran of Crim's. Fnatic close it out from 3-12 down to a victory in overtime.
How's the team now with Faven on board? I would say that he brings a whole different dynamic. He's a really cool guy. He's also very communicative in-game. We didn't expect that because he's a little bit shy in real life, but he's not at all like that in-game. And yeah, it's super cool to have a full German team now. Gate was also a really cool guy, but somehow he didn't fit into the team completely because of different roles and stuff. But now it seems like everybody has their perfect role assigned, and we can, make it happen.
Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on? Now for Searson, he's got his work cut out for him. Ooh, bit of noise made, but there's Searson, nails the shot.
Searson, he's already on a double on this round. No one's watching it. Searson. Oh, the follow-up. Searson is on for the ace.
Searson in the window is smoked off. This is for the map. This is for the game. And he's waiting in the window. They have no idea. The smoke phase of this shot. He gets the kill. He gets him off the bomb. The pistol's out. The P250 might just save Big once again. And he's done it all on his own.
Goes down, it will fall to Searson, and he's hit some good shots. Very good shots, a double. Nork on ramp, he taps away, it's a good Julie double up, and he hits them both! Searson here with the AWP, but he's putting on a bit of a show. A fast wrapping long is Hunter. The only man left, Searson!
Clear cave. Nothing
Can
cave.
you rotate to B? I'll clear A.
Hold the doors. We have all of B there, I think.
One bottom. It should be B, should be B.
Yeah,
Bottom. Two more.
All posted.
Watch out for him coming back plaza. Nice, one more.
More, two more.
One more.
Nice, Will.
One more.
Nice.
Let's chill. He never expects me.
Let me. Miss on the push.
Nice! Will.
Nice
Will.
Super sick reaction here, boys.
It's break now.
Yeah, a super sick reaction. I think something like that. But either way, it is a reaction because obviously Fnatic were not scheduled to win this matchup. Yanko and Maniac, 12-3 first halves turned into 12-3 second halves, and before you know it, we're in overtime, and bada boom, bada bing, Fnatic do it.
Yeah, then the Twilight Zone really started right in overtime. It's some of the crazy rounds on T side. You're also running out of ideas a little bit. I think we saw that from both teams, really uninspiring T sides. And unfortunately for Big, they lose the game in a 5v3 situation where they just get a little bit overzealous, and then punished Crims in the clutch gets it done.
So let's start here, Maniac, and I think you might enjoy this one. There's a player who we actually heard from prior to the matchup starting. He was having a pretty rough go at it at certain points. But why exactly would you say it was a rough go if you were saying that?
Honestly, I feel like Smuya in a couple of these situations is just outside the game. Like, this is a very good example where he's going to be in a position where he can get a free shot, and for some reason decides to re-pick into a stack of players, gets a second shot after he gets that kill, goes again for B. Like, how disconnected is that? Like, that's an FPL type play.
This is Bush League stuff, really. Like, it's like, you know, you miss an easy shot. So he had a great round in overtime here with 2 shots, but you miss an easy shot, so you're mad at yourself, so you're like re-peak to kind of make up for it. And then you do that, and then instead of saying, okay, because he saw like more people, instead of just falling back to cave and kind of leaving to fight another day, helping your teammates, playing with your team, it's like, no, I'm going to go again. And it's like, all posted up. If Messi didn't bail him out with that like blind spray down, they would have lost the game because of that right then and there. Like, there's no room for frustration like that in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
It's even beyond frustration. I think he just made a whole lot of bad decisions in that game. A couple of timings where he get completely punished. We had obviously the example where Kido sneaks in middle, where Smuya does like a very loud rotation or 3 versus 3. Of course, someone is going to try and get behind you. So I don't know if he's a little bit late on the meta right now. Maybe it could be map related. We're going to have to keep an eye on for the next map. But he was definitely not having a good game yet. And we should not get smoke screened by a couple of fast scopes because he's able to do it.
Yeah, it should not be, what overshadows everything else. Our US Air Force Aim High head-to-head featuring Kido and Brolin over there for Fnatic. How are we feeling about him?
Look, I just wanted to quickly touch on Kido because I think he was symptomatic of the problem for Big in this map. CT side, fantastic, rushing all the way. T side disappearing. Brolin, on the other hand, was one of the main reasons why Fnatic stayed alive in this game. He and Messi together kept them afloat. They kept them alive when the AWPs couldn't, when Alex was struggling to find solutions. It was Brolin, it was Messi. These two were the heroes for Fnatic.
Yeah, and especially on the CT side, he was in that critical position, really having a lot of individual fights, a lot of duels. Brolin and Messi, I think he's one of the... I put him definitely up there with like your Brockies, your Yekindars, your Bits, as one of the rookies that has impressed the most. I mean, ever since he got into Cloud9, the guy's been nothing but delivering, and he's had to change positions, he's had to change roles, he's had to change lineups. I mean, the roster situation for him has been a complete mess, and he just keeps doing it online and online as well. So yeah, one of the most promising talents we've had in the last year or two.
And truth is, this is the big one, for both of these guys, no pun intended, with Big and Fnatic now, just a few steps away from qualifying, or what I should say is advancing to the group stage. We got to go to Vertigo and potentially settle it right there. It's Big. You think this puts them in a weird way going forward, Maniac?
I just don't know their mindset right now, because if you're Big, there's no way to ignore what kind of lead you just gave up on the first map. You were completely destroying them on the first half. You had everything lined up for yourself. Remember, I told you every single time they were beating Fnatic on their map pick, it looked like we were on this very high way, and then everything crumbles, falls apart. Tapson runs out of idea. A couple of clutches that make absolutely no sense. That hurts you. That really hurts you emotionally, mentally, and I don't know where they will be on that Vertigo, which I don't think is a safe bet for Big in general.
It's not a safe bet, but this is where we get to see the depth for both of these teams. Like Vertigo is not, is the second worst map after their permaban for Fnatic, so you kind of want to punish them there. So we will see if Big put enough work on the map, did they have enough time to be solid enough to kind of take care of business here. And on the other hand, was Fnatic also kind of working on their Vertigo. They definitely have the psychological advantage coming into this one.
No context, just a yes or no. Is the series ending on Vertigo?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I do like a house divided, especially this one. It's going to be Fnatic going versus Big. We've got another map ahead of us. Vertigo, and should it be needed, Overpass as a third. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll come right back to see if Fnatic can close this one out.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
NK and Jansen have been working together for a while already, and they have like a really good dynamic. They know what the other is supposed to do. So these both are doing great analyses, and yeah, that's it.
Hey guys, it's Robs. I'm going to show you a few tips and tricks on Vertigo B and how I prefer to anchor sometimes, and maybe you can implement it to your own playstyle. So on Vertigo B, if you want to play around the site and you're mostly alone, then you can just use this box here to get the information if they're coming up the stairs. And if they do, you want to use your smoke and save your smoke for that. You can just use your smoke like this. And they're just gonna buy you a lot of space, because you can, like, okay, they're coming, you're gonna fall back, and now you're buying time for your teammates to rotate, and they can always flash above the site here. You're just gonna play around the smoke, they might jump on top, and you just try to frag as much as you can. And the most important thing is that you just buy time. Good way to hold B is when you have two people holding it, and one of them is playing around this general area, so he's gonna hide and hold wood if they can boost and jump on top of it, and you have your teammate around the site somewhere, just spotting down the info if they're coming up. If they execute and your teammate is telling that they're coming up, you can also use your smoke here. This is what I like to do sometimes. And you're basically blocking this whole area, and you can just hide here, you can jump on top of this, and you can, again, buy a lot of time. And by then, like, your teammates are gonna be window, flashing above you, and you can just pick off all the guys here easily, and even fall back to quad, because if they molly it, it's gonna obviously dissipate and come back. So if you want to play aggressive, I usually just play around wood, and I kind of try to capitalize on the timings. I'm feeling really comfortable here when I play, and sometimes I have a teammate right there holding a flash, which is gonna land like this. I'll show you now. You just go against this wall, and I aim on this line, and it has to go between the stairs and the wood, so just about there. And this flash would land right down the stairs, and if you want, you can peek down with it. And just playing around the wood in general is a good way to be aggressive, and you can always fall back if needed to do so. Alright, that was it. These were some quite common setups on Vertigo B, and you'll probably see some teams using them in Pro League. But if you'd like, you can try them out, and you can tell me how they work on social media.
An absolute banger of a first map to open up this series. An incredible comeback from the Fnatic squad. But now we go to big territory. Now we go to Vertigo, their map pick in this series. And honestly, with how good they were all looking individually, you know, it wasn't really a question of Big missing the mark or slowing down. It was Fnatic reaching their level and meeting them there. I think Vertigo gets a hell of a lot more exciting when we kind of take that into account. With me is Hugo, Byron, and I want this to be a three-mapper, and I can tell you do as well.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want more of this kind of matchup? There was a lot of flair, there were a lot of knife attempts, maybe not as many kills as we would have liked, but there's obviously history between these rosters and some of the players inside of them, and that always makes for an entertaining game. Hey, it was back at IEM Winter, Harry, at the end of last year, where Fnatic managed to knock Big out of the competition 2-1, and now they look to do it again, but is it going to be so easy? Looking to do it in 2 today, we head to Vertigo. Not often a map that appears in this head-to-head, and not often a map that Big lean into playing, but neither was Ancient, and Fnatic still managed to take that. So what have Big prepared for us today? It's a T-side start. Windows getting broken just to throw a bit of util over, and Big will charge out middle.
Yeah, fast on the approach. Alex here, gonna get this info, but does take a dink, and he's got all the util, so he wants to start throwing that out before he has it all removed. Smooya on the angle, dinked immediately, still able to recover. Only one, but about all you could have asked. It's ugly for Brolin, as this A-bomb site falls under Big control.
Yeah, I like that pistol idea, just a fast one towards the A site from middle, the molly to stop a con player, and there's very little that Fnatic can do to stop them. It would have been nice to see Fnatic play towards ramp, but they instead just go towards Ellie and try and fight Big on the mid split, all getting 1v1'd, and Crimson Mezzi might, well, I was going to say save, but get some exits at least. Bit of a Kevlar to keep. cheaper helmet, but ultimately it's big with the pistol. And let's talk about this map a little bit, right? It's obviously not one that we, as I said, see very often, at least in recent memory for Big. Last time they did play it, which was at DreamHack last year, Fnatic managed to win it in a grand final, 3-0ing Big, but obviously different roster since for the big boys. And Favin has looked like a good addition. It was sad to see Keto at the end of last map, get that double opener and go on further for the big flank that Alex read, and that was a 3-on-5 that Fnatic managed to pull back and close the map off of. But as long as he doesn't get in his head over that, I think Big should be fine to reset and come into this second map. Always been a very good team at doing exactly that. But definitely the mental advantage is set on the desk for Fnatic, who just pulled off a monstrous comeback here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of like oh, dude, that's so unfortunate for Alex. Such a horrid little corner to have to hide in. It puts a lot of our worries to rest, like this idea that, oh no, it looks like Fnatic have come in really kind of unconfident and a bit messy and a bit sloppy. It's like, no, you have to be hyped after that comeback. Now, you've got to be believing in your ability to long out this series, or any series for that matter, with the kind of level that we just saw out of them. Brolin, for me, going to be definitely someone to keep an eye on if that last map is anything to go by, but Mezzi as well. Those two very much were the heroes within regulation, and then were even able to keep it up into the overtime. How much more have they got left in the tank? This round was meant to be clean, and it's looking to deliver on that, right? Searson spots one with his scout. He's not worried. No one on Big is worried about this one getting out of hand, right? 2 Deagles, really the bulk of Fnatic's arsenal in this one. Smooya just saving some extra cash.
Yeah, we all know what, Brolin can... Okay, buddy, that's one head-to-head. I didn't think that we'll get one out, but we all know that Brolin, what he's accomplished, and the name is synonymous with Swedish CS and with a Fnatic brand. But, Janko talked about how Mezzi back on the desk was one of the, highlights of the last couple of years of maybe the COVID era of players that have come up and actually looked incredible, right? Like, obviously played a bit in UK, but was pretty swiftly in-game Allegiant anyway, and has been alongside Alex ever since under, Cloud9 and Fnatic. So, yeah, he's just looked like such a talent, and despite his relative lack of experience, obviously less so today, but I guess in comparison to some of his teammates in Crims and players like Alex, it's awesome to see him performing on LAN, at a LAN so big and so important. And, when I managed to speak to him and Smooya coming into this event on the media day, he was, obviously everyone wants to get to the arena, but he didn't seem too nervous about the concept of it, of having, thousands of people screaming in the
Yeah, I mean, I also throw in the caveat this idea of it's easy to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
But then when you're up there, it's a very different story. I even played that one round in a show match, and I was like, yeah, this won't faze me. And then you go out, and like when you sit down, and even Henry's going, mate, I am trembling.
I mean, you were getting called wankers by the entirety of Sydney.
Yeah,
so,
but I get that everywhere I go. So, that was like half of the course. Right, look, here's the reinvestment for Fnatic. It's AWP in the hands of Smooya from the get-go. No armor behind it, so, will that taper him off, or will we still see some kind of signature aggression? He's got it in mid, so we're not going to get anything out of it early on. Instead, it's Searson Scout to open the round up. Right. That's a little rough. Brolin, pretty rough hand to get dealt, and now it's spiraling fairly madly out of control here. You've kind of slowly but surely fed this A play and set Big up nicely. They didn't even really have to work for those picks. They were kind of offered up on a silver platter. It might just be a save immediately. You lost those 2 players, and I think everyone on Fnatic at that point knew what that meant for the round. They will just back out, hold on to these guns, and give it a go in the next. But that's a flawless round from Big moving into the first rifle.
Perfect. Exactly what they need. But as we know, leads mean very little in this matchup after watching Ancient. And for Fnatic, who has said, don't play this map often either, I think the last time we saw them on it was back at Winter against Gambit in that elimination BO3, I think it was, or maybe it was an upper bracket one, but it was the late game that Fnatic got wrecked on Overpass to finish. But they even took Gambit to overtime on this map, which is something to be said for that, given how good Gambit are at Vertigo. But yeah, Big starting very, very strong. And it's looking a lot slower as well. We had some quick, squeaky rounds in that Ancient game from both teams. And Vertigo definitely leads himself into a more calm style of play, a more concise round, slow ramp takes, lots of late round defaulting, holding for B flanks. It's a big, very methodical team anyway.
With your 2A players falling and everyone else saving, it meant that they have Famuses in this round. So obviously Smooya's gone like, okay, well, you boys are going to need a hand. I'll lean over here towards A. Unfortunately, that's not the result you were hoping for. He's legged by Searson and finished off by Keto. A little wombo combo down towards ramp. Alex, this is very ballsy as he looks for this trade. You know, it might kind of scream, oh, God, don't overplay your hand here. You know, like, you can't just feed the beast. You also understand that at this point for Alex, you don't want to be left in another one of these saves. So he's looking for any means to deny this ramp control. And him still being scoped up actually gives you a better picture of what's happening in this round. You know the real estate that Big have, and it's not ramp. So that's going to leave mid, that's going to leave B, still as question marks. And we see Fnatic kind of leaning towards those bomb sites now.
Yeah, I mean, these smokes in middle haven't rendered for Big yet. They're not middle, B, or A. The third time's a charm. They have shot Fnatic through them every single time we've had these deep ramp peaks, but still Fnatic don't lean away from B fully. Mezzi's anchoring it down. He's dropped one man. Big may as well commit at this point. There's a bunch of them here. The bomb's committed. Up it goes. Mezzi just trying to buy time, but taps and spams him through the smoke. Alex with that retrieved ult makes things a 2-on-2. And right now, biggest split. Tizian's holding for a flank that is yet to come through. Brolin's going for the safe rotate. So while a bomb plant is going to be allowed, a very risky one. Alex is trying to move in to catch Tabson in the sight. He hits the shot with the AWP. Brolin, he doesn't know where Tizian's gotten to either, but it's just going to be two men back at the stairs, ready to lock the round in with no smoke. Brolin's got to win this on merit alone.
Their time is like the only thing on his side, and even that's rapidly turning against him. Tabson, 1 HP the difference, and a chance to save the AWP as well going forward. I'll see if he got to it in time, but that's Big continuing to take this one in their stride. And, you know, it actually ended up working very brilliantly to their advantage. Even though it was, like, risky having Tabson inside of that B site all alone, with him able to win that opener, it's actually really rough for Brolin. Like you said, he had no idea that Tizian's just all the way over at bridge, like, holding for a wrap round. In his mind, he's like, God, where is this second guy? Is he mid-lurking? Is he just playing around the bomb? It left a lot of question marks in the round that maybe didn't feel like a problem in the 2v2. But the moment the scales tipped, it became one. Nades over at ramp, or nades singular on Smooya. It's a little bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter. Big are looking for the 5-0. With only pistols in their way, it feels good for them right now.
Yeah, mid is completely conceded. You know, you rarely see players commit there. Big are just faking it out in this example, but we've got that boost up. Messi tries to get the info, he just fall off on the jump, but it's also a very dangerous position to stay forever. And ultimately, Fnatic seem to know that this is the A play. Still a little hesitant about middle with Tizian making noise earlier in the round, but now it's all of Big walking up the ramp. Fnatic ready to pummel them with pistols up close, and if they hear nades start to get pulled, maybe we'll see aggression. Alex and Smooya make that call. They move in for the kills, and 2-3 of them presented. Deagle out does die, and Alex will run right back to the site. It's not a nice round yet for Fnatic, but they've at least set themselves up with very little to play with. 2-on-3. Big. They want the kills before the plant, because Fnatic have already shown they won't respect you. They might come right through again.
Tabson's close. He's so paranoid about these smokes, and justifiably so, mate. For all you know, they could be sat in it right now. This is wasting even more time. Nice flick out of Searson. Crim's here. They heard that CZ firing off earlier, so they know about him. They know that he's stuck in the elevator. It's just a question, where is Mezzi? Well, over at ramp, they get their answer. Tabson spotted him, and the Deagle can't win that fight. Any hope of winning it might have just died with Mezzi as Crims is throwing into this clutch. Now, his CZ is ridiculous. It looks like it was never nerfed for this guy, like he never got the memo. But so low on ammo now, 4 bullets, has to make each and every one of them count, and the flash is just harassing him, just annoying, mate, keeping you off that angle.
Sick round out of Tabson, 4 kills. He's 8-0 right now, and that's a very nice slowdown for Big in a round that looks like it can get severely uncomfortable. I don't know, Crims has like unlimited ammo, I think, in that CZ. I felt like he spammed so many times, but yeah, couldn't get away with much there. It's a nice ramp crunch for Fnatic, but you know, as they go 3-2 up, they still have to back out. If Alex stays ledge, he's still going to die eventually, and so they try and stop them planting, but a very quick flick for Searson and a big 4K for Tabson has put Big at 5-0, as was expected. Just a little scarier than maybe they wanted. But a round's a round, and yeah, Fnatic need to figure out this A ramp right now. We can't keep seeing these deep peaks because Searson is built for them.
Plus, like, so much of the big game plan centers around the idea of, like, Searson being that opener, right, with the AWP. He's very proficient at finding opening kills, and it's like, if you do give them to him at ramp, he's going to keep taking them. He's not going to ever let off the gas on this side of the map. You know, he's always looking to get stuck in, and this round's no exception. Set there with the AWP early. Smooya will be on the other side. He wants to win one of these fights for once. You know, he wants to just try and tip the scales, make them a little more nervous about taking this ramp control. Tabson lining up the classic big smoke. They came up with this in the very early days of Vertigo to try and cancel out those deep ramp smokes. It just gives you a bit of a corridor to get to short. But ultimately, they lean away from ramp, grouping for a B hit. And honestly, you know, the info you've kind of gained on these ramp peaks is instrumental. It's meant that you only have 2 players leaning towards that A bomb site, 3 towards mid and B, and with Mezzi up close at the ramp, he needed more from that position there. Goes unchecked, but only manages to get 1. The responsibility of the B bomb site now in Alex's hands. And with Faven on the entry, he's clean with the openers. The B site's secured, the bomb can now go down. And Fnatic have to evaluate, do they want to attempt this 2-on-3?
Oh, they're going for it, no hesitation. Brolin gets flashed up. These flashbangs are just terrifying right now. Double swing, beautiful call out of Big, and that will send Smooya packing. No kit, no chance. Big going 6-0 up, and if anything, their delayed spacing saves the round for them. Mezzi was ready to line up a multi-kill there on the stairwell, but only 1 frag keeps the spray up, and you know, 17, 18 bullets into the A1S, you're realizing I've got nothing left, and they haven't peeked me. So Big wait out the reload and take him down right at the end. But yeah, good flashes from really both sides, but especially Big, just to keep popping Fnatic every time they try and get involved in that round. Oh, Smooya turns. Oh, missed shot. And maybe Keto wouldn't have even seen him if he never took it. However, that bomb covers up the footsteps of Keto. And a very awkward timing means Fnatic don't even have the hero AWP, which on a map like Vertigo, with how slow the T-sides can play, can be such a nice weapon to have in an eco round, right? Getting a pick off of your spawn, whichever site that is, changing position. Because Big have already proven they're not just a one trick right now. They're not just going up and taking a ramp. They're faking it out. They're going back to late B pops. Haven't even shown middle yet. Crims gets picked at B, and Alex, as the smoke blooms, popped by Searson through it. He is right now wrecking Fnatic through this ramp smoke. Smooya's looking for a pistol upgrade, but nothing to be seen. Oh, it's the MP9. Actually, it's down. They tagged Searson up, but they know he's close. Keto's ready to swing, pre-fire, and very, very close indeed. Searson should have him on lock. Hits him through the corner, and there's no winning this round on Fnatic. Big are just slowly but surely pushing themselves over the line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this isn't something you can do all the time, but at least with how much you've been facing at ramp, you've really given this illusion that, like, look, if the ramp smoke's in, we're challenging it on the side of Fnatic. I think at this point, you actually could just kind of replenish that smoke and take a pretty passive hold back in the site, because you really have set the precedent that smoke down, that means fight time. And, you know, the ramp picks are only happening for Searson if you're throwing yourself into the fray, which has been the one consistency so far.
Yeah, you don't want to give Big all of that space for free, but at a certain point, you have to make a change on the CT side. And it's similar to, like, Banana and Inferno. If you keep dying at car, what are you going to do? You're not going to keep taking Banana. You're going to give it up. You're going to play the bomb site. It'd be nice to see Fnatic in a buy round try and run one of these nade setups, try and deny a plant, let Big get up ramp and throw the 2 smokes. Because actually, if you think about that one eco round where Fnatic, you know, popped at the top of ramp when they had that 3-on-2 with pistols, like, if you picture that in a gun round and they actually have utility to be problematic when Big are trying to plant, suddenly it could be a nice round for Fnatic. And not only is that an option, but also if you give up ramp, you're very much freed up to play other parts of the map. And Big have already shown lurks out mid, shown B pops as well. So right now it's just an AWP, and this is good. With no smoke, Smooya has full reign of the ramp, and Searson started B with his, and it will end Mezzy there as well. Nice kill, Big with the smoke, and that's really annoying. Smooya's constricted, he's looking through it, but the flash is good, and they're up yellow already. Through the molly, Brolin kills Keto, and Smooya did manage to catch tabseN on the edge of it. There's the mid lurk dead. Fnatic are piecing this one together, and they look like they're onto a round.
Yeah, a little 2-on-4 required for Big here, for Searson and Favon. They managed to get the bomb, but with 35 seconds and no map control anywhere else, you know, like, what do you even want to do here? I guess your best option is to just see if you continue to get fed over at ramp. They'll slowly walk up. Brolin, bit of an off angle behind the railing, right? Catches the first, Searson with nades out, and now he's able to fall back and get into the sandbags is massive. He can just sit here, he can just play timings, and no pressure on him to be the one to take this engagement. There isn't utility to clear that position, and so it will just be the save. If Fnatic let you have it, Alex going aggressive, might even be able to take the AWP away. On the swing, missed shot, and there it is. You know, the money is so good for Big that it doesn't matter so much losing him after time, but it does just go that extra mile in forcing, you know, more money out of those big bank accounts here with the full reinvestment and no money for Favon after the clock runs out. I'll say this much though, Hugo, right? While they finally win these ramp fights, it is also the first time that Searson hasn't gone ramp with the AWP, right? And there's definitely something to that, you know?
And I think also didn't smoke ramp, funnily enough. So, like, I wonder if Big, if they see that again, will they take the space? This time Brolin's up in front of it when it does get smoked. Oh, that's aggressive, and it's just what Fnatic needed to find this first kill. Searson is back here, though, and even though the flash does get Brolin out, I wonder if Fnatic still want to stick around and fight for this area. They have so many HE grenades. Crims with a off angle on middle, above the pallet, Mezzy right below. So even if Big get a picture perfect pre-aim, it's not going to be more than a single kill here for Tizian. How do they choose to take this angle? Because you're not often ready for a fight right here either. They're going to give it a look, give it a go, and no kills, in fact. Only a leg to Crims. Now Alex left alone at B. He gets a 1-for-1. It's all fine and dandy right now for Fnatic. Keto is just on damage duty.
Yeah, only thing he's got is time, you know, like that's really it. That's the only thing he's got to work with here. He wants to try and deal as much damage as he can at a bare minimum. All Fnatic players leaning. Oh, that's clean for Keto. Makes it a double in the round. And one more kill would at least make this an expensive round for Fnatic. Stop them from building up money. But he's got his eyes on the prize. He wanted more than that. And on the swing, Smooya finds him. So Fnatic are able to get that one over the line, and keeping 3 alive does wonders for their wallets as well.
Yeah, Searson still 3-0 in opening duels right now. Actually 4-0 rather. No, that's wrong. 3-0. Yeah, got there the third time. 6 shot out of Keto. Let's see how things continue to run back at the ramp. Like you said, Big have money, but it's getting a little scary. If Fnatic win another gun round, maybe 2 in fact, as Big will have bonus by then. They could be looking at a Nico. First a timeout. Big want to try and figure out the solution to this CT side. And right now, it's even changing for Fnatic, adapting as a double AWP comes through, trying to stay ahead of the game and keep Big on their toes.
See, in these last 2 back-to-back rounds, we've had like 1 smoke go down at ramp and Brolin pushes, plays around it, and then you try to get Smooya set up. That's worked these last 2 times. The first time they saw Brolin getting, the second time they saw Brolin getting aggressive, the first time they didn't. Now Big are kind of wizened up to that, so I don't know if it'll find the same impact again. Smoke down ramp, Fnatic, they do lean away from that tried and tested ramp setup, and Smooya even takes one to the legs to open up this round. Gonna force a bit more respect out of this AWP, maybe.
Yeah, they're going back to this setup, which is nice, similar to how they ran the pistols, right? Smooya is going to take that contact with Alex close, so even if Smooya dies, he can swing, that being Alex. He's holding for a headshot angle right now. Smooya's pushed off. They did see him, though. Alex, this is dangerous. Smooya goes back. And dear, oh dear, Keto is ready for both. Traded out by Brolin, and this is a scary escape that he won't survive. 2 on 4. Searson hounds him down. Crims may as well run through the smoke. Nothing to lose, but also nothing to gain with tabseN on the other side, ready for that play. Mezzi's going to have to save. And yeah, well, we saw Smooya's repeaks often let him down back in that first map. And I think part of the repeat there is knowing that he's 10 health after being legged. If he stays on that angle, they're probably going to nade him. They're probably going to molly him. So there wasn't really a right call there anyway, but Big, when they see Smooya, they hold for the repeat because it's all too predictable at times. This is a very important save. Fnatic do not have the money to run a double AWP unless Mezzi saves this again. And even then, he might give it back to Smooya just to facilitate more M4s.
Yeah, something that's like a bit... Whoa, no! Just before the time runs out, the AWP's taken away. That's twice now. Those hero AWPs just haven't been allowed to come through, getting hunted down by Big. Yeah, mate, something that is a little bit weird, though, right? And not every Vertigo game goes like this, so that's why I'll address it. It is that these rounds really are won or lost at ramp, but that's not in like a... That's not in like a sense where, you know, maybe when you normally say that, it's like, yeah, because retaking A is pretty hard. Like, we haven't seen an A retake yet. It is either 3 people die at top ramp or they win the opener at top ramp, and then maybe it looks a little better. And those rounds have been few and far between. It is a little concerning. What? You know, you have no idea what these retakes are even going to shape up to be. You haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, I mean, faveN was crouched there. That's why the flash did nothing. It just bounced off the stairs. The box covered him. It looked like a good lineup, but not today. Double nade on the double box. Crim's going to try and move in off of that, and he might be able to tuck close, but faveN's climbed up. At any moment can uncrouch and take headshot angles, can even jump over the wood here. Heavy lean for Fnatic, though. They've made a read. They think the Big will commit, and it does look like that's the case. 3 players set up at the B site. Smooya crossing back quad. But as said, with faveN here, at a moment's notice, he can jump up and cause commotion. Smooya's clear and close just in case, but how deep does he want to take this AWP? Any further than here, it is dangerous.
Yeah.
And Big still haven't made up their mind. 40 seconds to go, but it will end B. Oh, actually, the bomb's going back through T-spawn. They haven't even got ramp control. It's going up top mid. There's only 30 seconds. Do they even realize where they're taking the bomb? Is this going to be a run to elevator? Smooya's wallbang faveN. That's 2 kills. This is mad. Now they can't go B. Whether or not they wanted to, it's got to be this sprint to the A site. Alex smokes it. Crims is here to put a stop to it. They have to run through. It's their only option, and churned up by the ump. Double kill off Alex, and it's an oof for Big.
Yeah, Searson, mate, you might go down after time. Your better option might just be to throw yourself into that fight to Crims and sort of bare minimum, you know, money's made there. But, mate, yeah, wonderful reads from Fnatic to reposition Smooya over onto that B side, doubles up. And, dude, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, it looked like that had all the makings of the B play. Then there's that last second, you have 30 seconds left as they make the decision for the bomb to go back through spawn and join up with the mid component. And it left them with like this Hail Mary play into A that it didn't look like that was ever the intention there.
Just a mid-round on the fly. Yeah, let's see a faster one for Big. I like this. Charging up short. Searson's got a bit of cover here, but not as much as you would hope. He jumps with it. It's optimistic. And Brolin does shut it down. He has been a pillar on short, as he was back on the lane of B Ancient. tabseN's now taken the AWP. No stranger to it. Saved after Searson's death. And I like that Fnatic are tapering off in some of these rounds. It's a sweaty lineup from Alex. Don't know if it landed exactly where he wants it. Yeah, it looks like it did. Brolin wants a little one-way to play around on the bottom of the ramp. And that's enough to send Big packing. They don't like what they see. Let's try B.
Yeah, B's been Mezzi's domain, and we've had a bit of a mixed bag of results out of him. He's going to drop this close smoke Coming into this game, we have Rops talking about how, you know, the role of this B player is just to try and delay, just try buy time. And that smoke's going to help with that at least. It's kind of similar to, you know, smoking like Quad and Pillar back of Inferno. Just kind of gives you options to reposition onto Tetris. However, falling at the first hurdle and a re-swing from Crims has meant that Fnatic go a man down as the site is taken. That bomb moving over, and with Tizian at full health, that nade won't find him. Instead, Alex gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Guns out, and a third for him. Only Keto, and he's walked upon by Alex. 4 in the round, and the day's saved by the IGL of Fnatic. Takes matters into his own hands, doesn't he?
Yeah, we've been seeing this different plan out of big a couple of the rounds, and I don't think they were ready for them to get double killed on that a multi-level peak out on Tetris. But with that coming through, Tizian sticking in that very dangerous position. There was no cover. Keto's tucked in at green. He can't do anything about it. So very awkward plan for Alex to swing into, but lovely round from the in-game leader of Fnatic. It's going to keep it alive for Fnatic, and their money stopped for Big. Deagle's out, but German Deags famed and fearful. Going to walk for middle. Crims has not really had to do too much in this game. This has got to be a clean round. Smooya, careful, they're out wide. He's getting tagged up. Crims swings for a double, make it 3. All headshots. Clean as can be for Fnatic, and Smooya, he wants some eco kills as well. Hops into the party, but even then won't overstep the mark. Let Big come to you.
Yeah, I mean, you've got no reason to make this round any scarier than it needs to be, right? It should be clean, and it will be. Crims delivers over in middle. Yep. You know, those rounds can get out of hand. If he peeks out and only gets like 1 for 1 there, and then they start spilling over connectors, suddenly you're in for a really, really rough time. So he does well to hold the line in mid. And Fnatic, you know, starting to piece together a CT side here. It's still already a great half from the Big squad. But considering how dire this was looking early on, you know, you just couldn't set a foot right. They've done well to at least recuperate some of these rounds and get back in control, you know, finally winning ramp fights as well. This round going to be the ultimate test of that statement, though, isn't it? Because once again, this time, different AWP on the angle.
Sis doesn't have his.
Oh, okay. That actually... Now with the double ramp peak, you know it's not the A play, and you're very, very free to make this decision with Smooya not having, with CSGO not having one on the other side. They're left with just a B pop, and it is only Messi here, but he's called for rotations. Crim's going to move around to join him.
Messi again, he's been double naded here before, but he's going to let them get close. He doesn't get time to drop his smoke. Favin runs with the MAC-10. Alex is trying to take the angle, but that molly's a problem, and the flash is even worse. Again, big assault. Fnatic's eyeballs through the smoke is bonkers, and Tizian saves the day with that kill. Dinked in the process, taps and spams the smoke, and this is all over the place for Fnatic. Messi has certainly had trouble doing anything at this B bomb site. And Big with a faster round, looked like they're about to take a 9th. Fnatic might already be thinking about save. But the money's not bad enough to really justify it. Like, they can buy full next round regardless. You may as well poke your head in and see if an opportunity presents itself, but it does not.
Yeah, I mean, the longer this goes quiet, the more Big start hunting as well. It's a shame, you know, like, they are going to lean into this save, because...
Oh, here we go. I was going to say,
last second, here they come. They're buying AWPs anyway, but that's the end of it. Alex dead. Yeah, you know, what I was going to say is exactly as you're pointing out. The money's so good, and Big go hunting that, like, maybe there was a chance at, like, a 2-on-3 in the site.
Hey, every AWP gets denied. The only thing that does is stop a double AWP in this round, and even then, if Crims and Brolin drop over, it will be fine. Smooya can get his AWP, so... Yeah, they're going to lean away from it. Definitely Messi needs some help towards the end of the half. Big have had some really nice B-pops in this game, even with that weird one where they go triple mid and they get mauled by Smooya at B. Maybe we just see different starting positions for Fnatic. Obviously, this map can come down to spawns a lot of the time as to where your AWP is going, but yeah, Messi's just not been able to even go 1 for 1 when Big full exec B. Oh, they're boosting. Oh. Careful.
Oh, that molly separates Alex from helping out, so Smooya's alone, and caught out in the open on the smoke fade. It's a little ugly there at ramp. You know, you had opportunities to get away with something. Now that you've lost Crims as well, in the meantime, it's going to go from bad to worse. They want to re-aggress. They want to go back in for info. And this is what I mean. Like the rounds feel like they are won or lost in the ramp fights. It's like, once again, 3 kills come in at A. Now you're left gambling and pulling everybody over. And Big are like, screw it. We can go to either bomb site, really. Like, we should just be able to trade this one to a win. There shouldn't be too much danger on either one. Faven gets all the way through B. And instead of Big going, yeah, we'll come back, we'll get the bomb down there, they're saying, Faven, mate, just have a round, come in on this big flank and solidify it for us. They throw in more utility. And now they will look to leave, waiting for Faven to go real deep through CT.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than your flank activating and then you get stuck rotating and he dies right at the lip of B and you got your bomb in no man's land. This is still a big round. There's frankly nothing that can be done with Faven in this position. Brolin shouldn't be ready. He's clearing his corners, but even so, even if Faven misses this timing, there's more than enough defense at the B bomb site. There's the backstab. Faven gonna close it out, and Big looking brilliant, looking beautiful on the T side right now. 10-round half, but we've already seen a comeback this series before. Let's find out if it will happen again.
Katowice is going good. I mean, nothing's gonna be like 100% from the start, right? So we're just trying to work, and like he's been doing like developing really good, and like trying to put his like thoughts and ideas into our play style, because he's more like a wild guy compared to our rest. So yeah.
Why would they slow down? There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? What a spray down that was.
Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals. Sheer confidence from Fnatic, sheer aggression being unanswered by Envious. And look at the guns, 4 AWPs. Lifetime, he is destroyed.
Big get off to a good start once again. A 10-5 at the end of that first half of play. And now they move on to the CT side of their map pick here on Vertigo. For Fnatic, Comebacks might be in their blood. It might be where they come alive the most. But this is still a monumental ask. Their T side now, questions will be asked and we will get answers.
Already in the buy, Fnatic have a lot of nades and utility, but Big have double H here. I want to see if they're going to run exactly what we wanted Fnatic to do on that CT half. More of these retake S setups, looking to deny bomb plants, pushing in off the back of it. These are the things that Fnatic didn't try. By the time they found solutions, it felt too late. Big, no time like the present to start strong. Heavy in middle. 3 players stacked up. Keeping those nades together, though. Tizian and tabseN going to be tasked with the dunks, but tabseN too far away. We'll have to see how this comes into play later in the round. It's a very clean B execute with double smokes from the stairwell. Bigger boosting over the top, though. Nice kill. Oh, that's a double for Faven, catching Mezzy mid-air. Not what he was ready for. And now the nades come in, bouncing off the boxes. It goes the wrong direction, though. Dear, oh dear. Both those nades completely missed the mark. And now Fnatic decide to get aggressive. Bigger just sat back, waiting, relaxed, leaning, and oh dear, Brolin, Smooya suddenly blink and you miss it. All the kills come in. Smooya last bullet. tabseN has to trade, and now it's the 1v1 that never should have been.
No, this should have been a big round all day long. Like Faven getting the double, you thought it was enough. Now they have to look on and watch their IGL try to win it. tabseN dead, and it's Brolin with the reply. Hell of a round from him and Smooya. That was a 2-on-5 that they turn around in the blink of an eye. That should have never been their round.
Yeah, no reaction needed from Keita. That's just calm and collected. I don't know how Fnatic win that round. It looked like they were locked out, even with the missed nades for Big. That seemed like they didn't matter. Well, they did. Would have made all the difference to kill the planter. Instead, look what Brolin gets up to. Clutches it out, him and Smooya. Final bullet off the P250, and even flicking up to default. Woo! All right. That'll put some pep in your step. Some sugar in your system. But are Fnatic energized to keep up this comeback as they did on Ancient? Big have a force by Deeg. Scout on CSGO, terrifying on this A ramp. And now with the smoke having faded, he's going to be spotting. Not an easy guy to get past, even with an armorless scout in this position. Let's see if a rifle can do it. Might be a double face for Fnatic. Util coming out the little one way to get them up short. CSGO just playing the timing shots, but no one in the firing line. He's got to go back to the bomb site. The fallback tendencies, again, that we didn't see in the first half. But Fnatic don't care, and neither do Big, who are still stacked up mid and B. That's exactly where Fnatic are going to end up.
Yeah, it really feels like they've tried to sell the idea that this is like a late A play. They even dropped the bomb on the bridge loud. It's super easy to do that quietly, so that feels purposeful. You can just throw it off the map and it spawns back on the bridge. So yeah, I think this was destined to be a B play from the get-go. The A side of things was nothing more than a fake, a bit of trickery, and Faven up close. Gonna have to be a magician of his own making here, needs some magic, and he'll get spammed out. Tizian's Deagle finds the first, but that's the end of it, and tabseN's cut down after. It's only CSGO and this scout all alone in a world of pain. There's Alex up close, but 7 on the board for this Fnatic squad.
Yeah, good spacing on that exec, right? Nice trades. The flashes wreck Tizian, the close MP9, really the only gun that feels like it's going to get away with anything, and it's only damage. So Fnatic, they get rid of the force buy from Big, and they get a freebie as a result. Get to punch their ticket. 1 free ride. Or at least it should be. Waiting for guns from Big. Now they have triple nades as well. Just very heavy utility focus. Has always been the Big way. Going as far back as having got B in the roster. Man created so many smokes that we still see today in current Tier 1 Pro play. So his additions cannot be forgotten. Fnatic gets so much space on A, though. With Big making a gamble like this, Fnatic have really found the gap and essentially going to win the round from this alone. The only thing that could get weird, is if Big get here in time to dunk the plant. then suddenly they can rush it.
The thing that's kind of interesting though is that like Smooya could just be the perfect counter to that, right? Like, because they're going to be playing back in CT, holding nades out to throw them into the site, and oh, it's exactly what we were worried about. Oh no, everyone fiddling with nades, and Smooya wants all the money. He's on for the ace. That would be a lot of extra cash for the AWPer as well. Go on, Smooya. Go on, bud. How many times do you get this kind of chance? Come on, baby. CSN just hiding. Will go facing, and Smooya gets the ace in the anti-eco. A feel-good frag moment.
Yeah, nothing crazy, but that's going to get your head back in it. Definitely had some, you know, I think it was put well by the desk. Maybe a feeling to prove himself. Maybe overconfidence, call it what you will. A lot of scary situations back on Ancient, but let's see how the T side of Vertigo shapes up. Ace from Young Smoo, and all par for the course. Here's the buy for big. This is where I want to see the ramp control. CSN coming in with the AWP, sat sandbags. Keto looking down deep, getting flashed off though. Fnatic, a lot more noise early on A than Big ever felt the need to do on this T side. They often just let the AWP work it. Brolin's got this quick boost up. Are they throwing a second man into the source? They tried to, but the Molotov forced a smoke, and Crims turning around meant Mezzi fell off his head. Still, a player climbs into the site, and we have another boost back as well. Mezzi can jump on, and you can even climb up from this position, but he sees nothing, so little silent contact walk into B. Flash is going to force shots, and now Big know what's up.
Yeah, knowing about the B play, though, is not the same as repelling the B play, so they've given up the site. Even though they find Smooya getting aggressive. That was the MAC-10, you know, it's by design. They're trying to have him be that space taker once more.
Oh.
Now could look to come through. That attempt at throwing someone up does get cut down, and Alex's mid lurk. I like that he leaves here, because you know they're going to have to waste time worrying about you, right? Especially when you don't know where that bomb's planted for. You might be anticipating, all right, this is set up for Alex to be the guy to win the round. Well, he's now all the way back at ramp. The bomb is not planted for ramp. That's something to bear in mind. They're going to have to fight this every step of the way. It's a little boost thrown in for Mezzi, and he catches the first man. Keto with the swing, can't find the double, and CSN's AWP is not the ideal weapon to have here. They're in the smoke, knives out, and CSN won't be able to get away. Run down by Mezzi. And Fnatic, they come in swinging. That little bonus round gives them the results they're hoping for. 9 to their name now, and 9 for Big as well, I guess, in that they get nothing.
Yeah, Mezzi won't be able to save that AWP. The bomb will take him out on the way out of that site. But yeah, like you said, the reset is everything for Alex. Too many players are too hesitant with that. Big were waiting around mid, waiting for him. And even when they go for it, it's Alex being able to boost up that AK that gets the 2-on-3 back in the favor of Fnatic. And they never heard a tap on the bomb, so they never needed to move out of their tucked positions. By the time CSN taps it, it's already a lost round. Keto, nice aggression. Ramp taken back. This is the guy who was the top of the server for Big, especially last game. And so we'll see if he can do anything with this one rifle. There's a bit of armor if you wanted to throw it up to a healthy player, but Taps is caught throwing nades to be as, again, Fnatic just rushed this site. They keep getting away with it. Fav and Deegs won, but it's not enough. And Brolin spotted, but just leaves in time. Big can't win this round. Keto's given it up. And while Tizian might be able to trap Brolin in middle and also get a gun, that's still an if. What is certain is Fnatic find a 10th round.
And look, mate, you know, everyone's willing to admit to positive emotions, so I'll run down this train of thought, like, because I think you could debate me as to whether or not Big are feeling, oh, we can't let them come back again, you know, we've had these big leads before. You can go down that train of thought and you can say, oh, well, with Tabson's experience, they shouldn't be, etc., etc. One thing is for certain, though, Fnatic will be getting pumped saying, all right, boys, we are a comeback team, we are doing this again, and we're looking for a 2-0 and to get to the group stage of Katowice, right? Yeah. The one thing you can say for certain is they've got to be fired up. The fact that now they've taken 5 in a row to make this a tie game, it's got some real echoes of Ancient about it, doesn't it? And so now, this next rifle round for Big, I think it's paramount that they find success with it. You know, or else they could just get run over entirely.
Absolutely, and you know, when we have these teams go head-to-head, obviously they've been somewhat different rosters at times, but in the last 4 matches played in these two teams, they have gone the distance every time. They've gone 3 maps, other than a BO5 that was 3-0 for Fnatic. These have been long games. This would be a 1-up, and quite the difference from Fnatic, who were actually, on day 1 of the play-in, the team to receive the most dominant loss against Copenhagen Flames. That was a 7-round T side on Overpass, and then they just got flawless swept in the second half on their CT side. So that's the 3rd map of the series. It has been a map that Fnatic have been a little bit shaky on at times, and while Vertigo hasn't been their go-to, this is a really well put together T side by Alex. We'll see if it keeps up. Big, another AWP, and Searson, who was destroying at the start of this game, who was finding all these opening kills, he's definitely cooled off. He's definitely not really had the chance to do the same in the second half. It's Faven who's 5-0 on opening fight. Searson still 3-1.
They heard the tag. Keto just heard that connect. Oh, the nade bounced wrong and it actually hit Keto.
Ouchie.
That's a little rough. He's at least got info at ramp. That's actually massive in the grand scheme of things. Because look at tabseN now just leaving the A side.
God,
another missed nade. Yeah, I was questioning if the pressure was getting to them, and maybe it is.
Someone call Gob.
This is scary. TiziaN is about to go face-to-face, literally, with Brolin, and he'll maul it off before Mezzy gets that trade. Faven's forced out of the site and has to concede this ground. 20 seconds as they now look to make their way in. Time is of the essence, but you do have this man advantage. It can still get wrong, can still get weird, and with the molly down, denying the plant for a few more seconds, as he knows a big play has to be made, and there he is. 4 kills, the lead taken for Fnatic. Bow down before him as he lights them up on those rotates. Big, they were believing that they had a chance in that, but not when Mezzy's still alive.
That looks so good for Big, man. Like, all of the util coming in, everyone in position. Fnatic getting burnt out on default with 10 seconds. They could barely get that plant. And Mezzy, he's known as the anchor man. He couldn't really do it in the first half, but T-Side gets up involved and gets wild. What a game we're getting out of Fnatic right now. This is a great face, and I'm loving these double B boosts. They keep putting a player behind the woodwork and then sending a second one up on that headshot angle boost. So even when Big keep killing the wood player, there's an immediate trade. Big are never getting away with any, you know, 5-on-4s and backing out in the second half. Fnatic always have insurance policies in place. And they are racking up T rounds. Again, flawless 6-0 in the second half from a 10-5. Keto, he did find that opening the other round by pushing in with his pistol. This time it's Deagle. Smooth holding above the smoke. If Keto goes right through right now, he could catch it, but Alex has just moved in to the other side. It's a good reposition with the smoke fading now. It's anyone's guess. Searson's hit his shot. Deagle doesn't see Alex, and he will get his vengeance, but Searson's got him trapped. Alex is trying to jump over these AWP shots, knowing they're coming through eventually. Flashes won't help. Searson hits a leg, but Alex still gets out alive, and Fnatic can go back to what's working. The B site, if they want. Alex is hanging around. Don't know what he's looking for there. Maybe some drop nades?
He's looking for the AWP because he's tagged, right? So he wanted it, but Smooya's like, no, mate, AWP's are my domain. You're not getting that back. Smooya should have just beat me the first time. Now they lean back into one of these B plays, but this is where all the pistols are, right? This is where all the attention is for Big. Faven's missed the timing on Brolin getting out, and so right now he's deeper than they're ready for. There's him dead, and TiziaN with a bit of a response goes to play a bit of a game in the smokes. 9 seconds, time's of the essence. These kills need to happen, and with tabseN tapping out the first, he's won the round to time.
It was lose-lose. Plant, you're dead. Fight, you lose to time. Crims makes the best call he can in that situation to at least go and get the kill, hoping Searson pretended himself, but that's not going to be it. And Searson, who does all that early damage, who takes down Smooya on ramp, just living was long enough. tabseN, beautiful tap off the P250 as well. Big, it's not the round they expected to win, but they will take whatever they can get in this CT side. It has been very difficult. Great call out of tabseN. And Big now call a pause. They've tasted victory. They've tasted blood once again. They don't want to let it fall on dead ears. They need to keep building. Keep in mind, tournament life on the line, as I said earlier.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's the most kind of nerve-wracking situation where it's all or nothing, essentially. You either get to the group stage of Katowice or your journey is drawn to a close in the play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, for both of these teams, goals to be, even in the Spodek, even in the arena. And for Big, who even started the year strong, could have said that that looked likely, but right now, Smooya's just picked Searson. A change of the times. AWP gone. A fake one-way that Keto will not play behind. Instead, he'll back up into the bomb site. Oh, it's clean right now for Fnatic. 5-on-3. Oh. The crazy thing is, this has been such a great T-side. We've not seen these A plays. We've not had to. Fnatic have been winning B. Let's see what's normal. Let's see what's expected. There's still a player in the site that they don't even know about. Oh my God, Keto still gets cleared. He could have killed Mezzi just standing in the open, but both players back turned, and Faven needs to back up, get out. But as much as Big hunted Fnatic saves, Fnatic are already looking to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, you've got every reason to hunt here. Like, this could be the round that in the grand scheme of things shapes up to you winning the game. You know, you've made Big very, very vulnerable here. You've exposed the weak underbelly of the big beast. And it lies in their wallets. Ooh. Who knew? Faven looks like he will get away with this M4 at a bare minimum.
It's crazy. In this game, we have just not seen A execute. So that's like the first proper one in like a you know, not even a 5-on-5 because they get 2 kills coming up the ramp. But it's not like we even saw Big throw double smokes many times on their T-half. They did obviously get away with a lot of nice B plays and a lot of rounds decided on A, but were still, you know, planted on B. For now, Fnatic have just been going for these double boost plays on B. Big can't stop them. And now we finally see a round where Smooya wins that first pick and Fnatic just double down. They just run on in with the execute. And Big had everyone there, but no way in. Now running the stairs, Tizian trying to get involved. Him and Faven will fall first, and that's a decider. That could just be the round. The flash does stall Fnatic, but it's not like Big can get much position. It's again a P250 for Tabson. The AWP is on A for crying out loud. And Fnatic are just lining up a 13th.
Yeah, get past Tabson, you win the round. Easier, I was going to say easier said than done, but no. Not quite able to capitalize on the P250 dink. Oh. And even though Keto gets a chance shot through the smoke.
Maybe.
Ooh, hang on a moment, that makes it a little double. I still don't think that's ever going to entice Searson to want to give this a go. The only way they have this AWP in the follow-up round is if he saves it now. And you know, those stakes are far too great for Big to want to throw him into some wild 1v3 retake, surely. Smooya holding on to ramp. He would greatly appreciate the AWP to come hunting. And so Smooya will be left waiting for a long old time. Searson just pumps the brakes, holds for these players on the exit. And Fnatic continue to build this lead. A little reminder, already in this series, if you just joined in, you've missed an absolute banger, by the way. Ancient started 12-3 for Big. Fnatic went on to close it out in overtime. And now here, this was a 10-5 half for Big on their T side. Fnatic have come alive with a great T half of their own and are now poised to 2-0 the big boys.
Yeah, this is just what we wanted out of this Fnatic roster, right, in this tournament, for them to actually look good. You know, they may have had some nice debuts back in DreamHacks, for example, when they started off with this new roster, when they added Smooya in for Chiquinho, but, you know, it quickly went sour, even to start 22. With, you know, Big pushing them down to the lower bracket in FunSpark. They got 0-2 there, went out in last place. Even back at Winter, just shy of the quarterfinals to Gambit. But, you know, it's the start of a very long road for Fnatic here at Katowice, but at least they're walking it. Big might never get to take that path. Gotta win this round or this game is getting as good as done. And again, Fnatic finally a fast ramp take. Not even with the pick for Smooya. They're just straight up to the top side. Big. They have utility to try and make things weird with the bomb plant. Searson's still here with the AWP, but let's see what Fnatic do from now.
If there ever was a time, Searson, if there ever was a time to stand and deliver, he gets the first. Faven in with the response, but a little 2-on-3. Oh,
Oh, you're kicking yourself.
He just wants to get out of there with the bomb at this point in time. Was hoping that a route to B might present itself. They lose Crims on the mid lurk, who was hoping to take all that space to set Smooya up. And now he's going to have to go back into this A site. 1 versus 3. At least seeing Crims and hearing Smooya run away made Big panic lean back to middle, back to B, and leaves Keto alone at A. But this reposition to the sandbags is massive. Smooya was just at ramp. Smooya was just here. The last thing he's going to expect is Keto moving into this position late. And so this should be the safety net on the round, really. Nades out for Smooya, and Keto's going to go swinging out on the back of them. So there's the reply. Big come in with it. 12-13, and it's not over yet. Big do not want to let this one sail on by.
It feels like Fnatic get ahead of themselves in that round, right? They throw the smokes, and maybe it's all part of the plan, part by design, but because Big are all there, as Fnatic ran up ramp, you can see, like, Big are ahead of the smokes. Big are, Fnatic are fighting before they've even fully bloomed, and so, you know, Big go up like 3-1 in the opening fights in that round, just off the back of Fnatic getting very, very antsy, egging on to take fights. And hey, they've gotten away with a lot in this T side, so it's nothing wrong with that. They're going to go back to a default. Keto smoke spammed Alex down, and even pushing in middle, Searson just catches Crims moving out of position. Big starting this one very strong, looking for a little comeback of their own late in the game. No better time to come alive, and with Keto back at sandbags again from the get-go, need a Molotov for Fnatic, who right now haven't made a noise. They don't want to give away this control.
And that's the worrying part. Because you've played at contact, you don't want to risk Molly in sandbags. And that's great news for Keto, who's rubbing his hands together, lines them up, and knocks them down. It's 4 in the round for him. And the man who was making it all happen back on Ancient, when the going was good for Big, is able to stand and deliver to find them the equalizer here on Vertigo.
Yes, the young boys, it's it's Favin and Keto right now who are doing as much as they possibly can to keep this game going. Favin 5-1 in opening fights. Both these players, 5 multi-kill rounds between them, or each rather. And Big believing yet again. It may have been a 10-5 with a slow start to the CT half, but now they've had a couple of rounds in a row. Fnatic have got to go back to the drawing board and even back to figuring out the money situation. If they want to buy here, it will be lacking the AWP unless other players take hits. They're certainly going to go for it. And so Rifle's getting thrown over. I mean, no AWP for Smooya in this round. Sisson's still got his, and he's starting to find more opening kills down on this A ramp now. Even if Big aren't taking, you know, the reins and fully controlling the bottom of A, they're still stopping executes for Fnatic, and that makes all the difference. I wonder if we see Fnatic, you know, after they show some A presence, go back to this B boost work that has right now not failed them, other than that one eco round that Big won, the first round they picked up on the CT half. Keto, he's been smoke shotting them before. He's looking for it again, but they are walking up so close, and he has no clue. Alex, again, the smoke walker. He does not respect your utility. It's a lovely grenade for tabseN. And Fnatic in no hurry, still with Crims lurking middle. No need to commit. That's a one-way for Brolin. Oh, it's very, very close. And both players will call off a stalemate, back out.
I'm really curious what the decision's going to be here, you know, because you don't have B control, but like B's been so good to you that it must be crossing their mind. However, it's just this decision to go a little silent right now.
I love putting Searson on the AWP here. They've just seen tabseN. They're going to be calling, he's low. Watch out, we can molly him, we can nade him. Let's just kill this low rifle. But now it's an AWP, and it's so wide as well.
They will start to go back to B, though. Bomb stays at ramp. Fnatic, even though they send 2 back over towards this B site, it is just a fake play. And at this point in the game, with how paranoid Big are, rightfully so of B, right? You've been saying how, like, this is where Fnatic have found the big bulk of their success. This is likely going to bait some rotations. Searson never falls for it, and he even gets away on the short side. That molly, they've got to go through. They've got to run him down. And still, more where that came from. tabseN holds the line. Brolin's left saving, and Big, they don't fall for the B fake. Searson, a wiser man perhaps, swings the short side, gets all the info, and is able to hold them back.
Sick round for CSM, right? Just the swap out early. It was a really good call for Big, and they were already panicking. They were already starting to rotate, and you know, even though it's still the AWP there, it's the time that's a problem for Fnatic. They wait so long to make that call. They had a 5-on-4 within 40 seconds of the round, and still at 20 seconds they're throwing in B smokes. Brolin would love to go for it if Crim's got that second kill on the low sight player, but now Fnatic are rubbing their heads, scratching and wondering where the hell has this game gone? They pulled it all the way back for nothing. Meanwhile, we got comebacks on comebacks. We got overtimes over on the B stream as well.
Yeah, double overtime at that, right? They've just run it back over there. I was giving it a little look in. Looks like it's really heating up, man. But I'm focused on the here and the now, personally. I'm all concerned about, you know, do we get a third map out of the big Fnatic series that promised to deliver and certainly has? Are Fnatic able to recover?
This is the last day of the play-ins, right? Every team that goes on from this stage goes in to the group stage to face teams like Vitality, to face Na'Vi, to see the new G2 roster. Some of these teams that we've been waiting for, hanging out. One gun gone, picked up, and backed up, but a minute on the clock, and this is not a Fnatic round, you'd think.
Yeah, they tried the boost again, Mezzy. That was his opportunity. Faven only offering up a sliver over here in mid. Crims does not want to go back and recommit to the fight versus Searson's AWP. And so, you know, you're really very quickly running out of options. All you're kind of left with here is a commitment over towards this B site, over towards ramp. They leave middle, they group, and they get ready to move in with just pistols by their side. Big should have this one in the bag, you'd like to think, but that's a little ugly. Faven dead, Tizian isolated.
Nice shot.
And they catch Crim's crossing. Even more for Searson's P250 there to close that out. And it's a big 4K in a round that definitely had potential to get out of hand there towards the end, that he's able to get back under control for Big.
All right, a sigh of relief for Big. Overtime at least, again, locked in here, but they don't want to let this go to bonus play. They don't want to give Fnatic another reason to believe. They'd rather just quell it right now and take us to overpass. And then suddenly, you know, you could argue the Big are even favorites in that map, going the distance in this series. It's very even. It's one that Fnatic have certainly had trouble on lately. Smooth's got a Krieg, no AWP today. Peeking over the top of the smoke, but no one's fighting back. Kito's just going up close. He feels like he can change the game, get involved and get an opening kill. He's been so good for it all throughout this series on both halves. Kito in a very dangerous position, but with the AWP baiting for him, it's perfect. It's unlikely they'll clear it if Searson's keeping the pressure up. And that's what he does best. It's a slow bleed for Fnatic. Maybe even a double swing for Alex and Smooya could be an option, but that does essentially mean one will die. No one likes those odds. That smoke, ooh, it's not pretty. Over the top, Smooya attempts, and he's seen the AWP. Will that deter Fnatic at all in this round? It looks like it's doing the opposite. It's pulling them all back for what will be an AX egg. Big waiting in the wings. Searson needs to pick his spot because this is the game in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, but you just heard and saw the AWP run away. It was actually a fast reposition onto the short side. Even though they're ready for a fight here, they won't expect it to be Searson. Although look at this, Smooya left alone to lurk it. Tag connects, and maybe they're wise to this now. Maybe Searson heard that. Smooya, there's an opener. Still has Searson's AWP to worry about, but all he's doing is keeping attention at A right now. Utility is raining over the B site. That's the bomb drop for Faven, and Tizian's lined up a double of his own. Faven swinging has just sealed the deal. No matter what Smooya does, he cannot win this round, and that means we're going to a third map. Big, they are able to pull it back, and this will all get decided on overpass.
When it comes to sniping, few players come close to being as deadly with the AWP as the Slovak magician known as Guardian. But in 2018, it wasn't just at IEM Chicago where Guardian showed everyone his true colors and saved the day.
Lee's gone down. This opens up options. Guardian nails it. A second as well. It's close range, but it's the wrong call as Guardian gets another on the op.
Something even better happened during the grand final of IEM Katowice, where FaZe Clan took on Fnatic. It was a dark round for FaZe, and one that they should have lost, but Guardian had other plans.
Oh, this is a done round. Guardian now. A question as to whether he'll save the AWP. Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far. 4 kills picked up. It's down to Crims.
Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! And he's got all 5.
There he is. The world's best sniper comes to life in the 5 versus 1.
Ah, there we go. Back at it again. And with a third map. What would you know? It is Fnatic that tried and tried and tried again. But ultimately, it didn't come together on Vertigo. Yanko, Maniac. Right out of the gate here, let's talk a little bit about what happened. How it went wrong.
Look, I want to address Biggest resilience on that second map because with the very good first half and then dropping the ball massively on the second, I thought this was going to be Ancient all over again. It had all the markings. It had all the signs of another breakdown for the side of Big, and yet they were able to get their S together towards the very end, start playing good Counter-Strike again, and for that I'll commend to them, because I thought Fnatic was just running away with it.
Yeah, 2 very similar halves, right? Both teams winning the pistol, the first gun round, running away to a 7-0, 8-0 lead before the CTs could consolidate themselves a little bit. And you were worried about Big because, you know, at some point they started like missing their nades as well on that CT side, right? It seemed like they were getting a little bit flustered, but as it usually happens, a half-by win really gets them back into the driver's seat.
Of course. It's like a signature move almost. It's like a Mortal Kombat fatality, where in which it's something that they've got in their back pocket towards the end. But I think some of the shooters showed up today. We could go down that road, but some people are starting to come to life. Is that fair to say, Maniac?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Alex finding some sort of a form individually speaking. I've been a little bit worried about him. I know he's got obviously a lot to do. He's got a lot to carry around, at least tactically. But as an individual, he's been having a decent series. That's something that I haven't seen in a while. So good for him. I thought that he also had figured out the solution on the T side. That was before Big pulled up that comeback.
How about that? I mean, was there ever, you know, this got close, Yanko, but what's up?
Yeah, I mean, these 2 rounds were also a little bit weird. That Big lost, you know, they could have easily had more than 10 rounds on the T side, but they were getting a little bit flustered. I think the reason for that is in the 5v4, they slowed it down a little bit, because usually, you know, Alex's teams on the CT side, when they're a man down, or even sometimes in, you know, even number situation, they like to be the aggressors, right? Like, they like to know what's going on. They're going to try to push somewhere for information. So that was maybe like the plan from Big. Hey, if we're a man up, let's just wait a little bit. Maybe they make another mistake and we're in a 5v3 instead of a 5v4.
I do feel like they second guessed themselves a bit too much in these situations. Even if we go back to Ancient, there were a few moments where 5v4 for Big, it's okay to pull out the brakes a little bit and just wait for aggression, but then what they try and do is so complicated. You know, we say the perfect is the enemy of the good. I think sometimes that's the problem for Big. They are trying to pull together like a crazy fake with a double timing. Look, you've already had the advantage. You have what you do. Just punish any aggression, finish clean, don't give your opponents opportunities and ways back into the round, which they have done a couple of times in this game again.
And Overpass is going to be an interesting decider because of that, right? Like, it's such a big map. It's almost as you know, you have 2 different sub-teams, right, working at the same time towards A, towards B. It's really hard to execute some of those things. And Big, I know they've obviously doing some nerdy stuff right on the map, like resmoking Monster 5 times by using different setups, then maybe being weak, maybe being strong, right? They're playing mind games with you a little bit, but that's why for Alex's teams, like Overpass, has been strong on that CT side because they're very mobile and the map is so big. It's all about information. The rotations are really fast, so like that's why it has worked for them really well and where they could get really good on a map in a short period of time.
Well, one of the other better looks, I guess, would be for Fnatic and Smooya. I mean, this would seem to be a little bit more stable-ish.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking at the results right now, and the last few times Fnatic have played Overpass, this hasn't gone exactly well. 4 rounds against Gambit, 7 against Big, that was during the front spark, 7 rounds against Flames. Here at the event, they completely fell apart on that CT side that you're mentioning. So I feel like Big have done what they needed. They've survived that second map. They put behind them the absolute blunder that was Ancient, where they had every rights to win. And now they're moving on to Overpass, which they should be the better team.
It's a scary concept to think just, you know, one team now goes forward.
They should be the better team, but for Big, like, Overpass isn't a big map. When you think of Big, you think of Dust 2, maybe Nuke a little bit, Mirage, depending on like which big lineup and at what time and whatnot. But if you think about this Fnatic iteration, right, or, you know, the previous Cloud9 with Alex, like, Overpass is a map that probably even first comes to mind alongside Nuke. So that's why I would give them the edge a little bit in this decider. And also because they still have Crims. I always give the edge to Crims.
Because he is, what was the nickname? It's not Jason.
Well, we were trying to discuss in the green room, right? You have like the bold fraud. So what's the opposite of fraud? Like, so
bold truth, yeah.
The bold truth.
I like
Crims,
that.
the bold truth.
He is the truth, the way, and the light, and perhaps Fnatic can find just that. They're not the only ones that are looking to play some Counter-Strike here today, because after this series, we're looking at what is Mouse versus Entropic. I think they're just now arriving into the setup here. So also some wheels on that one, Maniac.
That's a damn sexy game. That's what it is. Entropic Mouse is going to be an absolute game. I might as well just stick around and watch that game.
That's going to be that's going to be like a fireworks type of a game. There's going to be a lot of individual highlights in that game.
Well, we'll keep our eyes to it, our ears to the street, but our feet need to move us right on into a break. We've got Overpass here to settle the score between Big and Fnatic. Fnatic really don't want to let go of things here in Katowice, but guess what? Neither do Big.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Holding left side. Choose 2. Go low. Nice. Close to me. Loud. Right side. On 1. Down. He has kit.
Sick with the sicko. Boys. Let's go, boys.
Close smoke, close smoke.
We need to 20 seconds.
We can multiple first.
Let's go first.
Let's go first.
One drop D-Lake, I think, right side, or behind D-Lake.
Nice.
First like that. On one. I'm planting now.
Yes,
This is it.
E-Lick.
Nice. Boys. Big round. Beautiful communication. Good composure too.
Come.
Oh.
Could be left side corners.
He wasn't connected, I think. Or maybe not. There's blood there.
Can't tell.
Nice.
Why is people so weird in my team?
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
2 of them here. I'll go plant the bomb.
That's a good idea, actually. Oh, bumping. There he is. Parachute bumpers. Oh, you killed one. Oh, and I served. What a victory.
I'm getting shot next to the silo with a shield on the right side. He's in between this. Wow. How did I pull that off? Holy moly. Going.
Pumps here.
Over here, I'm going. I'm getting shot at from behind, but I'm going for this guy. 2 guys down here where I'm landing.
Coming. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm on the other.
Nice. Oh, 2 guys on the team.
I'm going. I see him. Going for the back guy. Leaving him. Nice. Casbah through the front door. Oh, I see one fella.
Another one that can run away.
I'll go for that parachute. It's kind of okay. I have to reload mid-air though, which kind of sucks. Oh, I'm dead.
One more. Have medis. Nice. 99 in 1. Watch this. 99 damage on the goal.
At the close of the day, only one of these 2 teams will long it out to the group stage of Katowice to take on top teams in the world, and of course the chance to make it to the Spodek. It's been years since we've had crowds, and one of these teams will never get to hear the roars. Fnatic, Big, map 3, overpass. Comebacks and close comebacks, but Big do manage to shut down their map. I'm here with Harry Russell, and we've got an unknown quantity, a level playing field. That of Overpass, what do you have? Who do you have? Where's it going, Mr. Russell?
I've seen highs and I've seen lows from Fnatic on this map, right? I really have. It's been a tale of 2 Fnatics on Overpass. You know, even thinking back to the old Cloud9 project, right? This was one that team looked to explore early on. Obviously, you've got some similar pieces here in play from that old squad. But I don't know. I think Big have some very good fundamentals here for me. You know, when I look at this, I would say taking stock of what we've seen so far, what at least we can expect from the evidence is maybe a good start from Big, with Fnatic looking to make a resurgence in that second half of play. What that means is if we end up in a world where, say, Fnatic hit the ground running and they're the ones rip-roaring from the get-go, we kind of enter some unknown waters. You know, we've seen a comeback Fnatic. We've seen a Fnatic that get activated the later the game goes on. And so if they are able to find success from the get-go, that puts us in a very unique place indeed.
Yeah, for sure. A bit of a resurgence of Smooya in that map, right? Obviously, he had a couple of rounds going into overtime on Ancient, but it wasn't a pretty game in general. Vertigo was a lot prettier. And, I mean, Searson's been performing all day long. There's been no doubt about it. On the flip, it's also Keto, who we've talked a lot about in this best of 3. He has been at the forefront of so many winning rounds, so many multi-kill moments. And it's been a very exciting game to watch Big manage to hold on to that one. I share Maniac's thoughts from the desk, where I'm a little more pleased with Big, knowing that they didn't just crumble when the pressure hit the roof and do it back-to-back times, right? They managed to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and shut down Vertigo. But Overpass, I mean, Knife Round actually plays importance here. Like, we don't often say that, but a map that's, especially right now, very CT-sided. And we've seen games be won or lost by that first half. But I guess at the same time, this series is not one of them.
Yeah, I saw the Fnatic guys having a little chat in the break just now. I overheard, you know, someone ask, "Oh, Crims, you all right?" And he just went, "I'm okay." And you know, man, I don't know.
English as it gets.
I really want to see what he can bring to the table here, because I think, you know, as you go deeper into this with all the pressure that's riding on it, that's what you're going to look towards, like your kind of grizzled veterans to lay it all out on the field, right? I also want to know what tabseN's going to bring to the table here, and we're going to get those answers in just a moment. Big taking on Fnatic in a third map on Overpass. The winner, all the glory, and onto the group stage at Katowice. The loser has got to watch from the sidelines.
No one wants to be a loser, but, well, someone's got to lose. In we go. Big going B, and they're going with a furious pace. Crims up close, shot in the face. It's Tizian jumping around the corner. Smooya blinded on the pillar, and Mezzi bailing him out with a double. Smooya swings off the reload, and suddenly it's Searson. Pistol King not good enough, dethroned by the Brits, and Smooya getting loud. You can already see it on the cams. Harry, this is something you posed as well. It was, if Fnatic start strong, unknown waters, unknown territory, and we question the staying power of Big in this one. Well, really, both of these maps have started off very one-sided for Big.
Yeah, a 12-3 into a 10-5, right? Like, you couldn't ask for more than that if you're Big. They couldn't convert the first one, the biggest lead they had, but they were able to do good over on Vertigo. So there's something to be said for that, at least. Fnatic looking for the conversion, but I don't know, mate. Big 4 spies are always a scary thing indeed. Although it's going to get helped out massively by Smooya taking the first man out of the equation and following up with the second. Not super clean, but he does all that was needed of him. Double up in mid. That does put an AUG in the hands of the Big squad. Gives him a little bit more staying power in this round. That's the best gun now belonging to Big.
It's a little terrifying. Tizian, get out of the way, he said to Searson. Or vice versa. Fnatic, they're like a monster push. They've gone for it, cleared out a lot of the map. You do need a player rerouting short, yeah, just for some information on whether Big come back down connector. It's important Alex doesn't flank too early, as you can offer up a pathway to go lower for Big. He's cleared short, he goes back to Con, and he's ready to flank if the time is right. Meanwhile, his teammate, even Crims, doesn't go too far. He's sticking around in spawn just in case, but at this point, Big are committed to A. Mezzi's going to be making that comm, and we can start to see the rotates go up. Alex takes a safe rotation. Brolin with the opener. Mezzi peeks out from long. They fake the plant. The quick swing from the AUG, and Tizian with a kill. He goes again for a fake, catching more swinging players, but it is Brolin who converts that kill, and the AUG gets saved by Alex. So Fnatic go 2-0 up. It's a little scary right there in the mid-round, but at no point did Fnatic have the wool pulled over their eyes. They knew that was always ending A. Nice proactive play, though. Obviously, it's a lot easier when you're up against pistols, and you know that Big are going to be doubling down on that mid-pick that they got. But it's already showing that Fnatic aren't afraid to take space on the CT side.
Yeah, this should be the 3-0 conversion landing, right? While I'm willing to give Big the benefit of the doubt in the 4 spy, it shouldn't get out of hand here with just a few Glocks, and that's a beautiful nade from Alex in through the connector. He finds both Con players. They do manage to get tabseN all the way up in A. Doesn't have the bomb, however, but he's very, very deep. That's something. However, Brolin is wise to that fact. He heard him pitter-pattering up through the short side. And so now any danger that was maybe flagged up with that initial kill onto Smooya and Con should be alleviated. Only a Glock and a Deeg left standing, and everything should be kind of par for the course now. You're going to start thinking about that next round if you're big.
Ooh. Uh-oh. He's getting walked on right now. Does react. Crims stopping the bomb in its tracks. And I do like the experience combo of Crims and Alex playing this aggressive B right now. Like, look, even right here, rushing through Monster, playing this short water. You know that these guys, having the wealth of experience they do, aren't going to be throwing away rounds by flanking Con too early or giving routes back down into B for big. It's definitely the safer pair of hands to have in this role. And absolutely, from what we've seen already, Big are going to be needing to take short water away from Fnatic in the early round.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy about one little note here. Right? We have AWPs out for both Searson and Smooya from the get-go. And I really do believe that here, right, like back on Ancient, you could excuse the fact that Smooya had a really ugly time because Fnatic do end up winning it outright. But here, the AWP battle is going to prove to matter a hell of a lot, and Searson especially is often so integral to the big game plan. And so in a world where he's able to best Smooya, or Smooya's able to best him, I think it's going to carry an awful lot of weight. That's a spot from Party. They know that this AWP was scoped up in mid, and Searson wants that fight. Won't get given it, though, as Fnatic back up. Instead, electing to take a bit of a stance over here at long, but Searson is already on the angle. Smooya dead on that swing there. And that is that first clash of the AWPs, getting one out by Searson, taking it one step further. All the kills come in at A.
What a check.
Bigger moving in, mate. They've got the site for free.
You get 2 kills long, you still clear the corner, Keto. That's just next level. That's just too aware for your own good. Oh, Mezzi with a chance to do some damage here. There's 2 low players from his spray, and the Molotov means they can't commit for now. It's given Alex time to rotate up as well. The AWP is throwing nades. Mezzi's going to swing. He lines up everyone. 3 kills. Bomb dropped. And Alex is here side by side. There's not room for 2 of them. Maybe a crouch. Mezzi could jump up on top of default. Oh, he's dead to Tizian. Do they know about the man in the site? Yes, Tizian trades it. And that's going to be a round for Big after all. Very scary for a second with a 1 healthy player lobbing utility. Instead of covering the corner, Big were not ready for the reswing. 5 fights in the A site and only just a big round.
Mate, I genuinely believe for a moment there that Mezzi had done enough. I really did. Props to Tizian for being aware of that potential of a double dice setup. They never knew where Alex was. They never spotted him. And so he keeps his wits about him. That was kind of a bonus from Fnatic, but it still had the AWP in it, right? And so while everyone else is buying here, Smooya's relegated down to a scout. With Searson, I'm always willing to say, like, this guy's just as deadly with this gun. Don't let the cheaper price tag fool you. Smooya, though, I think he is going to have his work cut out for him. Con getting worked. Roland lands the dink, but it's Tizian to win the fight. The AK besting the M4 in the head-to-head. And another man advantage for Big right out of the gate. Gonna trigger a bit of re-aggression down towards B. They want to hunt Faven. They want to deal with him, and they will. That's reclaim the 4-on-4. And that might make Big push the go button on this A play. This smoke throwing over. Oftentimes this is actually dropped in by Big to give the illusion of a push that someone's creeping up behind it, but this time they actually want to use this smoke to get into A, especially now that they've lost Tabson down at the B side of the map. Tag from the scout softens them up for the anchor of Mezzi, and he's sunk the battleship of Big on this A play. Only Searson left in a 1v4, and it's not meant to be.
D5. D6. D7, and it's down, and there's nothing Big can do about it. Searson's got a save, and even then, there's no guarantee. They would love to get Smooya and AWP. Alex, who got tagged by Faven earlier, is all the way up in spawn, and he won't be ready for that. Searson up close will save this AWP, guaranteed, but it's still a 4th for Fnatic, coming right back in with a bit of a broken buy. They get it done. Sick damage by Brolin, and even the scout for Smooya setting Mezzi up for that double kill. Right now, the CT side, which was the problem for Fnatic, if you remember, against the Copenhagen Flames in their opening game, as I said earlier, in the game that was the most one-sided BO1 of the tournament so far. That's filth, by the way, for Tizian. He literally could not see, and he still perfectly positioned his crosshair. That's just a feel for the game right there. But yeah, in that game, Fnatic, they may have got 7 rounds T-side, looked good, looked par for the course, and then they just fell apart on the defense. Copenhagen Flames got away with everything they wanted to. And Nikodos was having an incredible game, and so that's why we look to someone like CSGO to give us the same kind of look with this AWP. He's going to reroute Monster right now. Fnatic, they've got a smoke down. They're spamming it for free damage. But Big are coming through. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that resmoke gives you a real false sense of security. We're not expecting them to just go running through it. Alex, though, he's ran through his fair share of smokes, so he'll put a stop to this push. And with Mezzi alongside him, the 2 Brits in the B site hold the line with 4 kills between them. And CSGO might be left holding on to this cursed AWP once again. Never given a chance to play into this round now. And he will be left exiting through the connector, just conceding this one. Fnatic up onto 5. And man, you know, like that was an investment there for Big. They put money on the line around that AWP. Admittedly, you know, was still a lot of pistols in play. Was like 1 rifle, I think it was, for Big to work with alongside the AWP. They weren't meant to win this round, but it is still a very, very clean response out of Fnatic. None of these kind of... none of these worrying signs early on that maybe we had on the other 2 maps that we've seen out of the Fnatic squad. They look drilled in. They look ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, CSGO back-to-back saves. It's not even like a Beatty AWP, at least not in this round, right? He still gets his pick coming out of B short, and the rest of the team were running out Monster through a smoke. It's not like he could take the AWP there anyway. It was pretty dangerous. So he wins his fight, and even with an opening kill out Monster for Big, it's not enough. Good shutdown for Alex. And Fnatic, they're holding a very good CT side right now. No stress with Crimson Alex at this B bomb site. Haven't really had to see Smooya do all too much on top yet. But there's plenty more time for that. And if anything, CSGO saving is stopping Smooya from bringing in an AWP. So that's actually kind of high impact here. Still going to be on an AK, but you just love your AWP to let loose in the toilets on overpass. It's a dream, but right now it's Big's biggest nightmare. Little jump up, Smooya gets aggressive anyway. Brolin alongside him. I do like this little duo of Smooya and Brolin, and Tabson doesn't. He's going to be caught off guard, running out middle. There's more where that came from. Whiffed spray off the A1S, and Smooya, he's got to get out of here alone, turning back to Keto, giving 2 guns over, and the danger of doing this on anti-eco has come back to bite Fnatic.
And look, mate, like Fnatic is scrambling these rotates up with good reason, you know. For all you're aware, they could be down short already. They could be en route to the A site. Instead, Big have slowed it right down. They know they have a chance in this round, and they want to milk that opportunity for all it's worth. Waiting to see what the response is from Fnatic. Defense split right now. Double toilet set up for Mezzi and Crims, but eventually Mezzi's going to have to start to consider this long play. Having a backup to hold it leaves Crims alone in the bathroom. Alex also very far removed, right? Having to go lean towards B because they've gone silent for so long. You really, you know, they could be anywhere. You don't know where this is ending up from the Big T side. At least there's 2 in the right place. Mezzi with this flash as well. Crims has one. They could look to set each other up, but in the hit, as it looks to come through, things will get chaotic, and Crims is now wrapping long. Might be able to find a good timing. Mezzi, only 1 in holding the line, and now that plant coming in, it's for CT, so they're going to pressure, they're going to fight forwards, and that means that Crims might not get too much impact from this wrap round. This is all set up to play bank, to play the dumpster, and so Crims won't find a thing. Instead, it's going to be Alex making first contact on this rotation, coming up through CT, and he might just get blindsided by the bank setup. There it is. Crims now, it's shockingly obvious where they all are. He's going to have to go into the Lion's Den. First man down, it's Searson on the receiving end. The nade has mopped up Favin as well. Only Keto left to beat, and Crims, an incredible flick, has put 6 on the board for Fnatic. Once again, the veteran player showing up in the clutch. He's got 3 titles under his belt already at Katowice, and he's wanting to get into that group stage. Whether he is to drag them there kicking and screaming, he'll get it done.
What a beautiful clutch, man. He started this series so cold. He was 5-15 on Ancient to begin, and then we saw that massive comeback. And in doing so, Crims was a huge part of anchoring A. He even 1v3 to close Ancient in overtime, and now he's doing it to start Overpass as well. Beautiful round out of the guy. And he almost died to that bank repeat, but last second flick, and it's pinpoint perfection for Fnatic. 6-1, and I mean, Big gonna be kicking themselves after that one. They feel this game slipping through their fingers. These massive swing rounds just getting dropped. Dear, oh dear, Smoothie is now finally gifted the AWP. It will be a full buy for Big, right? The damage, the bomb plant, the fact that that was an eco anyway with that double mid kill after Brolin takes one with him. Big will take it, but it could have been so much more. Back to middle. Smoothie is here. He's been flashed off double as well. Got to back up. Can't hang around forever. The first of many fallback angles on this A site have already been ruined by Big. Meanwhile, Fnatic, again, they've just been no fear of aggression on this CT side, be it monster pushes, be it triple long. Now they're walking a connector flank. Only one man will commit, but that's fine. Mezzi can either safe rotate out B with his team, or he can late backstab the A play. Brolin's not even running it as well. In a 5-on-5, you don't always want to be the one making the play on CT side, and with all this info, Alex has already begun his rotation to join Smoothie on top site. Now, with this con setup, they will hear Favin if he runs, but he's stuck in spawn right now, taking his time. In fact, he's just holding the map control for the bomb to go back. So will Brolin activate too soon is the worry. They are running. Oh, they just started walking.
Oh, no, he knows. He's so aware, mate. Brolin, that's a freebie, and that's the bomb as well. Even just buying a few more seconds, right, by dropping that smoke, it's all time wasted for Big. They go in, they get the bomb by dropping a smoke of their own.
Now they have to go A. He's cut off the path. They smoked themselves.
Hands are tied, right? And with Alex aggroing middle, the bomb's just getting tossed around like it's juggling. It's fallen once again.
Done.
And with 20 seconds left, mate, yeah, you don't have the time to win this round. It is already over. Fnatic, with those 2 kills, are on to another winner.
Brolin's still here as well. Does not give a care in the world. Searson might clear this corner. Should be his kill if he does, but doesn't want to wait around because running now with 4 seconds. Brolin's going to backstab. Searson just escapes. And Fnatic goes, screw it, we'll play our money. We'll keep a 5 alive round. And right there, you see the value of not activating in a 5-on-5, right? You may get such an incredible position in the early round, but you never know if Big are holding you. You never know if it's too early to go. And in fact, it certainly looked like an A play with 4 players on the top site, but it's the run back for Big late in the round, which gives Brolin the chance to activate, and look at the result. One guy has shut Big out of a buy round and forced them to just invest around it. It will be still nice in terms of money for Big, but this game is slipping right now. They need something different, fast this time.
Oh, and there we go. Okay, yeah, finally you're able to kind of stem the aggression that Brolin's been bringing to the table. And once more, it's Searson to be the man to provide that opening pick. As he might be feeling the heat a little here. No idea what's really happening over towards short or long, and there is aggro coming in down at the B site from Crims, so he's at least snuck this information into the back pocket of Fnatic, and they'll start to pull bodies over towards the A site. Now, it's not set in stone that this is the A play. With con control going the way of Big, they could elect to go back down, but it's kind of a bit of a gamble to them, especially with no one outside of Monster, no one holding short. There's a lot of unknowns there, and so they go to what's safe, what's comfortable, what they were set up to do, which is this A play, and of course Fnatic knew about that the whole damn time. Everybody here, with the exception of Crims, and they're set up, they're in the right place. Big are scratching their head. How did they know? How did they know, they're asking, as the bomb's cut loose by Mezzi on short. Never even have the time to think. As the round's locked in, and Fnatic, they might have lost Brolin early on, but past that point, every single fight goes their way.
Unbelievable. This aggro is just ruining Big's day. They need to be playing like more spread defaults. Obviously, it's very hard to get away with that on overpass. You need to be insta-taking B short water. We called it early in the game when we saw these pushes through on the anti-eco rounds and Fnatic were flanking Monster. Obviously, this isn't info that Big have because they've avoided the B site the entirety of this matchup. And so Fnatic will just keep getting away with it, keep getting space, keep getting info, and Big will keep walking into stacks. It's inevitable. Unless changes are made. A pause before we continue. So maybe Big figuring things out. But even on a round like this, when you're taking a pause, you're more calling for the next gun. Right now, it's just going to be fast Glocks, fast pistols, running amok. All you really can do. And yeah, those pace changes can certainly catch off players and maybe get yourself an AWP out in no man's land with a quick con setup. But once we hit the buy round again, Big need to change things.
Mate, I want to draw attention as well. tabseN 1-9. 1-9. Like I always say about this guy, he's so consistent. Like tabseN's someone you don't need to worry about. You know, and you've known what you're going to get out of tabseN for years in Counter-Strike. This guy very rarely falling as quiet as this. And with him burdened with that IGL role, there's like even less of a time to focus on your individual, right? You've got to think about what's best for the team, not what's best to get yourself back in. And so it's going to be a real uphill battle for him, playing towards B, but a retake setup from Fnatic. They were content with this happening. They believe in their retake power.
Yeah, the molly will go a bit deep there. Nades would have been nicer to try and stop a plant, but this is still not bad for Fnatic. It was a call out of the gate, so they seem to have the protocols in place. Let's see how it shapes up. Waiting for a late con player. That's not happening. Brolin doesn't want to be the first out, but there he goes, and Keto's gone. He's going to flash his team into the B site. That didn't look communicated very well. Everyone's blind. Alex is in the open. Favor will kill him as a result. tabseN's got a kill. CSGO's out with one. tabseN in the pit, and it's a total disaster for Fnatic. Beautiful round from tabseN. 3 kills in it with the AK, but that flash from Brolin coming down connector, that ruined everything. Fnatic were not in position to wait. They were already committed to the retake when that flash went over the site. Dear, oh dear, one little bit of utility has ruined the retake round for Fnatic. And usually when you play those retake setups, you want the nades to do something early. You want to be at least in a 5-on-4 to soften up Big, but instead they have so much position, so much manpower, they can just trade those kills. Well, tabseN, he focused on his individual and his team.
Yeah, right. It turns out he can do it all. Turns out he can do them both. There's the opener for Mezzi, who is keen for revenge. He's like, look, I gave up B that round. I trusted in the core, but I'm tired of it, mate. I want to fight them. I'm 14-4 for crying out loud.
And it's a shame to see Big, who are still late taking mid. I just would have loved some support there for Fav and someone flashing him in, someone setting him up, someone spamming the short, wall bang there. Like, you know, B short is definitely a position that Big need with the aggression that we've seen, but Big don't exactly help him get there. They will pick Brolin. It's going to cause some panic rotation, but they're not in the bomb site yet. Fnatic need to move up quick as Big are closing the gap.
Yeah, you have just heard them scramble all these rotates up towards A, right? So it's giving you a moment just to slow it down, reevaluate your options. But with the bomb so deep up short, it feels like you're committed. It's going to be hard to get this bomb out of there. You know, you don't know if someone's scoped in right now down towards Dice, especially because you can hear Smooya's AWP scope when he's set up in heaven. Giving you a moment of doubt. Fnatic are only too strong here, but Mezzi's been monumental in these anchor rolls, man. He really has. Gonna need a repeat out of him, and the flash, he turns for it from a moment. Oh, only one. Alex here to help out. It's a big trade for tiziaN, but they haven't located Alex yet. He could deny the bomb, and he will. Now it's only tiziaN left alive. 1v2. And having to plug in these numbers might be his death sentence. Crims taking the long way round, literally coming in on this backstab, and tiziaN, no idea where he is. They know Smooya's CT. They heard him earlier on, but it's the backstab from Crims that looks to have this under wraps, and tiziaN's got no clue. Blindsided by him. It's another clutch going the way of Crims.
Yeah, at a certain point as well, if you don't get shot in the back while you're planting there, you just think, yeah, there's no flank. There's no possible way. They're up short. They're up toilets, and so completely discounting long. You can't even really blame him. wanted to fight in the site, wanted to stop Fnatic from ever getting in with, you know, utility, dropping a smoke on the bomb, sticking it, one player covering. There were so many options for Fnatic if Tizian backs up, so he wants to just sit on the bomb like an egg. Not gonna work. 9-2, Fnatic keep building. Lovely play for Alex, right? Not just the first 2 kills when Mezzi gets hard cleared by Tizian, but even throws himself into the site to stop the bomb and delay for Crims' flank. 9-2. And again, Big, it's a slower default towards B this time. Faven is just holding. He spammed Crims low early or potentially naded him. No, it was spam. He still got his HE. Smooya's in the toilets. Pixel shot. But the man is fast. In no hurry, though, are Big. And Brolin playing alongside him, even pushing back into the toilets, finding tabs and no one there to trade. Smooya takes a shot and he gets out alive. Somehow, some way, Big will not survive. It's Tizian finally getting a trade. The only man who's putting up numbers right now for Big in this map. Everyone else has fallen quiet at the end of this series. He's going to go through the smoke. It might be his only option in the 2-on-4. The bomb is very late. Tizian, he has some room. But Smooya hasn't left the angle. He's been spotted at least, but there's the swing from the site. Mezzi with a perfect headshot, and Faven in a 1v4. This one should be just done.
Yeah, what can you even expect from him here? Alex is wrapping him too, so like, yeah, real rough time for Faven there, all alone in a world that Fnatic are dominating, 10-2 up. And you know, mate, like, we touched upon it coming in. Yep. Every single map in this series so far has been these lights-out beginnings for Big. And even then, they've struggled to close them out. An overtime loss on Ancient after a 12-3 half, and then going 10-5 up on Vertigo to just barely lock that map in. Well, here, it's a very different story. It's a very different look. And while Fnatic have been digging deep throughout and having to make comebacks happen, this is the first time Big have been in this position. They're being asked now to put more in than they have throughout the rest of this series in a third map when, you know, the exhaustion, the fatigue, it's all setting in. And you're starting to think, were these last 2.5 hours all for naught? Is this the beginning of the end for Big?
Yeah, like you say, you know, even though we've seen it before, it's been from the other side. It's so hard to convince yourself, and it is in fact impossible unless Big at least get, you know, a bit of breathing room. 12-3 isn't exactly, you know, a lot of rounds for Fnatic, but Big don't even have that yet. They haven't shown anything in these gun rounds. One and Eco down on lower. Alex aggressive on short, and this has been the name of the game. Fnatic up in your business, never letting you relax. Big will take water, but it's all temperamental. Boost it up. They hear utility come over the top. That signals the hit. Flashes are good. Everyone's blind. Faven's got a lot of room, and Crims has to turn around. He still gets 2. That is despicable for Crims. He was literally getting shot in the back, and the monster player comes through the smoke at the same second. Somehow all 3 kills for Crims. He is looking locked and loaded in this third map. Said it before, Katowice king, but you know, he hasn't done it before on Vertigo. He hasn't done it before on Ancient. However, Overpass, it's a Crim special. Nothing new to the guy. 11-2, and comfort is key.
I mean, this round decides as to whether or not you have any chance. Any chance. Like, we've seen comebacks all day, but not ones at score. You know, this could be the most dominant map, and that speaks volumes, or the most dominant half, sorry. That speaks volumes. I thought Big would have set that precedent back on Ancient. Dead in Con, Tabson trying to walk the smoke, but Brolin benefited on the fade far further away from that angle, and he's just tearing through them, mate. It's not even close. 12-2 and a flawless round. 1 HP damage total taken by Fnatic. They literally get out of that with nothing but a scratch.
Beautiful observing from Rushley as well. We know he's the best in the biz, but yeah, catching every single kill across the entire map. We don't even need replays, but we'll take them anyway. We are blessed with brilliant production and in-game team here at Katowice. all tournament long, 3 streams. Here we go. A force for big, last of the half, last chance, but right now Fnatic have shut the gate on their face. Smooya mid-pick gets out, and everything's just flowing right now for Fnatic. He even fakes the fallback, smokes his exit, stays in toilet. That will give Big the route to the A site, and they can't clear long. Mezzi doesn't know how close they are, but now he's got a second chance. AK out, Searson with a beautiful shot, and they're gonna go back and check long. They won't find Smooya there, so they wonder, where has this all pre-routed?
Yeah, should start to become obvious, right? It's at least been commed across like he was long, could be anywhere now, but keep your eye on toilets, and that's what Faven's doing. Smooya gonna be past him, and hopefully this is calm to tabseN, because if not, he's walking in thinking the angle's covered, and it isn't. Faven lets them slip on by, and even though he's got the backstab, it's a flank on a flank, and while they clash, Crims wins it out. The turn! Alex is not meant to win that round! Oh man! Fnatic can't set a foot wrong, 13-2, and it's a taste of their own medicine for Big. Only this time, Fnatic want to find the conversion, want to find the 2-1 victory.
Do I feel a difference in the coaching style? Definitely, I feel a difference. NK is much more of a captain. He's a big voice in the team, while Dude was more like an analyst, kind of analyzing us and the opponents. But NK is really bringing the kind of boss atmosphere into the room when he's there, and yeah, I think that's what we needed also.
Future Pros. Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and 1 of the HEs. To throw your molly, you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grade along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they're unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3, go.
One tagged. One still tagged.
Nice, boys. Yes, finally I can start team. Short glass. No cap, I think.
One short.
Hey, oh, you chose the right crosshair then, eh?
All I'm saying is, the white ones just hit different on land. That's all I'm saying.
A change of crosshair and Smooya's a new man. Who would have figured, right? The energy is back, and Fnatic, I mean, that's reflected in the scoreline, 13-2. Big They have fallen down in a very, very monumental kind of way. I was going to say it.
Well, you might not get many more chances to say it, Harry, so get your big in, because right now, 3 rounds away from elimination here at the play-in of Katowice. I've never heard so many chicken clucks in the voice comms, but the typical Smooya Screech is back, and for good reason. 13-2. We've seen comebacks. This would be something different. Faven flashed out. Lovely shot in middle. He's going to have to do more than that, though. Brolin's running down close. It's actually Smooya up front. Brolin got it from the edge of the toilets. 4-on-4. Fnatic not in a hurry. Do not balls this opportunity up. A pistol round essentially secures your victory.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like, you know, in that ancient game, you know, we said the same thing, but this one even more so. It's like, if you lose this, mate, bigger forcing, and surprise, surprise, that decides the outcome. So here we go. Searson knows that he needs to find impact, knows he needs to hold back the coming tide of Swedes and Brits, and in they come. They've run right by him, and Brolin still wins that. He's literally face planted in the corner, and he turns on a dime. Woo, woo, on the smoke. Tizian spots Alex. That's something. That's at least an even odds retake now. They set up to play fully around the bomb on the side of Fnatic, but Smooya doesn't want to do that. He wants to fight. Is dead after the first, but Brolin's got his back and is there with 4 in the pistol. He opened the round and he goes on to close it as well. This has been a banger series, but it might all end for Big with them going out with a whimper.
Yeah, a humiliating finish, and that is just devastating considering we've seen Big start strong every single map so far. But you can just see the confidence in the way Fnatic are playing right now. Like, Smooya's not giving it up, the way he's hunting, Brolin as well, fully blinded, still sitting close to frag out with a Glock, and Fnatic are just so ready to shut this one out. We even heard Brolin after winning the knife just, finally, I get to start CT. And, well, look at what that did for Fnatic. A pistol round, an inevitable force buy. You would never eco this round in a million years. And while the German Deegs do hit different, I don't know how much faith I can ever have. Kito going over the top. He has been the hero of Big today. He is 3-15. Might be able to find Crims. Not the most common angle for a T to check, and in fact, they're coming in from spawn as well. Got to find the headshot here, Kito. They're setting him up. They know if they were ever going to pull this comeback, it would be off the back of this guy waking up, and that's a good start.
Oh, no. Ooh. Alex almost goes walking right into it as well, but that's just one frag ultimately. It was the bomb spotted. That's probably going to keep bodies down towards B for a moment. Right, they might elect to take a little jiggle, see if anyone's still waiting outside a monster, and they're about to get the info that that's not the case. So now they know it's not B. That really only leaves one other option, doesn't it? They're going to start to pull bodies up towards this A site. Tabson now gets the spot at long, but it's Searson bested by Smooya in the head-to-head. It's reclaimed that early man advantage from Kito. Alex checking out the toilets, and he's been timinged by Tabson, wrapped through the bathrooms, but Tabson's going long, and Kito back in the site will find himself another. Tabson might have the round in the palm of his hand. Oh no! His shots, but he still manages to pick it up in the end. Crim's dead, and Alex follows suit. It's Tabson's P250 lurk that has bailed Big out, and at least allowed them another chance to deny 15.
Hey, it bailed them out before. Remember on Vertigo where that comeback was happening for Fnatic on their T side? Tabson had that sexy little one-tap to the back of the B site over default, and they won an eco to time with Searson living. That was the round that got Big back in. That was their first CT round, and they built off the back of it and ended up closing the map. Am I implying the same will happen here? Probably not. But it's one way, it's one round, and that's all you can do. Take him round by round, take it day by day. Fnatic, they put everything in. Why wouldn't they? The Eagles, Brolin with a Galil, puts it to good use. A gun gifted out in middle. Tabson may have had some confidence, but quickly dispelled. Crims waits for jumps, and he's hit these before. But no shot taken yet. 2-2 split a Big. Fnatic are still holding their default in absolutely no hurry. A bit of an aggressive flash, but Crims is situated safe from it and can even back out if he doesn't like what he sees. Keep in mind, I want to go back to that T side for Big. It did feel like they were flustered, man. We just never had short control. It was not a factor. It was not a thing. And Fnatic, with so much aggression, none of that was tapered by Big. barely checking out what the B site had to offer. But it's too late to worry about that. Got to deal with the here and the now. And now Fnatic are here, ready at the B site, about to hit.
Yeah, 3 strong for Big though, right? They've maneuvered pieces to the right place at the right time. It's set up down in pit, right? These players can just trade contact off of one another, and Keto got the spot now, the pace picked up. They run Favin down, and Tizian is able to trade that, but it's still Fnatic in the 3-on-2 at the end of the day. Chance to get this bomb planted. Nade on Tizian, won't be able to deny it. He doesn't have the angle to lob it in. Instead, just playing gun out. Doesn't want to get rushed down in CT. CSGO going to underhand the flash, try to get them in. Molly to clear the close position, and CSGO even spotting short, does 1D Smooyer out of play, but is now throwing in to the clutch. Both these players tagged. The scout going to hit like an AWP, and the Deagle going to sting too. Up into the face of Brolin. He jiggles around, and he finds 15 for Fnatic. They force buy back. And they get that elusive 15th round they were looking for.
Brolin's beasting right now. 20-plus kills, 6-2 in opening duels. And if we go all the way back to Ancient, he was the reason that Fnatic even pulled that comeback as well on the CT side. His aggressive cave positions, his comboing with Mezzi, the re-peeks into middle from the ledge. Some of the opening kill stuff and that Brolin was doing back on that map saved Fnatic in what would have essentially been a 2-0 if Big managed to close a 12-3. But this is a whole different ball game now. Fnatic, a contact walk into the B bomb site with 2 guns, gets it done. And now they pop out B short, fast through connected. Tizian is here to answer the call, and so he doubles up and even lives. He, again, has been the one guy in this map keeping things at least somewhat nice for Big. And a reboost, putting Keto up top. They haven't seen Smooya here with a bomb. And Fnatic slow it down, knowing a 3-on-5. Hey, it's how they closed Ancient.
This might lull you into believing, though, that short is far clearer than it actually is, right? Because you just doubled up in con. You've jump spotted multiple times. You haven't seen anyone make it out. And so, as far as you're concerned, this boost can't be assembled. And so that's why Favin is just left standing there out in the open. No idea that that was even something up the sleeve of Fnatic. It's nice to have given them this 3-on-4 and a reason to go for the B play. That was essentially the red carpet getting rolled out. Tabson trying to make it an even redder carpet by staining it with the blood of Fnatic. Has come in with 1, and CSN Scout delivers as well. Smooya in the clutch. 1v3. And Tabson, along with CSN, hold down the B site. A 4th for Big. Is it just consolation rounds, though? Is it just saving face? There is a long way to go before you even start to believe in Big making a comeback happen. And being real, because Fnatic are on 15, even at 14-15, there wouldn't be a part of you that would go, yeah, this is locked in, this is safe. So it is going to be a huge uphill battle. A vertical incline, mate.
Yeah, we're not in Vertigo anymore, though. Fnatic, at least their money's busted. I mean, they won this exact round before with worse weaponry, but this buy isn't pretty either. Brolin bounds out of middle. He's shown enough face. Will reroute to Playground, boosting up for a long push. Crims has picked Keto. Was that off the jump? That was off the jump. I hope we can get that in a replay later. That was not a boost play for Keto. That's exactly the kill we called a couple of rounds ago. Dear, oh dear. Brolin's going to get run boosted out long. This is not the round that Fnatic need to close it on. Big have completely abandoned ship. They are all on the B bomb site right now, flashing out Monster. They're going to clear it. That will send Panic rotates back up to A. They should just be there before Fnatic, but what consolation is that? Tizian's got a huge flank to conduct, and he is not hurrying with it either. So cautious. Fnatic about to explode out of the long position. No flash is a bit of a problem, but they won their contact on B, and now CSN about to spot it. He still doesn't know. He still hasn't seen it. Tabson finds out the hard way, and dropping Smooya as Fnatic commits.
Yeah, in they come now, and with CSN lining up a double, Tabson here to respond. It is looking like Big will rescue this one, dodge the threat that long walk represented. And I mean, this is where Fnatic will just taper off with the force buying, right? They keep them coming through because they're so close to crossing the finish line.
I would like to see an eco here now, though, for Fnatic. Like, don't get ahead of yourself. Not that this game is worrying yet, but, you know, no reason to force here. 2K a player. They've only been buying because players have been at $1,400, and you're just getting, you know, half armor Deagle. Check this. Sickening from Crims. And yeah, again, he has just had a massive series here as well. He's got the least deaths in the server, 16 and 6, somehow, some way. And so Fnatic, they have just a little eco here with some pistols. Fast out Monster, and that's a lovely nade at least. Get some ADR, but a nice quick round. That's probably what Fnatic want. Just get back into your guns and prove yourself.
Yeah, I like that, right? Like, no existence style timeout for you to, like, sit back. Yeah, you know, you probably could have wasted more utility, but it doesn't matter to you. There's no more rounds to be played if you win one. You just want to ride on the momentum that this entire map has brought you. And so they get that one brushed aside very, very quickly. Now we have that reinvestment. Fnatic, they just want to get it over and done with before the thought of Big getting back into this even crosses their mind. Through connector, heavy con play. 3 players here. Maybe that makes Tizian Spam job a little bit easier. But he won't find a lick of damage. They all managed to navigate the connector freely.
Yeah, it's a nice call out of the gate here from Alex, just taking that con control, clearing middle slow. They got a molly in B short to try and stop Big from getting aggressive. But now even with that door off, Tizian's going to peer through off the boost. Fnatic currently nowhere near it, even though Crims holds for any kind of monster aggression, because really at this point Big have nothing to lose. Fnatic will go for the mid take. There's an AWP to worry about. It's currently down on B short though. It's just Tabson jump spotting A. Often to see an in-game leader here, and luckily Tabson has plenty of firepower to hold this off on his own, but eventually, as things are quiet down lower, he should call for some support. It's going to be in the form of Keto. Alex does get clear with a flash. A nice kill from Tabson to start. He sees a second, looking for Taps, but they'll molly him off, and Fnatic are getting closer with 30 seconds to go. One flash on Smooya has got to be a good one, but he's at the front of the pack.
Yeah, he's got to flash himself in, which is kind of gnarly, not what you want. Tabson still fighting and still winning. Puts up a second in the round, and with only 20 seconds left, it's the dregs of this A play. In they come. Crims with the double. Keto.
Oh, you dare!
Dead! Crims, rolling back the years, has suddenly made this round a reality for Fnatic. In with a chance now. Smooya's tagged. The bomb's on truck. It's always a scary plant spot, so Crims is going to keep fighting from within the site, playing it at dice.
Oh.
He's a gambling man, and the snake eyes looking onward. Crims, they're double swinging him, and he can't do a thing. Oh. They peek it together. They don't give him the room nor the respect, and with the kind of game he's having in clutches, you can't say you blame him. 3 kills, all he manages. Still enough to get the bomb plant, still enough to keep reinvestments open as a possibility for Fnatic. But it's not the round winner, not the game stealer, not the Katowice group stage round that they were hoping for.
Yeah, that would have been one hell of a way to do it, right? 3 kills on the entry and an ace clutch, but Big. I mean, you know, they're playing really well on this CT side. They did not give up at 13-2. It is just always coming down to that awkward fact of 1 round for Fnatic, 5 kills, 1 missed smoke, 1 big play. Suddenly, the game is done and this comeback has been forgotten about. But we've already seen that pressure come back to bite teams before, Big included. Let's see if Fnatic get ahead of themselves. Double AWP now for Big. Another half buy. Crims is feeling it. He's just buying an AK. He can't even afford next round. You know, well, they got max loss at least, so he will just be able to get a gun with you know, smoke flash. But a bomb plant would still be nice. But that's a sign of the times, right? Fnatic know they can win any round in this game right now. Bit awkward for Mezzi getting spammed, slowed down. That's a beautiful shot. And this is why Crims buys the hero rifle. He won't hang around, but one of the AWPs removed. And when you kill Fathom with an AWP, you know there's one more. But where is that man? Searson sat back in toilets.
It's still awkward for Searson here. It kind of is. Like, he's got no idea that Smooya's crept into this very precarious position, right? He's out on a little island. Oh my, Searson making us nervous, now looking away, and at that timing, Smooya looked like he was going to commit. It's all grinded to a bit of a halt here. Krim still waiting down in con. Don't give this guy jump peaks. Bloody hell. Oh, Tabson. He's faced Crims many a time. He knows better, doesn't go back for more. Ooh. And he will, actually, prove me wrong in the moment.
It's a wall bang. What can you do about it? This is weird, though, because Smooya has so much room, but if they try and go up connected to join him, they're going to die to Searson. And if Smooya makes a single step, he's dead to Searson as well. It's a lose-lose. The bomb's monster. It's been seen. Searson kills that top rotate, and while Smooya, he's on AWP duty. If he can grab this and save it, that's nice. But anything else, it's going to be big. So he dodges the shot. Searson tries to put distance. Smooya now has a gun, but that might just be enough reason to hold on for it for now.
Oh, man, no, at this point, you just, like, you want to go fighting because you want the AWP at, like, a bare minimum, or you want to die. You make more money from dying there if you're Smooya because of the loss bonus tapping out and maxing out for Fnatic. So he goes running it down. You know, he's like, best case scenario, I get a free AWP. Worst case scenario, I die, and then I can buy an AWP. Either way, he was going to bring one out in this round, you'd like to assume.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at what point do we get worried, Harry? Because we're not far from double digits. One more buy round for big one, and suddenly Fnatic are on a half, and then we're at 10-15, and it doesn't feel like a 13-2 anymore. Fnatic, they need to pull out something massive. This could be it. It's very tall indeed. Smooya with the AWP. Oh, he unscopes. He still gets the kill. And poor Keto, the bottom performer right now, even a leg. He doesn't know it, but he's just set up Fnatic to knock Big out of the tournament. They've got to do good on his work. Resetting on middle, but even now, Fnatic are patient because with the boost spotted, it's not surprising to see Big get aggressive. Searson sat top con, but otherwise, no long info. A huge gap that's going to cause Tabson to rotate up.
I love this style around out of Fnatic, though. It's like, look, okay, let's use every gimmick we can. 5-man boost into a park boost, right, to watch for long aggression, which is pretty common once you see that boost coming through, right? You know that they have had to relax on other areas of the map. So a lot of gimmicks to try and steal mad advantages, to try and set themselves up. Look, even a run boost now, it's just gimmick after gimmick into another gimmick. And yeah, it's an ugly run boost, but that's fine. Still get out, still get the real estate you were looking for. And you know, mate, for Fnatic, they're no strangers to pulling out a gimmick to save a game on overpass.
Oh, it's a good fake right now. This is going to keep 3 on A. What a weird round. Favin's going to have to shotgun AWP. Searson's still going to get a chance. He turns away, he goes back, and he hits the shot.
Oh, where that came from, though, and he's not ready for them so deep. Favin! It's not come across, but they're right behind him. He turns just a second too late, and now it is the unraveling Tizian. Can he save the day? Needs a mowdown, needs something magnificent. It's a lot of damage, but he's still dead, and Tabson falls. Fnatic lock it in. 2-1, and they're going to the group stage at Katowice.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends, and when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions, the defeated, lifting that trophy, writing esports history.
Hello guys, it's Finny here, and today I will show you some pro tips on the be over pairs anchor and what to do in some certain situations. So something basic that you should always have when you want to stop a rush is asking your rotator to do the smoke. It will land it like really fast on the monster, and they will need it to. If they are rushing, they will need to go through here. So if you're normally doesn't even matter your spawn, you're just gonna jump right here. You can do a pop flash for you, then don't need to ask flash, just turn and spam in the right corner. This here, because normally people rush in a single line, so if they're rushing pistols and stuff like that, you will be able to get some easy multi kills. Another rule that we like to have when doing this is always playing together with your teammate. Doesn't matter if guys gonna play the safe setup when you guys just holding pit. What I like normally to do is having my molly and my smoke. I just do this little jump on the ledge, because in this way you won't be able to get an insta headshot. It's really hard to kill like that, only if you get lucky. And right away when you spot someone, you can do that molly, and your friend will be holding this smoke here. You see this black line here. When you spot the guy and you just they're getting up monster, he was smoking for you. And you land real fast, and you just block the path from them. And that's an easy way to just block the CSGO, because they would need to go out from this right side corner, and pretty much they can die from every angle on the side. So this is my pro tips from Overpass. I hope you guys learned something today, and thanks for watching.
What makes someone a living Counter-Strike legend? It's not an easy question, but when it comes to Neo, it's not words that speak, but rather actions.
Oh god, 1 HP, 2 remain, Robin and Heaton. Jiggles and finds the head of Heaton. 1 more remains, he can't afford to take any damage, it doesn't matter, Robin's gone.
Plays like this have undoubtedly earned him his place amongst the best. However, what do you call someone who was able to recreate a similar result 11 years later? That's just what happened during IEM Katowice 2017, when during a match against Cloud9, he reminded us all that 1 HP is more than enough.
Rotating back into, they've just picked up 2 kills. Snax, he's running wild, but unfortunately he just lost his entire team. Neo, though, with the flick shot on the Shroud. Unfortunately, he's down to 1 HP.
Gonna be playing this one aggressively. You know, you're facing, and that's the first frag. Unbeknownst to him, Snoodle's also there on 15 health. He's caught so many from this kind of a situation, and that's the headshot. Neo putting Cloud9 in their place.
I'll flash monster. Close. Yeah, do it. Flash monster one time. I'm with you, Will. Monster now. I'm with you, Will. Let's go. Boom. 10-1. Back up. ABC. ABC. Picking. Hold the connector.
Nice! At the end of the day, it was just all a part of the plan, right, guys? Like, Fnatic just wanted to see you sweat, and boy, did they get a little bit of that going there in a third map. Nonetheless, they get it done, they stay alive, and that's what you want if you're the Org, guys. I want to welcome everybody back. This is the play-in still. We are on day 2, and we're looking to send a few more teams in the advancement process on into the group stages. Now, I do have Yanko and Maniac with me. I'm not sure where to start this one.
I think Yanko said it best. The CT side of Fnatic is a powerful weapon on Overpass. They were extremely disruptive. They were decisive. They were in big business all the time. tabseN never had a second to breathe and even kind of start to formulate a plan. They were just way too aggressive on the side of Fnatic, and they pushed big to the edge of the world.
Yeah, you always have to have that in the back of your head, and kind of players individually have to be on point. It's not even, you can't as an in-game leader just keep reminding guys, watch out for this, watch out for that.
They might push.
You just mentally have to be ready for it. And I mean, for Big, just how heartbreaking is it going to be looking back at the series and remembering actually Ancient, I mean, they had a 12-3 lead and couldn't really find a way to close that one out, and now they're out of IEM Katowice.
Yeah, it's a rough way to go about it. Perhaps time to go to the drawing board, and for us, time to go down to the floor, where it is Heku catching up with the victors.
I had an opportunity to talk to Tapson during the media day, and unfortunately, I am getting to talk to him right now because your team, unfortunately, is eliminated from the tournament for now. But you managed to win your map pick, they managed to win their map pick, and it was all up to Overpass. Do you think maybe if you would actually win the 9th round, the result would be different?
It's easy to say yes, but I would say we had also a strong T-half. We just managed to get 3 rounds. It's really, really bad on the score-wise. But I felt like we had a good game plan. We managed to get really close. They had huge kill downs on us. Unfortunately, it didn't went our way, but yeah, that's how it is sometimes.
Well, you played yesterday Ancient against Astralis, and somehow you managed to improve your city side in less than 24 hours. How did you do that?
Yeah, obviously we just watched our game and we improved what setups we need to do, what rotations we need to have, and especially if teams are not taking some certain control, we need to abuse that. And yeah, fortunately it went our way on the city side, but Ancient is a rough map. Sometimes you just get crushed and you can't do anything. It's a really chaotic map as well, so yeah.
There was a moment when on Vertigo Fnatic started making a comeback. Was that because you are kind of like lacking data on them? Because they're not really playing Vertigo. If I recall correctly, they have like 2 Vertigos in 3 months. Like, were you just maybe like not prepared, but then just kind of learned what they're doing and just played against that?
No, not at all. Like we knew that they're not playing Vertigo so much, so they wouldn't change anything at all. So we knew exactly they will hit B many times, maybe try to go late A and stuff like that. But we were not really cool. Like we had setups where we had 3 people on B, we didn't manage to kill them, and in the end it's about making the kills. And unfortunately, yeah, sometimes you're not on the page where you are able to kill someone.
Well, we are looking forward to see you back again at our tournaments. But thank you very much, and I hope you maybe enjoy the rest of the event. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. When I said victors, I meant that they won a sweepstakes. They didn't know they entered, which was the one that gives them the ride home.
Cool, nice way to dig out of it.
It's unfortunate, but for Big, that is for Big, that is the end of the road here. But for Fnatic, good signs. Yenko, what do you think?
Obviously a good sign that they managed to go into the group stage, right? And probably a huge burden off their shoulders really this year didn't start for them as they would have liked. They had a good showing in 2021 since they formed this roster really. And I think here you can see in one of the rounds that we discussed, this is like really important for Big. They had a 5v4 situation, but Crims, you can see that he is all the way down in underpass towards B already. Like he pushed Monster. This happened like 30 seconds ago, and even though Fnatic is in a 4v5, it's going to be an easy round for them. The information that Crims got from that aggressive push was all they needed. They're set up, they're ready. They don't even lose a single player from this point out. So that's exactly what Big couldn't really work around.
It's got everything we were talking about in this clip. We have the multi-kill potential from Fnatic, and we have Crims taking space. Crims also in the, we have to kind of mention right now, like regaining force.
Yeah.
A couple of crazy clutches, good moments, very clean on the AK. We hadn't really seen that beast for a while. Kato Animal, the winningest man here.
Yeah, and looking good and bold and doing it, Yenko. But for Big, last thought, anything at all.
Just disappointment,
yes.
Really. They looked all right at Blast groups, even before that at FunSpark, it was okay. And the bare minimum for Big was to get into the group stages. Right. Hopefully win a couple of games against good teams there. But this is, again, every time they show some faith, they can't get the next result.
Right. I agree. Insufficient on the side of Big. Listen, they came here with great promises. They had expectations as well. T-sides way too inconsistent across maps. Players not showing up at times. So it is going to be a disappointing moment on the side of Big. There's no way around it.
Yeah, real sad stuff over there for Berlin International Gaming. But for us, the sadness, it doesn't come over here in this part. Trust me. We got another game coming your way. A little bit of a mouse or mouse sports or mouse, whatever in the hell you want to say.
Now, Trace, just mouse.
Just whatever. And Tropics on the other side of that bout anyway. You guys, we'll see you later.
love it? You wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
The kings of Counter-Strike, juggernauts, and an unstoppable force. That's how you could describe Astralis' blazing hot form in the latter half of 2019. There was almost nothing they weren't able to win. However, the semifinal in Cologne against Team Vitality just wasn't one of those days. But they didn't bow out without a fight. After being demolished on the first map, the Danes showed their true colors on Inferno, and after an intense battle, managed to bring the game into overtime. Now was the time for heroes to rise, and Device was the one to heed the call.
They do have a three-man stack on this side. Device just had a really rough game. Flashed, he's gonna get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit good. Out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWP ace.
never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there.
I'm not too sure. He likes to kill everyone. I haven't really actually talked to him about how he likes to think about the game, but in terms of practice, I really enjoy that. And sometimes he might not understand something from me, or he might not like something, but as well. And then he'll speak up about it to me personally, so then I can create an answer for him, and that makes my job a lot easier when I know there is a problem or someone's feeling uncomfortable. So he'll often speak up about if this is weak or this is not good or something like that, and I'll fix it like next day. So I enjoy that aspect of it.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to IEM Katowice. We are about to get our final best of 3 underway of the day. It's going to be Mouse versus Entropic. Very exciting stuff. You might be a bit confused thinking that you were going to hear Trace's voice, but he's off now. He's going to go and relax. My name is Parla, and I will finish off the day with you. We've also subbed in Kassad. Great to have you here. And in fact, I have 2 amazing subs because we've still got YNK on at the end. Guys, how you doing?
Yeah, I didn't get the memo. I should have worn like something black, you know, like the death squad.
Yeah, it's like man in black in Yankro.
Are these guys coming to be on the desk with me or to take me away in a dark room somewhere, interrogate me?
We're going to speak about that later.
I don't know why we didn't get an in-game leader. I don't know. Don't stop asking.
We're going to be throwing it back to that. And talking about throwing, we've got some amazing casters to get in the mix as well. Hello, Scrawny and Launders, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello. Perfect. Boys, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. Down here, down in the players section, seeing how these guys get treated and ready to get on this A stream, bro.
Okay, well, you're looking fresh. You're looking ready to go. You're going to be casting from the floor? You got a secret little back room somewhere where you do that?
We don't like to reveal our secrets, Paula. You don't like to reveal your secrets. We don't like to reveal our secrets. Let's respect each other's privacy, huh?
Okay, Connor, any words before I take it back to the boys on no, we're going to go, we're going to keep
that attitude is going to get him a visit from you two.
Yeah, perhaps, man, the team
and in black,
bounces.
they're going to use the memory eraser, you know the thing? Yeah, just...
I wish I could use that on myself.
Right now.
Well, guys, I think enough jokes and games. Let's talk a bit about this matchup. Mouse versus Entropic. Story so far, Mouse, they overcame Godsent in a best of one, and then they lost to FaZe. It was 1-2 in map score. Entropic fell to Ents in the initial best of one, and then we saw them take over in the Renegades matchup 2-0. Guys, how do you think this is going to play out?
I think it's going to be more interesting probably than people expect. Mouse, even with, you know, the stand-in situation and whatnot and the recent roster change, they've put up a good fight against FaZe, right? Like, Nuke seems to be a really solid map for them at the moment. Torshi on the AWP has been a revelation.
Speaking of Torshi and speaking of Mouse, have there been a really like a Mouse talent factory so far, starting from 2015 when they took away our boy Nico from our team, and then they moved on into Voxic, took him from Hellraisers, then into Robs, you know, the FPL story, and then it was, who was it again, Frozen from teams called Gunrunners and No Chance, if I'm not mistaken, and Torshi from Budapest 5, the best Hungarian player since what, Dead Fox or Kodiak or...
Well, I think he's better than them, right? But I agree with you 100%.
the best one so far.
Mouse definitely a team that always had to do more with less. Like they're not a FaZe. They can't go in and shell, you know, a huge amount of money to get one of the superstar players. They have to develop talent. Unfortunately, always someone comes in and picks someone away. But yeah, Torshi.
I think it's a definition of buy low, sell high. I mean.
We just had Torshi's stats up on screen. Torshi is up for debate. But what isn't up for debate is the fact that he's currently a top 5 performing player at IEM Katowice. And, you know, talking about Mouse as a talent factory, this is a relatively new roster. So many new additions, but they're seeming to be able to produce some top performances, guys.
Yeah, because these kids are playing, like, you know, with no fear, really. They're taking the game to their opponent, Torshi, especially as the Opper. Like, he's going to be such a focal point of your team, and I think that's the big reason. In addition to, I like the MBK addition, you know, in a sense of, you look at their previous team with Rops and Acor, and Rops is supposed to be the leader of that team, like with, you know, 22, 21 years old. What was he at the time? Like, with MBK, you get a guy who's been through it all, right? Ups, downs, major wins, right? In-game leading, all these different roles, been a part of big organizations as well, and he's going to help them in like the day-to-day and kind of when they're struggling a little bit, how to work through some of those issues.
So you are pro NBK?
I think this Mouse team together, they're going to be better than the previous Mouse team.
For me, JKS was the obvious pick there, you know. I would always pick the JKS over NBK, but I get your point about the leadership and everything. So it proved to be all right. I mean, Torshi on the very first day, Torzi, I guess, on the very first day, on the very first Tier 1 event, he delivered with the 6 stats, and he carried his team to the victory against Godsent. He was like, they would fall a little bit short against FaZe. My boy JKS showed up in the 3rd map. I mean, he always does. Complexity doesn't count, but yeah, it was a close game, and right now they're in a really weird spot against a team that's, in my opinion, more complete than them.
Guys, if I could quickly interject, we've only got a short bit of time before we get the first map underway, and so let's talk maps and take a look at the veto.
I think it's pretty clear. I think Mouse has to pick Nuke. In this one, I think Entropic picks Ancient, and the 3rd one is Mirage. That's kind of like how you expect it to go.
I was thinking Vertigo as the 2nd map. I mean, as a pick from Entropic. has been their kind of semi-signature map so far.
It's true, but their also highest win rate is on Ancient in the last 6 months. You know, they played a lot, and talking about the team that's playing with a stand-in and some new players, I feel like that was kind of the easy one for them to go, and Mirage as a decider, I think that's like, both teams will be happy with that.
Was that a Vertigo as the first one? Did I see it correctly? As Ancient, it was the other one?
No, first one is Nuke.
Are you sure?
Nuke, Ancient, Mirage.
Well, I believe you.
Yeah, man, stop tripping me.
I believe you.
Hey guys, we don't want to see Serbian versus Serbian violence here on the stage. I know Janko's already a bit nervous because we came in the full black get-ups.
Yeah,
but,
man, I'm stressed over here. Like,
nothing to
oh yeah, it's
be
actually
worried
Vertigo.
about, yeah.
I think it is Vertigo. I think
First
that's
map
correct.
will be Vertigo.
Mouse picked Vertigo?
Yeah.
What? That doesn't make
Well,
sense.
it's a surprise for us as it is for everyone else, I guess.
Cool. All right. Well, Mouse maybe
Okay.
knows something that we don't. Maybe they have something up their sleeve. Maybe it was a map that was working best for them with the original lineup, right? And then they just slot the academy kid in, tell him what he needs to do. Could be
Without so
case.
much time to practice on Vertigo map like this, I don't believe it. I think Entropic is much more complete in almost
I'm
every map.
surprised though, because like you won Nuke both times. Like usually at a tournament, a map that you've not only won but just even played, you want to keep doing that when your team is a sort of a mix at the moment. So a very interesting decision from Mouse.
They're maybe, let's say, tripping that they're gonna be anti-stratted on Nuke, so they kind of try to switch it up and go for something like Vertigo, which is super surprising because Entropic is a good Vertigo team.
Guys, I'm going to have to jump in and cut you off because we are ready to get this best of 3 underway, starting off on Vertigo. Everybody, it's Mouse versus Entropic. Let's head on over to our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, hello, that's right, guys. It's time. Mainstream Entropic versus Mouse. We got Mouse on the favorites, but it's Vertigo. It makes things a little bit interesting. JDC to the bottom of B. Ooh, this one's for all the marbles, bro. This one's to get into the Katowice main event. And that's, I think, something that Entropic have been craving. A big LAN chance ever since the major. We'll see if they can kick it off here tonight. But for now, it's Torzy with the opening kill, Forrester out, and that's, you know, one of those big names, Launders. We'll get into it as this one goes on, but this is, I think, Forrester and Elian's chance to prove to us yet again they are really that next in line type squad. But bomb plant canceled out, smokes make it awkward.
Trying to jar out some HEs if they can. I'll fall back into a post plant. And with the CTs in this position, it's not going to be easy, but we do have a smoke on Nickelback.
Problem is, on the other side of that smoke, you're going to have 5 players still up from Mouse. 2 of them are wounded. Torzy is also a little bit low.
Oh,
Nice.
Sandbags down.
Yeah, clean one. Crad from over top. He's going to get more here, trying to get that cover. Sticks coming through, but no, gets canceled. It's going to fall onto Lackey. Comes in 1v3, very desperate. So as the knives are pulled out and the shots go through, we've got Mouse with the opening pistol.
Yeah, you know what it is. It was a good try, but when you lose that first kill and you have to go for a retake, even 5v5, it's a little sketchy. So no surprise they can't pull it off in the 4v5. But this map by itself, I think, will be really competitive. And I mean, I've got super high hopes for Entropic, even though we saw a good, some good form for Mouse. Entropic are a team that haven't had to have any roster change, so I feel like they have a little bit of an edge there, despite how well JDC and Torzy have been playing. And if you want to go head-to-head on the Oppers, you got to talk about Elian. The dude farmed. Even when they lost their match here in the play-in, he had like 1.46 rating in one game in their best of 3, and the highest rated player in their best of 1, which they lost, I believe. And he's the guy that needs to be able to put up the stats that Torzy does, and honestly is insanely consistent all throughout 2021. At their level, Elian was a player who was really burgeoning on that top 20, and I think if his team played in some bigger tournaments beside the major, he would have been the star of the show and the guy who actually made it.
Could have his hands full, though. You know, Torzy, I think, yesterday, almost just single-handedly, I think, takes away Mirage from FaZe. He was definitely the star of Mouse as well, and if there was more around him, or if he had even maybe been able to pull out an extra 10%, then we know how close that map was. So the Elian Torzy show, I think that's really going to be like the tail of the tape between these teams this evening.
Well, maybe if Torzy didn't play so well, his teammates would have tried harder. Did you ever think about that?
They could have, dude, but I don't know. I think they were just as enamored as we were with how well he was able to put that op to work. Still, clean conversion. So nicely done here from Mouse. Get past those pistols, keep this ball rolling early.
We have a happy Mouse, a happy Cyclone, and you know what? An enthusiastic Hooch.
That's true. Battle of the coaches. Hooch has done it all. It's been 9 months that this exact Entropic roster has been able to work side by side under the banner, and it's been a good 9 months. But with this opening 4 frags back and forth, it is Entropic in the end to get that little bit of an edge. Forrester inside of a B site. You know, he is the rifle to Elian's op. And the guy that he needs to lean on when the call to the action comes. But for now, it's going to be one of those silent, creeping calls. Bomb needs to be picked back up.
Still entirely possible with the bomb in this position since they aren't watching it. It, of course, can get a little bit lurky, and on low numbers, that's when paranoia is at its maximum, but it looks like MBK is quite comfortable now. They'll pick this up. And because the CTs are the ones who are spread out across the sites, we might be able to get a 2-on-1 situation as they come up towards A. We'll see just how quietly they do it. They have a lot of utility to use.
Oh, there's the silence broken.
Yes.
Molotov hits the sandbags. Just trying to piece together, you know, if you could find that one anchor, if you could find that one player hiding away, then it would have been a good time for it. But still another Molotov. That one could definitely be thrown atop Elian. But Elian's no longer alone, and Frozen, just as he turns his head to the left, it gets rocked. And make that the 2-hit combo. Elian, 1-2, locks it down inside of that A site, and we've got Entropic answering early.
And he makes every gun look like an op. Wow, I could talk all day about Elian.
Do it then.
What a guy.
Got all evening.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
Gotta spread the love like margarine. Evenly on the bread.
A1S work.
Look, laser pointer.
Torzi's one of those oppers who I feel like he's obviously labeled the opper. He is the main op of the roster, but somebody who's very competent with rifles as well, just overall, in general, strong player. Do we rate Elian in that regard as well, off the back of this 2K?
1,000%. Yeah, that 2K alone, I think that was actually an apt example of how good he is with rifles. He's just don't make me talk so much about Elian. I won't stop.
Sorry, I tricked you back into it. Yeah. But trickery.
Oh!
Yeah, speak of it. Trickery.
A kill is a kill, as they say.
Well, I don't think that's the way it's supposed to crumble.
Fight fire with fire?
Not
I mean,
all
there has
too
to
often.
be some good thing that happens.
Not all too often we get those friendly fire frag grenades. Ooh, Torzi. You know, I just tried to allude to it, right? Rifle play. AK headshot, instantaneous on this B attempt. And Frozen even finds Nickelback through smoke. So suddenly we've got a wide open B bomb site off the back of a Torzi headshot, and Nickelback spammed away. Unfortunately for Entropic, as quick as they can answer Mouse's opening 2 rounds, it is right back to losing ways.
Dude, I mean, they got the 2 frags and killed their own teammates. I mean, that's one way to win. So, okay, that's kind of sucks. There's not really any counterplay here for Entropic to get away with, but full credit to Mouse. They're going to take that, and they're not going to think too hard about it. It's a fun situation. Dexter's telling jokes about his kid.
You know that almost held him back, right, professionally?
I'm the one with the story.
Okay, well, tell it.
I told Automatic when he was on Gen G to pick up Dexter in a DM on Twitter, and he said to me, no, we thought about it, but he actually has a kid in Australia, so he can't come.
How quickly did you break him the news that...
I didn't know.
Oh, okay, you were also...
I have this whole DM where I'm like, oh, damn, that sucks. Meanwhile, it wasn't true. Oh, wow. Look at that angle. It hit off the roof.
That's ridiculous.
It's kind of awesome.
In a very unfortunate way.
I think team damage should do 2 times more.
Really punish mistakes?
Yes.
I get behind it. So 3-1, my friend.
It was, I think, Sponge who talked to Dexter and told him,
bro, you got to clear this up.
You have to squash this because it's not a joke anymore. And I asked Dexter as well, and he said he actually did. He thinks he did lose some team opportunities because of this meme, this very good meme.
Well, either way, he's now at the the helm of a roster that's fighting currently for a spot at the main.
Maybe dodged a bullet with Gen G. Ooh.
Could have brought his stock down.
Yes, the glass is half full.
Now he's bringing in players like Torzi, currently topping the scoreboard, 4-1, early success for Mouse, but A nice little rebuy here for Entropic. You know, that one was just a round count increase, but ultimately not a broken CT defense, no sir. Still good amounts of grenades, and if anything, it's just gonna keep Elian extra sharp. Can't let it happen twice.
And that's the last thing they need.
Deep frag, not gonna find its mark. The A fight. Crad inside smoke, close, bodies all around him.
He's gonna have to duck out in just a couple seconds here, but if he's not careful, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on him, and Crad will find a way out. And it's just a very tactful way of trying to apply some pressure without overstaying your welcome. Flash down the B steps. I think Lackey did see somebody, and it felt like he was specifically shooting at a head, but all right, now the B exec is coming on.
Ooh, Lackey finds
the counter flash is beautiful.
Excellent bit of utility there. It's certainly going to help. We'll see if Nickelback can even get a chance to offer us something, but Elian's support already successful. JDC up close. He's got shots whizzing by. Elian jumps into a little bit of cover. It's dirty, it's sloppy, it's messy, and it's a post plant here for Mouse. Nice utility damage. It goes both ways, these nades. Crad around the green, just guns down Torzy. That box not big enough. Frozen in the clutch. Looking to earn his spot again. That's the namesake within Mouse, but Crad, MP9 is enough up close, and there we have it, folks. Entropic able to answer.
Well, a very great try, but man, I think it starts off with the counter utility. That position, the two positions played on the site were complementing each other so well, and because we had one up close, he was able to call for a flash right when the utility started coming in. And we saw, I think it was, I don't know, was it Mouse Sports that played Vertigo yesterday, where they were basically able to, no, it was Godsent, and they were basically able to go into their B-side execs really quickly, you know, low maintenance B-side execs, and I think that's different from what we just saw from Mouse, where there was enough time to telegraph what was happening, and it put a little bit of, put their players in jeopardy a little bit, not knowing someone was that close after the flash came out. So I think if you're an Entropic fan here, you're feeling really good about what we see so far, even though Mouse are up 3 rounds, a couple of quality wins. Apart from the self-nade.
Oh yeah, you know, we forget about that. Dexter gonna keep it clean. He knows he has a player pinned in behind sandbags. Question is, how much does Forrester want to fight? His toenails getting clipped. And he's able to just stay in cover. Again, the supportive utility. Nickelback comes in, double flashbang, or at least one followed by a smoke. And that actually blocks Dexter off, so we'll see where the contact next comes in from Mouse, but middle looking quite open, and NBK, he's gonna feel that, sense this opening, which is slowly closing down on him as Lackey takes to construction. But
he's gonna come back.
And that's the opening, back away for Entropic. Torzy trying to catch something as it's 3 members of Mouse, all that's left of them, here on Ramp Room pushing forward.
1 Molly and 1 player sandbags. Are they gonna call it out? Nope.
Oh, this could be a big one from Forrester.
Oh, it's going to be a farm.
It's a brutal execution, at least for Dexter, but the upper misses. Nickelback is going to extend out from elevator. JDC, let's see the clutch. He's got a player already around him. Nice, clean kill to Forrester as he turns it back, but that cost him half his health. And down to the 48 HP in the 1v2. He's going to go for the jump, spots it, and so close to the Nickelback frag that could have led to the quick switch over towards CT shelf. Ultimately, Entropic 3-3 tie.
They're playing quality CS right now. It was a nice attempt from JDC. You could see his entire thought process, and he almost brought that round to a 1v1. But ultimately, you know, because Entropic maintained an advantage throughout, yeah, they played the position perfectly. And with the low amount of nades, of course, there's less likelihood that Sandbags is going to get mollied out. So that was the correct time to do it. Of course, you saw Mouse come up the ramp late in that previous round, 2v3 molly out the sandbags, but you're not going to do it every single time. So a great call out, some great shots being hit, and we're even able to afford losing somebody on the site. Rare miss from Torzy as he gets the jiggle. And some nice tracking from Nickelback, so we're all tied up. But not only that, we're tied up and Mouse have no money to spend.
Oh, that's the tough pill to swallow. All right, CT
it's like a multivitamin.
A thick one, like a horse vitamin.
Show me a small multivitamin. Those things are ridiculous.
They're the chewables for children.
Do they have chewable multivitamins?
I don't know, I'm assuming so. feel like everything's chewable if you try hard enough. Frozen a little bit.
I didn't say tasty.
Some damage. Let's get this boost up. Woo! Then go back. Careful. You don't want to serve as that quick trigger to a B hit. Nice to have NBK back in the server, back with us here in CSGO.
Oh, he's the Valorant player.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Welcome.
Well, welcome and an early exit here. Forrester finding him towards middle. So far, this one's going swimmingly. Deep grenade as well. And they catch the boost. So just a meticulous pull apart from all of the little threads that MOUZ had to offer, but it was already...
I feel like they're quite a length better than MOUZ already in this map from the rounds that we've seen. Yeah, I'm quite worried for MOUZ's prospects moving forward in this half from, just so far. But at least they took a little bit of the weight off with the pistol in that one rifle round with the B entries.
I mean, we have to contextualize this head-to-head in the bigger picture, right? We're talking about an Entropic that go to the PGL Stockholm Major, having
great stickers,
excellent performance, great stickers too, and just kind of really cement themselves as the quote-unquote next in line. We've got the greats of the CIS region, the Navi, the Gambit, the Virtus Pro. Who's fourth? It truly does feel like Entropic are trying to put themselves on the cusp of that, right? Sitting at the very edge of top 10. So when you've got a MOUZ coming in with a fresh new lineup of JDC, Torzi, and yes, it's a bolstered MOUZ, but come on now. If Entropic are truly going to push themselves to the next level, they need all of the stadium events they can get. And with nades like this, utility across multiple rounds now, just really showing us the sharpness of Entropic.
Yeah. You know, the messiest thing they did was that 1 HE. Apart from that, all their utility has been pretty wasteless. I mean, almost everything has had some efficacy. Pushed somebody back, found a good timing. They also found some good times to re-aggress on the A ramp, being very annoying, like a horsefly.
Ooh, those ones bite deep.
Doesn't mean they're carnivores, though, is the question. And okay, Krad will exchange mollies with his opponent, Frozen, and Frozen will find an opportunity to come in and attack. That's a tricky molly. It gave Frozen a nice angle to look up into the site, so maybe MOUZ do have a few tricks here.
We've got to see something else from them. Utilities run completely dry. Smoke now faded. So yeah, Torzi felt that was his chance to just burst outwards, get on site. Ooh, Dexter, I like this. Extends around the right side just to take that deeper angle. Maybe find Entropic trying to prepare themselves to support Elian, who now finds himself solo 1v3. Dexter, very nicely done. Takes away the 2 players inside elevator room, really forces Elian, who I felt like was waiting for that support to come in, to just wait. And by the time he's ready to make his move, he's on his own, he's outnumbered, and they've got him pinned into that position with full mental picturing. It is MOUZ to just piece it all.
This is crazy because look at the good start to the round here from Entropic, but this is the key play. So this Molotov, you use it to get the Opper back off of that position so you can take IV control, short shelf control. And when you do that, you expect you got about 7 seconds where you can't do anything there, but you also don't have to look at it. But I think that there was a more innovative lineup that MOUZ used to create a gap so that Frozen could peek behind it really comfortably. And it was a bit of an optical illusion from Entropic's perspective because it just looks like a regular molly that they have to wait out as well. So
they've got
maybe their
something.
coach is Chris Angel.
They've got some mind freaks.
Mind freak.
You've got something up their sleeves, and they've got to, right? Their map pick. Devil's in the details, and I feel like that round shows us clearly. But here it is, Torzi posted. For a moment, it felt like he had a chance to take somebody's head, but we've got 2 CTs on the other end of this. Grenade that comes up short, finally for MOUZ. A frag grenade at the start of the round that doesn't drop somebody by at least 30. And Elian takes that little bit of a risk towards mid, won't be punished too badly for it.
A long round is not going to be very friendly to Entropic with the low amount of utility they've got here. Great guns, but almost nothing behind it, so MOUZ, it's going to be hard to read that if you're MOUZ, but it looks like they've already decided to play it a bit more slower paced. And once again, I think another key thing that Entropic are doing quite well here are just finding ways to look at the A ramp without putting themselves in danger. Okay, like, oh, one of the last 2 smokes remaining comes down on sandbags. And without HEs, it's actually quite hard to, you know, continue and get this guy out of here.
Especially with Krad close enough to support.
Wow, this is brave, but maybe that's the play they need.
Oh, he just runs out. Dexter stuffs him close, JDC with another, and remember, Forrester's already revealed himself, so they throw another Molotov. But look at this, 3 Ts go up short side, Lackey's gonna be under pressure, and Forrester was still alive until that moment from JDC. So weird. We get the crazy push from Krad shut down, the TARP player for the CTs die, Forrester's given a chance. I mean, that looks even worse for Entropic.
Oh, let me tell you why it was the right play.
Hit me.
They had no utility. So if they let this go to a retake situation, as soon as Mouseports get to the corner, line up all of their nades to hit the site, there's literally no way that Entropic can win if they're standing behind the smokes. So they have to make some kind of aggressive play happen. And I guarantee you, if they had utility kits, Krad would not have turned that corner. In fact, they probably wouldn't have been anywhere on that ramp. So basically, they said, we're pushing at the exact same time. And unfortunately, what we see is they just both die.
Yeah.
But if one of them got a kill, it creates an imbalance on the setup for the T side, and they have to shift their focus one way or the other. So that couldn't have gone better for Mouse, but I think the idea made sense for Entropic.
Here we go. Off the back of it, they've already found an early bit of success towards B in round number 10.
And just another point, that they chose not to have utility, so I can't just say it's like, oh, just a beautiful try. They could have also made a concession and had someone on an MP9, had someone on a shotgun or something else, and had full kits to help them so that they wouldn't feel like they needed to make a play like that. So, as we say in the biz, they made their bed. Had to sleep in it.
It's those weird European beds where they give you 2 singles.
Not memory foam.
Call it a king.
Box springs are back in, though.
I don't know about that. Whatever happened to water beds?
Those,
honestly,
I think people were dying.
It's an insurance risk.
Yeah. So I think if a bed causes 1 death, that's it.
That's the end of it, yeah. When none of the others
supposed
ever
to be one of your happiest moments, you know, going to bed.
JDC clean.
Not
couple
worst.
of headshots, man. Speaking of going to bed, bro, nightmares for Entropic. If JDC can really power up, he's 11-5 currently. And, you know, I think the real hype is around Torzy just because he was the chosen addition to come from Mouse NXT and to join the main roster. But for anybody out there who wasn't as familiar with NXT, there was a justifiable argument that Mouse NXT in its entirety became Mouse as its whole.
Yes.
You know, just a full upgrade, a full swapping of the names. But obviously when you've already invested in guys like Dexter, when you've got Frozen signed on a multi-year contract now that we know that was their, you know, their pejorative, we have obviously not enough spots, right? JDC, last minute stand-in. Unfortunate for BMAS, he's not here, would have been great, but this is now a 50% Mouse NXT, 50% Mouse main team roster that we're watching here at the play-in. And JDC, 100% at the top of the list next to Torzy in terms of riflers to take this spot. So this could be his chance, right? We saw the crazy 30 bomb from Torzy yesterday on Mirage versus FaZe. Not another middle of the pack caliber team, but a top tier. Something like an Entropic, a top 10 team. JDC, this could be his chance. But still early on, of course. 10 rounds deep on our Vertigo.
Hey.
Krad falls away because I feel like this pressure is being felt. It's a nice grenade off of the top. 50 health from Frozen shaved off. Forrester extends outwards, but there's the trade. Regardless of the nade damage, it is still Frozen to find impact. And, well, there's these little variations from Entropic on this A setup, but also some similarly occupied positions.
We have another situation where they don't have an op, so they, I think, feel like they want to try to do some aggressive opening tactic. No op to help them trade behind that. They could have still got away with it, but some nice entries here from Mouse. And yeah, the story really has changed since that Frozen 2K behind the Molly. They've used this momentum and ran with it. And right now, it's Entropic just don't have much money to get everything that they want. And it looks like another aggressive situation because they've got 1 smoke and 2 flashes left over, on top of being in a 3v4. And speaking of on top, here are these 2 guys vertically stacked. But the peak is perfect from JDC.
Cleared off, and Nickelback, good chance, but no, nothing more than the single frag. Lackey's so far removed from this A site as well. Look at him just try to sprint over. and unfortunately doesn't know how far they could have come. Mao's actually, I think, a little bit light on the throttle. They didn't just fly in here, and I think that this, peppering of utility is going to tell Lackey that, yeah, they haven't gone for that full commit right away. But still, just nervous, and also...
Who's nervous?
I'd say, Lackey doesn't want to lose his gun.
Oh.
Yeah. He knows that he's outnumbered in the clutch, but you want to hang on to what you can. And I think, as a whole, Entropic justifiably nervous now that Maus are going to have a 7-4 lead. Bro, this is T-side Vertigo, and Maus are starting to piece together what was originally Entropic locking it down.
I thought Entropic looked better, but no, I mean, yeah, Maus, they do have ideas, and they have a lot of firepower, and we hit some really key rounds, key kills. JDC taking to the top of the board, which is something you love to see. Again, I mean, it's so impressive when a new player comes into a lineup and leads. The frags, so another money trouble situation, and I would say, honestly, I mean, there's a couple of rounds here where Entropic don't have everything they need. I don't know if Elian refused to save for his op or felt comfortable on the rifle, but one thing that's just been weird for me a little bit is how everybody is going half armor, rifle, and then the nades end up being a little bit of an issue. You know what they say, you can never have too many nades on Vertigo.
I can get behind that.
Yep.
Need 5 Molotovs every round just to make sure you don't die from that sandbag.
If you had 6, no, you wouldn't be complaining.
What do you think about the idea of being able to... No, never mind. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, bring it in. Is it another danger zone suggestion?
No. I was going to say, sacrifice, if you could get 2 incendiaries and not buy a smoke, but then I was like, nah, well, then we're going to have...
Are you crazy?
There's going to be... That's why I stopped myself. Sometimes the crazy's right there, man. It's on the cusp, but I gotta...
I don't hate it, actually.
Gotta reel it back in.
I find it repulsive.
Disgusting. Disgusting, Dan.
That would make you James in this situation.
Ooh, you love to see something like that. And quick little blinded P250.
We're trying to drop a narrative about who's the better team right now. Maus just got comfortable, and you're going to do that.
Yeah, and look, it primes Lackey quite nicely, I think. If Dexter's sitting here playing around with grenades and whatnot. Ooh, ow. Come on. 20 bullets deep, maybe? No. But I appreciate the effort.
I can't believe he just swung on Lackey like that. Lackey is so mad.
If you miss the first 15, you're bound to get the headshot, right? It's really just math. I like this push. Forrester knew he had a chance, and if only Torzy wasn't that hot.
Let's go.
Just ducks down, pops up, slaps them both. And that is some nice combat opping in a pressured situation where suddenly guns are changing hands, you've got comms coming in quick, and Torzy just trying to cool off what was a very hot moment from Entropic. And a much hotter round than it's supposed to be, right? We've already got 2 bouts of success. Close Deagle kill here towards A, opening 2 P250 towards B. The Deagle from Elian that could have been, but Frozen also able to alleviate a bit of pressure and prime Maus nicely to double the round count over Entropic, unless Nickelback has something to say about it. He did go and grab the A1S, and he did come into this A site soon enough to potentially stop it. Keep an eye on the HP here for the T side. They've got 2 wounded players, but they also have 3 in a post. With the double smoke, Nickelback knows he should go, but the call of the void, brother. It gets the best of us. He's going to stick around in case somebody were to give him a peek, but Torzy knows better. Man's got stones in his shoes, locked in on that angle. Nobody's going to go peeking.
That would suck. I mean, can you really aim that well if you have stones in your shoes?
No. You can't walk properly. You can't run fast.
Cement boots.
I'll pass.
Man, he scared himself when he jumped up. One guy was planting. One guy was MIA. And the other guy he shot at wasn't even looking at him. But he got too scared. It was like, this is no way this worked. Jumping up on top of the box in this situation.
Almost.
He couldn't believe it, so he fell off. But if he had got that kill, I think the guy planting was dead too.
Well, those were the 2 players as well who were low HP. So then suddenly your last player sitting on short. But let's enjoy this. This Torzy dive down. Oh, he comes back up. Okay, so I think that's 2 instances, and this one's not one of those, crazy high-pressured situations.
It was.
Okay, but not as crazy high pressure as the 1 versus 2 against FaZe.
Wow, that was high pressure.
In the 1v2 from Torzy against FaZe, we saw that same thing. He overfires on the flick and then does a micro adjustment back in, and it works wonderfully. This time too. Dexter's nade, speaking of working wonderfully, he even jumps up and takes a second. Forrester will take him back, so at least just a one-man advantage, but still, opening kills, opening success, and a nice bit of opening aggression. That's what I like from this Mao's A play. I feel like they're really coming into themselves towards this side of the map, and look at Torzy, dude. Peeks before smoke pops, drops Forrester, 4v2 comfortably, as this T-side shows no signs of slowing.
Dexter has been an absolute baneling this match. Running at them, swinging, and actually getting the kills as well. So many risks that he's taken, has disrupted the CT setups, has brought the man advantage back into the favor of Maus. It's been nothing but good, basically, every time he's turned a corner. So I want to give him the tiniest shout out as loud as I can.
You'll enjoy it from the sidelines of round 13. But yeah, quick 2 kills. And that second one while getting shot at, so Elian hasn't really been given much runway, bro. He's 2-8 at the moment. Oof, but let that serve as a reminder, folks, okay? If you're coming in and thinking, overrated, it's just a matter of situational, let's call it success. And when the situations aren't there, neither's his success.
Yeah, another aggressive look doesn't work out. I feel like you look back on this game, Entropic would have some regrets about the way they spent their money, even on the save rounds.
Okay.
To have the most opportunities with full util and op. So, yeah, this one doesn't work out too well, but the op gets carried forward into the next round. T-sides, this next half is going to be great from both teams. I don't think Entropic will be too worried about it. I think Maus, conversely, will be happy, but that being said, you know what the game is, man. Just because they kill you when you're trying to defend the A ramp doesn't mean that the next round you shouldn't try again. It's just that Maus have been one better. And those are some great targeted HEs, so a nice tactic and call out from Dexter on that round. And we'll go back to basics, starting off what looks like another clean anti-eco, but it's with a twist. A little bit of Elian. He's going to cross the scope of, oh my goodness. Whoa, it hit him through the wall. That should be a kill.
I mean, Torzy's lucky, dude.
Yeah, that. Even if that was through the wall, I feel like that was not big enough to defend him, but wow.
Maybe no op needed. Lackey, that was close, but Dexter has been playing very sharp in this match. And that's something you like to see as well, right? Just because I feel like the falling out of Maus prior to the NXT roster coming in and giving them a bit more of a firepower boost. You know, poor Dexter, other side of the world, can't manage to kind of get all of his pieces
as a
to
kid
function. And now, in a very important game, he's giving us some numbers. Frozen clears close corner towards the A site, and he's going to very quickly start moving inwards. And he should, because there's nothing else here. Elian's going to come sprinting as quick as he can and try to stop it. Again, that solo op to try and set something up, but I do like the fact that Elian is making plays. He's not shying away from the situation, but he's also puffing his chest and letting them know what's up. Falls back through smoke, but
yeah, he's going to scare him a bit. I mean, now they're kind of regretting coming back to the site, but they've left B open. The rotation comes over quickly, and the bomb will too. I don't know if it can be cut off, though. It looks like Dexter has created the adequate amount of space, and a free frag, maybe two
nice.
here from him. The IGL, so much impact, so much ADR, so many kills, and no children.
Just that flawless visualization, right? Sees the setup, predicts the rotation. It's not like Entropic were hiding it. Elian making a ton of sound, and Dexter, he knew that in a 4 versus 2, he could go ahead and justify a risk. So very nice. Locks into the pocket. This could have been something special with Lackey's chance at a second frag, but who other than Dexter to just line players up, knock them down. 3 kills there versus the solo op buy. But op is rebought.
I think they need to use, I think going back with 3 makes perfect sense, but they need to have, I think the Opera needs to take, more contact or be able to trade here. Krad goes down. Wow, Dexter just flies through the smoke like it's nobody's business. And he gets away scot-free. No one's there to trade it.
Some seriously wild antics coming out from Maus, dude. The confidence is growing. Dexter, JDC, top, and just as Nickelback tries to draw it back, sure enough, a response from Maus. Another very comfortable 4 versus 2 with the CTs very much split. And questions to be answered if you are Entropic. Where have Maus got off to? They fall silent, walk away. Minimal utility now thrown close on B site. Lackey, let's see it. Somebody's going to have to shine. And that somebody is going to have to do it alone for the moment. Lackey expecting a split, but now it's the hit from the bottom of B. Nice second kill from Lackey as he just peeks so cleanly into NBK, so minimally in fact. But here's the sprint back. In a similar situation to the last round, instead of Dexter being the one-man army, it's Frozen to take a forward position, and instead of B, it's A. He gets inside of the bomb site, bomb in tow, and Lackey flanks as Forrester could be set up to make a play before his teammate gets here. He knows that that plant's set mid-site. Lackey, where have you gone, my friend? Slowly starting to round corners. No clue as to where that second player is, but Dexter back fully exposed. So the flank was never predicted. And now Frozen gonna have to give us the clutch, but that's not gonna happen. Big round from Lackey. He's gonna take to the top of the scoreboard for the side of Entropic. He'll give them 5 rounds to work with on this CT side. But Mao's come in, a bit of a slow start, and then turn things upside down.
He's just bringing unlimited firepower and fun guy to poke. I don't know. He's like a little brother, essentially. It's just fun to annoy. But he's an amazing player. He's good, very good attitude. And yeah, I love to see him play.
Yeah, screw this. Gotta chill out. I'm in orbit.
Mate, I had a knife there. Blind bump. No way. Oh, he's jumping into it? Oh, Ravine is in the zone. I might go for him. Oh, it's not really in the zone. Secondary Ravine's in the zone.
Yeah, you can call it baby Ravine.
Okay, I'm heading.
Dude, I'm in orbit right now.
Okay, I'm going for a crazy plate.
The scout was still over there, right?
Inside the building you're next to, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Oh, I do see a guy over there. I'm going over for that guy. This is spicy, this. Oh.
Looking at me. I knocked him once.
So with Mao's doubling the rounds of Entropic in the first half, they look to take themselves to the 1-0 lead here. This is a big match for both teams. It's a big event on the line. If they can get from the play-in to the main stage or to the group stage, then we're talking Counter-Strike. But we'll see if they can end this one quickly, send a message to Entropic, send a simmering shiver down their spine.
I mean, when we talk about Dexter, I mean, he's not Kerrigan in the sense that, you know, he's a higher fragging IGL than Kerrigan is. Probably more, I think people would agree, probably more individual skilled, but also can be inconsistent. But this event so far, he's been hitting everything and taking the same levels of risks. So that's where I think Maus are their scariest. But speaking of scary, Torzy has also been a consistent feature. And this short setup has a ton of pressure on it.
Oof, okay. Krad serving as distraction, sets up Elian. And we're, oh, there it is. Nice, clean headshot onto Dexter. Really take that edge off. And especially with this inevitable flank coming around what's left of Maus.
That's so annoying. The last thing they need now is a flank.
Yeah, and it's about to strike. It's working its way through CT shelf. Maus trying to push their way forward, but Forrester, instantaneous gush. Lackey gonna steal that kill. Padding the stats. NBK falls with nothing, and that is Entropic to just take a little bit of a sigh of relief. They're gonna start their T side with some momentum.
I've got a line for you.
Let's hit it.
He's Forrester, and they're just trees. What do you think?
I think you should leave it to me.
We can work. You can
work on it.
Sleep on it.
We'll work on it.
Sleep on it.
Yeah, we'll edit it. You know? Masterpieces aren't made without revision. Exactly.
The pensive look. The 1,000-mile stare. As Maus consider the idea that their lead is about to diminish.
Already?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you know, if the conversion comes,
sure,
it comes.
Well, here's what I see coming, dude. I feel like we're gonna get a little spice of JDC with this bought up Deagle armor on it as well, dude. This is no chump, no easy task to get by this mid setup, and it might not be the only setup. Torzy's gonna get boosted, looking for something. They're using the cover of the thin yellow tarp to close that distance. Dexter feels so uncomfortable here. Poor guy. He knew that he wanted to work back around towards ramp, but of course there's this split, well-timed. And with the flashbang, he never had a damn chance. Good utility already, I think, from Entropic. And I expect nothing less after they kind of set the precedent on their CT half. With the amount of defensive grenade usage we got out of their ramp play, why not just turn it on its head? Forrester's shooting through walls, dude. He's just doing what he has to.
Yeah.
Keep Entropic away from the threat of the Force Buy win. NBK, no impact yet. Not in this round, I mean. And I don't think it's coming his way, so... yeah, maybe that little bit of nervousness.
Oh, you're getting a little bit nervous then?
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's both weird and interesting because we saw Entropic, they clearly had a good game plan, a lot of good nades and stuff like that, but they were not fragging to the level of Maus in that first half. So I mean, everyone's got a plan until they get hit, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was Entropic in the first half. But when we switch over again, new half, new team sometimes, especially you get to show a completely new game plan. And I think we'll have to learn about how comfortable Maus are in this position. But I still feel like this game could go either way. And but the thing is, again, about Dexter, it's also not even just in comparing players one-to-one, but just play styles, just because of the risks that he takes. So if he's going to frag well while he's taking huge risks, that's when his team is going to snowball, just like on FaZe. If Kerrigan is able to have a good game, he's got so much behind it that it's pretty much impossible to not snowball.
It's all just so much easier.
Because they build the system such that even if Dexter doesn't always get the kill, he can set up his next teammate. But of course, your odds go down a little bit if you lose that opening duel. And that's just not the Dexter we see today. He's just not losing to nobody.
Nice to have him up there with the top frag.
Mm-hmm.
Tied alongside JDC. Frozen not too far off. It's just nice to see Maus, I think, offering us something already today that they couldn't offer us yesterday when Torzy was going absolute god mode, which was, a much more one-man army type affair.
Yeah, like 3 or more players behind it.
Dude, if there was just a couple extra kills on that FaZe Mirage game, we could be talking about Maus already being at the main event, and it would be a FaZe versus Entropic BO3 this evening. But unfortunately, his one-man army was just shy of it. And right now we've got Lackey just racking them up. All too easy versus USPs. 2 casualties on the way of Entropic, but now this second half truly begins. Mouse's buy comes through.
And Ops are, of course, very welcome on the T side Vertigo. Unlike some other maps, you definitely get a lot more head-to-heads than you see in other places. In that first half, I do think that there could have been more presence from Elian on the ramp where the riflers were suffering. And the only, I think, main criticism that I have for them with that approach is they were all in the right spots, but they weren't adapting to the rounds they were losing. They were losing in the same way over and over again, trying the same thing, and using only riflers to get those opening kills, and Mouse are totally comfortable with that. So that could be a problem for them. You've got to be malleable, like Plato, the philosopher.
Sure, yeah, really flexible guy.
Mentally.
Yeah, of course.
You have to be like Plato with the mind of Plato.
Okay. The double whammy. Utility low each end. That's a nice Molotov.
You like that?
I like that a lot. Like a lot. I'm all for it. Would have flushed somebody out into the open. Didn't initially, but Frozen decides to offer it up regardless. Ooh, that's clean.
What?
Yeah, that's Elian.
What?
That's Elian. Ooh, that's nice. Dude. That's that little electric shock, that little pizzazz.
Dude.
That's going to get just Mouse a little bit more nervous. You see them kind of recalling this forward setup.
Did you see that?
I did. Yeah, my eyes were open, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, unlike his victims.
Where were you when that happened?
And Mao's just slowly pulling away here, just trying to fire off through smoke once or twice. Torzy not going to find any impact like this with bomb now planted. That, my friends, is a round made possible by the one, the only, the Elian.
We always spend time enamored and talking about UFOs, but we have Elian right in front of us.
Okay, bro. Yeah, with op shots like that, dude, he's really out of this world.
Yes.
Kids from a different dimension. You know, I feel like if I'm Elian, there is this little bit of a chip on your shoulder in the sense that your team is this, you know, up-and-coming powerhouse of CIS potential, right? Again, we've established that Na'Vi are great, that Gambit are great, that Virtus Pro are great as well. But we ask ourselves, who's the next team then, right? If the CIS region as a whole is taking over the Counter-Strike world, then I truly find Entropic at the top of that list. And within Entropic, we look at Elian, we look at Forrester. But who gets overshadowed when Monacy comes through, right? Monacy skips the queue. He doesn't join a CIS team and get to, you know, flourish alongside his region. No, he just gets plunked into G2 and gets all of the hype. And Elian now,
second places.
You can't forget about him, bro. He's got that star potential.
And Torzi's also a Vertigod on CT side. So they'll need him. They'll need him.
Elian has a right-hand man in the form of Forrester, who works upwards while hands busy with utility. It's Torzi's chance to turn this upside down. Nice aggressive play around sight. Now that bomb's dropped right ahead of him from a 5 versus 3 to the even keel because of Torzi. But they did get their bomb back.
Man, you got to be really appreciative of that risk that Torzi takes by scaling up to the box and looking to continue to have impact. Now supporting his teammate here with this incendiary. But
JDC heard that.
Yeah, that was heard. I don't know if JDC's not worried about it because there is still a smoke here, but it looks like they're going to try to flash through.
Clean.
Oh, and JDC will do so much with that info.
Oh!
Wow, a third kill through the wall.
Let's go, dude. Shoots back in response to a little bit of spam damage.
Man, that's it's Torzi when he walks up to default.
Yes.
It looks like, hey, you're supposed to do this. But from his perspective, they could still be coming up the ramp, right? And if he doesn't actually take this risk of going all the way up, he could get swung on. But leave it to Torzi to know when he needs to take a risk like that.
This round brought to you entirely by Mao's NXT.
Oh.
The double kill from Torzi, the triple one from JDC's short push. And that is the very recently implemented firepower of the Academy roster, proving its value as Mao's pull back to the 2-round lead and also pull back some of the economy from Entropic. Elian hunting a target here at the base of ramp, and he knows it's close just because of this utility trajectory. A very deep smoke to flush them away from it, and is Dexter gonna go one deeper? Or Entropic gonna answer fast?
It's a funny smoke. I mean, it does do a good job of delaying, but you know, if as a CT, you don't play in this area all that often. Even if you get control of it, it's not really comfortable to hold versus Ts that are coming across the bridge. But just having the smoke down has enough impact. So we see them peel back a little bit here. And look at now, it's Entropic who have to use a lot of grenades just to get the space back when there's no one here in the first place. And that's the whole point of the smoke.
Very nicely done. Mao's making the cost skyrocket in terms of utility. Dexter gonna fall back ever so slightly. There's this.
Now they're missing that Molotov, you know. This could be something that they would use for sandbags, and even though there's nobody here, they're gonna be nervous about it.
An over lean towards the B site.
This is actually a good pace though from Entropic, you know, after all that's gone down.
Recovering pretty quick from all of that additional utility. Dexter instantly deleted, frozen finding one as smoke plumes. But there was no warning sign, right? That's what you're talking about with the pace here from Entropic. Dexter had a different internal timing. And we'll see if it comes back to haunt Maus, because that bomb's now planted. Forrester's low, and they're leaning on a single smoke. A quick push from JDC.
Oh my God.
That somehow goes unspotted. Lackey turns it backwards, finds him, and up close in smoke with Forrester back behind him. A bolstered confidence from Lackey, despite low HP on 2 of the 4. They get Maus to peel off. Now, if the smokes fade, maybe they come back for a second round, but they're already bruised up from that battering, and by the looks of this, it's going to be Krad to try and go as the insurance policy to clear it. This is Entropic to keep the game close.
This is one hell of a match so far in this first map of the series. And a move with conviction there, as it's a good start from Maus. They establish, again, with their smoke, they draw that extra utility, they slow the round down. But the best part is Entropic know when to call a bluff, and they move up into all their spots right away. I will say that the position that Dexter plays, you know how much I hate it.
I hate that spot.
It's got to be the worst rifling spot on the map. I feel like you play there when you don't have ideas, and it is so disadvantaged versus the A ramp. You don't want to flash retake the A ramp again. I can't stress that enough. It just doesn't. It just rarely works out. If you have a very heavy advantage, that's a great spot where people are maybe going to skip your angle. In a position like that, I don't like it. I hate it. So, okay, Dexter dies there. Confirmation bias, but I promise you, it happens a lot.
Yeah, we really do try to open the eyes of the world.
Yes.
To the shortcomings of the crane play.
Of the crane play. So,
it's really not better than being a solo sandbags man.
Solo sandbags is solid.
You like that?
Yeah.
Even with no support, no flashes, whatever.
If you shouldn't play sandbags with no nades unless your teammate on the site has nades.
Okay.
Because they can smoke you out as well. Because even if you are stuck in a smoke, they got to clear you.
Sure.
They got to clear you.
Yeah.
Or it's just too hard to scale. So I think sandbags is, yeah, very, very good. Even if you can't shoot back.
See if there's any adjustments. I want more of this Torzi versus Elian fight. I want the Rams to lock horns. They are currently on opposite ends of the map. NBK just trying to find a little bit of cover here, trying to get space so that he can maybe give us some impact, but it's JDC instead to come around green with one. Nickelback pushing through smoke and then falling right back through it. A burst of energy from Entropic and a potential chance for Dexter clearing the first one in Nickelback, and a blinded Forrester's not able to offer anything. We've got Krad back towards mid. We've got Elian inside bomb site. Torzi almost just whips that op down on him, but ladies and gentlemen, we're tied as Entropic just puncture through that B site.
Yeah.
NBK never stood a chance.
No, he was not ready for that whatsoever. I mean, he had that smoke coming out, eating the flashbangs like it was his favorite dinner, and he didn't know how much time he had left to get that smoke down and get to a better spot. He needed to release it right away. So just a very, very quick hit that they were not ready for whatsoever. And some great trades. A nice attempt from Dexter to equalize material, but outside of that, it was a round pretty much over.
Those flashes in from Torzi as well definitely set him up pretty nice. Felt like Dexter was maybe playing quicker than he had to, or like quicker than he wanted to.
He was like gaining too much momentum.
Yeah, you know, he's starting to slip down the hill. He's got to get his grip back beneath him, and Well, he almost pulled it off, but here it is again.
Wow.
NBK head on a silver golden platter.
Okay.
Lackey looking for an additional follow-up here as yet again we get this scrambled CT side just trying to come back into the bomb site, trying to hang on for dear life, and Nickelback looks to run it back. Again, pushing through smoke and just challenging this back line of MOUZ. The back line that is all they can manage when NBK falls this quick.
Now we've seen some of the follies of Entropic, maybe a little bit one-dimensional, unable to adapt in that first half, but I think outside of that, they really look like such a solid Tier 1 team. Like they aren't a Tier 1 team, but they look like one, and I think that means that's why you're talking about, you know, the fact that they are burgeoning on a position to be one of the top CIS teams and have been for a minute. They're like one of the two teams between them and Copenhagen Flames that made that major so damn hard. You know what I mean? There was no easy teams to pick because both of those guys look like they were playing way above their level. And we're kind of seeing that come to fruition here, you know, live in this match. Both sides looking solid, and even though the game plan looked decent on CT side, the execution is now meeting the game plan on T side.
Oh, that's so fast.
And you know, if MBK is not feeling comfortable on the B side, he could be a target. You know, he's not having a great match overall. Maybe he hates Vertigo. We don't know. We don't know how comfortable he is. And also, I talked about this yesterday when teams play solo B. I even liked how Entropic were doubling up on the B side, even if they were losing like in rounds like that. They at least had ways to support each other. But sometimes there's a solo guy, he's floating on the site, one sick flashbang, and his life's over before he know it. So,
quick snap of the fingers, quick snap of the neck. That's NBK's story in these last couple of rounds. It's the Armored Deagle attempt here from MOUZ. Entropic earning a little bit of runway, but bad weather forces Forrester to the sidelines for this one. Further damage as well. Nickelback not going to have as easy of a round. JDC comes through, and now we're talking shop. Dexter even adds one to the collection. And this is one of those rounds that would take this game straight back to the even 12 all. Lackey, Elian, 2v4 inside A site. Smoke fades in front.
That's a good smoke. They can ISO these fights.
Thrown in front. Lackey's only able to get the single kill. It needs to be Elian, and he's not going to nail it. Frozen and Torzy end it. And MOUZ with the Deagles catch Entropic off.
Oh, that was beast. Those were some crazy shots. And that is something that they absolutely needed. We're just keeping it at 12 now, but it was, I think, it was looking a little bit desperate there. Entropic were gaining a lot of steam. They needed this. It's just one for the ego.
Oof.
Oh, man.
Look how
that's
collectively
brutal.
essential every single player from MOUZ is that round.
Yeah. And that's got to happen. You got to be ready for stuff like that.
Right back into the action, right back into the double op setup. NBK included. That could be a very big difference, but no, NBK gets deleted again on the other end of the map.
Yeah.
Just dead, dead, dead. 3 rounds in a row, essentially.
And here's the refrag.
Yes. No longer is he so alone. No longer do they need JDC to sprint into position. Instead, he's an anchor on quad and an answer from quad 4v4.
Now, Torzy feels the need to get a little bit aggressive, and honestly, I understand it, because we had a position just now where Entropic took both sites, basically. Now they force Torzy back, and Torzy smartly drops a Molotov, nearly dies to that wall bang. Now the aggressive play comes out, and Frozen is out of there.
He's able to get back around the corner, but Torzy backs up too slightly. Dexter comes through with the trade frag back. It's man advantage held onto for MOUZ, and Elian's not able to shave one off the jump up.
No HP here for Nickelback, so he'll pick that up.
Quick weapon swap. Oh, but they were fighting for this A site, and the Demons of Desire keep drawing them closer. But maybe that's not a problem. Elian and Nickelback near simultaneous kills to crack that A site back, and suddenly the clutch is on for JDC. Now we are talking a last-second stand-in.
Man, he has an op.
Called in to one of the biggest events of the year. And this could be his round. He peeks close and gets shut out by Nickelback. 2 crucial op kills from Nickelback to give Entropic back their 1-round lead.
And they are showing their range a little bit, even though we see quite a structured team. On that A attack, they got a little scrimmy. They were like, we need this trade frag. Let's push a little bit aggressively. the spams, the HEs to target where Torzy was, they did do a good job of creating a lot of pressure and taking some risks. So a few things go wrong for Mouse there. And actually, you know, even though they win that last round with just Eagles and get almost a free rifle, they still don't have enough to buy. And Tropic looking for 14. And they're going to be as prickly as ever with the thought that they could lose to the Eagles once again.
Yeah, right. I feel like that one round does give them like this perceptible sharpening of focus. You don't want to fall to it twice. And are you telling me that the guy who is 2-15 in a round like this just pops ahead towards B ramp? Because now JDC's even closer, and Nickelback's not going to give a damn. NBK not able to find any more impact, and yet once more, it looks like an open B site, but Dexter's hiding inside smoke. He loves to do this. Good utility damage onto Forrester. That softens him up for the Deagle. Dexter playing it patient.
Oh my God.
But the shots whiz by. He gets the back line. Forrester's going to trade it. Torzy nails him. And we still have Nickelback in the equation. Are they going to do this 2 rounds in the final 5? Or is Nickelback going to alleviate all of that extra pressure? You know he will. Once more, 4 frags from Nickelback, stepping up to the plate and stepping forward in this lead, 14-12.
Damn, he really saved the day. Was a great opening shot from MBK, and just as you mentioned, you know, not a great match from him, but he's staying focused, staying confident, and here are the refrags. He flashes for himself. He finds all 4 kills in the end to close it. And even though they just barely scrape by, they still get to 14. They don't lose the economy entirely. They have the buy they're looking for and not behind it. And now it feels like Mouse Sports' last real chance to get a full buy-in.
Beautiful flash, beautiful piece of teamwork set up by Dexter. Oh, that makes it way too easy.
Man, what a call to make in that moment. So disruptive.
And then another nice bit of duality here on the opposite side of the map, but maybe this is Crad. No, I was going to say Crad's round. Nickelback right back at it. 1 versus 4 attempt. Wastes no time to push closer towards the B site. Nade's going to fall near Torzy. Not enough damage for it.
Oh my God, his own smoke that he used to throw that. He spotted a second player, and now he has enough time. I mean, he can play this however he wants, and we'll see if a mistake gets made on the rotation if he goes too far. Oh my God, no way! No way Dexter wins that. That was such a good play.
That is dangerously close as well. Dexter dropped to like 20 HP, but not dropping the moment is Dexter.
What an effort.
Huge 3K in a very important round.
Damn. But this is Mouse doing all kinds of things so well. Again, flash tactic here. The double B setup with a bait specifically to take out Lackey, who has constantly headhunted MBK while he's been alone there. This time they lose no material, no refrag needed by JDC. They defend together, and it's the stronger Mouse than we've seen so far in this half. Still, what a match. Such evenly skilled teams coming at it, trying new things.
And everybody looks brilliantly polished. We've seen multiple instances from each of these teams with the utility setups, with the teamwork tethering.
But you know what?
It's so nice.
Except for NBK. He is definitely very uncomfortable right now on the B site, and that will be a point of conversation. It's not even about bullying. It's just the idea that if someone's on a site on the CT side, you're not going to see them at A next round. They'll be there again. And if they're uncomfortable in this previous round, that might be the place you want to go. Now, we saw them open up mid on the way to a B attack. That could be an idea for them in the late round.
That's true. There are less impactful players, and then there is being the only person in the server with still less than 5 kills. You are dead on. And if Entropic just need that little bit more, just 2 rounds to close out their map pick, excuse me, Mouse's map pick, maybe NBK does become the killed and no longer the killer. A repeat of this Molotov. This time it does disrupt Dexter, but he's not going to go too far. He holds. Nickelback has had some awesome moments over towards this B site too. Cannot be understated. We've got NBK completely alone inside sight. How many times have we seen NBK fall under pressure and then JDC be too far removed? This can no longer be the case. And he plays it extra passive, offers us the 2K, and that's all he's going to be able to find. But luckily, he still sets up JDC, who may have lost half his health, but still, it's Entropic with half of their team. Hellion hunting for impact. Meanwhile, Forrester, very curious position towards the opposite end of the map. There's only 25 seconds to spare.
The bomb behind enemy lines, I mean, they can't even get that back.
Is this a forfeiture?
Yeah, they're waiting. I mean, they can't do anything with Forrester. He's in a great spot if they're going to like lurk back to A, but Hellion could not retrieve the bomb. So this will be a Malice Sports taking the 14th round off a great hold from MBK. He put up the 2 frags. He's never done that this half. So he's been able to get 1 max and 2 makes the most difference. And they did do a good job of working it and pulling JDC off the guard. So he went back towards mid, and he wasn't staring down the steps with MBK. But in this situation, it looks like he's more battle-tested. He's still feeling confident, and he put up his end of the bargain. So round 29 precedes us. We will see where Entropic want to take it, but it's clear they had an idea, and I think it had to do with MBK, but maybe they regret it now.
Yeah, that's so well-timed. So well-timed. Like, he took the perfect priorities. Clear left, use the cover, snap it back for the second. He's offered us little, but that, my friend, that is a flake of gold. Somebody takes 15 off the back of this one. A far more forward stance coming out from the CT side. An audible departure, but it's a fake. NBK comes right back at it, and JDC is still tucked away in this little cubby. He gets found out, but JDC instant headshot, and he drops Lackey. Gives himself a bit of utility here to try and play around with, and now they can just lean back in a very comfortable 5v4, not to mention pistols, bro.
And that's a good gun that they can't get back. As we see the P250 attempt to find an entry. Things are not looking very good now for Entropic. 3 members on the A ramp. Coming up a bit late, so Frozen might get a false flag here. But they have no reason to be scared.
They've still got comfortable amounts of utility, an additional smoke on JDC, an incendiary for Torzi at the 30-second mark, and finally, Entropic are going to offer a little info here by way of sound. A jumping pistol player, that's so desperate. Dexter and Frozen locking down short side, and that's going to cause Entropic to tuck tail and to concede a 15th to Mouse. They've done it. NBK sets them up in the 28th round, and the 29th is way too easy. Krad will be given a parting gift to try in the next one, but that is Mouse on the cusp of taking Vertigo.
Yeah, that is extremely well done. I mean, this game is so close that it's really hard to say, you know, decisive victory overall. This is one where you just take the win. You got to be proud of your resilience. It really felt like they were about to lose the game there, even into the second half after they lost that pistol. Entropic started putting together rifle rounds, but they adapted. I mean, they fixed their problem on the B site. MBK got better to help out with JDC. They stopped Lackey from getting his opening kills over and over again, and that's pretty much what they needed to do. So, yeah, we know the Mouse NXT duo as well, quite good on Vertigo and very comfortable in all these positions, but it's so remarkable how, you know, they're able to slot in and take a big win like this, because Entropic love this map as well. So, you know, we're a little worse than last time here between the AWP and the AK. Doesn't mean it's over.
No, sir. Not one bit. Much more forward stance. Nickelback tries to set it up. Frozen's position unsuspected. Torzi's here to support. Ellion's not able to get an answer in just yet. Oh, blind shot though. It's something. But it's such a sliver of success here for Entropic, considering everything that they just lost on this ramp. And now the CTs fall silent, shrouded in cover. Ellion creeping inwards. Nobody's giving cover. The shadow. Oh, that's all Ellion needs. He's going to get the additional kill, but they end it then and there. Frozen steps up, and Mouse, after winning 2 rounds on the CT side of the opening 11, give us 4 straight. They take the Vertigo win, and they set themselves up to be a single map away from locking in a spot at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. 16 more round wins, folks. That's what these 5 need to piece together.
MBK is like good for our team because last year we just lacked a lot of that veteran experience in terms of what to do with practice and whatnot. And when Nathan came in, he came to speak to me, and we had same goals and same ideas about how practice should be run. And basically, ever since we've been just like practicing really well and have been super efficient with what we're doing and what new things we weren't even thinking about at all. And he's brought so much to like boot camps and what we should talk about, how we should understand each other more, and all these like really in-depth things that we haven't really talked about ever as a team.
Maus just about securing the victory there on Vertigo over Entropic. And such a curious turn of events, considering they got off to such a strong start. Kassad, YNK, why did the match play out as it did?
I think Maus showed us why Vertigo was their pick, right? Yesterday against FaZe, the reason they couldn't pick it well, that's FaZe's permaban, but you could tell they're ready. They had a good T side, especially when it comes to that all-important ramp area, right? They had a couple of different ways that they were going to fight for control of that. Some were more aggressive, some were a bit slower, and they just managed to win out on that fight a lot of times, come out on top in opening kills, and then finishing the rounds. They did a good job of basically just not messing it up.
For me, the key word is proactivity there. You know, the small details won the game here for Maus, despite NBK having a shocker game. You know, small details like proactivity in the important rounds, like Torji pushing that smoke, and then the JDC flash, and then he getting a triple kill, and then on the B side flash for the B pick. On all these like tight, important rounds, those are the small details, but they mean a lot at the end of the game. That's why it was 16-14, 16-13 for Maus. But like I said, despite NBK having a shocker game.
Yeah, he ended up with just 5 kills. You know, out of those 5 kills, one of them was 2 kills on the B side when they were coming at him, like managing to win the round. But I think JDC as well, he was a last-minute stand-in for BMS, coming in from the academy team, and had another good game, especially in the first half. having a good amount of impact.
The best thing that I like about these 3 new guys is like they don't hesitate.
They're just going for it.
They're just going for it. You get the flash, you just push through and you do your thing. You know, there is no fear, there is no like they don't feel. It seems like they don't feel pressure. They're not hesitating, and that's a really nice thing to see as a young player like that.
Yeah, I mean, the way these guys are stepping up, especially when someone like MBK is having a performance as he did, I think it means a lot. As we can see on screen right now, we have the stats for JDC and Lackey from Entropic, who was, I think, Entropic's best player across that series. Was that a surprise at all, guys?
Well, not so much. I mean, we know that Entropic is a team that has a lot of firepower, that any player can just pop up at any moment. What I didn't like to see is the fact how they managed, they maybe talked about it in the green room, how they managed the economy in the CT side, how defensive they were, and they really didn't fight ramp at any place.
No, not just on the CT side, but at the end of that game, I usually hate like seeing saving ops and saving one gun, because you know, they're doing it at like 14-12, now it's 14-13, you have a weird buy, then again you save, because with a weak buy, you don't have all the utility or the good weapons to fight ramp properly, so you decide to save the op again, and then you end up with 3 or 4 rounds at the end of the game where, okay, you have an op on Alien, but no one else has, you know, you have maybe 1 AK, a Galil, pistols, you don't have all the nades, and it's just too many weird buys when your opponents have everything, and it's just going to be very, very difficult to win those rounds.
And that's something that you don't practice. You know, you practice different things, and you need to do the things that you practiced on the 14-14, 14-13. You don't need a weird buy.
Even
you
if it means no op on Alien. Like, let him play with the AK, but at least make sure that you can end around, you can find that for control properly,
And I didn't like the usage of timeouts from Entropic at all. I like the timeout on 4-4 from Mouse Coach. That was a really important round. They called that, and they won the ARAM fight and so on. And then it kind of rolled for them throughout the whole first half.
Guys, let's talk a bit more in detail about ramp aggression. It's so crucial, or at least ramp control, on Vertigo.
Yeah, you can see towards the end of the first half from Mouse, we're talking about faster, slower, they do the double nade. They're probably expecting Entropic to switch it up with a little bit of more aggression, and Dexter, he just keeps going for it, keeps pushing, right? Like, as the in-game leader, leading by example, gets that last second, basically, headshot on Nickelback, and that's really a 2-for-1 trade. And now the round is much easier, right? The molly is there to stop pre-aggression, they molly sandbags, and now they have control, and now it becomes much easier to play out the round, right? You just need to make sure you have good trades, Torsi even with another great kill, and that's it, basically round.
They use the space they got by fighting, or they got for free, you know, and they used it correctly. They won them a lot of rounds. On the other side, Entropic was so defensive, without many utility, without an op in many rounds. So all in all, really good T side, really good calls, and I think like the space usage in general was perfect for Mouse.
Now, we have about a minute left on this segment. Let's set up what's coming next. Ancient is Entropic's pick. How do you think that map is going to go? Kassad.
Well, Ancient is one of the best maps for Entropic. I see a lot of good protocols for them on T side. It's gonna go for that banana takes, a cave takes, or Jaguar, however we call it, and then into a mid take, and then it's gonna develop into a mid round call. That's something that Entropics usually like to play, and then after that they usually kind of go into that pack mentality Counter-Strike where they go 4-1-1-4, that doesn't really matter which side it is, and then they kind of roll on T side. They're probably going to start on T side too.
1K, thoughts from you before we head to a break?
Yeah, I think Entropic bounces back here on their own map pick and takes it into a third. I can't imagine Mouse had enough time with the new lineup and then with the stand-in on top of that to, you know, figure everything out, kind of set up all the protocols that Entropic already has, and we're going to see Mirage after this.
Guys, thank you very much. Everybody watching at home, do not go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2 very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Right now, with the new mouse lineup, we have a lot of different factors with MBK and Torji. We essentially just have been refocused in terms of the direction we go. So with new coach Dennis and MBK, they add in a lot more structure to how practice goes and how efficient we are with practice. And then obviously with Torzi, he's just an amazing player, amazing friend, and yeah, just good guy to play with. And then just all this combination of things makes us more cohesive as a team as compared to before, where we kind of maybe relied too much on individual skill to win us rounds. Now we're more of just like have a clear direction of how we want to move about end rounds and what everyone's kind of role is within the team.
And so we find ourselves taking to the murky waters of Ancient, with MOUZ a single map win away from locking their spot in at IEM Katowice. In Tropic, we're meant to stop them. In Tropic, we're looking to repeat the success of another big LAN, but they might not even get there, Launders. Not if MOUZ have their way on map 2.
Yeah, and I think it's likely we get to a third map, but we've seen crazier results happen. And I think, you know, Ancient will be an interesting... I think this is a map where MOUZ are going to find out how much they like it. You know, it's a map that they probably have some prep on, but just like Yanko said on the desk, I mean, who knows how much? And even if they anticipated in the veto, I mean, there's a whole question of MBK. We saw he was a little bit uncomfortable on Vertigo, although he was clutch when they needed him to be. Will he be in the same way on Ancient? That's the big question.
I feel like NBK, unfortunately, dude, just hasn't really been through his paces in terms of the Vertigo, in terms of Ancient, right? He's taken an extended break from this game over the top of the prevalence of these maps, and poor guy had a good round on Vertigo, but what a crucial round that actually ended up being. So, you know, you gotta tabula rasa, blank slate, wipe your mind of what just went down on an individual level and bring it in to this, the second map of this series and the third pistol round. But NBK finds early contact. Crad will catch the push that comes through middle. It is very much a concentrated effort towards this B site. NBK gets flashed very nicely from Dexter. And now it's Elian's chance to maybe answer. Sure enough, Glock to the face of NBK. 3 more CTs right around this corner. And he knows that he can't peek too soon, but the CT flash doesn't stop him. Dexter with the double. And a 2v2 is where we're left. Bomb halfway gone. Dexter runs in, dies. Torzi's chance. 1v2 clutch. Guns down the first, but Crad, that is where the difference made. And that is where Entropic take their pistol.
And so confident. I mean, the way that they played that, it was just beautiful. No one talking, but peeking at the exact same time. And Entropic pulled that one off. And it's such a tenuous situation in the back of B, dodging flashes both ways. And the CTs put up a good effort here, and NBK moved smoothly with it, where it really, it was hard to telegraph that it was coming. He did such a good job of selling that he was just trying to commit without a flash, and even got 2 tries at it. But now we're past that point. 4 Deagles here for Mouse Sports. 1 Scout on NBK.
You know, we can talk about NBK's shortcoming on Vertigo, but on top of the 2K round, he also had that nice Scout headshot.
Yes.
Those were his 2 moments. And maybe now, we get a little bit more of the same. Our analysts were talking about, you know, the buy decisions of Entropic across Vertigo and how sometimes that really did come back to limit them. You agree with that? Did you notice it too? That
I was talking about it.
Yeah, but as big of an issue that it was. Let's see if maybe they can just kind of get things back under control. JDC, nice play, dude. Dexter sets him up so well. That's an AK given over. But then it instantly gets taken back. Elian and Forrester, right? Those are the 2 guys you want in the kill feed for the side of Entropic. Torsi's going to be surrounded now with just the Deagle to work with. It is clean, man. A quick flash in the pan from Mouse. I like that shows us they've got something prepared for those kinds of light buys. But of course, Entropic pick up every single piece thereafter.
Yeah, ideas are half the battle for sure. So, okay, Mouse, what'll be the reinvestment? Even if it's only slight, they could probably afford to grab something, but maybe they'll just try to save, get the full grenades, and favor that. JDC, he's like, should I? And then he pulls out the P250.
Quick one from Lackey.
You know, if you kill someone with the P250, you get your money back.
That is a factual statement.
You want to argue with that?
Nope. You are not spreading lies, brother.
Can I ruin your day more?
If you'd like to.
It's pronounced Torji.
Torji, yeah.
No, it's Torji something.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a J in there.
But we can't do that. But I just wanted to put it in your head. So
I mean, you can't. You can't even roll your R's, okay?
Yeah,
but
I was useless in Spain.
Yeah.
I was so useless.
You know, for somebody who was born in French Canada, I don't hear no rolling R's, brother. Okay, you're no Bob l'éponge.
Yeah, we bully people who say SpongeBob in French.
Bob l'éponge. Try it.
Bob Vilkant.
Yeah, we can say it in 3 languages, dude. God, we are globetrotters, huh?
Yes.
Oh, it's sad that's all we have to talk. You know what I mean? That's all we have to show for our time in Denmark, bro. It's just how to say SpongeBob. 4 players up for Entropic. Nice 3-0 start. Get past those pistols. Okay, make mincemeat of the lesser buy. And now let's talk business. We've got Torji on the up.
You're saying it now.
Yeah, you want it?
It sounded good.
You got it.
I'm not going to, though, because I'm scared. But yeah, even though, because it was so clean, you know, money's already looking nice for Entropic into round 4. So much to learn about Mouse Sports. We're going to see almost every single map in their pool right now.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic.
You know, it's definitely one of the biggest uphill battles for them is just this idea that such little prep time with the entirety of this team. JDC, quick slot in. Like, you know, it's a real shock to the system. And we'll have to wonder whether Ancient was at the high end of the priority list. But, you know, they do have the CT side of things. We have to, I think, really emphasize the CT-sidedness of Ancient at times.
Unbearably CT-sided at times.
According to some. JDC at the forefront of the B setup. Nice clean kill versus Krad. This is a second time now that that smoke has been a bit of a nuisance for Entropic, whether it's JDC pushing through or in this case shaving over. It is 2 instances of Maus finding opening kills from it. And this time they've got the guns to really double down. Smoke and flash throw, and JDC quick kill versus Elian. Take the double man advantage and send Entropic elsewhere. NBK in the open. That one's a little bit awkward. Gets away from him, but Frozen can pick up the first piece. Additional damage versus Nickelback as well. No bomb control currently, and if there is this aggressive push out through Temple, yep, sure enough, Dexter gets it back, and we've got 4 alive for Maus. Once guns are in their hands, so are the round wins.
Unbelievable kill from JDC. Unbelievable. I mean, he had 16 HP. He was out in the open. He's waiting for the repeak, but it literally has to be a headshot and a body shot. Otherwise, he's dead. Anything like instantly. Otherwise, if he takes 16 damage, he's going to keel over and die. That was crazy rifle work, and he even gets a 3rd kill after that. What a monster.
He's feeling it.
Yeah. Built different.
I will say on an individual level, right? And I don't want to just, you know, beat this drum too often, but Maus NXT, decent Ancient team.
Yeah.
Comfortable with it, played it a lot in their academy
Their secret
leagues.
weapons exertion.
Exactly, right? He was truly like the biggest shining star when it came to the NXT's Ancient gameplay. But it's not as though there's like this discomfort inherently with JDC. It's just about whether they can weaponize him. And he gave us a couple rounds already, but it's Dexter dead. Elian not shut down by the JDC too early.
A little gift from Dexter.
Gives him something to work with, but listen, we've got Torzy and JDC trying to tether here. Torzy starts working through the caves. Falls back slightly. This is a good angle to hold. He's got a, you know, quick swivel if they come barreling up from ramp as well.
Oh.
Missed Incendiary.
He's out in the open. No way.
Of course.
Like he had an opportunity. What a moment of timing.
But heavy lean over towards the B site, opens the door wide for the A rotate, and Entropic, excellent call. They're going to find this one.
Wow.
The door essentially off its hinges, man.
Yeah, they put the hinges in their hands.
They took everything with them.
Man, just a full retake. There's no utility. The bomb hasn't been planted yet. JDC's getting very close. Oh my God, he actually could have peeked out and grabbed that bomb. MBK will trade back. It's 3-on-3. Can't help but feel like there's still some legs here for the CT side.
Forrester stays tucked inside sight. Elian with a gap to try and work with. NBK truly has to be the jackknife, you'd think, but it's in fact Torzy. He peeks into Elian, who we know is holding the angle, and then follows up with the second. Nickelback's attempt at a clutch, but he has 9 health, and the defuse beyond the halfway point. How do they pull that off?
Wow, unbelievable. What a round from Torzy.
He's there.
Full house between him and MBK. Yeah, that's just crazy. And again, I mean, you don't want to have to retake the A site. That's a position where the only thing is that Entropic did not have enough utility to hold them back from just peeking everything, and it came down to hitting their shots. Man, Torzy was just so damn useful here, scaling perfectly. He walks around with his op as if he's never going to miss, and and that's to say like a rifle, right? Where if you had a rifle, you take all kinds of risks, and Opper wouldn't. And for Torzy, he just knows where, if he needs to be close, if he needs to be far. He doesn't think about the fact that if he misses, he's dead. And that's what helps him be so impactful. I honestly am shocked that Entropic were able to cleanly get through Donut on their way to A.
No cost.
They didn't have to clear out anything, and they had no utility basically to do it. So maybe they were even lucky to get that bomb plant, but that was a pretty big hole on the map for Maus. And I wonder if Entropic's game plan will lead them to try to exploit that again in the future.
I mean, up until Torzy getting back onto the A site, everything looked like it was going swimmingly. You know, Entropic comfortably treading water. But that tsunami that was the Maus retake ends up working wonders. And we get the early Entropic pause. Kassad brought that up, you know, questioning the pauses from the team throughout the first map. This one's just going to be an all too easy anti-eco, or rather half. Forrester will find some sort of a response, but JDC ducks out, and there's very little HP left to work with here for the 2 remaining Entropic players. It's a calculated buy. You know, if there was the 2 criticisms, it was maybe lack of timeouts in addition to the weird economical decisions.
Yeah, they were kind of spending money they didn't have.
Yeah. Right now, they've just got so little to work with. Pinned into this corner.
Swing again, coward.
He won't. JDC knows better. Lackey's going to come headhunting. JDC very much changing up the angle, so this should be enough to find him off guard, or he just dives out. Don't give him a bomb plant. That wouldn't be ideal. NBK drawn to the action, and it's in fact JDC that gets both those kills, so never mind. Somehow he steals them.
The reroute.
We were talking about that with Torzy, right? Every time it looked like somebody else was going to get a kill, Torzi's able to just gobble them up.
Yeah.
He snatches them from the jaws of death and consumes them himself, but once more, this is what, 3 rounds we've seen JDC play aggressively down ramp. Once on his own.
Leave it to John.
In this case, in anti-eco. And the results have been very clear. JDC impactful on that side of the map. 3-3 early. Entropic's lead disappears, but their guns have reappeared in the 7th.
Nice little nade. Oh, and a great flash tactic to open things up. Dexter even gets off into the cubby. Got to be kind of specific. There's so many on Ancient, but he finds one of them.
One of 300.
Yeah. And Mouse NXT, plenty of smokes to use. Sorry, I just called him fully Mouse NXT. My God. Holy.
Half Mouse NXT.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, yeah, an extra member. They've got A-site covered on all angles.
This is so well rotated.
Oh, they're watching the lurk. I mean, unless JDC just turns around.
Mouse just need to stick the landing because they've got it.
Wow.
They've got it in the bag in terms of positioning, but backside NBK dies. That does create, you just said it, maybe if he turns around, but Torzy does turn back and forth. Double kill. Forrester trying to clutch it back, but no.
Damn.
Denied by Torzy in the temple.
Crazy. He was actually straight up quicker than Elian there, and he had great target selection, understanding that, you know, he could protect himself from the guys in the site, but the guy on the flank, he wouldn't be able to run from. So smartly turns around first, and this shot should have been where he got punished, but he was just too damn quick. Too easy for Torzy.
He peeks into that second one like it's his advantage.
It's free, yeah. That's what you got to do.
That is 2 straight up duels that he has taken over top of Elian.
Yep.
And both of them kind of critical moments over towards that A site where it looked like Entropic had a chance. Now Torzy within Donut, player just on the other end of smoke. He's got multiple bodies coming at him. And a drop shot.
With an op.
And BK inside sight, his chance to offer something. He's gonna get attacked from multiple angles. Awkward bit of cover here. Target priority. And Frozen's flash does screw him over, but here's JDC coming in with the pieces, picking him up.
JDC.
He's got it.
Dude, his rifle work is unreal. He makes the M4, it's already broken, but it looks even more busted when he's using it.
I'm telling you, dude, this combination of JDC and Torzy, I don't want to speak as if Bemis doesn't exist, but it does feel like the Torzy JDC combo, it is what has Mouse in the position to be a single map away from the main event.
Maybe they can get promoted back to Mouse NXT and play together.
Maybe. So clean, man. So comfortable by the looks of things. That's what I've seen so far from JDC's Ancient. Just comfort. And this is a buy round, but Dexter just makes mincemeat of the first one. Excellent banked flash. Bomb spotted, dropped, and held off because utility starts to tumble down the ramp. Crad will find the headshot. That's a spam through pocket, but Dexter able to response. A quick one thrown down ramp. NBK fast flank. Holds for a moment.
You don't always get the flank on this map, but when you do, you better believe no one's going to hold it. However, they start to walk back towards mid, end up in cave, and look for another avenue of attack on the B site. Got everything covered on the fallback, though, it looks like. It's going to be quite clear what the game plan is. Wow, I love the angles right now we're seeing from the CT side.
Just looks very well versed.
Just so sweaty. Sweatier than a penguin in a suit.
Dexter, dude, he's so
That was
sharp.
fast, right?
It is. It is. His rifle work's been really good tonight. And Crad, unfortunately, hasn't been given anything to answer with. Dexter gonna double up there in the 4v2. That's a 4K from Dexter, folks. And that was once the site was under pressure as well, pushing down ramp, getting what he needed.
Feels like one of many 180R maps so far at this event. It might not be a fact, but if I say it loudly enough.
And with enough conviction. That's nice.
He was just handing out haircuts this round. Nasty stuff. Tea timeout called.
When did Dexter get so good?
He's always been good.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's honestly, I didn't like scout him because I'm not a scout, but I watched his demos when he was playing in Australia, and then that's when I asked Automatic, I was like, dude, you guys need an IGL, and he's fragging over here, he's owning. But the thing was, he was fragging so hard and calling, you know? So...
a rare breed.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, when he came on to Mouse, I mean, I can't help but feel like Cyclone has helped. I mean, Mouse as a team did not look that good.
Sure.
Right? He kind of did have the good pieces. He had really good composition.
Fast one. But, so you hold that thought, brother.
Okay.
We've got Dexter, speak of the devil, under pressure. Mac 10's trickling in on him, and dude, that's multiple times tonight. He just gets away with that one extra. And it's impactful, but the bomb gets dropped as it extends beyond. Oh, Crad sticks the A1S through the crack. The frag grenade makes this one seem a little bit more possible. Crad's gonna jump through.
Oh!
What?
I don't even know.
Like a half push? That's weird.
That's so weird.
Both could have fallen back, played the 2v2 post.
No, it's strange. It's very strange.
Unless he wanted to make the distraction so that Elian could for sure grab bomb. I don't know.
Yeah. Don't rationalize it.
I'm trying to.
Well, there's still a chance that Elian can win, but Frozen has a smoke. Oh, and wisely puts it on top of the bomb.
Yeah, but there's still a gap to cross. Elian's not able to stop Frozen. Frozen, that's just the tap. But it's gonna,
well handled.
BNBK with the last one.
That's well handled.
Chance there.
It could have smoked, you know, I think Elian tried to make it feel like it was gonna be cave. I don't know if he threw in utility or anything, but he walked there and walked back. Frozen could have used it on the ramp or on cave, but sometimes on the bomb's not the best idea. In that situation, it was perfect. With the flash across as well. Really nicely done. And
look at this.
He heard the reload and then he realized he was too late after the... Basically, what happened was the smoke was way bigger than he thought.
Right, two smokes.
So, that's why it looked a little silly.
Well, he'll be beating himself up for that. Mind you, round where it's just an entropic Mac 10 push for the most part, so, you know, a little bit of success after their 3-0 start's gonna maybe feel somewhat alive, you know?
The deal is on Ancient, man, T rounds, they seem to get close all the time, but then the CTs just edge them out every single time, and then you have these ridiculously lopsided halves. Just feels like a series of heartbreaks. Torzy, he might have a hard shot on his hands, you know, weird timing here. Doesn't seem super scared about the idea that someone could have lurked close. So maybe there's an opportunity for him to get in. Dexter gets lit up.
Yeah. Good wall bangs from Crad.
Yeah, these are important. Surprised to see such little cave pressure from Mouse, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. Speaking of NXT, that's what, you know, Exertion offered, so it's never been JDC's job or Torzy's role. But we do have JDC in there. Tucked up close, support from Dexter, smoke goes ahead of it. Ooh, Crad's gonna, I was gonna say, really creep through. Meanwhile, Lackey's trying to get that impact in middle. He's going to go ahead and try to puncture into the back line, but that's where Torzy just slaps him down. And JDC sees the barrel. Oh, that's a 2-for-1 combo.
It always has to be 2 with him.
Torzy's then primed for the peek down ramp. He nails the shots. That's a full house again from the NXT boys. 2 for JDC, the triple on Torzy, and an 8th on the scoreboard for Mouse.
Yeah. They're cashing out, man. That's crazy. I can't believe the consistency. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, JDC, man. It's like he gets 1 kill, 2. The second one's free. Buy one, get one free with him every single time. And some great shots from Torzy as well. I'm sure people want us to stop talking about him. But they gotta stop stealing the freaking show.
We simply can't.
It's not our fault. I mean, look at this scoreline. I legitimately don't think that this is enough to be comfortable. This half isn't over. I think unless you get that at least 11 rounds, it's still scary. Ancient is just like that right now.
12-3 CT sides on Ancient, far too common.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from Maus. Individually, they look good. Protocols look comfortable.
They're on pace, but yeah.
But, you know, we're not even halfway there.
Yeah. So Entropic will... And for that same reason, I think Entropic are just like, let's just get 4, let's get 5.
Yep.
Then we can forget about this half. Go over to our strong side.
Torsi with a much further position through middle.
He is in there like swimwear right now.
Yeah, poor Crad. About to get pulled out of the round. Frozen, dodges the flash. Again, a second. Another instance, very much like Dexter, just robbing that second kill. Would have been very excusable for him to have just died. And, you know, NBK hasn't seen all too much action. This A site, so quiet for the most part. And while Torsi will find Nickelback through middle, dropping bomb right ahead of him, Crad has found this little moment of timing. Little chance, an easy kill versus NBK. He's going to try to milk this for everything he can.
And NBK could turn, but he's trained on this. Oh my God. Wait, he's trying to line something up, but NBK's watching into this position, so you wouldn't think a CT's going to be there exactly. He can't find anything, but he delays long enough to make it awkward. Bomb still has to be recovered.
Yeah, that's still the hardest part. Torsi, so well prepared for it just because of that long sprint that Crad had to try and cover. Forrester not able to offer anything in that instance with the 9 HP.
That would have been so cool if MBK like wasn't back against the wall and Crad could have walked around him or something, but there's only so much he could do there, unfortunately. No other CTs in striking distance, and another kill from JDC to close things up. 9 rounds up for Maus. Another clean go of it. And Tropic, do they want to buy up? They can grab some Galils and have some nades as well. And that shouldn't be too bad for him.
So ridiculous.
Yeah.
Torsi ready to turn around on it. Easy closer, strong shadow advantage. Back in with guns is Entropic. Utility dwindling, and so are their chances. 3 rounds left in this first half.
How far can Maus go if they're playing this well? What can Entropic do to fight back? Dexter is playing with fire, but at the same time, he must know. I mean, I don't think there's any chance they could afford an op by his calculations. Great shot from Nickelback.
Instant. Dexter, what can you truly offer here? He's got support from Frozen, but they're running up the ramp.
Oh my God, what he's going through this.
Dude, they're going to be caught on a reload here. They have no clue that Dexter's been able to get into this position.
I think
Nickelback,
he does,
okay, he figured it out. I was gonna say,
he literally ran.
Right? Ran right in.
That was such a Dexter moment, actually.
So many times this guy's inside
Loves smokes, yeah.
Just drawn to it.
The funny part was they actually had a decent position if he just stayed and fought with his teammates, but kind of ran for the hills there. Will they read that somebody's up close? I mean, there's such a surplus of T's right now. Flash gets eaten. Nickelback doesn't find his frag.
Oh! NBK
What?
finds Crad through the box. Man advantage extended downwards, and Maus have everything they need every step of the way. They stick the defuse like they were favored in that retake.
You're kidding, dude. What was that? I actually legitimately don't even know. Was he just in cubby?
On the other side of pocket. Wall bang through pocket.
Man. He's probably setting up some retake grenade. I don't even know. That's ridiculous.
Look at this. Look at this snap.
Oh, and he was getting... That's not...
Instantly.
Oh, he asked for it. Crad asked for it. Careful what you ask for.
Oh, but we're right back.
Yep.
We don't skip a beat because now Entropic are starting to feel that pressure, right? Now it's not just little bits of success they need. Rounds necessary. Every extra win is something special. Torzy, let's see it. No, sir. Shut down. Just the one. It's a quick shot, but a quicker response. Lackey finds the B site yet again. And it's no 3v5 retake, folks. It's NBK 1v3.
Wow. Find both entries simultaneously and actually score an important point at the end of this first half. Still one to go. So much money for Mouse. Literally, NBK should just be trying to kill as many people as possible in this position. Of course, I only say that just because odds of winning are really low. And they'll end up getting the kill on him. And now we'll get into the 15th. But, you know, as small of a victory as it is, again, emphasis on the CT side. Mouse are not going to be happy about the fact that they drop a round like that. And if Entropic can get 5, they've got some dignity.
For sure. Torzy also could have been a bigger issue, but the solo kill. And they weren't going to let NBK get away with any antics a second time around. So 4 rounds is that little sigh of relief. 5 would be a far more comfortable spot. And they're going to go ahead and try to crank the dial, attacking NBK at his A site yet again. Frozen's already dead, but Torzy offers something. NBK a 1 and done, and a 3v3 ensues. Torzy pushes past the fire, stuck inside the corner. Nicely done there from Forrester to really force the issue in that moment, making sure he could take him down before reinforcements arrived. Oh, but JDC through smoke.
Yeah, that's Forrester out.
And that's Entropic out, already heading towards B.
Yeah, so Nickelback, he can go far. He does need to be a little bit careful. I mean, it can be tempting to, you know, cross the line, go super deep into spawn, but there are so many long angles back there that you never know if a CT is going to catch you off guard. So he'll camp out now, and it looks like it'll be kind of a slow retake with Dexter taking his time to push all the way around. Now this will be heard. There is still a chance to pull this off. They're going to come in from the same way, which means they're probably going to try to get one and stick with the smoke that comes down. We've seen a bit of a issue for Entropic in this post plant before, so we'll see.
Smoke's indicating the direction Mao's come from. Nickelback just making sure all these corners are clear. Dexter gonna get on top, bump. Nickelback, he's gotta come out. JDC gives cover. The trade's there, but that was nearly his clutch to take. Another stick on top of it, guns dry. It's JDC's kill, but no time. It will be a 5th for Entropic. Could have been 6th had that 3v5 not come through from the side of Mao's, but now they'll swap. And that second pistol of the utmost importance.
One set.
Flashing.
One set. Let's fight, let's fight.
One wall, one wall.
Default dead.
Attack wall.
Left. Dead one.
Nice,
I got it.
I got his wall.
Is he defusing?
Nice! Go, guys.
Let's go! Nice, David!
Thank you! Let's go!
Thank you, stick around, let's go.
Hey Future Pros, locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the smoke incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid, and make sure to throw your nades fast.
A little burst of success at the end of that T side. A little bit of hope that comes with it for Entropic to just know they've done enough. Lean back, relax. Both you and Entropic into this CT side to see if the CIS squad can bring us to map 3.
You're gonna lean on JDC and Torzy in this moment. I think T side is where it's gonna be very hard, and they are good ancient players already pre-established on the NXT roster. And yeah, these games aren't free. 5 rounds, that can be enough. So we'll see. So much emphasis on the pistol, and Frozen will kick it off with a kill.
That'll certainly help. A moment of joy brought back by Nickelback. The dual Berettas on the flank and the crisp kill from Elian. Instantaneous death for NBK. Torzy tucked close. Lackey right there on the other end. He's moving.
He was turned around.
Right?
He thought that was a free walkout, but
that is free.
There is still a chance for the plant to go down with a smoke to help it out. Frozen going to try to...
Oh, that's
instant
such
headshot.
a good gush.
Another one. Wow, the pre-fire. That's beautiful from Frozen.
They've got Elian low deep in the CT spawn. Did they go for this? Did they decide to take the aggressive stance? More damage. Elian, he's lucky to be alive. He tries to run away, but there's no escape. Forrester's going to run forward. He's going to tap the Bob once. JDC right on the corner. Right so close, and Forrester connects. Oh! Both headshots! He chops them down, and that's such a big one for Entropic. Just a chance to start the CT side clean.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That is so insane. Now, I will say that with the double push into spawn, I honestly don't believe that was the right call. It's such a ridiculous 1v2, and they still had a great chance to win it, but they both had to play positions close enough to that bomb that they could peek. Now, Frozen, if he doubled up with JDC, then they could have, you know, one played fully tucked, one peeking, and then played from that same position, but that bomb was not perfectly planted for both of their spots. However, you know, that's just the version of history we see is just 2 ridiculous frags. That won't happen most of the time. A beautiful 1v2 and a lifeline for Entropic.
And a response from Maus off the bolstered by double Galil, AK Deagle's utility. And a set piece deep to the A site, but this is a deep position from Forrester. The savior of the pistol round sprays into NBK. No immediate answer here. And we know how uncomfortable this bomb site is when you don't have that donut control, but sure enough, they find just enough of that plant zone to get themselves into the post. Dexter on the flank, found out by Nickelback. That's Torzy's chance. He pushes inwards. We've still got a fight here. Fighting around the donut. Torzy, he's got Nickelback occupied while his teammates continue to succeed. Nickelback can offer nothing elsewhere. Elian in the meantime, losing HP, but finding crucial kills.
No way.
Torzy another Deagle. Frozen with the AK, and they're about to take this back.
You're kidding! Frozen, how? Torzy, oh my god, man. That's a concentration battle. He's trying to figure out which side of the cube to peek. Torzy is maintaining his cool that entire time. And he's only got the deagle, but he's got his opponent shaking. That's a ridiculous frag, and Frozen does so well to be out in the open to find his. I mean, an eco on a T side, that's unbelievable. I mean, they had some stuff to work with. They fully invested, but that was a mixed buy at best. Oh, pistol was supposed to be important. Conversion rate on this map is really high. Absolute heroics by Mouse Sports. Mouse.
What a round to win, man. And you just know that throbbing dread drums in the ears of Entropic. You had the successful CT start, and now you lean back on pistols. The pressure's real.
You gotta appreciate Frozen going up on the sign boost in that situation by himself as well. You know, making a clutch decision in a tense moment.
Dexter incredibly low. NBK's gonna connect the kill. Elian's got the scout. It's looking good in terms of damage. 3 players of the 4 left up on this T side walking very wounded, but they'll plant. Lackey pushes through. He does just not enough damage.
They're all so low.
Let's see it, Forrester. Give us something special off this deagle. Connect that headshot into Frozen.
Imagine.
A stiff breeze blows over the other double, but no, that's it. Mao's 12 rounds.
Ridiculous. 22 and 11 for JDC as he maintains his 2.0 KD. And a 2-to-1 ratio in rounds for Mouse Sports as well. On top of the fact that Entropic have no money to spend to defend against 13.
Nice attempt from Elian there, just peeking both sides of box, trying to cut them down.
It's a great setup. But JDC kept thinning the threats over and over again, even though he came down low.
Little B-Stream update for you guys as well. NIP already up a map and heavily leading on the CT side of Overpass. CT side's not the tail of the tape for Entropic just yet. Pistol players push upon Frozen, just trying to trail away from them. Spreads 3 against the wall, and that is the answer towards the A site. The Donut Man is down. Lackey, grab your AK, my friend. It's all you've got for this one. 13-6.
Damn, that's such immense pressure, man. This is Entropic's life on the line. Their map choice, they were probably, you know, overly ecstatic about the fact that Forrester pulled off that pistol round. That gave him a lifeline. I really didn't expect much from Mouse overall in this T side. I thought it was going to be too overwhelming, but they're just playing so well. I mean, it's so impressive. I mean, to be here in a losers match is one thing. They didn't have total success so far at the play-in, but still, from the games that we casted, there's so many good things to say about Mouse.
I mean, there's no shame in their route so far, right? They open up, clear gap between them and Godsent. Threw themselves to the top of the pack in terms of challengers. You play a best of 3 versus FaZe. Yeah, okay, FaZe minus Rops. But you're still talking about heavy hitters in Brokey, in Twists, in Reigns, 1.10 rating starting the event. It's no joke of a team. And that 16-14, I believe, Mirage win on map 3. I mean, they were almost there. But now it's Dexter being found out on ramp. Man advantage here for Entropic, right? We talked about the strength of the CT side on Ancient. Well, the strength truly shows when the guns glow, and they haven't been a part of the equation, barring that upset round from Mouse.
Looks like a snap decision to take it over to the A site. One here. Yeah, it's a tricky place because it can look like the site is totally open, but as long as they have someone in Donut and a close rotator, it's pretty well fortified. The plant's still going to be difficult, still got the player advantage, but the CT side doesn't have tons of grenades for the retake. They've only got 1 kid on Nickelback as well, so let's see how aggressive they are in holding this.
Lackey can't quite find a gap.
Uh-oh.
In fact, he's getting
taken
tagged. Oh, JDC
you can't give
through
that
smoke.
up.
Don't forget that this is the exact situation, the exact setup that got Maus to win with lesser weapons.
They're trying to walk into. Nickelback dies. Sorry, Elian dies. Nickelback is close. Tag down low. Forrester is still tucked into Cubby. He'll get swung on and traded. That is tough.
Still 2 players up for the CTs. Krad a little bit further back.
They haven't even thought about planting the bomb.
Smoke's all over the place, but soon to dissipate. JDC better not lose this. He better not lose it. He doesn't because Torzy saves him. But if that's not Torzy...
Oh, he is dead.
Krad, oh, nice move. Jumps onto the box. He's got the element of surprise. Where are they? Where are they? Up close. Torzy's got it. Op to AK swap. Trades out JDC. But the 3-piece from Torzy, the 21-9, just behind JDC's 25. It is Maus 14-6.
That's crazy. KD is unbelievable for Torzy. Every single match. Such low deaths. I don't know what happens here, man. This is a symptom of they're trying to defend the site, walking out, trying to lurk in front of smokes, get a little tricky. They didn't actually have the retake grenades needed, but I still thought that they could try to at least spam from their players who are farther back. Maybe not try to go for those gimmicky maneuvers through the smoke. Not making a strong case for themselves in that spot. 14 rounds, another terrible buy, but a good tactic to start things out. Nickelback will get caught jumping, but it doesn't matter. Dexter can't adjust his crosshair, and when he lands, Dexter will die. Torzy finds a gap. However, it is 3-on-5. Oh, one spot at Torzy.
Surely not.
This, and you separate the rotators now, so they can put some pressure on the A site, but the thing is that there are still 2 players holding it down. So Torzy will actually turn his attention over towards B. This might be the right maneuver, and he smoked towards the B site. Torzy's going to get a free kill here.
Dude, they're
mollying to take attention away from him, and they're late watching this flank. This is ridiculous. Maus might actually win this round off of the ingenuity in the mid-round, and Torzy, now he's going to drop a smoke. He's just a part of the exec. There's no one here. They've been completely hoodwinked.
Bamboozled, fooled, made to look like chumps. Maus silently skate by, and then JDC again! Just like the CT side. Aggressive down the B ramp. He gets nothing but impact. It's NBK's chance. It's just the MP9s. It's a 15th for Maus on the docket, but will it get served up? They need to lean on the new guns of Maus, and Torzy fires hot, but there is still the cross. Forrester, he's gone unchecked, but now they know, and he just doesn't miss this ridiculousness from Torzy.
Jesus, man.
How many rounds? Is it 5 kills between Torzy and JDC?
I can't believe that, man. He actually was able to figure out which site to go to, smoking himself out of that rotation, and then beating a timing, and the CTs were so confused they pushed cave to flank. Meanwhile, all the Maus players got on the site without seeing anybody. And then he hits these shots. That's monster stuff. I mean, if they went A, it was the wrong decision. They actually figured that out. Another sketchy buy here for Entropic and a final stand. The best thing about this situation for them is loss bonus. But that'll still only get them a scout, 2 FAMASes, and 2 M4s.
So many chances now. 9 map and match points. And what a poetic situation that JDC and Torzy are leaps and bounds above everybody else in terms of impact. I mean, these are the gems that every organization mines for. And the 2 of them polished and shining on Ancient. They've got the setup commencing here into the B site. One final push to end the show. But they take a lot of damage, so is that going to be enough to just enable Entropic to hang on for now? AK swap with the bomb drop down in front of the CT setup. It's a dog pile from the defense. Nice spam damage through from Frozen. Dexter, he gets all the way out. Nobody's supporting off of the short lane. NBK gives cover. Torzy gets the kill.
Way, Dexter.
And just like this, Mouse, unless it's Elian to stand tall with a scout, have managed to topple a top 10 Stockholm major team in Entropic in a 2-0 fashion without the Elian clutch. They fumble, they fall. The Academy roster bolsters the main lineup. NBK back from Valorant, and in their debut, a 2-0 over Entropic to lock in a spot at Intel Extreme Masters. That is what these moments are made for. Those are the performances you wait for and not many people will get. Take a bow. JDC and Torzy at the end of this lineup, but at the very top of it too.
Running across the tiller, I'm going. Okay. Two. I think they're looking at me, Rush. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, water. Nice. I'm gonna go left towards radio, okay?
Where?
Radio. That's where I'm gonna go.
Remember what you see?
One more here. Oh my god. This guy looks stacked, dude.
Where is he?
He looks pretty good, man. I'm gonna try and see. Dude, I think he's ready.
Wait. Hold up.
Put them all on him.
I want to firework him out to water. You ready?
Yep. Oh, there's two people on me. They're probably dead here. Backup system if you got it. Okay. Oh, okay.
You got it.
Shifting around on the coast. Okay, I'm going for the last guy then. He moved. Oh, here now. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Oh, one guy there with armor, so that must be one of them. Yeah, two at the sea container here. Last two guys. Nice. Jimmy scouted while I was in the zone. Don't know what they were doing out the zone. Alright, I'm going. Wish me luck. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, go for that one. Alright, I'm doubling now. He's down there on it.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, I got him.
Alright, well I got a Goomba in there.
There we go. Hello, everybody. The Mal's fairy tale potentially becoming realized. It was closely fought on Vertigo. But on Ancient, they ran away with it. 16-6 by the end, a 2-0 sweep. Kassad and Yanko, I felt as we were watching the match, you were both so impressed with what you were seeing from Mouse.
Yeah, it was just a masterclass from them today, not only in terms of the individuals playing well and the academy players especially, you know, Torshi and JDC were tremendous, but also just the movements, right, the ideas, the cohesion, the mid-round decision-making, right, just everything was so impressive to watch from Mouse today.
I was impressed by the fact that Entropic can hold on to a site. I mean, the protocols, the early rounds were pretty good on the T side. They took ground, they took middle, they took banana, K, whatever. Every part of the map, they go into a decent finisher. The call is nice. They enter the site, and then after that, its post-plan positioning was well below average. And Torji was punishing all of that all the time, and JDC as well.
Guys, we will have more time to go over the match. For now, we are going to head on over to Heko on the sideline, who has an interview with Nickelback from Entropic, who unfortunately will be exiting the tournament.
Yeah, guys, I was really looking forward to make this interview, but probably I really want to have other conditions. I really want you guys to go further. I'm sure you're feeling the same way. Your last map was Ancient, a map that you're really good at playing at. But the thing is, you actually played this map already today against Renegades, and it kind of feels like maybe you kind of showed all of your cards. Mouse, they were sitting, they were watching, they were following everything. You kind of went into the series fully blind. You had maybe no ideas even about their positions. Is this how you feel about Ancient against Mouse?
Sometimes, yeah, but I think we lost our Vertigo. We lost some crucial rounds, and we didn't play our game on Ancient. They play really good city side, but I think we could be much better.
Well, you had a really close series on Vertigo, but do you feel like it kind of put you in a bad mental state?
No, but in your mind, you lost your game. We lost 2 ecos. We lead 13-11, and they have pistols, and we just did a mistake, and that's, I don't know.
Just too many mistakes. But for example, if we would actually get to the third map, which was Mirage, because yesterday we saw Mouse lose to FaZe in a really close series, and we didn't see you on Mirage. Do you think you would actually win that map?
I think, yeah, but I think they have advantage because we played against Renegades in the I don't know how to say 12 a.m. Yeah. And we just wake up in 9. It's and now we don't have much power. I don't know. That's why I think if we play in another day, I think we will win.
Okay. But unlucky. Well, it is unfortunate for all of the Entropic fans, unfortunately. Your team will not be playing on the big stage, but we are looking to see you on some other events. Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
And thank you, Heku, for conducting that interview with Nickelback. Guys, I'd like to ask you about just a couple of the things that he mentioned. Crucial rounds, were those the swings that went in favor of Mouse, as Nickelback was identifying?
Yeah, man, you can even see in his mind, it's more about Vertigo than Ancient, and that's, a bit of a flaw, basically. I mean, it's a best of 3. Vertigo wasn't even your pick, right? You can't really allow one map. And I agree with him. They did, to an extent, throw that map. They had a lead towards the end, lost to some pistols and whatnot. But you have to have the mental fortitude to kind of reset from that, get into the next map fresh, even though it's a long day, even though it's everything. This is your chance. And Kassad talked about it for Vertigo. He talked about it in the green room for this map as well. A couple of timeouts, something. Not even because they don't have an idea, just to stop the momentum from your opponents, give your players a little bit of time to reset, kind of try to refocus them on the task at hand.
And I also think this team was, over that hump of psychological, stops like that. They had a really long last year. They had these long matches.
Yeah, we were there for the best of 5 against Gambit in the grand final.
And usually you get an experience in those kind of tournaments, those kind of matches. So these things don't become a problem. But obviously now it was. I wonder how big of a problem was the fact that they played 2 best-of-3s. He said they woke up at 9. You know, you have that weird gap between those two games, you know, and you don't know what to do. Do you go and rest? Do you go and eat something? Do you prepare like you usually prepare? Maybe you don't have time, or you don't prepare at all, and then you go in a weird state kind of into that second best-of-3, and then you may end up losing those important rounds because you don't have enough money, because you had weird buys like that, like on Vertigo, and I wonder how big of a role that played in the whole best-of-3.
Hey, if they hadn't lost yesterday, they wouldn't have to play 2 games today, right? So you make your own bed in that, sense.
Went through.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I want to say, like, in the end, you make your own bed. You have to deal with it any way you can. Give the players rest. Coach does the work, right? Maybe in-game leader a little bit. You have to find a way to work. It can't just be, you know,
I agree.
You're too tired. So
they had to do better, especially on
Let me jump in there. I think it's great analysis on intro. But let's talk a bit about Maz. Let's flip it back to the positive side of things. We saw JDC's highlights there. What an amazing performance across those 2 maps, finishing out with 53 frags.
I mean, we can safely say that Torji was the best player of the planes. Even though Nikodos was, you know, super close, but he only played 3 maps. Torji played 6, and I think it's safe to say that he's the best player of the planes so far. And JDC also with like a combo from Mao's Academy team. They showed up, they delivered on the very first day of the very first Tier 1 tournament in their life.
Yeah, they had 53 maps combined on this last map, and you can see here still like. Entropic wins that second pistol round, so you think maybe there's a chance for them to mount the comeback. But then Mouse, you know, just defends a 2v3 retake really with some really good shots. They had that in the first half. They retook 3v5 as CT. So these are some rounds that they're not supposed to win, but that they managed to claw back into really with some great shots and great individual performances. And that's usually what you see from star teams like FaZe. Like, that's why you get really good. That's individual players are able to bail you out of some difficult situations, and that's what Mao's managed to do a couple of times.
You also come back into these 3v3s, 3v5s, the sharpness and the focus of the players that were awake for the whole day, you know, and play the 4th map already. You know, it all comes into place. The small little details all went into the way of Mao Sports, and great performance by Torshi and JDC from the youngsters, right? And then coming into here and playing like this.
It's such a important performance, I think, for Maus, and congratulations to them. Now, everybody at home, let's take a look at where we stand now on this side of the play-in bracket.
Well, NIP finished their game.
Yes, NIP did finish their game. To update anyone that's only been locked into our stream, NIP overcame the Movistar Rise, and they will be moving forward also, including, alongside, I should say, CPH Flames, FaZe Clan, Fnatic, and ENCE on this side. And yeah, we will shortly see the other side as well. OG, Astralis, Maus, of course, who we just saw overcome Entropic, and yeah, NIP at the bottom that we mentioned too.
Yeah, Astralis managing to avoid a complete, you know, disaster and managed to get into the group stages as well. And yeah, we'll see if this gives them a sort of a
we put them into do not screw this up, right?
Yeah.
And they delivered.
They managed to do exactly that.
Guys, what do you think about the lineup in Group A? We've got. Oh, we'll go straight on to Group B then, that's fine. Guys, give me any thoughts.
Well, I really wanted to see who G2 gonna face, and it's gonna be Fnatic in that Group B. FaZe is gonna be in the team against Team Liquid tomorrow as the 3rd game, I believe, and Fury against Astralis. That's gonna be a matchup that I will wanna see. Obviously, the first game is gonna be Navi against ENCE, and that's gonna conclude the Group B for tomorrow.
Yeah, some interesting matchups. I mean, we have big names in Team Liquid versus FaZe who played already at Blast groups. But then I saw that Virtus Pro Copenhagen Flames. That low-key is going to be such a fire matchup. VP came into this year looking really strong. They put a lot of practice in, and Copenhagen Flames seem to be in that form that we saw at the PGL Major. A lot of those two teams, it's going to mean a lot for them to get into the playoffs. Right after that, you just need one more best of 3 and you're in.
Group stage starts tomorrow. Some sick matches coming up in the next 2 days, next 4 days, I want to say.
4 days.
So stay tuned, I guess.
Yeah, guys, everybody at home, we will be kicking off with that first match at 12:30. Then the next set will be at 4 p.m. CET, and then we'll finish off at 7:30 p.m. CET. So we'll probably be live here and on the other stream 30 minutes before, around midday. Thank you so much for joining us. Kassad, pleasure, as always, mate. Yanko, pleasure. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more awesome Counter-Strike. See you then.
As we move through the dark. never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we always bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we moved through the dust. Nights
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.